Chapter 1. The Crashed Airplane. My head hurt so much. Shuo cupped his hands around his head, gradually awakening, waves of agony crashing upon him, relentlessly assaulting his senses, making him feel as though his nerves and blood vessels were pulsating incessantly. The overwhelming pressure left him feeling nauseous. Having returned from a business trip in Japan, the flight for Narita Airport had met with disaster. Struggling to open his eyes, Shuo found blood obscuring his right eye, his entire body racked with pain. His left hand lay limp and swollen, and as he surveyed his surroundings, the pitch-black cabin was devoid of any movement. He rubbed his face and tugged at his seatbelt, only to discover it was jammed tight. Gazing at the wreckage of the cabin, he picked up a piece of metal and painstakingly began to sever the safety belt, finally managing to wriggle free from the mangled seat. His body felt as though it had been shattered into pieces. It took him a considerable amount of time to steady himself. He retrieved his phone and switched on the flashlight, staring blankly into the distance. The horrific scene around him rendered him weak, the entire cabin resembling a hellish nightmare. Everyone was dead, from the crew members to the passengers. A thick tree branch had pierced through the left side of the aircraft, impaling passengers along its path before protruding from the other side, while others had been crushed into a gruesome pulp by the Chieftain. Was startled by the short-circuited phone, but upon witnessing flames flickering from the pile of firewood, her heart finally found solace. The two individuals piled their clothes and food nearby, huddling around the fire as they anxiously awaited rescue. Chapter 2. The Primitive Tribe. The sun gradually emerged from the branches atop the forest, casting away the morning mist that had enveloped the surroundings for hours, thus revealing the environment in its entirety. Dewdrops clung to Chun Yunyun's hair. Despite the warmth of the fire before her, she could not escape the waves of chill that assailed her, prompting her to tighten her clothing. At that moment, Shuo was busily arranging their belongings by the fire. Aside from the scattered items hastily gathered the previous night, there were 2 boxes of Oreo cookies, half a bottle of mineral water provided by the flight attendant, for specialty pork sausages, a pack of Wong snow cakes, and a package of French bread. These were all items he had brought onto the plane. From the wreckage of the cabin, he had salvaged 2 bottles of water and some disordered food. This meager collection constituted all their rations at present. In addition, there was Shuo's invaluable first aid kit, containing essential emergency supplies such as bandages, cotton swabs, triangular bandages, and splints. Furthermore, within the lower compartment of the kit were a blood pressure monitor, a stethoscope, disposable syringes, as well as medical instruments for injections like glucose and adrenaline, along with a complete surgical set, including scalpels, tweezers, and sutures. As someone who frequently traveled for work, Shuo also kept a supply of medications in his backpack, including cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, and remedies for diarrhea. Chun Yunyun, you should take the fever-reducing medicine first, Shuo urged, noticing that Chun Yunyun appeared to be in a daze from her fever. Concerned that she might not endure, he retrieved anti-inflammatory pills from his bag and administered them to her, hoping to conserve her strength. After taking the medicine, Chun Yunyun succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Shuo gathered some scattered clothing from the ground and draped them over her. His left hand, having rested through the night, was beginning to regain slight mobility, which brought him a measure of comfort in such a desolate wilderness. Being without one hand felt akin to awaiting death. Just as the last remnants of mist were banished by the sunlight, a breathtaking curtain of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the forest. Shuo, absorbed in his task, was taken aback by the sudden spectacle and turned to gaze. He stood transfixed, as if beholding a grand tapestry. The entire realm was interconnected by a translucent waterfall, with sunlight glistening upon it. Through this shimmering veil, Shuo glimpsed the world beyond, where all the education he had received over the years began to unravel. The first sight to capture his attention was a colossal brontosaurus, towering several meters high, leisurely feasting on foliage, while nearby, a variety of herbivorous dinosaurs frolicked upon the grasslands. In an instant, the scene shifted, revealing a mammoth before him, pursued by 2 saber-toothed tigers. One of the tigers leapt from a boulder and, midair, sank its fangs into the mammoth's neck, blood splattering in all directions. Once again, the tableau transformed, depicting a group of individuals besieged by savage beasts. A pack of primitive wolves encircled 6 people, and within moments, they were brutally dispatched. As the wolves feasted upon their prey, a few diminutive creatures stealthily snatched morsels of flesh from the chaos, vanishing into the underbrush before the wolves could react. The scenes continued to shift relentlessly, causing young Shuo's heart to tremble. Time travel, the Bermuda Triangle, mysterious occurrences, extraterrestrials, an array of thoughts flooded young Shuo's mind. As the visions within the water curtain grew increasingly vivid, he sensed that the environment around him began to metamorphose, with a beam of white light slowly rising from the heart of the forest. The beam of white light grew increasingly broad, emanating from the heart of the forest, and the overwhelming pressure left young Shuo gasping for breath. In the distance, the curtain of water began to shift. As if they were ensnared between two towering walls, a chilling breath of death surging into young Shuo's chest. From the woods beyond came a cacophony of sounds, an uncountable number of deer and other creatures bursting forth, all seemingly sensing an impending doom, fleeing the forest in haste. The column of light had transformed into a wall, advancing inexorably from afar. As the luminous barrier drew near, young Shuo watched in horror as the trees in the distance gradually vanished within the blinding glow. The hairs on his body stood on end. What on earth was this? Gradually, he felt the fragments of an aircraft before him begin to roll, slowly ascending toward the sky, as if a colossal vacuum cleaner was tugging at him. The extent of the light wall continued to expand, and he sensed his weight diminishing palpably, that peculiar suction now reaching their vicinity. As young Shuo felt himself lifting off the ground, Qin Yunyun beside him began to float as well. He turned to embrace her, preventing her from drifting away, and thus they struggled together in midair as death encroached upon them, just as they hovered 3 or 4 meters above the ground. Young Shuo suddenly heard the sound of shattering glass. The curtain of water ahead was riddled with cracks, beginning to fragment, revealing the environment behind it. This seemed to act as a powerful stimulant. And with a desperate effort, he hurled Qin Yunyun away. As soon as she made contact with the breaking water curtain, a flash of white light engulfed her, and she vanished from sight with the loss of her weight. Young Shuo shot upward a short distance. Frightened, he quickly extended a metal rod forward. As it touched the water curtain, he felt a dizzying spin, his body regaining its weight in an instant, and the white light flickered before him as he found himself suspended in midair. Below him lay Qin Yunyun, who had been cast aside, lying unconscious on the ground, while he plummeted from a height of 5 or 6 meters. The sensation of a fatal descent sent his blood boiling. Beneath him was a large tree, and he crashed into it, unaware of how many branches he broke, ultimately passing through layers of foliage and landing heavily on the ground, losing consciousness. Above, the sky continued to fracture, with objects cascading down like refuse from above. Through the shattered heavens, an entire small island appeared to be disintegrating, gradually being consumed. When young Shuo regained consciousness, he found himself lying in a cave. A layer of dry grass beneath him, with an unconscious Qin Yunyun beside him. A wild man sat nearby, fiddling with stones on the ground. Upon hearing a noise from behind, he turned to see young Shuo awakening. What manner of person was this? Young Shuo was startled. The wild man had prominent cheekbones, a square jaw, and an innate ruggedness that belied his young age. Before young Shuo could react, the wild man sprang to his feet and dashed outside. Howling and gesticulating wildly, the wild man's cries echoed. Young Shuo noticed several figures approaching from outside the cave. With their approach, his pupils constricted in trepidation. One of them was a robust man draped in an unknown fur. Resembling the wild man, with pronounced cheekbones and a beard covering his muscular jaw, his hair cascading to his shoulders, his body caked in dust and dirt, a true savage. As the wild man approached, young Shuo fearfully inquired, "Who are you? Where is this place?" The sudden utterance caused the burly man to halt, his gaze scanning young Shuo as if he were an alien, perplexed by this fellow tribesman producing such sounds. Ignoring young Shuo's fear, the man examined his body with his rough hands. Upon discovering young Shuo was unharmed, the man turned and let out a series of guttural sounds. 2 men and 3 women appeared at the cave entrance. Observing the animated gestures of these individuals, young Shuo began to suspect he had stumbled into some African tribe. Recalling the bizarre dream from before his fainting, he grew increasingly convinced that the plane had veered off course and crashed in Africa. He carefully surveyed his surroundings and realized he was in a hollow within a mountain, a semicircular depression that provided shelter from the wind and rain, with his backpack leaning against a nearby rock wall. After a moment's struggle, Shuo managed to sit up, every part of his body aching. Reflecting on the harrowing experiences before losing consciousness, he felt extraordinarily lucky to have survived not just once, but twice. The burly man had already departed, accompanied by two other men, while the women remained, one watching them intently, the other two having vanished elsewhere. Shuo attempted to rise, but a sharp pain in his ankle caused him to groan involuntarily, startling the remaining woman, who set down her belongings and approached him. Shuo moved his foot, discovering he could still move, albeit with severe bruising that made every motion painful. The woman approached him, her vocalizations suggesting inquiry. With no shared language, he merely pointed to his backpack, hoping she would understand. The woman quickly grasped his intent and retrieved the backpack, from which Shuo extracted his phone. After fiddling with it for a while, he realized it was utterly devoid of signal. Skeptical, he struggled to stand and limped outside the cave to try again. However, the sight that greeted him beyond the entrance caused him to drop the phone, letting it fall to the ground in shock. This must be a jest. Chapter 3. Please call me Zhu Rong. Staring at the sky outside, Shuo was utterly dumbfounded. He had initially thought he was experiencing a post-traumatic dream. Yet the scene before him compelled him to accept that he was no longer on Earth. In addition to the familiar sun, there were two enormous celestial bodies visible in the sky. Undeniably massive, against a backdrop of an incredibly azure expanse. It was only when the woman beside him picked up his phone from the ground and returned it to him that Shuo tore his gaze from the celestial spheres. Trembling as he accepted the device, murmuring, "Thank you." The woman emitted strange sounds, gesturing animatedly, and ultimately pointed to the dry grass spread on the cave floor, leading Shuo to believe she was urging him to rest. Sitting once more beside Shen Yunyan, he assessed her condition. She remained unconscious, her fever having subsided but still not in a promising state. Observing the woman beside him, like the earlier robust man, he noted they all possessed high cheekbones and square jaws. While not unattractive, they were certainly not conventionally beautiful. That moment, she produced an unfamiliar fruit, indicating for him to eat. Unable to refuse her hospitality, Shuo symbolically consumed a few, but the fruit was bitter and unpalatable. Gritting his teeth, he managed to swallow some, offering the woman a smile as he continued to contemplate his current predicament. The sky outside did not seem fabricated. He was indeed no longer on Earth. Glancing at his fellow humans, it was evident that no semblance of civilization existed here, suggesting that he was in an ancient era on another planet. This was dire indeed, while others traversed fantastical realms, embarking on epic quests. Why was he so unfortunate? Observing his fellow humans in such a pitiful state, unable even to speak, he resigned himself to the notion that survival was paramount, so long as his spirit remained unyielded. Solutions would outweigh challenges. Rejuvenated by this resolve, Shuo felt a surge of energy. His first step was to establish a rapport with these primitive beings. After all, they were his saviors. He retrieved some biscuits from his backpack and, under the curious gaze of the women, tore them open. Instantly, an enticing aroma of chocolate wafted through the air, leaving the two primitive individuals utterly captivated, as they had never encountered such a delightful scent. Shuo offered the biscuits to the woman, but she glanced between him and the unconscious Shen Yunyan, swallowed hard, and ultimately declined, insisting that Shuo eat instead. After much contemplation, Shuo finally understood her meaning. It was a suggestion that he was too small to share. While he may not possess the robust physique of the other three primitives, he stood at a respectable height of 183 centimeters. Under the persistent insistence of Shuo, and after he showcased the remaining 9 cookies, the woman gently accepted the item from his hand. Shuo then offered 2 more to others, observing that these wild individuals seemed to swallow them whole without chewing, while he, along with the woman, indulged in the exquisite flavor for an extended period. It was not until the afternoon that the men and women who had ventured out in the morning returned. The woman carried a small bundle of the bitter fruits Shuo had tasted earlier, while the men triumphantly bore a deer upon their shoulders. Upon seeing Shuo and the woman standing outside to greet them, everyone was filled with joy. The woman approached, placing one hand on the man's chest and the other on her own, nodding in gratitude for the hunt they had brought back, while the men raised their stone spears high, responding with shouts of enthusiasm. The burly man from the morning, noticing Shuo at the cave entrance, approached him again with a beaming smile, closely scrutinizing him, while the 2 men beside him shared in the delight. For their small tribe, A fresh face signified a greater chance of survival. The women took the prey to process it, leaving young Shuo surrounded by 3 men, who made him feel awkwardly amused that he produced the cookies. But this action instantly interrupted their fervor. Humanity's craving for sweetness is rooted in its very genes. 3 pairs of eyes fixated on Yang Shua's hands, causing them to feel as if they were ablaze. However, to his surprise, the burly man from the morning pushed his hand back, swaying his body like the woman had done, accompanied by various strange sounds, indicating that he should eat it himself. Indeed, in their eyes, Yang Shuo appeared to be a malnourished younger brother, the kind who could perish from hunger, with no other option. And under their resolute insistence, he finally distributed 1 cookie to each of the other 2 women, and soon the entire tribe was enveloped in the joy brought by sugar and chocolate. Gift-giving has always been the best way to foster connections. With this delicacy from the future, Yang Shuo was readily accepted by the 3 older brothers, instilling in him a sense of security. As if to say, do not worry, you are weak, we will protect you. Although there were no verbal expressions, the happiness of the 3 brothers was sincere. In this primitive era, there were no ulterior motives. And this authenticity touched Yang Shuo, filling him with shame for his own thoughts. Just as the older brothers began to tidy their weapons, carefully chipping at the usable spearheads with stones, the freshly caught deer was already processed. The women skillfully peeled off the deer skin with sharp stone shards and brought the remaining meat to the cave entrance, where everyone gathered, preparing to feast. Through their interactions, Yang Shuo learned that the imposing figure he had seen earlier was the chieftain, who was now dividing the food. He watched as the chieftain took a stone shard and sliced a piece of meat from the deer's leg, then turned and called out to Yang Shuo, gesturing for him to come closer. Yang Shuo, taken aback by this display, was momentarily stunned. Raw meat? He approached slowly, seeing the chieftain's eyes filled with affection. To them, Yang Shuo was merely a young child, a malnourished one at that. As he took the piece of deer meat from the chieftain's hand, he trembled, hesitant to move, finally managing to stammer, "Brother, have you considered roasting it first?" The chieftain appeared puzzled by this strange younger brother's words. Yang Shuo then resorted to pantomime, expending considerable effort to convey his point, ultimately catching a glimpse of the chieftain's pitying expressions, making him feel not only malnourished, but perhaps a bit dim-witted as well. In Yang Shuo's understanding, primitive humans of the Stone Age should have known about fire and not engaged in such wild acts of consuming raw meat. Yet, the looks in their eyes suggested that he had arrived a tad too early. At that moment, Chen Yunyan, who had been unconscious all day, awoke. The 2 women immediately rushed inside upon hearing the commotion, followed by Chen Yunyan's terrified scream. Yang Shuo hurried in, witnessing Chen Yunyan scrambling backward in fear of the 2 primitive women clad in animal skins. "I am Yang Shuo," he exclaimed, and Chen Yunyan's eyes seemed to light up with hope, fixating on him as if he were her savior, though she was too frightened to utter a word. The situation was somewhat far-fetched, but he urged her to listen to him. Yang Shuo recounted all he had seen and speculated about the circumstances, and despite Chen Yunyan's lingering disbelief, she gradually calmed down under his reassurance. After Chen Yunyan's interruption, Yang Shuo found himself unable to consume the raw deer meat. Mealtime could wait, as the well-being of the injured, particularly Chen Yunyan, was paramount. Gazing at the deer meat laid on the stone at the cave entrance, an idea struck Yang Shuo. He pulled the chieftain outside the cave, locating 2 suitably sized sticks and gathering a handful of dry grass. The chieftain, perplexed, watched as this frail, seemingly daft younger brother gathered materials. Yang Shuo used the chieftain's spear to bore a hole in 1 stick, then sharpened the other stick before inserting the dry grass into the hole, creating a rudimentary fire drill, given his current state. He urged the chieftain to kneel down, pressing the tool into his hands. The chieftain, bewildered, wondered what this younger brother was attempting. Yang Shuo first demonstrated its use, then encouraged the chieftain to give it a try. The chieftain mimicked Yang Shuo's actions, both men grimacing as they worked. Initially, the chieftain merely intended to assist this seemingly simple-minded brother, but when he caught a whiff of a peculiar scent, he abruptly halted. His eyes fixated on Yang Shuo with an intensity that felt predatory. What a gaze it was! Yang Shuo froze, as if ensnared by a beast's stare. The chieftain's eyes were like 2 sharp swords. And in that moment, Yang Shuo felt his life was in peril. Although the chieftain lacked the ability to speak, his years of leading the tribe through the trials of survival had afforded him wisdom. He recognized that distinctive aroma as the scent of impending wildfire. While he did not know what fire was, he understood it to be a harbinger of danger. Yang Shuo offered an awkward smile, gesturing towards the chieftain's tool and then to the deer meat behind him. Uncertain how to convey the concept of fire, the chieftain regarded him with a serious demeanor, aware that if there was a threat, he would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who endangered his tribe. Ultimately, the chieftain opted to trust Yang Shuo and resumed his vigorous twirling of the stick. When Yang Shuo observed wisps of smoke emerging, he halted the chieftain's motions, seizing the stick from his grasp and sprinkling a bit of dry grass atop it. With gentle breaths, the smoke billowed larger until a small flame flickered to life. Yang Shuo set the stick down on the ground, constructing a small fire pit from collected twigs and leaves, while the primitive people watched from a distance, their eyes filled with curiosity, taking the deer meat the chieftain had cut for him. Yang Shuo skewered it on a branch and placed it over the flames. Soon, the savory aroma of roasting deer meat wafted through the air, the fat sizzling as it cooked. Watching the meat, the chieftain swallowed hard, and under Yang Shuo's expectant gaze, he took the first bite. Instantly, he was captivated by the flavor, gazing at Yang Shuo in astonishment. Ha ha ha, it's a small matter, no need to thank me. You may call me Zhu Rong. Chapter 4. The technically skilled simpleton. On that very day, the primitive tribe experienced their first night illuminated by the glow of fire. Yang Shuo took on the role of chef, expertly roasting venison to a perfect crisp on the outside while remaining tender within. Despite the absence of any seasoning, for those who had never tasted cooked food, it was an exquisite delight. Including Chen Yunyan, several individuals devoured the entire deer, leaving nothing behind. Even in the end, the primitive people licked the grease from their fingers, still yearning for more. However, as dusk settled, Chen Yunyan's injuries worsened. Initially, they had awaited rescue from professionals for surgery, but it was now clearly impossible. Without hesitation, Yang Shuo resolved to perform the surgery himself to save the young girl. After searching around, he discovered that the medical kit was missing. He had been rescued by the primitives, but he did not know the specifics. He had been carrying a backpack at the time, which had been brought back with him. It was likely that the medical kit remained at the location where they had fallen. Yang Shuo communicated with the elder brother for an extended time, expressing his desire to return to the place where they had saved him. Judging by the elder brother's reaction, that place should not be far. Yang Shuo insisted on checking it out, but was stopped by the elder brother. At that moment, darkness enveloped the land. Although the presence of two supermoons cast a bright light outside, nocturnal predators became increasingly ferocious, rendering the venture perilous. Understanding the elder brother's persistent objections, Yang Shuo pointed to the unconscious Chen Yunyan, hoping he would assist him. The primitive women had already administered rudimentary treatment to Chen Yunyan, applying unknown herbs to her wound. However, with their limited medical knowledge, they did not realize that the foreign object embedded in her wound needed to be removed first. Without this, Chen Yunyan would not survive. Moved by Yang Shuo's pleas and his unusual performance that day, the elder brother fell silent. In such dire circumstances, every individual was invaluable. Refusing to go risk losing a woman, while going could endanger more lives. Ultimately, it was the woman who had been at home with Yang Shuo who spoke up. She silently gazed at the elder brother, and as the chief's wife, she trusted her husband, believing that their kin needed him to step forward at this moment. The elder brother finally acquiesced, leaving one man at home while he and another accompanied Yang Shuo on his journey. Lacking weapons, Yang Shuo merely picked up a wooden stick, and they embarked on their perilous quest. Taking advantage of the cover of night, they slipped into the woods, swiftly arriving at the location where Yang Shuo had landed. The area appeared as if struck by lightning, chaotic and disordered. In a small pit, Yang Shuo discovered the first aid kit and immediately urged the elder brother to hurry back. Thus, they hastily navigated through the forest when suddenly, the elder brother let out a fierce roar. Raising his stone spear and lunging towards his side, before Yang Shuo could comprehend the situation, a shadow darted out from the nearby underbrush and swiftly fled. A cold sweat broke out over Yang Shuo. He had no idea what that creature was. Had he recklessly rushed forward, he might have been attacked. The elder brother glanced at Yang Shuo, who was still shaken, and signaled him to stay close. They formed a protective formation, with Yang Shuo sandwiched in between, and ultimately returned to the cave without incident. Upon seeing the flickering firelight, both Yang Shuo and the two primitives felt an immense sense of relief. It felt like home. That dangerous orange glow seemed so endearing today, serving both as a source of warmth and illumination. Upon entering the cave, Yang Shuo saw the elder sister-in-law gently administering water to Chen Yunyan with leaves. As the fire blazed brighter, illuminating the cave, Yang Shuo wasted no time resting and began his first surgical procedure, carefully lifting Chen Yunyan's clothing. He revealed the wound. He retrieved the scalpel and disinfectant from the first aid kit. And even the typically skeptical young Shuo found himself fervently praying in his heart, hoping to save this 18-year-old girl. With meticulous care, he wiped the area surrounding the wound with disinfectant. He then made a precise and young Shuo had released half of the water he was holding back with great effort. As he turned around, he saw his elder brother swiftly approaching, who began to meticulously cover the spot where he had urinated with earth, even crouching down to sniff it, ensuring there were no traces before leading young Shuo away. It was then that he comprehended that the world he had entered was no longer the one he had known. It was a realm where all species walked on a tightrope, where even the act of using the toilet required utmost caution. A single misstep could spell disaster for the entire tribe. His elder brother, along with the tribe's members, ventured in groups to a location far from their cave to dig pits for their needs. One person would relieve themselves while the others stood guard, before burying the evidence thoroughly to leave no scent behind. Meanwhile, in the cave, Qin Yunyan was being assisted by another woman as she resolved her needs, creating a mound of earth around her, observing the cautious behavior of these primitive people. Yang Shuo felt a surge of gratitude. Without them, he and Qin Yunyan might have been devoured by some wild beast that very day. After such a harrowing morning, Yang Shuo found himself confirming every subsequent action with his elder brother. As a primitive with limited capabilities, it was wiser for him to heed orders, lest he inadvertently court disaster. Soon came the responsibility that every man in the tribe must bear. Hunting. His elder brother had already grasped Yang Shuo's skills by morning, and during this outing, he was closely protected, much like every burgeoning primitive boy, wielding a stone spear and gradually learning and growing with each day's hunt. Thus, Yang Shuo became a proud apprentice primitive. Upon entering the forest, he sensed the transformation of the three earnest primitives. His elder brother knelt continuously, scrutinizing various traces on the ground, the group moving slowly. While his brother searched for prey, the others remained vigilant. They advanced in a stop-and-go manner, with the elder brother even crushing feces underfoot to examine it closely, assessing its moisture content before confirming a direction and quietly leading them onward. Before long, they stumbled upon a clearing in the woods, where several wild deer grazed. The movements of the three primitives were uncanny, resembling that of a spider, as they crouched low, holding their stone spears behind them. Stealthily inching forward, Yang Shuo mimicked their posture, closely following. At that moment, his elder brother signaled to the rear, and the two primitives nodded, gradually widening their formation into a triangle, when the distance felt right. Yang Shuo's elder brother sprang up like a coiled spring. In an instant, a sharp sound pierced the air as the spear in his hand vanished, soaring over 20 meters to strike true at the wild deer in the clearing, causing the herd to scatter in panic. Though the spear missed its primary target, two others, one to the left and one to the right, struck the airborne deer, embedding deeply into its flesh. The deer was hurled violently away. Struggling helplessly on the ground, the pursuit and kill unfolded with fluid grace, akin to a textbook illustration. Yang Shuo marveled at how his linguistically challenged elder brother and the others achieved such seamless coordination. All he could do was admire their prowess. His elder brother rushed forth to process the catch, swallowing a mouthful of deer blood and beckoning the others. Despite their reluctance, Yang Shuo followed suit, consuming copious amounts of fresh blood. In this primitive world, sustenance was not the priority. Salt was. Apart from coastal areas, the inland regions lacked any inorganic salt intake, with only a few plants and animals licking the earth for trace minerals. Like most predators, primitives obtained their salt from the fresh blood of their prey. After days without salt, Yang Shuo felt his face swell, his muscles weakened. The rich, metallic taste of deer blood held a faint saltiness, and he sensed a flicker of strength beginning to surge within him. Thus, the group bore their catch back, only to prepare for another outing in pursuit of more food. Before returning, they used grass juice to cleanse the stench of blood from their bodies, leaving no trace behind. Yang Shuo felt as though he had immersed himself in a brand new world, one where modern society had been far too corroded by the allure of money. The every move of the three primitives was inscribed in their genes over millennia, forged through countless blood and tears, each muscle twitch imbued with the essence of life. After just a day of imitation and learning, he felt the aches of his body, once softened by modern comforts, beginning to transform. Upon their return to the cave, Yang Shuo was astonished to witness a remarkable scene. Qin Yunyan was being cared for by another woman. As the elder sister and the remaining women had gone foraging for wild fruit, at that moment, Qin Yunyan was scrawling on the ground with a twig, while the woman beside her watched intently, attempting to learn her sounds awkwardly. Qin Yunyun, are you teaching the primitives to speak? Yang Shuo couldn't help but inquire. Yes, I find communication too difficult, so why not teach them to speak? It would be much more convenient. Wouldn't it? Qin Yunyun's casual remarks struck Yang Shuo deeply. Suddenly thrust into this primitive world, everything felt alien. He had contemplated learning and assimilating into this realm, but had never considered what insights his modern intellect could offer it. Qin Yunyun, how do you find their learning pace? Yang Shuo asked. Very quickly. They are like blank slates, and they show great interest in language and writing. Qin Yunyun replied, oblivious to the historical significance of her actions, as she engaged in transforming human civilization on this planet. Good. Keep it up and aim to teach everyone, Yang Shuo encouraged, quietly trailing behind his elder brother as they returned to the woods once more. As the tribe expanded, so too did the demand for food. However, Yang Shuo soon experienced the harsh realities of survival in this primitive world. In the afternoon, their luck seemed to have run dry. As they searched endlessly for prey, with their first two attempts yielding no success, causing the deer and the primitive guinea pigs to scatter and evade capture, their third attempt proved to be the most perilous. While lying in wait, they encountered two prehistoric cheetahs. Although no one was harmed, they were forced to abandon their quarry in order to escape with their lives. Ultimately, they returned empty-handed, bearing only the fruits they had gathered along the way. Inside the cave, 4 women were gathered, listening to Qin Yunyun speak. Meat. Leek. No, it's meat. No, it's meat. Such an extraordinary scene captivated the attention of the elder brother and the others, especially since it was the first time the men returned home without a warm welcome. They sat at a distance, observing Qin Yunyun as she pointed to the neatly cut deer meat and a character inscribed on the ground, continuously repeating it. The allure of language proved boundless. As they gradually realized that this small sound and drawing could replace the meat in their hands, as if an invisible thread connected the 3 elements. Each syllable became a spell, breathing life into all objects: wood, stone, spear, and earth, each acquiring its own designation as a once chaotic world began to crystallize. Yang Shuo silently watched as the primitives became entranced by the charm of modern language and writing. They gradually distanced themselves from their primitive existence, evolving into a new breed of apprentice social beings. Fearing that the primitives would struggle to retain so much information, Qin Yunyun temporarily halted new lessons, focusing instead on consolidating what had been taught. After discussing with Yang Shuo, they decided to assign names to everyone based on their characteristics. The formidable chief was named Li, the amiable man was called Shi, the swiftest man was named Sun. The gentle elder sister was dubbed Ro, the smallest yet wisest woman was called Ji, the ordinary yet meticulous woman was named Wan, and Yang Shuo and Qin Yunyun were named Shuo and Yun, respectively. Naming individuals with single characters was a discovery made by Qin Yunyun through the learning process, as the primitives exhibited the greatest comprehension of single characters, before a comprehensive knowledge network could be established. Single characters were their sole means of communication. Only when their vocabulary expanded sufficiently would more complex expressions emerge. In the span of a few short days, the arrival of Yang Shuo and Qin Yunyun had irrevocably transformed this primitive tribe. With fire, they could consume cooked food and felt safer at night. With language, communication became more convenient. As Yang Shuo stood watch over the peacefully sleeping tribe, his heart brimmed with passion, eager to discover what sparks might ignite from the collision of modern humanity and primitive existence. Chapter 6. Ajar. After quenching his thirst at the riverbank, Yang Shuo hurriedly followed Brother Li on their journey once more. Here lies the riverbank, a mere half-hour's journey from the cave, the designated watering spot for the primitive people. Every day, they spent an entire hour merely to quench their thirst, which proved to be rather cumbersome. As Yang Shuo ambled back, he pondered ways to enhance their daily existence. And suddenly, memories of his childhood flooded back. Growing up in the countryside, he was unfamiliar with the concept of running water. His family would fetch water and store it in their household cistern, with a single trip sufficing for a fortnight. Now, vast amounts of time were squandered each day on this chore, and venturing out of their territory was undeniably perilous. Thus, an idea crystallized in his mind to construct a water cistern. The modern primitive tribe found itself in the Stone Age, possessing only 3 notable resources: stone tools, animal skin garments, and fire, the latter of which he had brought with him. Yang Shuo, lamented the glacial pace of the primitive people's evolution. Every step was a millennium in the making. He could not bear such sluggish progress and resolved to equip the primitives with an engine. Wait. Young Shuo began to call out exuberantly. Li, who was leading the group home, looked at him quizzically. The tasks had been completed, so why the delay? Chen Yunyun, follow me. Let us gather some river mud to fashion a few clay pots. Yang Shuo decisively pulled Chen Yunyun back to the riverside, with others trailing behind. Brother Shuo, what purpose do we have in making clay pots? Are we preparing for an exhibition? Chen Yunyun's wide, blinking eyes fixed on Yang Shuo, leaving him momentarily speechless. Had modern students become so disconnected from society? Yang Shuo shot her a glance. Making clay pots, dear sister. Do you not find it bothersome to venture out daily for water? Wouldn't it be splendid to have a cistern at home? With a single phrase, he awakened her from her stupor. Chen Yunyun suddenly realized that pottery could indeed serve a practical purpose. She had always regarded it as mere art. The two of them excavated several clumps of river mud, distributing substantial portions to the others who had followed. The primitive people, filled with curiosity, made their way back to the cave, the rhythmic sound of dripping mud accompanying them. Upon seeing the pile of river mud at the cave entrance, Li pointed at it, perplexed, and inquired, Shuo? Mud. Yang Shuo had long since recognized the primitive people's eagerness to learn. Since discovering the wondrous connection of syllables to the world around them, they would inquire about anything that lacked a representative term. Mud, Li nodded, observing as Yang Shuo kneaded the clay. The exterior of the river mud was damp, while the interior was somewhat drier. After nearly an hour of diligent effort, Yang Shuo managed to mold a single clay pot. Lacking any pottery-making skills, he was merely aware of the existence of such an object. After several attempts, he found it impossible to create a vessel of significant size. The soft river mud could not support a height beyond a certain point, and the pot represented the utmost limit of what could be achieved with the clay. After extensive contemplation, he resolved to adopt the simplest method, constructing a wall, carrying the river mud to a corner of the cave. Yang Shuo laid a base upon the ground and erected a 20-centimeter-high wall around it. He then brought in firewood to kindle a flame. As the flames danced upward, the mud wall exhaled tiny wisps of white vapor, the moisture evaporating rapidly. Yang Shuo stood nearby, clutching a small piece of mud, ready to make repairs should any cracks appear. After several additions of firewood, he finally perceived that the clay had transformed into pottery, exhibiting a rich, brick-red hue, resonating with a satisfying sound when struck with a wooden stick. Once the flames subsided and the temperature of the ceramic cooled, Yang Shuo commenced the second phase of his endeavor, raising the height by another 20 centimeters and reigniting the fire. Except for Chen Yunyun, the others wore expressions of bewilderment as twilight descended. When Chen Yunyun called for Yang Shuo to join them for dinner 3 times, he finally emerged from the cave after laboring for a considerable time. His face was smeared with soot, rendering his features nearly unrecognizable. Upon seeing the assembled group, Yang Shuo flashed a toothy grin, the gleam of his large, white teeth standing out against the encroaching darkness. Behold, a grand treasure, he exclaimed, raising his hand to reveal a clay pot, comparable in size to a garbage bin, approaching the fire. He passed the pot to the others, their eyes widening in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the soft, pliable mud had transformed into this brick-red vessel, which felt as solid as stone in their hands. It was as if they were beholding a rare gem. Astonishment and curiosity enveloped them all. After their meal, the contents of the cave left them utterly speechless. Even Chen Yunyun, who had been aware of Yang Shuo's intentions, gaped. In one corner of the cave stood a large pot, at waist height, though its shape was not entirely uniform, resembling 3 pieces hastily joined together. Yet, this was the tribe's inaugural piece of furniture, a cistern. Beside it lay another clay pot, and the river mud they had brought back ultimately bestowed upon the tribe 1 piece of furniture and 2 utensils. Yang Shuo had smoothed the interior of the water cistern with mud to ensure it would not leak, meticulously removing the ash from the firewood and cleaning the remaining bits with more mud, allowing them to fill it with water the following day. Although they were uncertain of Yang Shuo's ultimate purpose for this creation, the seemingly miraculous ability to transform mud into stone captivated them all. Even Li's gaze toward Yang Shuo shifted. This tribesman consistently introduced remarkably different innovations. That very night, Yang Shuo tirelessly fashioned a wooden pole using a stone axe, incorporating the vines he already possessed to create a carrying yoke. beneath which he balanced 2 clay pots. The following day, a comical scene unfolded as Li and the others mistook this for Yang Shua's newly invented weapon. It was not until he returned carrying water that they were left utterly astonished. The primitive people, too, had ways of transporting water. For instance, when Chun Yunyun was nursing an injury, the women would fetch water from the river by cutting a leafy branch from a tree and soaking it sufficiently before bringing it back, often leaving only a few drops by the time they reached the cave. Li, mud. Under Yang Shua's guidance, they gathered river mud once more and returned to the cave. Thus, the primitive tribe entered the era of pottery. Clay pots, bowls, lids. Yang Shua experimented with all conceivable items, ultimately discovering that everything needed to be air-dried after shaping to avoid rapid moisture loss during firing, which could lead to cracking. Among these creations, the one that brought Chun Yunyun the most joy was undoubtedly a clay potas. Various pottery emerged. Primitive tribes experienced a culinary revolution. Yang Shua set up a pot, poured in water, and added meat along with some gathered dried fruits, creating a delectable broth. The primitive people, akin to kindergarten children, sat around with ceramic bowls in hand, eagerly awaiting Yang Shua to distribute the savory soup. This period of life left Chun Yunyun, the young girl, in despair. The method of salt intake that Yang Shua found intolerable was even more challenging for her. However, with the advent of pots and bowls, Yang Shua transformed the coagulated blood into blood tofu by immersing it in hot water, finally rescuing her. The meat broth and blood tofu garnered the admiration of even the primitive people. Although the technological revolution ushered in an improved way of living, a persistent issue plagued Yang Shua and Chun Yunyun. The modern human digestive system appeared exceedingly fragile. Their prolonged monotonous diet led to varying degrees of constipation for both. Yang Shua had observed the feces of the primitives, and there were notable differences. Their excrement was evidently drier, with much of the moisture absorbed to counteract the loss. Despite the drier stools, the primitives did not suffer from constipation, nor did they require wiping, much like all other animals. Chun Yunyun had often lamented that both she and Yang Shua resorted to using leaves, yet the issue of constipation was intensifying. Yang Shua felt he had gone days without relief, which brought him considerable discomfort, prompting him to consider altering their dietary habits to mirror those of the primitives. Beyond these embarrassing predicaments, another unforeseen issue was stealthily approaching, even driving the tribe to the brink of survival. Chapter 7. Night Raid on the Primitive Tribe. The weather gradually turned cooler. According to Yang Shua's perception, it was autumn when they first arrived in this primitive world, and now, after some time, the surrounding leaves were turning yellow and beginning to fall, signaling the imminent arrival of winter. Yang Shua was uncertain how the primitives endured the winter, but recent hunting conditions had become dire. The woodland creatures were dwindling in number. Some birds had already migrated to warmer locales, and their primary prey, the wild deer and primitive guinea pigs, had significantly decreased as they too prepared to migrate. Today marked a day of fruitless hunting. There was hardly any game to be seen in the forest, and even the herds of wild buffalo and mustangs by the riverside seemed to be gathering, likely preparing to leave. Faced with a meager evening meal, the primitive tribe fell into silence, subsisting on only a few seeds from trees and wild grasses, which was clearly insufficient. That night, Li called everyone together to convey his intent. They too would migrate, following the ancestral route to a warmer and more bountiful land. After a simple meal of dried fruits, Yang Shua retired, feeling an uncomfortable emptiness in his stomach that made sleep elusive. As he lay there in a daze, a sudden roar erupted from the cave entrance. Having hunted alongside the primitives for nearly a month, Yang Shua sprang up, grasping his stone spear and rushing outside. Accompanying him were Li and Shuo, as the cave's occupants raised their spears and shouted at the open space, utilizing the glow from the campfire. Yang Shua glanced into the distance, where pairs of green eyes flickered back and forth. Approximately a dozen, by rough estimate. The group leaned against the cave, brandishing their stone spears in confrontation with the pack of beasts. Gradually, silhouettes emerged in the firelight. They were a pack of prairie wolves. Before Yang Shua arrived at the primitive tribe, all food consumed had been raw, quickly distributed, and then cleansed of blood with grass juice. However, since the advent of fire, the preparation time for food had lengthened, and the scent of roasted meat mingled with the metallic tang of blood wafted into the air during times of abundance. Wolves and leopards would hesitate to attack humans due to their weaponry, But now, as winter approached and food became scarce, the wolves had gone too long without a meal. The gathering of wild buffalo and mustangs meant even the enraged buffalo could fend off a pack of wolves, leaving the mere 8 individuals of the primitive tribe vulnerable. As the wolf pack closed in, all, including Qin Yunyan, gathered at the cave entrance, clutching their stone spears. Yang Shuo felt his calves tremble slightly. He had navigated his journey thus far without encountering significant danger, but now, encircled by a dozen ferocious wolves, he felt the precariousness of his situation for the first time. The fire crackled as the wolves advanced. When they drew near enough, the wood in the campfire cracked loudly, sounding a charge. In an instant, the wolves lunged forward like flashes of green lightning. Yang Shuo had never anticipated becoming prey. A foul stench struck him before he could react, as a gray wolf leaped at him. Instinctively, he thrust his spear forward, but the wolf twisted in midair, narrowly avoiding the spearhead, and sank its teeth into Yang Shuo's arm, feeling acute pain in his arm. Yang Shuo swung his spear and struck the gray wolf, which was robust as an arm's width, causing it to break. The wolf yelped and released its grip, allowing Yang Shuo to kick it away. Freeing himself, Yang Shuo was the least experienced. Nearby, Li and the others brandished their spears, keeping the wolves at bay, even wounding some that dared to approach. However, the sheer number of wolves proved overwhelming to protect the women. The 4 of them bore the brunt of the assault, while the relentless wolves gradually breached their defenses. Yang Shuo felt several bites on his body. Fortunately, his thick clothing offered some protection, but he still experienced sharp pains in his calves. Meanwhile, Li and the others lacked such armor, bloodied and wounded, while the women behind them had also sustained minor injuries. Yet, through mutual protection, no one suffered fatal wounds. The scent of blood further incited the wolves' ferocity. After the initial wave of attacks yielded no success, the pack charged with even greater madness. Yang Shuo hurled wolves away with his spear, occasionally using broken branches with sharp ends to stab. Managing to incapacitate 2 or 3 wolves as he fought, Yang Shuo roared in fury, feeling as though he were amidst a grand battle, standing resolute like a rock in a torrent. His blood surged. He gasped for air, his heart pounding fiercely, the rush of adrenaline heightening his senses. The others around him echoed beastly growls, fighting with all their might. Despite their combined efforts, the wolves were too numerous. Yang Shuo even spotted more pairs of eyes emerging in the distance, indicating the pack was growing. Just as the battle reached its peak, Yang Shuo inadvertently kicked the campfire, sending burning wood flying. The wolves scattered momentarily, granting him a fleeting respite. In those 2 precious seconds, a revelation struck Yang Shuo like lightning, prompting him to turn and shout, "Qin Yunyan, quickly dismantle the fire and throw it out. Set the forest ablaze." Startled by the pack of wolves, Qin Yunyan was jolted back to her senses by Yang Shuo's thunderous shout. She hurriedly agreed and rushed to his side, disregarding the sweltering heat. As she seized a burning branch and flung it away, each thrown piece of wood scattered the wolves in their path, landing a short distance away, and the flickering flames temporarily shielded those nearby from danger. Surrounding them were fallen twigs and leaves, mingled with the underbrush on the ground, which formed the finest kindling. With the chilling night wind, the flames began to spread, growing ever more vigorous. Yang Shuo felt the brightness intensifying before him. The flames unfurled 2 meters away, intimidating the wolves and significantly diminishing their assault. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Shuo dashed forward, grabbing a few more branches to hurl, the dancing flames serving as the sharpest of blades, causing the wolves to retreat wherever they passed. Once the area was illuminated by the firelight, the wolf pack finally relented. Their innate fear of flames combined with the desperate resistance of Yang Shuo and the others rendered this primitive tribe untouchable. Soon, the gray wolves encircling them vanished into the darkness beyond the firelight. Watching the gradually dispersing pack, Yang Shuo finally let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground, his hands throbbing with intense pain. Causing his face to involuntarily twitch, with the flickering firelight, he examined his palms. Aside from a few bites from the wolves, he also bore some degree of burns, as in his moment of desperation. He had directly grasped the flaming leaves, scalding his hands. It was only after the crisis had passed that he became aware of the pain. Besides his hands, he noticed that his pants had become tattered rags, riddled with holes of various sizes, and his legs were smeared with blood. Li, Shuo, and Sun fared even worse. Their animal skins had only protected their torsos, leaving their arms and legs covered in bloody wounds. Like Yang Shuo, they sat weakly on the ground, gasping for breath, while the women, with the exception of Chun Yunyun, had been fiercely protected, suffering only minor bites to their calves, yet their bodies were drenched in blood. Shuo Ge! Fire! Fire! Before young Shuo could catch his breath, Chun Yunyun shrieked, pointing towards the distant flames that were beginning to spread. Young Shuo glanced over and sprang to his feet as if propelled by a spring. The flames were indeed spreading, and the ground was littered with dry leaves. If left unattended, it would undoubtedly ignite a forest fire, incinerating them all. Grasping a wooden stick, young Shuo dashed forward, swiftly clearing away the distant leaves. Shi and the others followed suit, and under young Shuo's direction, they established a firebreak. Young Shuo removed his clothing to use as a tool, extinguishing the flames he'd ignited. The fire spread rapidly, and Chun Yunyun and the others repeatedly emerged from the cave with water. Ultimately, through everyone's collective effort, they managed to isolate the fire from the woods, leaving the remaining flames to rage in the clearing until, after sweeping away all the dry twigs and leaves, they reluctantly extinguished. The sky in the distance gradually lightened, and thick smoke enveloped the area in front of the cave, choking everyone into fits of coughing. That moment, young Shuo could no longer sustain himself. The 2 bouts of exertion had drained all his strength, and his legs trembled uncontrollably as he sat on the ground, waves of pain crashing over him, his vision fading to black. I hope the primitive world is free of rabies, he mused softly before slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 8. The Conservation Law of Hunting. When young Shuo awoke once more, he found himself lying in the cave. Upon seeing him regain consciousness, Chun Yunyun hurriedly brought him a bowl of water. At that moment, young Shuo felt as if his throat were on fire, and he bent over to drink deeply until he felt somewhat better. Today, he had once again witnessed the formidable vitality of primitive people, compelling him to admire the greatness of his ancestors. Li, Shi, and Sin, who bore even greater injuries than he, were now lively and well, their bodies bound with straw vines, with crushed herbs beneath the vines. After resting, everyone regained their mobility, but the prospect of hunting was a futile dream. All were wounded, and such a physically demanding activity was impossible to undertake. Although the wolf pack's assault had not annihilated this small tribe, the scarcity of food was gradually cornering them into a dire situation. Everyone labored tirelessly to gather edible items, grass seeds, fruits from trees, and if fortunate, they could unearth tubers from the ground. However, prolonged gathering and the consumption of resources meant that the items available around them fell far short of meeting the tribe's needs, especially as everyone required energy to recuperate from their injuries. Under normal circumstances, this primitive tribe should have perished. The women could not gather enough food, and the men, injured, could only force themselves to hunt. The food shortage made it increasingly difficult to find prey, and if they encountered equally starving wild beasts, escape would be impossible. The end result would be a gradual decline in the tribe's numbers until it vanished entirely. Young Shuo sensed a palpable atmosphere of despair spreading through the tribe. Li had attempted several times to drag his injured body out to hunt, but was repeatedly stopped by Ro and others. Li's dark face was furrowed with worry, and he finally sighed deeply, sitting outside the cave. Young Shuo also felt this pessimistic sentiment as he observed the weary return of the others, their collective haul amounting to barely a bowl of food, a meager pile of roots and grass seeds resting on a stone. During the hunting process, he had not been unaware of the herd of wild buffalo and wild horses by the riverbank, but after he expressed his thoughts, Li had rejected his proposal. It was as if the attack they had endured the previous night demonstrated an unyielding conservation law of hunting. As the food chain progressed, the number of predators inevitably dwindled. A solitary primitive jungle leopard could only hunt the deer and primitive guinea pigs of the forest, with a ratio of approximately 1:15. Humans were even weaker, with 2 primitive individuals equating to 1 primitive cheetah. Thus they could only hunt deer, guinea pigs, and other smaller prey. In contrast, herds of wild buffalo and wild horses numbered in the hundreds. And the grasslands teemed with primitive thylacines, giant hyenas, and other predators, with packs of wolves numbering in the dozens needed to hunt buffalo and horses. If their numbers were insufficient, they would only encounter the weak, old, or sickly, ultimately leading to their being trampled into paste by the enraged herds. As winter approached, the buffalo and horse herds would migrate, coalescing into massive groups of thousands. The wolf and dog packs could no longer divide their prey as usual, drastically reducing their hunting success rate, which had resulted in the attack from the previous night. Each winter, both predators and prey experienced significant population declines during the lengthy migration, a natural law, unless unexpected circumstances arose. Yang Shua's tribe would be on that year's list of casualties. However, Yang Shua was not a primitive man. After contemplating for a while, he decided to seek out Li. Observing Li's despondent demeanor, Yang Shua felt he had aged significantly. The once formidable primitive man now exuded no spirit whatsoever to Li. "I have a solution." Li, sitting on the ground, lifted his head to look at him, although he did not comprehend the meaning of the word solution. Yang Shua, who frequently brought miracles to the tribe, instilled a sense of hope within him. "Shuo, the meat is gone." Li reiterated this statement, and Yang Shua understood that it meant the food was depleted. "Let us go. I have a way." He pulled Li up from the ground and called for Shuo and Sun. The three men quietly followed Yang Shua, striving to grasp the meaning of the word solution. Thus, they made their way to the grassland, where a dark mass was slowly moving in the distance, the migrating herds of wild buffalo and wild horses. After observing the herd's migration direction from a high vantage point, Yang Shua devised a plan. He intended to dig a trap along the animal's path. They could not hunt, but they could certainly lure the prey into a snare. In addition to observing the herd's movement, he also spotted the pack of thylacines that had attacked their tribe the previous night. As the prey congregated, the predators correspondingly began to gather. Today, the three wolf packs on the grassland had merged into one, numbering approximately 70 or 80, but still far too few compared to the herd's 1 wolf pack, 1 giant hyena pack, and 1 primitive lion pride. They needed to avoid these groups while setting traps, as they were not yet strong enough to confront them. Yet Yang Shua vowed he would take revenge one day. Leading the group to the other side of the forest, they arrived at the route the herds would take. In about a day and a half or 2 days, the herds would reach this spot. Under Yang Shua's direction, the group began to dig into the ground. Lacking shovels, they struggled with sharpened sticks, having to loosen the soil with their makeshift tools before scooping it out with their hands. Fortunately, with 4 people working together and Yang Shua bringing 2 clay pots, they spent an entire day digging a 2-meter-deep pit. Yang Shua used a stone axe to cut numerous branches from the trees, gently placing them over the pit, laying down leaves, and sprinkling the excavated soil on top. Finally, he gathered dry grass from afar to cover the pit, striving to restore the area to its original appearance. The primitive individuals were puzzled as to why Yang Shua had brought them to dig a pit and to decorate it so elaborately. The grassland was barren, and they wondered what purpose a pit would serve. With a perplexed expression on their faces, Yang Shua and his companions returned to the cave once more. Along the way, they were fortunate enough to encounter several desiccated fruits and a few grass seeds. Having these meager provisions was certainly preferable to enduring hunger. In the ensuing days, it was only natural that they encountered no game, and the solitary instance of spotting a roebuck in the woods ended in disappointment, as their severely injured state rendered them unable to launch a successful spear throw, allowing the roebuck to escape unscathed. However, fortune smiled upon them as they stumbled upon the burrows of hibernating mice, from which they extracted a considerable quantity of grass seeds, alleviating the tribe's famine, albeit marginally. Each day, Yang Shua led his companions to inspect the traps he had set. Yet the migration of the beast herds was slower than anticipated, likely due to their vast numbers. On the 3rd day, a dark silhouette finally emerged from the distant hillside point. 2 enormous antlers, robust limbs, and a coat of glossy black fur revealed the presence of a wild bull, the leader of the herd. The herd moved slowly forward. They gradually approached the traps laid by Yang Shua, their substantial mass completely covering the grasslands below, ensuring that some unfortunate creature would inevitably fall victim. Just as Yang Shua was musing over this, chaos erupted among the herd ahead. From a distance, he could see a small circle forming in the midst of the animals, with several wild bulls mooing anxiously. It was unclear how many had fallen into the trap, but it was certain that some had. The members of his group, including Li, stood in stunned disbelief. They had never anticipated that the large pit would prove effective. A novel term had begun to take shape in their minds, method, which Yang Shua later clarified was synonymous with hole. Though a few wild bulls had indeed fallen into the trap, the herd did not cease its movement. Gradually, the majority passed by, leaving only a small group of about a dozen wild bulls around the trap, likely remnants of their original faction mingling with those ensnared. Even this small number of wild bulls was far beyond what the injured members of the group could confront. They dared not engage, and thus they could only bide their time, awaiting the moment when the bulls would inevitably disperse. That afternoon, an unexpected event unfolded. Hastening this process, Yang Shua's trap had inadvertently isolated a small faction from the vast herd. And the predators following the migration of the beasts quickly recognized this fortuitous opportunity. What transpired next was merciless. Stripped of their protective numbers, the dozen wild bulls were overwhelmed by an onslaught of hyenas, vanishing without a trace, while the bulls trapped within the pit were left untouchable by the ravenous pack, which continued its migration alongside the herd. Young Shuo remained vigilant atop the hillside, observing until the wolf and hyena packs, along with the lion pride, departed the plains. Only then did he dare approach his trap. This successful ambush yielded 1.5 wild bulls. 2 had fallen, one at the bottom and another caught midway, the latter having been partially torn apart by the hunting dogs, while the remaining half remained with the now petrified wild bull at the pit's base. Despite having mentally prepared for this eventuality, the bounty was still overwhelming. Yang Shuo fashioned a stretcher from vines, dispatched the wild bull at the bottom of the pit, and painstakingly dismembered the carcass, making 3 trips to haul everything back. That evening, the entire group savored the most sumptuous meal they had enjoyed in a long time. This successful hunt shattered the limits of primitive existence. From this day forth, Yang Shuo would lead his tribe out of the constraints of the food chain. They were no longer mere predators adhering to the laws of hunting. They were humans. Chapter 9. The united slaughter of the half-wild bull reawakened this tribe, and with ample food, Yang Shuo noticed a marked improvement in the recovery of everyone's injuries. Beyond healing, an urgent matter arose. An impending migration had been delayed for over a week due to a wolf pack's assault, and now, the surroundings were devoid of life aside from hibernating animals, leaving them at a significant disadvantage. In addition to crafting weapons, Yang Shuo utilized the inedible beef to create jerky using clay pots and fashioned several ceramic gourds, which he tied with vines for carrying water. The pinnacle of technology within the tribe was the backpack he had brought from the future, now repurposed to transport vital supplies. Filled to the brim with jerky, the accumulated hides of cattle and deer were tailored by Chun into several sleeves and leg guards, providing warmth to the primitive people. This attack had also made her acutely aware of the importance of protective gear, particularly as the weather turned increasingly frigid. The tribe watched Yang Shuo and Chun busily at work. They felt an unprecedented sense of security and excitement. In previous years, their migrations had been forced, dictated by dwindling food supplies and the movements of the beast herds. They scavenged during predator attacks on the herds, struggling to survive. However, this time, an array of novel items emerged from the cave: arm guards, leg protectors, water bottles, and bags woven from vines. Each member was being equipped by Yang Shuo and Chun. Thus, at dawn the following day, the group shouldered their burdens and commenced the first migration of the new humans. The tracks of the vast herd were easy to follow, especially with Li, the master tracker. In their midst, despite some delays, they ultimately caught up with the main group by twilight. The time spent outside had been excruciatingly challenging, even with Yang Shuo's thorough preparations. Everyone endured considerable hardship. In addition to the necessity of traveling day and night to catch up with the herd, they must also navigate the paths of predators such as wolves, becoming a ghostly third party wandering on the fringes. As the weather grows increasingly frigid and darkness descends, the bison herd ahead, along with the wild horses even further ahead, now rests. A day's arduous journey has exhausted all the animals. Just before nightfall, Yang Shuo experiences the first snowfall since his crossing. Flakes of snow, as fluffy as goose feathers, fall gently, quickly blanketing the earth in a pristine white. However, their food supplies had been depleted 2 days prior, leaving them with no choice but to wait for the opportune moment. The congregation of cattle serves to intimidate predators. As long as the herd remains united, hunters will find it impossible to capture their prey. Furthermore, the gathered animals provide warmth, taking turns to shield against the biting wind in the midst of the heavy snowfall, ensuring a comfortable temperature within the center of the herd. Snowflakes settle upon the backs of the bison, swiftly melting away under the warmth of their bodies, while a faint mist of steam mingles with the falling snow above the herd, creating a hazy scene. Within this haze, a grand joint hunt is brewing. The pace of the bison and wild horses slows to a crawl, merely inching forward as the night deepens. The only sound is that of snow falling. In the early hours, when all creatures are at their most relaxed and weary, the predators spring into action. If orchestrated, groups of fierce beasts burst forth from the snowdrifts surrounding the herd. Primitive dingoes and giant hyenas charge from either side, while, in front, a small pride of primitive lions also leaps into the fray. Though the lions number only 5 or 6, Their presence is far more formidable than that of the wolves, striking like a sharp sword aimed directly at the herd. Instantly, the entire herd is roused. An eruption of sounds fills the night sky as the dingoes and hyenas launch their assault from both flanks. The herd attempts to accelerate to escape, but having just rested, they cannot muster the speed required. The herd resembles a bloated maggot, sluggishly writhing, while the wolves and hyenas close in point one by one. They leap onto the backs of the bison, their claws sinking deep, leaving trails of blood as the wolves clamp down on the bison's neck. More dingoes and hyenas join the fray, inflicting injuries upon the herd, which descends into chaos. The bison at the forefront begin to pick up speed, but the rear, thrown into disarray, cannot match the pace, and the distance between the two groups widens. The final act of this hunt is marked by the incursion of the primitive lions, whose few numbers target the very junction where the main and smaller groups connect. With a single charge, they sever the link between the two, effectively isolating thousands of bison from the main body. After a period of migration, the various herds have merged into a collective of over 30,000. While the groups of predators, including dingoes, have also converged, forming nearly 100 fierce units. It is this amalgamation of predators that acts like a steel blade, carving chunks of flesh from the herd. Young Shuo remains oblivious to the reasons behind the seamless cooperation among the disparate predator species, yet the reality is clear. Without collaboration, no carnivorous group could hope to divide such a vast herd. What follows is a massacre, one-sided and relentless. Without the protection of the main group, the nearly 1,000 bison lose their former might, being ruthlessly torn apart by the onslaught of hunters. Groups of 2 or 3 dingoes surround each bison, driving the hapless creatures into a frenzy, resulting in a cacophony of blood, wolf howls, dog barks, lion roars, and the agonized bellows of the bison, weaving together a symphony of slaughter in the early dawn. The carnage continues until the sun rises, with nearly half of the bison slaughtered. Those that remain escape through the weak points of the encirclement after the predators have gorged themselves, scattering across the snowy plains in small groups. Starkly visible against the white backdrop that moment, Yang Shua's tribe finally springs into action. The time has come, as the weakened bison, separated from the main body due to the predator's assault, become their target. They track the weakest of the weak. Ahead lies a solitary bison, even more so, a wounded one. This bison bears a gaping wound on its back, deep enough to expose bone, likely inflicted during the assault. Yet it has miraculously escaped the jaws of its hunters. However, its luck appears to have run out, as Yang Shuo and his companions follow it from a distance. At this moment, Yang Shuo feels a profound admiration for Li. For it is under his guidance that he witnessed the high-level slaughter of the previous night, and it is also through Li's leadership that they have located the most suitable prey. The bison is already severely weakened, its injuries taking a toll, and having strayed from the main herd, it is vulnerable to the cold winds that will swiftly drain its remaining strength. Meanwhile, Yang Shuo and his companions wrap themselves in deerskin blankets. Though still suffering from hunger and cold, they are faring better than the unfortunate bison. As they draw closer, Yang Shuo observes the bison's condition. Snowflakes land upon its back, slowly melting and mixing with blood, while it digs through the snow to expose and consume the dry grass beneath. The moment they had long prepared for arrives, and the group launches their attack, with Li being the first to strike. A stone spear flies through the air, perhaps due to a night of frantic running and the biting cold, or perhaps the loss of blood has dulled the bison's reactions, but the spear embeds itself directly into the bison's body. Suddenly beset, the bison abandons its forage in a frantic attempt to flee, but soon it feels the second, third, and fourth pains. Through extensive training and practice, Yang Shua's hunting skills have rapidly improved, and he follows Li's lead, launching 4 stone spears into the bison's flesh in succession. Before commencing the second and third rounds of attack, each member of the group carried 2 spears before departing, totaling 16. The pitiful bison has not gotten far before it is pierced through like a porcupine, ultimately collapsing into the snow. When Yang Shuo and his companions approach, it has yet to draw its final breath, its wide eyes staring in terror, panting heavily in the snow. Although he has witnessed many hunts, this scene still stirs something within Yang Shuo and Shun Yunyun. Such is the law of the jungle. Survival of the fittest. Li lunges forward, thrusting his spear into the bison's eye, plunging it deep to end its suffering. After which the feast for all begins. Despite their initial reluctance, Yang Shuo, and Chen Yunyun are compelled to accept the steaming blood of the bison. They are not in a cave, and have no choice but to replenish their energy and salt. Even finding solace in the raw meat after days of hunger, raw is better than nothing. After all, aren't the Japanese fond of sashimi? As Yang Shuo chews on the fresh, bloody meat, he notices Chen Yunyun beside him. Tears streaming down her face, he understands that such a life is far too harsh for an 18-year-old girl. Yet this is the stark reality of the primitive world. Yang Shuo had initially believed that bringing so many supplies would allow the primitives to live well. But he now realizes that he has done far too little. As he savors the strange taste in his mouth, a sense of bitterness wells up within him, mingling with the bison meat as he swallows it down. Yunyun, it won't always be like this. Humanity should not endure such a fate. Chapter 10. Kindred. Seizing the moment while the bison's corpse remains warm, the group enjoys a hearty meal. The remaining meat is divided and left in the snow, quickly freezing into solid blocks, each person carrying a portion. Throughout their journey, Yang Shuo remains silent. A winter has thoroughly shattered the pride he once held as he gazes at the primitive individuals before him. He cannot fathom that they once traversed the snowy expanse clad in animal skins and barefoot, driven by the relentless struggle for survival and effort he cannot emulate. In the days that follow, they once again catch up to the migrating herd. Like other well-fed beasts, they greedily eye the massive gathering, trailing behind the dingoes and giant hyenas in search of leftovers. The end of the migration route is now within reach. The group settles on a wind-sheltered slope, and under Yang Shuo's guidance, they dig a half-buried cellar, covering it with surplus animal skin blankets before lighting a fire, the first in over 10 days. The cellar and hillside shield them from the harsh winds, and Yang Shuo fills a gourd with snow, boiling it over the fire to share with everyone. The aroma of roasting bison meat wafts through the air. The flickering flames cast light upon Li's rugged face, the chief of this small tribe, who watches Yang Shuo busily, lost in thought. Shuo, eat the meat. Li handed the roasted beef to Yang Shuo, who, without a moment's hesitation, took it and took a bite, leaving Chen Yunyun and the others in a state of shock. Although there was no clear hierarchical division akin to a wolf pack, the customary food distribution within the tribe dictated that the chief should take the first bite. By offering the meat to Yang Shuo, Li was bestowing a form of recognition. A tacit silence enveloped the group. At that moment, as Yang Shuo stepped outside to gather more snow, he suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell? There's someone." This startling shout pulled everyone into a state of alarm. Li, gripping his stone spear with bared teeth, prepared for battle, yet he found no immediate danger around him. "Shuo?" Li inquired. Puzzled, Yang Shuo, dropping the gourd in his hands, pointed toward a distant hillside, exclaiming, "Over there! Over there!" Everyone followed the direction of his finger, and in the inky darkness, they discerned an orange glow flickering on the distant slope, a clear sign of a human-made fire. The sudden discovery of fellow beings thrilled Yang Shuo. From his extensive hunting experience, he understood that population equated to power, and that it was the most vital resource. Many of his thoughts could only be realized upon reaching a certain population threshold. "Li, there are people over there. Should we take a look?" Yang Shuo gradually articulated his request, seeking Li's opinion. Surprisingly, Li outright rejected him. "People, bad, don't go." Yang Shuo was taken aback by this abrupt refusal. He sensed the resistance in Li's tone. "Why? No. Meat, eat people, bad." The words struck Yang Shuo dumb, the implication of cannibalism hitting him like a thunderclap. Chen Yunyun, observing Li's expression, understood that he was not jesting. "Li, do you eat people?" "No. People eat people." Li glanced at Yang Shuo, who felt an immense relief wash over him. He grappled with how to express his thoughts. This was the answer he had yearned for. He was uncertain how to proceed if the person he had been living with was indeed a cannibal. "Li, shall we go take a look? You and I?" Yang Shuo pressed again, judging by Li's reaction. Not all primitive people resorted to cannibalism. If the individuals across the way were similar to them, perhaps it would be worthwhile to initiate contact. After much contemplation, Li ultimately acquiesced to Yang Shuo's request. The two donned deer skins and set forth with their stone spears. Choosing a hillside sheltered from the wind, they moved stealthily, knowing that those on the opposite side could not see their approach. Alleviating concerns of an ambush, following Li, the master hunter, Yang Shuo successfully approached the vicinity of the fire on the slope, shielded by the biting wind and heavy snowfall, remaining undetected. From a distance, they spotted a modest stone wall, protruding rocks providing a near-perfect cover. Before the wall, a bonfire blazed fiercely, with something skewered above it, surrounded by seated figures. In a nearby corner, 4 or 5 individuals sat quietly, huddled together. Upon witnessing this, Yang Shuo's heart sank. The twisted object roasting over the fire was distinctly small, not resembling wild cattle or horses. A chilling realization dawned upon him. Meanwhile, Li, breathing softly, remained motionless in the snow, fixated on the scene before them. They crawled a bit closer, finally revealing the grim tableau below. The figure being roasted was a child of tender age, while the individuals in the wall's corner were tightly bound with ropes. Eyes shut, curled up together for warmth. The appearance of those seated around the fire starkly contrasted with Li and his kin. Their cheekbones were reminiscent of modern humans, yet their jaws jutted forward. Resembling that of gorillas, they were evidently a different breed of primitive people, and Yang Shuo sensed a peculiar dread emanating from them, as though an invisible force pressed against his heart, instilling a profound fear. Later, Yang Shuo would learn that this primitive world was home to more than one kind of primitive human. Due to the scattered distribution of tribes across the continent, subtle differences existed among them. However, they could broadly be categorized into 2 types: those who practiced cannibalism and those who did not. As a modern individual, Yang Shuo understood that consuming one's kind would yield significant transformations. Although no specific studies delineated these changes, the act of cannibalism seemed cursed, easily identifiable, much like the wild men ahead. Before he could even muster anger, Li pulled Yang Shuo back. The two were silent on their return journey to the tribe. Upon arriving, Li swiftly extinguished the tribe's bonfire and sat in stillness. Observing their cautious demeanor, Chen Yunyun shivered, realizing that something terrifying had transpired. Shuo Ge, do they really eat people? Chen Yunyun's voice trembled slightly. Without responding, Yang Shuo nodded and retreated into the cellar. Watching the quietly in the corner, he could no longer contain himself. Li, we must save them, Yang Shuo declared resolutely. Li glanced at him. The atmosphere in the pitch-dark cellar thick with tension. While Shi and Sun held their breaths, Li's voice floated softly into the air. 12. If there were 12 men on the other side, and they had only 4. It was clear to Yang Shuo that they could not save them. Furthermore, in the distance, 3 or 4 women from the cannibal tribe likely awaited. The enemy's strength far outweighed their own, and for the sake of the tribe's survival, they could not intervene. They must flee quickly. Yang Shuo fell silent, grappling with the notion of becoming a saint, contemplating whether to risk the tribe's safety for the sake of a few unknown lives. Yet, the image of the child's tragic fate and the primitive humans struggling to survive weighed heavily on his conscience. He believed he was right. To survive, they could not simply flee. They must resist. They might escape this encounter, but eventually, they would confront the cannibal tribe again. Could they always evade danger? As he wrestled with these thoughts, a wolf's howl echoed through the night sky, deep and resonant, shattering the silence like a stone cast into a still lake. Li, I have a plan. Chapter 11. Come, strategize. A plan. Dig a pit. No. Li shook his head. Refusing once more, Yang Shuo felt the flicker of hope within him extinguished. When did a plan devolve into merely digging a pit? Not digging a pit. Another method. Everyone, gather around. Let us strategize. Yang Shuo called everyone together. Eager to share his ideas. In the end, Yang Shuo managed to persuade Li. He believed Li would consent to save the captives, as he had previously rescued him and Chen Yunyun, 2 strangers. How could he now allow so many to be devoured? As they approached the migration's end, both herds of beasts and packs of wolves dissipated significantly, and the temperature rose considerably. The snow from the previous night began to melt, revealing patches of green grass below, where wild bison, horses, and deer grazed freely. The group spent the entire day capturing 2 deer, swiftly processing them on sight. Before the bad wolves and giant hyenas could discover them, only a puddle of blood remained. Aside from the necessary prey, Yang Shuo also gathered numerous wooden sticks from the nearby forest. That day, in a secluded spot, they rendered the fat from beneath the deer skins to prepare for winter. All herbivores had accumulated a thick layer of subcutaneous fat, and the fat rendered from the 2 deer filled nearly half a pot. Yang Shuo cut open his deer skin blanket, wrapping it around a wooden stick, coating it with fat to create a torch. The group worked diligently until the deer fat was entirely consumed. In addition to rendering deer fat, their gourds were filled to the brim with deer blood. The 2 unfortunate deer met their fate at the hands of Li and Shi, while Yang Shuo and Sun collected the blood in gourds, leaving nothing behind. The remaining venison was thoroughly divided among them. wrapped in blankets and carried on their backs. With everything prepared, darkness once again enveloped the land. Yang Shuo had ceased to contemplate how many lives he might still save. He recognized the perilous nature of his initial benevolence, which could very well spell doom for the entire tribe. His thoughts had shifted to a singular focus on slaughter. These primitive beings had long ceased to be regarded as human. He sought vengeance for the fallen, and the fate of those who might still be rescued would depend solely on their luck. As time progressed into the night, under Li's guidance, the four of them stealthily approached the hillside where the cannibal tribe resided. A day's passage had melted half the snow, leaving patches of white and black on the ground, which proved advantageous for concealment. Along the way, they had utilized 2 gourds of deer blood, strewing it along their path. To prevent the blood from freezing, Yang Shuo and his companions clutched the gourds closely to their bodies. Although the blood would soon congeal, the scent had already wafted far afield by the time they arrived near the cannibal tribe's enclave. Fatigue had set in. In addition to the 4 gourds of deer blood, they carried 4 bundles of ice, each encasing chunks of shredded venison, doused in melted snow water and frozen into solid lumps. Though heavy, this effectively masked the pungent aroma of the meat. The group dared not approach the cannibal tribe too closely, opting instead to conceal themselves at a distance to rest. In the vicinity, 2 burly guards kept watch, though their vigilance was lackadaisical, as few beasts would dare attack a large tribe of nearly 20. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Shuo and Su had left trails of deer blood at numerous spots along their journey, all leading to their current hillside. They had stirred up at least 2 or 3 sizable packs of bag wolves and giant hyenas. The 4 of them remained in wait, not as the vanguard, but allowing the beasts to be the harbingers of chaos. This was Yang Shuo's strategy of using tigers to eliminate wolves. As the night deepened, Li suddenly awoke from a feigned slumber and nudged Yang Shuo and the others. Emerging from their earthen pit, Yang Shuo scanned the surroundings along the slope, where pairs of glowing green eyes began to materialize, sending a shiver down his spine as memories of being besieged by bag wolves resurfaced. At that moment, burdened with venison and clutching their ceramic gourds, they crept forward. 2 cannibal tribesmen dozed with their stone spears in hand, while a fire continued to burn in the tribe's midst. Surrounding them, the cannibals huddled together for warmth, and the corners of their encampment bore witness to the disappearance of 2 more of their kin, evidently victims of foul play. Now, the onus fell upon Li, the tribe's most formidable hunter. Silently, he crawled through the snow, his right hand raised with a stone spear, executing a characteristic maneuver. In an instant, a sharp whistle sliced through the night air, traversing over 10 meters to impale the sleeping tribesman. Pinning him to the ground, a blood-curdling scream shattered the night's tranquility, prompting Yang Shuo and Su to sprint forward, gourds in hand. From the protruding rocks, they hurled the gourds into the cannibal tribe's fire. With a resounding crash, the gourds filled with deer blood erupted in the flames, extinguishing the blaze. And in the tribe, with the calming presence of Li, several primitive men found solace. From Yang Shuo's observations, it became evident that the cannibals exhibited a particular predilection for children and women, reserving the men for last. Compared to typical primitives, their diet was notably more diverse. They consumed whatever was available. Consequently, the only ones rescued this time were Li represented the tribe's acceptance of these 5 unfortunate souls, and the group resumed their journey. According to Li's description, Yang Shuo was aware that they were nearing their destination. The path ahead grew increasingly convoluted, and in the distance, a continuous range of mountains lay ahead, with a magnificent snow peak shimmering in the sunlight. Their destination was nestled in the valley behind this towering peak. Sparse herds of beasts meandered through the valley, while many others dispersed across the grassy plains below. The tribe had taken nearly a week to reach the valley, traversing the slopes along the way. Upon reaching the other side of the mountains, they were greeted by a sense of revelation. A warm, moist breeze caressed their faces, and the scene before Yang Shuo evoked the feelings of the fishermen from the peach blossom spring. Streams converged from various mountains to form a river, meandering across the distant grasslands. Lines of beasts stretched across the valleys, fading into the horizon, while the grassland forests met the sky, where the sun and their home star illuminated each other in a breathtaking display. "How beautiful!" Chun Yunyun exclaimed, awestruck by the scenery, and Yang Shuo nodded in agreement. After nearly 2 months of arduous travel, they had finally reached the end of their migration. Yang Shuo gazed at the lush landscape ahead, perplexed by the scarcity of other life forms in such a fertile area. Why were they allowed to claim this territory without contest? Why not remain here permanently? With these questions lingering in his mind, the group began to search for a suitable place to settle, ultimately settling near a stone wall not far from a small stream. The area was spacious, forming an obtuse angle that significantly reduced their defensive needs. However, the stone wall was sheer and offered no shelter from the wind or rain. Next came the task of transforming their new home, cutting branches, gathering firewood, and laying down animal skins. Soon, everything was revitalized. And a fire crackled before the stone wall, providing warmth. Although the majority of the cold winds were blocked by the mountains, the temperature remained relatively low. Yang Shuo felt that, as the flames danced. The tension that had gripped the tribe for nearly 2 months finally began to ease, particularly for the 5 injured men who had sustained severe wounds during their initial encounters with the cannibals. After enduring a wolf pack's assault, Yang Shuo had exhausted all his anti-inflammatory medicine to save their lives. Shuo stood guard not far off, while Sun and Li tended to roasting meat. The women rested together. And Yang Shuo contemplated how the migration and the clash with the cannibals had highlighted his own limitations. Had he possessed a machine gun that day, he could have effortlessly eliminated those ruthless beings, preventing any loss of life. The plight of those unfortunate primitives had haunted him. Yet, he had no tools at his disposal. He knew of gunpowder, understood the components, sulfur, nitrate, charcoal, but creating gunpowder or firearms seemed an insurmountable challenge, especially since they struggled to secure basic food. 3 significant burdens weighed upon Yang Shuo: food, safety, and population. The emergence of the cannibals further complicated matters. Following their earlier confrontation with the cannibal tribe, Yang Shuo felt an acute sense of danger in remaining exposed in the open. If they encountered a larger cannibal faction, they would be helpless to defend themselves. That evening, everyone gathered to share a meal. Then followed Chun Yunyun in learning the language and characters. The 5 newly integrated primitives were equally captivated by this intriguing knowledge, ultimately joining the ranks of modern individuals after months of diligent study. The original tribe members had acquired a considerable vocabulary and expressed themselves with increasing clarity, a testament to Chun Yunyun's unwavering efforts. Yang Shuo conveyed his confusion to Li, questioning why they could not simply remain in this bountiful place. Li appeared taken aback by the inquiry. He had never contemplated such a notion. He only understood that this was a memory passed down through countless generations, following the herds and perpetually wandering. Moreover, Li harbored an instinctive aversion to staying here. The original inhabitants of this land, too, would return after the harsh winter, and conflict would inevitably arise if they remained. Yang Shuo interpreted Li's feelings as instinctual. Having witnessed the stark contrast between the cannibals and the primitives, he believed many other primitive tribes inhabited this land. Li's ancestors must have been vanquished in conflict and driven to higher latitudes, which fostered a natural resistance to other territories. To survive in this primitive world while investigating the reasons for his own translocation and finding a way back, Yang Shuo needed to establish and strengthen the tribe. He required the power of humanity to achieve his goals. Li, would you consider staying? Yang Shuo asked, locking eyes with him. Li's heart wavered, torn by an innate unease rooted in his very genes. Do you trust me? Yang Shuo pressed on, determined as he had been when rescuing others from the cannibals. I trust you. Ultimately, Li decided to place his faith in Yang Shuo, the man who had consistently brought miracles to the tribe. The following day, Yang Shuo initiated his plan. The entire tribe resembled a long-neglected machine, gradually starting to function again. He led Li and the others out to hunt in this new world, teeming with animals that had migrated from higher latitudes. With Li's exceptional hunting skills, they quickly secured ample food for the tribe. In the remaining time, the group, under Yang Shuo's guidance, excavated traps, devices that could be reused, and provided surprises beyond hunting. Meanwhile, the 5 severely injured individuals, under Chun Yunyun's supervision, focused on pottery at home. Yang Shuo's task was to craft 2 or 3 large jars as quickly as possible and produce sufficient pottery and bowls, given the proximity to the stream. Fetching water was relatively convenient, and by day's end, they had made significant progress, creating numerous clay vessels. Chun Yunyun was puzzled as to why they needed jars so close to the stream, but over these months, Yang Shuo's various accomplishments had transformed her into an ardent admirer. She followed his every directive, and in addition to pottery, he instructed her to help create a substantial number of brick molds, which were neatly arranged in the clearing before the stone wall. When Yang Shuo and the others returned, the clearing by the stream was already adorned with over 100 brick and clay molds, alongside a large pit dug for soil. The returning Yang Shuo and his companions carried a heavy load of wood, stacking it into a small hill, observing the fruits of their labor across the clearing. Yang Shuo couldn't help but smile. From this day onward, He intended to devote all his energy to advancing the tribe's technological development. This winter would mark a transformative opportunity for their tribe. All the wood was piled into the pit, then set ablaze, covered with earth and leaving only a small vent for airflow. Thick smoke billowed from the opening, enveloping the tribe's sky, a pivotal moment in their migration and the beginning of Shuo's rise. Chapter 13. The primitive infrastructure enthusiast. As the plan unfolded, the trees surrounding the tribe suffered greatly. The initial clearing was expanded by more than half, littered with small mounds of smoking earth, all producing charcoal. On the opposite side, 2-meter square pits burned fiercely, their bottoms lined with bricks that had been drying for 2 days. The primitives had never experienced such extensive development. They were bewildered by Shuo's actions. For most, aside from food and reproduction, nothing else mattered. To tackle this large-scale construction effort, Shuo and a few others manually carved wooden shovels from tree stumps. With the aid of these shovels, digging and extracting soil became exceedingly simple, and their efficiency more than doubled. After broadly planning the tribe's layout, Shuo led the group to commence digging the foundation at the periphery. A long trench, akin to a drainage channel, encircled the entire tribe, connecting both sides to the cliffs. In addition to the wooden shovels, carrying poles played a crucial role. The charcoal produced was transported in loads to the stone wall, where it was stacked ever higher, while the bricks were neatly arranged outside, numbering beyond count. Shuo resembled a voracious capitalist. Aside from meals and rest, the tribe dedicated all their time to charcoal production and brickmaking. Thanks to Li's unwavering support and the sufficiency of food, there were no complaints. However, compared to their previous lifestyle, the current pace was undeniably exhausting. Preparations for this infrastructural endeavor continued until the tribe experienced its first snowfall since their arrival. For an entire month, the once desolate landscape has now become a scene of devastation, marred by blackened craters and scattered red bricks. Gazing into the distance at the pristine white, Shuo reflected carefully. He had likely been in this primordial world for almost half a year, if not more. Consumed by the demands of survival, he had not taken the time to keep track of the days. Nor was he aware of the precise passage of time. He resolved that, when circumstances permitted, he would start documenting the dates, for with a sense of time, many aspects could be quantified. Crowded together with Li and the others in a semi-subterranean cellar, they sheltered beneath hides, huddling around a fire for warmth. Compared to the primitive practice of burrowing a pit and covering it with furs to sleep, the construction of this cellar was undoubtedly the most invaluable contribution Shuo had brought with him, enlightening everyone to the comfort that could be found even in winter. Thanks to Shuo's meticulous charcoal burning, the cellar maintained a warmth that was almost excessive, with hot air rising through the openings above, creating a flow of warm breezes that ushered in fresh air, thus preventing carbon monoxide poisoning. Inspired by the design of a yurt, Shuo had envisioned this shelter. First, he excavated a circular pit over 1 meter deep, then surrounded it with branches driven into the earth to form walls. In the center stood a stout wooden post buried in the ground for support, with a framework constructed above using wooden rods, topped with animal hides, leaving an opening for ventilation. Thus, the cellar was complete. Though their basic needs were secured, Shuo felt no sense of relaxation. Despite migrating with the tribe to this locale, the prolonged winter proved daunting. It had already been 3 months, and the temperature continued to drop. Even the mountains could not shield them from the biting winds, which brought snowfall to the area. Upon further contemplation, if the planet's orbital period mirrored that of Earth, then its winter must last at least 6 months, indicating a climate of only 2 seasons, winter and summer. To verify this, Shuo resolved to begin counting from today, seeking to understand the cyclical nature of the primordial world. Today, aside from hunting, he finally rendered the last remnant of his connection to civilization unusable. After a prolonged period of trailing behind Li during hunts, his clothing had long since deteriorated beyond wear, and he had donned animal hides early on. Today, however, the athletic shoes he had worn for over 6 months had succumbed to the relentless wear of this primitive realm. Reluctantly, he switched to the animal hide shoes crafted by Qin Yunyan. Though not particularly comfortable, they surprisingly provided warmth, being genuine leather. Under the relentless pressure exerted by Shuo, his labor had transformed him into a figure more formidable than the chieftain himself, especially in the eyes of the later arrivals who were awestruck not only by Shuo's remarkable inventions but also by the sheer physical demands of his work. One word encapsulated their sentiment: submission. Once the snow ceased, the landlord, Shuo, resumed his duties, rallying everyone for a grand undertaking. They began by clearing the accumulated snow from the foundation, followed by the construction of walls. Women transported canisters of hot water using yokes, mixing it with mud under Yang Shua's guidance. His instructions were textbook in precision. Standing below, he held a brick in one hand and a wooden board in the other, deftly applying mud to the brick before placing it on the ground. Soon, the initial shape of a wall began to emerge, resembling a child's play with building blocks. Once he ensured everyone had grasped the technique, Yang Shuo gestured broadly towards the surrounding bricks. That moment, the primitive people finally understood his vision. The enormous semicircular trench they had excavated would become a wall. When that circle of walls rose, their tribe would be entirely encircled and secure, impenetrable. Everyone, including Li, was astounded. Li cast another glance at the large lad, now caked in mud. He had witnessed Yang Shua's progress during each hunting expedition, along with the extraordinary ideas that continuously emerged from him. He wholeheartedly endorsed Yang Shua's proposal to remain. This time, in contrast to Yang Shua's forced labor, everyone brimmed with enthusiasm, jogging along the way. Once again, Yang Shuo unveiled an invention they could scarcely comprehend, a plumb bob. Qin Yuyan had been diligently studying the items Yang Shuo had brought back from the cannibals and had finally crafted the first strand of yarn from cow hair. Compared to vines, this yarn was far lighter. Yang Shuo secured a small stone to the bottom, thus forming a rudimentary plumb bob. With the aid of this tool, the fear of misaligned walls dissipated. To demonstrate its utility, Yang Shuo and Li constructed two walls, Yang Shuo's being perfectly straight while Li's, halfway through, began to lean. The surrounding people sensed something amiss. It was askew. They looked at the simple yarn plumb bob, and then back at Yang Shuo holding it, and a sense of clarity washed over them. With everyone now invigorated, the wall-building project progressed with remarkable speed. Yang Shuo envisioned constructing a segment of wall to safeguard the tribe, reminiscent of the Great Wall of the Qin dynasty. First, they erected two sections of brick wall, leaving a 1-meter gap between them, which they filled with earth, compacting it with wooden stakes to form the central structure of the wall. The outer wall was straight, while the inner wall sloped, ultimately creating a trapezoidal shape, a structure resembling a dam that could effectively repel any external threats. In addition to the earth, Yang Shuo enlisted the women to gather stones from the nearby stream to mix into the wall's central structure, further fortifying it. For this wall, a vast pit had been excavated in the distant area, with all the earth transformed into bricks and wall material. This pit was intentionally left by Yang Shuo, as he planned to return later with others to expand it, eventually creating a fish pond. An efficient use of resources, achieving two goals with one effort. As he contemplated his plans and observed the wall taking shape day by day, a sense of accomplishment began to swell within Yang Shuo. However, the events that followed would deliver a significant blow to his aspirations and clarify many of his thoughts. Chapter 14. A world of cannibalism and hope. Just after the initial cold wave struck, successive cold fronts surged over the mountains, assaulting the plains below. In the second month since Yang Shuo and his companions had arrived, heavy snow blanketed the mountains. Yang Shuo pondered, with winter having lingered for 4 months. The daylight hours were increasingly diminishing, suggesting that the winter solstice was approaching. By this estimation, the duration of winter would extend beyond his initial expectations. After nearly a month of arduous labor, less than a third of the city wall had been completed, with the relentless snowfall significantly hampering their progress, far more than Yang Shuo had anticipated. Most pressing was the fact that the tribe was running out of supplies. Following the rescue of 5 individuals from the clutches of the cannibal tribe, the population of the tribe had swelled to 13. The main labor force had effectively doubled, yet this increase in numbers concurrently heightened the tribe's demand for sustenance. The 5 newcomers had sustained severe injuries during the skirmish with the cannibals and the subsequent wolf pack ambush. While they were capable of moving bricks, hunting was out of the question, particularly in the midst of the heavy snowfall. In this primitive world, being gravely injured meant a loss of labor capability, necessitating the tribe to provide for them, and often, severe injuries equated to death. Without Yang Shuo's anti-inflammatory medication, it was likely that none of these 5 would have survived before the snow sealed the mountains. Yang Shuo had led his companions in digging traps. During that time, the food acquired from trapping and hunting was sufficient to meet the tribe's needs. However, with the continuous heavy snowfall, the traps were largely destroyed, and hunting became increasingly arduous. Wild buffalo and other animals on the prairie once again gathered for warmth, and the surrounding beasts began to engage in coordinated hunting in response to the harsh natural environment. Each species had developed its own theoretical framework, Despite the blizzard, Yang Shuo maintained an optimistic outlook, for countless animals and primitive humans regarded this place as the terminus of their migration. If the snow were to persist indefinitely, they would likely have moved on to warmer locales. Thus, the snowbound period should not last excessively long. Just as Yang Shuo had surmised, the fierce cold front was eventually halted by the mountains after several days. But the prolonged period of inclement weather had nonetheless wrought significant challenges upon the tribe. During this time, they faced a scenario reminiscent of their pre-migration struggles, as a starving pack of dingo wolves launched an attack. However, this time, the advantage of increased numbers became evident. With the addition of 5 men, the predators, lacking in numbers, posed little threat to them. Furthermore, with 1/3 of the wall already constructed for protection, the tribe needed only to defend the remaining area. Utilizing their numerical superiority, the wall, stone spears, and fire to fend off attackers, the tribe suffered no fatalities, aside from a few unfortunate dingoes that had dared to charge forward. In this encounter, 3 tribe members sustained minor injuries. Yet they managed to capture 4 dingoes. While wolf meat was not particularly palatable, it provided much-needed relief to the food-deprived tribe, allowing them to endure until the weather improved from the hardships of these past few days. Yang Shuo discerned the limits of a tribe. The current food strain on their 13-member group was already substantial. If all 5 men possessed hunting skills, the tribe's population cap would be around 15 to 17. Contingent on the aid of traps for hunting. In a typical tribe, 12 to 14 members would likely be the maximum. Exceeding this threshold could precipitate famine should any extraordinary circumstances arise. For primitive humans reliant on hunting for sustenance, once the tribe reached a certain population, there were only 2 options for survival: to target larger prey or to capture more small animals. However, hunting large wild animals was extraordinarily difficult and fraught with danger. An injury often implied a reduction in workforce, with demand remaining high. Conversely, hunting smaller animals was also challenging, as herds such as deer would flee rapidly upon sensing danger. Even skilled hunters like Li would struggle to capture more than a few in a day. Thus, hunting efficiency does not correlate directly with population size. Unlike the small animals without fixed habitats, humans are social beings with relatively stable dwellings. Furthermore, as the population in a given area diminishes, the pressure for food also lessens. Most critically, the men of the tribe served as the primary combatants. An ambush from a cannibal tribe of nearly 20 could swiftly decimate a number of men, undermining their combat effectiveness and leading to a swift conclusion of the encounter. Typically without casualties. Initially, such raids might be driven by the desire to plunder food from other tribes. However, what would happen if all tribes faced a food crisis? The slain would become sustenance, while the survivors would be reduced to mere reserves of food. A single ambush could alleviate a food crisis for an extended period while simultaneously diminishing competition, rendering humans the most ideal quarry. This apocalyptic theory sent a shiver down Yang Shuo's spine. What choices would they make if his tribe found itself in a dire predicament, with neighboring tribes in existence? Currently, their location was relatively isolated, situated in a high-latitude area, making encounters with other tribes unlikely. However, as they aimed to develop, confrontations would become inevitable. Yet, Yang Shuo believed that this situation was subject to change. This was merely a limitation of a hunting society, and he was, after all, a member of the most formidable agricultural community from Blue Star. The arduous days had finally passed, and after an extended period of recuperation, several of the men had regained their combat readiness. On the second day, following the cessation of the snowfall, the entire tribe sprang back into action for survival. The women began clearing the accumulated snow from their homes, while Yang Shuo and his companions divided into 3 groups to hunt. Having spent considerable time shadowing Li, Yang Shuo had transformed into a competent hunter and an equally capable teacher. Wang, a young boy who had lost his parents and brother in the cannibal raid, was nearly consumed by hatred. However, under Yang Shuo's guidance, he gradually emerged from the shadows. After witnessing Yang Shuo's imaginative ideas, he became utterly enamored with him. In Wang's words, he aspired to learn Yang Shuo's skills and wisdom to eradicate the cannibals. Wang listened attentively to Yang Shuo's explanations. Due to his youth and quick comprehension, he was the fastest learner, communicating with Yang Shuo more fluently than anyone else aside from Li. The construction of the wall was steadily progressing. Winter was now past its midpoint, and the days began to lengthen. Yang Shuo estimated that winter would last approximately 6.5 months, presenting a considerable challenge for their future existence. As temperatures began to rise, many cold-resistant animals commenced their return migration, establishing a cycle within their territory, with long-haired creatures vacating while others from warmer regions returned. Just as the first hints of greenery emerged from the earth, the wall of Yang Shuo's tribe was completed. From a distance, the wall stretched out from the cliffs at either end, forming a semicircular shape, radiating a celebratory brick red Huo maximized protection for the tribe. Yang Shuo designed the wall to stand approximately 3.5 meters high, with the thickest section at the base reaching 2 meters and drainage ditches constructed every 5 to 6 meters. Within the tribe's confines, several ladders were mounted on the wall for daily access. In extraordinary situations, without assistance from those inside the tribe, it would be impossible for anyone to breach the defenses. Indeed, Yang Shuo had not installed a gate. This decision was informed by his experiences from Robinson Crusoe. Their current state was too primitive to construct a door that would provide him with peace of mind. While this might be slightly inconvenient, as long as there were no internal betrayals, the fortress would be impenetrable. It is challenging to articulate the expressions of the primitive people upon witnessing the completion of the wall. This was the first large-scale infrastructure project in their primitive world, and it instilled in them the realization that their own hands could reshape the world. Standing atop the wall, Yang Shuo's silhouette appeared suddenly grand. With a stable rearguard, Yang Shuo finally felt a sense of security. This was merely the beginning. With the aid of this fortress, he aimed to reconstruct human society, employing modern knowledge to conquer the world. This stronghold represented Yang Shuo's method for dismantling the theory of the survival of the fittest. He intended to drive a stake into the primitive world. Yang Shuo felt an overwhelming sense of ambition atop the wall. Although he harbored such thoughts, he had not anticipated that the tribe's first conflict would arrive so swiftly. Chapter 15. The power of modern technology. A winter season saw at least half its duration spent in hunger. With the warming weather, the tribe's existence finally began to improve, yet the ensuing circumstances left Yang Shuo with a headache. The returning herds had commenced their breeding, and now the grasslands were teeming with pregnant animals and frolicking younglings. The primitive humans mirrored this trend. Yang Shuo had never envisioned such openness among primitive people. Li, Shi, and Sun, already paired up, had taken to engaging in intimate activities within the bunker. Thus, a series of live performances unfolded before everyone, leaving both Yang Shuo and Chun Yunyun sleepless throughout the night. Yang Shuo was utterly overwhelmed by the primitive people's lack of restraint. Rather than openness, it resembled animalistic behavior. After 2 sleepless nights, Yang Shuo hurriedly led the others to urgently establish several bunkers, dispersing the 3 couples. Just as Yang Shuo contemplated how to bolster the tribe's strength, Wang rushed over in a fluster. Shuo, Shuo, there are people outside. Upon hearing these words, Yang Shuo immediately became alert. Setting down the items in his hands and swiftly climbing up the city wall. In the distance, on a hillside, he followed the direction of a pointing hand and spotted a group of approximately 10 primitive people, resting by a small creek at the edge of the slope. Judging by their direction, they appeared to be following the migrating herd of beasts, likely one of the indigenous inhabitants of this land. Yang Shuo had previously inquired with Li about how to address the arrival of outsiders in their territory. According to the customs of primitive tribes, each tribe possesses a defined territorial range. Conflicts typically arise only in times of food scarcity. Otherwise, they would not actively invade others' lands in the face of an incursion. The usual response is to observe quietly if the intruders are from a regular tribe. The local tribe would unite to demonstrate their strength and drive them away. If they are from a cannibal tribe, the appropriate action is to flee, aside from the occasional clashes during winter migrations. Most conflicts occur due to the threats posed by cannibal tribes, which force others to abandon their territories. Thus, a situation like theirs, where they refuse to leave, is unprecedented. Hearing this, Yang Shuo scratched his head, feeling as though he resembled a bandit. In addition to instructing the tribe members to keep watch over the newcomers, Yang Shuo busied himself with completing his ultimate primitive man plan. What brought him the most solace was his passion for reading. Before him lay 2 steaming clay pots, one filled with hot water and the other with hot oil. During winter, aside from boiling water and mud, the women's primary task was to gather vines, which they would cook alongside the water to prepare for drying in the bunker. Under the guidance of Chun Yunyun, the dried vines were woven into vests, arm guards, and leg guards. one set for each person. With the armor taking shape, the next steps involved continuous boiling and drying. However, due to the severe lack of food in winter, there was hardly any excess fat to further his plans, causing several sets of vine armor to remain in storage until spring arrived. The pot of oil before him was a treasure Yang Shuo had accumulated over a long time. He had meticulously scraped together fat from wild deer, buffalo, horses, and even a bit from rabbits and mice, all of which was now bubbling in the pot, destined for the vine armor. This was already the fourth boiling, and the once brown vines had turned pitch black, with the oils thoroughly permeating every inch. Yang Shuo finally retrieved the vine armor from the pot, placing it on a wooden rack above to dry. After several months, the first set of vine armor had successfully come to fruition. Inspired by the tales from the Three Kingdoms, Yang Shuo had devised a means to replicate the defensive gear described in the texts that in the primitive world. Vine armor was undoubtedly one of the easiest items to reproduce. Although the drying process had not taken as long as it ideally should, it was sufficient for this primitive realm. The pitch-black vine armor, after multiple rounds of boiling and drying, had become remarkably sturdy. And with the repeated cooking in fat, it gained resilience, hardening without becoming brittle. Compared to the primitive stone spear, it offered absolute defense. The armor consisted of 6 pieces, a helmet, a chest plate, 2 arm guards, and 2 leg guards. However, due to the limitations of available fat, he could only produce this one experimental piece. When Yang Shuo emerged from behind the stone wall wearing the vine armor, the entire tribe fell silent once more. Perhaps it was a natural instinct among men, for all their eyes were fixated on the armor adorning Yang Shuo, which reflected a subtle sheen, perfectly enveloping him. Come, allow me to introduce our tribe's latest equipment, the refined vine armor. Yang Shuo's enthusiastic call broke the spell of astonishment that had gripped the crowd. Beside him, Li was already salivating with envy, eager for Yang Shuo to demonstrate his invention. Li, give me a poke. Yang Shuo's voice rang out, causing the envious Li to momentarily freeze. Though Yang Shuo's attire appeared striking, inherently captivating men, the nature of weapons was indiscriminate. A poke could be fatal. Realizing this, Li quickly waved his hands in refusal. Understanding that Yang Shuo was far too valuable to the tribe for any reckless actions. Trust me, brotherly, come on, just poke me, Yang Shuo urged, thumping his chest with his hand, producing a resonant clang that indicated the armor had clearly transcended the limitations of mere vines. Li, still skeptical, hesitated, but Yang Shuo's persistent reassurances compelled him to gather his courage. He raised his stone spear and gently prodded Yang Shuo's chest. To his surprise, Yang Shuo staggered back a step as if nudged. Brotherly, trust me. Give it your all. You have nothing to worry about. Yang Shuo, aware of Li's hesitance to harm him, met his gaze, and Li understood that Yang Shuo was not jesting. He nodded, preparing to unleash his full strength. Yang Shuo adjusted his stance, squatting slightly to adopt a stable position. At that moment, Li transformed into a different being, resembling a predator lurking in the underbrush. His crouched body trembled slightly, muscles taut, as he fixated intently on Yang Shuo. Yang Shuo felt the formidable aura of the tribe's foremost warrior, as if he were being scrutinized by a ravenous wolf, every exposed inch of skin prickling with discomfort. Hey, with a low grunt, Li thrust his stone spear forward with the swiftness of a striking serpent, precisely hitting Yang Shuo's chest. The impact was so forceful that Yang Shuo was propelled over a meter away, landing flat on his back, while Li's spear shattered upon contact. The sharpened stone tip broke instantly, followed by the wooden shaft, which splintered under the tremendous force, rendering the spear completely useless. Shuo, seeing Yang Shuo fly backward, Li's heart tightened, and Shen Yunyan, who had been anxiously watching, dashed over. I'm fine. Yang Shuo extended a hand as he turned to rise. Although uninjured, the immense force compelled him to rub his chest. Only then did the onlookers realize Yang Shuo's condition. A white mark marred the center of his black armor, indicating damage, yet it had not penetrated. Beneath the exterior vine armor, Yang Shuo had sewn an additional layer of leather, which absorbed the impact, leaving him unharmed aside from being knocked back. The crowd was once again rendered speechless, for the power of Yang Shuo's invention was nothing short of terrifying. As hunters of the tribe, they understood the lethality of their weapons. And now, gazing at the shattered remnants of the stone spear and the armor with merely a white mark, they swallowed hard, their gazes on Yang Shuo igniting with fervor. Yang Shuo, feeling overwhelmed by their intense stares, hastily interjected, "We currently have no more fat, so I can't make any new ones for now. Everyone, let us focus on hunting. There will be more to come, I assure you." Before anyone could react, he swiftly slipped away, thinking, "This set of armor belongs to me. If I delay, it might not be mine anymore." Having validated the defensive capability of his refined vine armor, Yang Shuo felt the moment was ripe. He clapped the shoulder of the adoring Wang and said, "Wang, go call Li and the others to follow me. We are going to claim our territory." Chapter 16. Brother, are you astonished? As Yang Shuo scaled the wall, under Wang's guidance, Li and the others transformed into shadows, stealthily merging into the forest. This was a plan they had meticulously devised in advance, with Yang Shuo taking the lead in negotiations while Li and the others would provide support. Today, they intended to negotiate with the newly arrived tribe. The two parties were separated only by a patch of grass, and they would inevitably encounter one another. As an outsider, Yang Shuo aimed to seize a small piece of land from the hands of the natives. In recent days, Yang Shuo had instructed Wang to keep a close watch on the opposing tribe, and the clever boy had consistently managed to locate them within the forest, according to Wang. Not far ahead lay the encampment of the primitive tribe. Before Yang Shuo could draw closer, a furious roar erupted from the woods, and a man clad in animal hides charged forth, brandishing a stone spear and threatening Yang Shuo to keep his distance. Upon seeing the fierce-looking man, Yang Shuo waved his hands to signal that he bore no weapons and made no further advances, halting in place. Similarly, in the face of an incursion, as long as the opposing party was not a cannibal tribe, direct conflict would generally be avoided. Yang Shuo waited at his post for mere minutes before several figures burst forth from the trees behind the fierce man, members of their own tribe. The leader wore a necklace made of teeth and bore a long scar that stretched from his mouth to his ear, indicating he was the chief of the rival tribe, both by his attire and his commanding presence. Surrounded by 5 individuals, Yang Shuo remained utterly composed, standing silently and maintaining eye contact with the chief. The primitive chief waved his stone spear repeatedly, and with his extensive experience interacting with primitive tribes, Yang Shuo understood he was inquiring about his intentions. "I come in peace. I recognize that you are the original inhabitants of this region, but we only seek a small space to coexist without encroaching upon your lives." Though aware that they could not comprehend his words, Yang Shuo spoke nonetheless, his tone gentle and accompanied by gestures to convey his intentions. However, no matter how soft-spoken he was, to a tribe, it was still an affront. Forcibly claiming territory was tantamount to declaring war. Observing that Yang Shuo was unaccompanied, without weapons and donned in peculiar animal skins, the chieftain suppressed the fury bubbling within him. He was unaware of the nature of Yang Shuo's tribe, nor its numbers, and the absence of a show of force from the opposing side indicated a desire to avoid conflict. It was prudent to ascertain the true strength of the other tribe before making a decision. With this thought in mind, the chieftain brandished his stone spear and commanded his tribesmen, who encircled Yang Shuo, to retreat, allowing him to leave. The primitive people slowly withdrew. Yang Shuo bowed respectfully to the chieftain before turning to depart. While the chieftain could endure such humiliation for the sake of his tribe, the young warriors, who held the chieftain in high esteem, found it intolerable. This was an insult to their tribe and to their mightiest warriors. Just as Yang Shuo had walked about 20 meters away, a young tribesman could no longer contain himself. With a sudden lunge, he hurled his spear at Yang Shuo, who was now at a distance. The act transpired in an instant, and before the chieftain could intervene, Yang Shuo fell to the ground, struck by the spear. The chieftain's brow furrowed deeply. He had unwittingly escalated matters by taking a life without fully understanding the capabilities of the opposing tribe. Before he could contemplate a course of action, he witnessed Yang Shuo wobble back to his feet, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the chieftain and those around him. By the heavens, this man is indomitable. Thank goodness for my armor. Yang Shuo felt as though a cannonball had struck his back. Despite the protection of his armor, one side of his shoulder tingled painfully, a testament to the force of the blow. Casting a glance back at the few individuals in the distance, Yang Shuo flashed a grin and waved goodbye before continuing on his way. The chieftain's frown deepened. He had clearly seen his tribesman's spear strike true, and from such a distance, even a deer would have been pierced instantly. The fact that Yang Shuo remained unscathed heightened the mystery surrounding his tribe, had it not been for Yang Shuo's consistent display of non-aggression. The chieftain would have considered retreating with his people, for he felt a profound shock emanating from this young man, surpassing even that of the cannibal tribe Li and his companions, hidden in the woods. Gasped upon witnessing Yang Shuo fall, several of them infuriated and ready to charge in, but disbelief washed over them when they saw him rise unharmed, a testament to the invincible defense of the hardened vine armor. an anomaly in the primitive world. Thus, this encounter concluded in a most astonishing manner, and Yang Shuo and his companions returned to their tribe. Before dawn the following day, Sun, on night watch, sensed something amiss. A figure was slowly emerging from the distant woods, prompting him to sound the alarm. Intruder! Intruder! Sun's powerful voice reverberated through the tribe, amplified by the walls and mountains, echoing in the ears of every member. Yang Shuo and Li sprang from their bunkers, racing to the walls as the figure drew near. It was none other than the chieftain of the opposing tribe. Yang Shuo and Li exchanged glances. Just yesterday, Yang Shuo had charged into the enemy's territory alone, and now they were returning the favor. I patted Yang Shuo on the shoulder, and Yang Shuo took a ladder, climbing down the wall. The primitive chieftain had not slept a wink, pursuing Yang Shuo's group through the jungle after their departure, ultimately discerning the location of their tribe from various signs. The sight of the towering brick-red walls was overwhelming to a primitive man, the 3-meter height imposing and vastly altering this brave warrior's worldview. Yet, such wonder did not deter him. After a night concealed in the jungle, as dawn broke, he stepped forward, mirroring Yang Shuo's earlier approach. Filled with pride, Yang Shuo felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was frightened, but the formidable armor gave him courage, especially with Li and the others following closely behind. Welcome, welcome! Yang Shuo hurried forward, grasping the chieftain's hand, leaving the primitive man bewildered by the unexpected warmth. Yang Shuo led him to the foot of the wall. Observing the lowered ladder, Yang Shuo gestured for the chieftain to ascend, and after a moment of hesitation, he climbed up, emboldened by the prospect of entering unarmed. Upon reaching the top, the chieftain was struck by sheer awe. The entire tribe lay before him, the distant mountains towering straight up, adorned with climbing vines, and below were 2 encircling walls forming a perfect defensive circle. In the expansive area at the center, 5 bunkers stood, their roofs now tiled with red clay, and the surrounding grounds paved with bricks. At the base of the mountains, a pavilion constructed of red tiles sheltered neatly stacked piles of charcoal. Women were busy in the square, cooking dinner in large pots, while in the shadows, rows of armor were displayed, with steam rising from a pot nearby that held the boiling vines used for crafting armor. This was the present state of the tribe, transformed from humble caves to fortified walls and settled homes. The primitive chieftain was left speechless, much like Yang Shuo had been upon his arrival. While Yang Shuo beamed with satisfaction at the fruits of their labor, he clapped the chieftain on the shoulder and asked, "Brother, are you not astounded?" Chapter 17. The exchange student. When the primitive chieftain stood once more outside the walls, he had yet to fully process the wonders he had witnessed. The day had been surreal, filled with marvelous pottery, delectable meat broths, exquisite structures, and most importantly, a miraculous language that allowed for seamless communication, enabling thoughts to be expressed with precision and efficiency. In stark contrast, their own expressive gestures seemed akin to the chattering of jungle monkeys. As Yang Shuo escorted him out, he conveyed a proposal. "We are indeed advocates of peace and are eager to share all that we possess. You may select young children from your tribe to serve as exchange students in ours, merely requiring a modest contribution for their sustenance, rather than fostering a slave society." Yang Shuo aspired for neighboring tribes to voluntarily yearn for collaboration, believing that no primitive person could resist the allure of modern technology, and that eventually, they would all integrate into his tribe. The following day, at the same hour, a determined boy appeared outside the tribe's walls. Accompanied by a small deer, Zhao quickly noticed the young lad, taken aback, for this was the very individual who, unable to contain himself, had thrown a spear at Yang Shuo. Yang Shuo recognized him as well, but he had not anticipated that this young boy would be selected by the primitive chieftain as an exchange student. Wang, who had accompanied Yang Shuo, frowned, unimpressed by the newcomer. The boy brandished his spear, tossing the small deer forward, gesturing with his arms to signify that this was his tuition, and then fell silent, staring intently at Yang Shuo. "This one is quite the rebel." Yang Shuo couldn't help but chuckle, hoisting the deer over his shoulder and leading the 2 back to the tribe. Despite the boy's rebellious demeanor and refusal to concede to anyone, he was nonetheless overwhelmed upon first sight of the tribe from atop the wall. His mouth agape in astonishment, Wang watched with a smirk as the boy faltered, reveling in his discomfort. Sensing Wang's gaze, the boy composed himself, adopting a scowl as he followed Yang Shuo. Yang Shuo was well aware of the tension between the two but thought little of it. Young people would simply need time to adjust. Turning to the frowning boy, he declared, "From this day forth, you shall be known as Zhan. You are chosen by your chieftain to learn here. Do not bring shame upon your tribe." Although Zhan did not comprehend Yang Shuo's words, The unique charm of the language resonated within him. He realized he represented his tribe, and he could not afford to disappoint them. With this thought, Zhan's resolve strengthened, and Yang Shuo felt a measure of reassurance. This exchange student was a rare gem, and he must be nurtured well, for when they encountered other tribes in the future, he would serve as their ambassador. However, that evening, the little troublemaker still caused a ruckus. Zhan and Wang, who were inherently at odds, ended up clashing in front of everyone, resulting in each sporting a black eye, before Yang Shuo pulled them aside to sit down. It was Zhan's first experience tasting meat broth, accompanied by fish caught from the river by Yang Shuo and others. The combination of fish soup and meat broth captivated this little troublemaker, leading him to consider extending his stay for the sake of food. The two little rascals had settled down, but Yang Shuo found himself in a quandary. How should he teach them? Where should he begin? What should he impart? After tossing and turning, unable to sleep, Yang Shuo decided to get up and relieve the night watchman. Standing atop the city wall, he gazed at the newly sprouted buds in the distant woods and felt that the tribe was thriving. They even had students now. Students. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Yang Shuo in the bunker. There lay a large stone slab, etched with numerous marks by Yang Shuo to record the passage of time. Previously, survival had constrained him to focus solely on sustenance, leaving little room for innovation. Now that life had stabilized, it was time to utilize the wisdom of their ancestors. At dawn the next day, Yang Shuo shouldered the large earthen pot typically used for boiling vines and set out with the two little ones. The subsequent hours were spent patrolling traps and chopping down trees. By the time they returned, all three were carrying tree trunks as thick as their forearms. The two little ones were competitive, each striving to be the best at everything. They scrambled up the wall's ladder, panting heavily as they reached the top. Under the puzzled gazes of the tribe members, Yang Shuo methodically smashed the wood, tossing it into the pot to boil. He then took the two youngsters out to gather dry grass and fallen leaves. Hauling them back in heaps, the wood rapidly absorbed moisture during the boiling process. Under Yang Shuo's direction, everyone took hammers and smashed the wood into a fine powder, which was then added back into the pot. This process was repeated countless times until a loud shout from Qin Yunyun on the city wall interrupted their labor. "Brother Shuo, that big dark-faced chief, is back." Qin Yunyun had been startled the first time she saw the chief of the primitive tribe. The natives, having endured the ravages of time, were generally quite dark-skinned, and the chief bore a long scar across his face, leaving a significant impression on her. Accompanied by Zhan and Wang, they stepped outside as the imposing chief approached, giving Zhan a hearty pat on the back and encouragement before handing Yang Shuo a small deer, a payment for the week's tuition and meals. Yang Shuo was perplexed by the chief's understanding of a week, but he provided the simplest method for Zhan. Take 7 small pieces of tile back with him, and each night, when darkness fell, move 1 stone from the left to the right. When the left side was empty, it would signal the time to pay the tuition. The chief was punctual, and seeing Zhan brimming with energy filled him with satisfaction. He exchanged a single word with Yang Shuo before departing. Pride. Yang Shuo stared in astonishment as the chief walked away. The pronunciation of that word bore a resemblance to the most commonly used expression among the primitives. Ayo. Since he had said it, it seemed that this was how he wished to be addressed. After bidding farewell to pride, Yang Shuo returned to his work. Following several days of boiling, the pot had transformed into a thick porridge. All the wood had been thoroughly cooked and crushed, mixed with a copious amount of dry grass and leaves, forming a gooey mixture. Yang Shuo unveiled his new invention, a square clay slab, and both Wang and Zhan produced their own as well, marking Zhan as the first outsider to master pottery. Using a spoon he had crafted, Yang Shuo scooped out a handful of the mush, spread it evenly across the clay slab, and then covered it with another slab to press out the moisture before placing it over the fire to bake. While air drying would have been ideal, for the sake of quickly obtaining the first sheet of paper, baking would suffice. After a period of roasting, Yang Shuo removed the clay slab and unveiled a sheet of slightly darkened paper. Although it was not aesthetically pleasing and slightly thick, it was a success nonetheless. Another new invention had emerged. Though the tribe erupted into no cheers, they understood that whenever they encountered something incomprehensible, it indicated that it was still incomplete. Upon receiving his first sheet of paper, Yang Shuo took out the ashes he had long cherished from the bottom of the pot, along with some feathers, and mixed them with crushed charcoal and a bit of grease. After thoroughly grinding this mixture, he successfully created a simple ink. Using a bird's feather dipped in the ink, Yang Shuo inscribed the words paper and pen on the paper, heralding their inception to the world. The tribe members, who had been diligently following Qin Yunyun's lead in learning to write and speak, were left momentarily stunned. With these two items, they could preserve every character that Chun Yunyun had written, eliminating the need to constantly seek her assistance whenever they forgot how to write. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they gazed at the paper and pen in Yang Shua's hands. And he broke into a wide grin, thinking to himself that he had finally found a solution to his previous troubles. How had he not thought of this sooner? Chapter 18. The frugal tribe men. The advent of paper truly aided Yang Shua and Chun Yunyun immensely. Chun Yunyun wrote characters on the paper with a feather, teaching everyone in the tribe, providing each person with their own copy, and facilitating rapid progress in the development of language and writing. For Yang Shua, it became even simpler. He boiled another pot of grass and leaves to create grass paper, which, while coarser than that made from wood, could be used for wiping. After nearly a year of using dirt and debris for such purposes, he could finally use paper. What a tearful moment. The first attempt was merely an experiment, requiring fire for the boiling process. But in the future, he could soak the materials in cold water for longer, conserving fuel. Once the production chain was established, everything would fall into place. Although no particularly advanced items were yet available, the entire tribe seemed to be in a constant state of activity by day. The men ventured out to hunt, gather dry grass, and fell trees, while the women made repeated trips to the creek for water, as the tribe's demand for water was immense. Paper production required water. Armor making required water, and people needed water. The entire tribe was engaged in transporting materials daily. Yang Shua was no exception. This won't do. There's hardly any free time to spare. We still need more hands, he mused, observing the steam rising from the earthen pot, where the grease was gradually melting. The men of the tribe had truly tightened their belts during this period, having witnessed the power of Yang Shua's refined vine armor, each one desiring a set for themselves. However, crafting a complete set of this armor required a substantial amount of grease, making each piece of grease highly valuable. Thus unfolded the subsequent scene. One day, Sun quietly approached Yang Shua, presenting him with a piece of deer skin, beneath which lay a layer of fat. Shortly after Sun departed, the chief's brotherly arrived, handing Yang Shua a chunk of fatty beef. Even Jean, the little troublemaker, mustered the courage to offer Yang Shua a piece of fat meat, a gift from pride. At this pace, producing a single set within a month would be considered quick, which left Yang Shua feeling quite troubled. If only they had rapeseed. The exchanges between the two tribes were increasing. Jean now traveled between the two tribes almost daily, bringing back the paper Yang Shua had made to teach the people in his tribe to speak and recognize characters. In addition to paper, Jean had taught them pottery and brickmaking. Although Pride's tribe had not established walls like Yang Shua's, their living conditions had greatly improved as a result. In gratitude, Pride brought members of his tribe to express their thanks, presenting Yang Shua's tribe with several deer. Now, the men had become quite fervent. Upon receiving the deer, their immediate reaction was not to feast but to eagerly gather fat to send to Yang Shua, prompting him to reflect on how the desire for armor had evidently persisted since ancient times. Thanks to the efforts of numerous men, Yang Shua successfully crafted 2 sets of armor that month, one intended for Pride's tribe and the other was still a matter of luck. Upon seeing the freshly forged refined vine armor, the men of the tribe erupted in excitement. Yet, with so many eager faces and only one set of armor, how could it be divided? Yang Shua devised a perfect solution. He retrieved a jar of water, mixed clay on the spot, and created 3 fist-sized dice, marking them with numbers before placing them over the fire to bake. This set of armor was a product of everyone's frugality, akin to a party embarking on a monster hunt. Surely they had to roll for the loot. Watching the still smoking dice, the group of men stared in bewilderment. What was this? What ingenious thoughts were brewing in Shua's mind? Thanks to Chun Yunyun's tireless efforts, Mandarin and basic arithmetic had spread remarkably well throughout the tribe. Yang Shua explained the game rules, which ignited a frenzy of excitement among them. Each person had 3 chances to roll 1 die at a time. After 3 rolls, the highest total would win the armor, and in the event of a tie, another round would be rolled. Clear and straightforward. The men were in a frenzied in the first round. The most impatient one, Sun, began by rolling a 5, his mouth instantly stretching into a grin that reached his ears as he turned to wait on the side. Shi and Li rolled 4 and 3 respectively, while Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li rolled 1, 3, 4, and 5. Xiao Li glanced at Sun, his own mouth curving into a similar grin, eagerly waiting to take the dice from Yang Shua's hands. Only to toss a 4. Yang Shua picked up a die and handed it to Jean, who had been silent until now, but suddenly widened his eyes and repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. Young Shuo simply stuffed the die into his embrace, declaring, "Once you're in the tribe, we're family, you can't be left out." Jean felt a sudden sting in his nose and nodded, rolling the die in his hand. A 6. Beside him, Wang teased, "Little stutterer has some good luck." Jean's face reddened for the first time. Who stutters? Due to a shorter exposure to language than Wang, Jean spoke slowly, word by word, leading Wang to affectionately dub him Little Stutterer. After 3 grueling rounds of competition, it was Shuo, the seemingly honest man, who unexpectedly seized the Balian Tingting armor from Sun, leaving Sun's expression utterly spectacular. Yang Shuo still had no idea what legacy he was leaving behind for humanity. He would come to understand it later. Primitive humans had always struggled for survival, hardly finding time for entertainment. The dice Yang Shuo brought added a vibrant splash of red to their monochrome existence. Beyond hunting and labor, the most exhilarating activity in the tribe became rolling dice, marking the tribe's first foray into the concept of privatization. Naturally, the most coveted item remained the Balian Tingting armor. And Sun began pestering Shuo daily, wagering his food and extra catches of mice and rabbits in a desperate bid to win the armor back. However, Shuo's good fortune prevailed, despite losing 2 armed guards to Sun. He mostly emerged victorious, leaving Sun starved for 2 consecutive days. Witnessing the famished Sun, Yang Shuo could only laugh helplessly. Beyond their own tribe's joy, the Ao tribe was also abuzz, although only a few had witnessed Yang Shuo's spear encounter. It did nothing to diminish the Balian Tingting armor's reputation within the tribe. When Jean presented the armor to Ao, the typically proud chieftain was overwhelmed with excitement, insisting Jean return with half a wild bull. Had Jean not struggled with the weight, it might have been a whole bull. Alongside food, Jean also brought back several items from the Ao tribe. 2 shells, 3 or 4 colored stones. These rare items were quite precious in the primitive world, even prompting Li to marvel at their value. Yet, Yang Shuo felt indifferent. Shells? Stones. The half-bull was decent, but what were these colorful stones? Just as he mentally scoffed, a sudden thought crossed his mind. A red stone. A deep crimson hue. Yang Shuo's heart raced, and he gradually calmed down. Selecting the red stone from the pile, he licked it in front of the astonished onlookers. Beyond the stone's inherent saltiness, he distinctly tasted blood. Or more accurately, iron. This was a natural iron ore. Jean, ask Ao where this stone came from. If we can find a large quantity of this stone, I will trade the Balian Tingting armor for it. Chapter 19. Yang Shuo's madness. Jean was taken aback by Yang Shuo's request. He understood the difficulty of crafting the Balian Tingting armor. 2 tribes had to scrimp and save for a month to produce just 2 sets. Yet Yang Shuo was offering 2 sets for a single redstone. Li, standing nearby, was equally astonished. After spending so long with Yang Shuo, he knew he was not a reckless individual. There had to be a reason behind his words. However, 2 sets of Balian Tingting armor were still of utmost importance. "Shuo, what are you saying?" Li asked, perplexed. Yang Shuo's eyes glowed red with determination. With the strongest shield, he needed the sharpest spear. Mere defense would not bring peace. Centuries of experience told him that being without a sword was not the same as possessing one. Brotherly, we must obtain this stone. With it, we will no longer fear the cannibal tribe, or any tribe for that matter. Yang Shuo's voice resonated across the territory, momentarily silencing everyone, including Jean, who understood the implications. That I refuse, unless you give us 5 sets of armor. Remarkably, this was the first time Jean had rejected Yang Shuo's request. Like Wang, this little guy had been captivated by Yang Shuo's wild imagination and had always complied with his demands. Yang Shuo's eyes, slightly reddened, fixed on Jean, who lowered his head and reiterated, 5 sets. 1 less won't do. All right, go speak with Ao. I need to know the source of these stones. This month, I will give you 1 set, and once you find the stones, I will provide you with 4 more. Yang Shuo's voice trembled slightly, and Li tacitly agreed with this outcome. That if what Yang Shuo said was true, 5 sets of Balian Tingting armor would be well worth it. Jean hurried back to the tribe, while Yang Shuo fell into a deep silence, an inexplicable aura emanating from him, creating an oppressive atmosphere around. "Brotherly, we need to prepare extensively. Shuo, just say the word, and we will assist you." Under Yang Shuo's guidance, the tribe became increasingly industrious. First, Yang Shuo aimed to resolve the tribe's water supply issue. Although they were close to a stream on the hillside, fetching water required climbing over the city wall, making it a grueling task that consumed an entire day just for daily needs. Yang Shuo planned a technological revolution. He would install running water in the tribe for the current tribe. This was a monumental project. The nearest bamboo grove was on Ao tribe's hillside, and Yang Shuo led the men to chop bamboo. As they passed the Ao tribe, almost the entire tribe mobilized to search the vicinity where they had previously discovered the red stone. Yang Shuo's goal was simple: split a bamboo stick in half, clear the joints, and create a natural water pipeline. However, for a primitive tribe equipped only with stone axes, their efficiency was woefully inadequate. After nearly an hour of toil, they managed to process one section of bamboo. The remainder was repetitive work, nearly emptying the entire bamboo grove before Yang Shuo signaled everyone to stop. They spent 3 days cutting and processing bamboo, 1 day on transportation, and on the 5th day, Yang Shuo led everyone to modify the stream. He dug a small branch from the original stream, surrounded it with earth and pebbles to form a small pond, and opened a passage on the side, placing bamboo over it. Following the slope of the hill, water was directed through the bamboo, and Li and the others finally understood what running water meant. They could continuously send water directly to the houses. The path from the mountain to the door was quite simple. They just needed to adjust the bamboo's position and chop surrounding trees for support. However, the tribe had a 3-meter-high city wall. Just the 10-meter distance at the entrance consumed a week of Yang Shuo's time. Unable to insert wooden supports into the ground, Yang Shuo focused on the ladders they used to exit. Taking several days to craft a few ladders, burying them in the ground, and then placing bamboo on top to cross the wall and deliver water inside. After much worry, Yang Shuo removed the horizontal wooden rods from the ladders, leaving only the ones supporting the bamboo. The vertical ladders were reinforced with wood on both sides, eliminating concerns that someone might dismantle the ladder and sneak into the tribe. Yang Shuo finally breathed a sigh of relief. The bamboo that crossed the wall was directly routed to the tribe's central square, where it was received by a large water tank specially made by the women, featuring an outlet that would release water once filled, flowing into the drainage system outside the tribe. Now, the entire tribe was fixated on the bamboo. Outside, Yang Shuo repositioned the bamboo on the hillside, watching the stream flow slowly. When the water finally crossed the wall, the tribe erupted in joyous cheers. Water had arrived. Hearing the cheers, Yang Shuo exhaled, knowing this project was akin to a primitive version of the South to North Water Diversion Project. With running water, the tribe would be liberated from the burdensome task of fetching water. Before the cheers could subside, Jean came stumbling from the distant woods, covered in blood. Sun, who was on lookout duty at the wall, rushed over. Jean collapsed in his son's arms, his tense demeanor finally breaking as he lost consciousness, uttering before he fell, "Save me, tribe." From afar, Yang Shuo spotted Jean and instinctively realized something was amiss. Jean was carried into the tribe by Sun, who explained to Li the words Jean had uttered before falling unconscious. It seemed that Ao's tribe was in peril. Li and Yang Shuo exchanged a glance, and the first thought that crossed their minds was the cannibalistic tribe. Everyone was fully armed, although apart from Yang Shuo and Shuo, the others wore only ordinary rattan armor. It had significantly enhanced their defensive capabilities despite lacking refinement. They entrusted Jean's care to the women and swiftly scaled the wall, making their way towards Ao's tribe with utmost urgency. Ao led a sizable tribe of 11 members, comprising 5 men and 6 women. Following Yang Shuo's hefty bounty for the elusive red stones, several men had devoted all their time to searching for them. Aside from their usual hunting activities, during their quest, a wandering cannibal tribe set its sights on them. The cannibals launched a sudden assault, killing 2 men, but Ao, clad in resilient rattan armor, emerged unscathed from the ambush. The ensuing battle devolved into a brutal melee. With the protection of the rattan armor, Ao showcased the might of the tribe's foremost warrior, wielding a stone spear and breaking through the encirclement of the cannibals, single-handedly halting a group of attackers. Jean and another tribesman, though injured, joined Ao in the fierce combat. At that moment, the trio formed an indomitable front, pushing forward relentlessly. The women of the tribe also armed themselves with stone spears, rallying behind their valiant comrades to face the enemy. However, the cannibals, once they struck, wielded an undeniable advantage. Despite Ao's fierce resurgence, their counteroffensive was soon suppressed, until the appearance of an individual turned the tide against Ao's escape. This individual was the chief of the cannibal tribe, towering over Ao, who already stood at an imposing height of 1.9 meters. This behemoth, bare-chested and adorned with an unknown red pattern, forcefully pushed aside his kin and charged forward with a furious roar. Thanks to the resilient rattan armor, Ao sustained only superficial wounds. However, the cannibal chief had been observing closely and had noted the black armor worn by the valiant man. The chief seized the opportunity to strike while Ao was engaged in combat with his tribesmen. Thrusting a stone spear through the gaps in the crowd, piercing the side of Ao's rattan armor, Ao's figure jolted in response, having spotted the hidden assailant gazing at the needle before him. Yang Shuo felt a tremor within his soul that he could distinctly sense the resistance as the needle pierced Chun Yunyun's flesh, could feel her shivers when he struggled to locate a vein. Unable to draw blood, and had to withdraw the needle only to insert it again, that a modest syringe could extract merely a dozen milliliters at a time, after which he would turn to inject it into Ao's body, before returning to draw more. Lacking any medical knowledge, apart from the initial fire sterilization, the rest consisted solely of the repetitive act of inserting and withdrawing the needle on the two bodies. After an unknown number of attempts, he paused, sensing Chun Yunyun's frailty. Her arm was dotted with crimson marks, blood seeping from them, and fear enveloped him for the first time that he dreaded that his decisions might lead to the demise of the girl before him. "Shuo, I'm still able. Just a few more tubes," Chun Yunyun said, a smile breaking across her face as she perceived Yang Shuo's emotions. Having spent nearly a year in this primitive world, she had become deeply reliant on the man who had always protected her. From the moment Yang Shuo assured her that humanity would not be this way, his figure had been etched into her heart. "I finally feel useful," she thought with joy. Yang Shuo could no longer contain his tears as he gently caressed Chun Yunyun's head, repeatedly assuring her, "Yunyun has always been the most useful to me, forever so. Everything everyone says, you have taught me. How could that be useless? Your worth surpasses mine many times over." Upon hearing his words, the weight that had hung over Chun Yunyun's heart finally lifted. She had long been apprehensive, yearning to show Yang Shuo her efforts to make him notice her. "Shuo, I really like you," before Yang Shuo could respond. Chun Yunyun drifted off to sleep in his embrace. Having lost a substantial amount of blood, fatigue swept through her cells, and with Yang Shuo's acknowledgement of her significance, she finally relaxed into slumber. Yang Shuo gently lifted Chun Yunyun and carried her to a nearby bunker, covering her with animal skins before stepping back out. With the replenishment of blood, Ao's complexion improved, and the adrenaline provided a much-needed boost. Stabilizing her condition, Yang Shuo retrieved the collected monkey grass, ground it, and sprinkled it over Ao's wounds. After tending to everything, he slumped down, utterly drained. Yet, Yang Shuo still dared not relax. This was merely the first step. The simplest one, that despite their careful sterilization during the wound treatment, there were always bacteria present, and if a severe infection were to occur, Ao would not survive. Looking at the two lying on the animal skins, memories of the first encounter with the cannibal tribe flooded back. The gruesome scene of his brother's death, others being devoured as sustenance, and the recent attack that left Jean and Ao unconscious. Along with the three men who had been pierced like a beehive, that a surge of anger boiled within him, swelling and searing his nerves. "You wait, just don't run away." Chapter 21, Wrath stepping out of the bunker. Yang Shuo regained his composure, though the subtle twitch of his brow betrayed his inner turmoil. "Li Go, why was this cannibal attack so peculiar? Food should not be scarce now," Yang Shuo inquired, observing Li's furrowed brow mirroring his own concern. "There are two periods when tribes are most susceptible to cannibalistic attacks: during the winter when food is scarce, and in spring during their reproductive season," Li explained, pausing briefly before continuing. "Women are a crucial resource in the tribe. They seize women for reproduction, and those who resist are devoured. Over time, those who do not resist become cannibals themselves." A cold sweat broke out on Yang Shuo's brow as he struggled to fathom the horror of being forced to consume human flesh, let alone the torment these women would undoubtedly endure. "Are you going to save them, Shuo?" Li's eyes bore into Yang Shuo's, reminiscent of their first battle. Yang Shuo understood that Li had been nurturing him, supporting his thoughts wholeheartedly. However, this time was different. They lacked the assistance of the wolf pack. "We must rescue them, not just to save those women, but to save ourselves. I will do everything in my power to eradicate any cannibal tribe that appears around us. Not a single one shall remain." His response was resolute and unwavering, exactly what Li had hoped to hear. "Do you have a plan?" Li held immense admiration for Yang Shuo, who possessed ideas that were forever beyond their reach. This time, we strike head-on. Yang Shua's declaration caused Li's eyes to narrow slightly in surprise. No one had ever dared to confront the cannibals directly. Within the tribe, there were now 4 sets of refined vine armor, and 2 sets were prepared but had yet to be given to Ao. Coupled with other half-finished vine armors, all 9 men were equipped with protection. Yang Shua had initially wished to keep Wang from participating in the battle, but the animosity towards the cannibals left this stubborn young man impervious to reason, forcing Yang Shua to place him in the heart of the formation. The decision to confront them head-on was not born from impulsiveness, but rather from Yang Shua's careful observation. The cannibals could not have anticipated the existence of such a revolutionary armor. Thanks to the vine armor's protection, the initial ambush had only claimed the lives of 2 men, while Ao, the tribe's strongest warrior, remained unscathed. In the ensuing close combat, Ao unleashed his fury, single-handedly slaying at least 5 or 6 cannibals. Even if the cannibal tribe consisted of 20 individuals, Ao had effectively reduced their fighting strength by half. Now, they held the advantage in numbers, and with the protective vine armor, they were unafraid of a direct assault. Each man was equipped with 2 stone spears. Fully armed, they charged out of the tribe once more. Yang Shua and Li led the way, while the others maintained vigilance. They departed from Ao's tribe. Darkness began to envelop the sky. After being attacked last night, and returning to report this morning, the group finally located the cannibal tribe's hideout that very evening. Language and writing had united them all, fostering a sense of community within Yang Shua's tribe. The walls behind them and the armor adorning them instilled courage in their hearts. This was the first time primitive humans fought for their kin, fought for vengeance. Though spring had arrived on this side of the snow-capped mountains, temperatures remained low on the opposite side. In the darkness, a bonfire blazed conspicuously, while Yang Shua and his companions concealed themselves in the depths of the nearby woods. This was the largest primitive tribe Yang Shua had ever encountered. Unlike tribes that migrated from high latitudes, those closer to warmer regions had larger populations. The temperate climate provided ample food to sustain their existence. This primitive tribe was currently engaged in punishment. The 6 women abducted from Ao's tribe were present, and with their original numbers, the tribe now boasted 17 members, 5 men and 12 women. Yang Shua couldn't help but click his tongue, realizing just how disastrous the cannibal attack had been. 7 men had perished, and 5 women had been taken, all under the cover of night. The sounds of weeping and anguished cries filled the air as the cannibal chief unleashed his fury on the captured women, relentlessly striking them with branches as they huddled together in fear. In that moment, Yang Shua and his group charged forth, emerging from the woods brandishing their stone spears, rushing headlong into battle. The sentinels guarding the perimeter of the cannibal tribe quickly spotted them, and the shrill screams of 2 women pierced the night, heralding the onset of conflict. Shuo and Sun, clad in black armor, became nearly invisible in the shadows as they charged toward the female sentinel spears. The sentinel spears struck the 2 men's chests without penetrating, while Shuo and Sun's spears pierced through their bodies, the immense force sending them crashing to the ground, impaled by their own spears. The men following closely behind seized the sentinel spears, surging into the tribe alongside Shuo and Sun. Despite the sentinels' alarm, the suddenness of the attack caught the cannibal tribe off guard, and they quickly mobilized, brandishing their stone spears to confront the intruders. Yang Shua found it difficult to describe the cannibals. Their previous encounter had been a distant strategy, but this time it was a close-quarters clash. Even the women in the tribe appeared significantly stronger than average, their features markedly distinct. The faces of the cannibals bore inexplicable expressions, their tall frames and protruding teeth setting them apart from ordinary primitives, their eyes reflecting an unsettling glint. This was also Yang Shua's first experience with taking a life. Power stood beside him, observing. Regardless of how much Yang Shua loathed and seethed with rage, he had never taken a life with his own hands. Yet, when he raised his stone spear and beheld the charging cannibal woman, his fury faltered. It was not until the spear struck him hard, sending him sprawling, that he felt the chilling stab of fear as the woman howled and lunged for his throat. Only to be pierced by Li's sudden attack. Yang Shua staggered to his feet. He saw the proud wife of his tribe, lifeless, her fragmented body roasting atop a pyre. Terror and wrath shattered the boundaries of his modern sensibilities. And for the first time, he resented his fate, this harrowing ordeal of inhuman torture. Upon witnessing another woman charging forth, her distorted expression filled him with revulsion. his long-dormant hunting instincts surged back to life. Utilizing the resilience of his vine armor, he evaded a fatal blow, crashing into her with his chest. While his right hand thrust the stone spear forward, he felt the scalding blood splatter across his face, his hand becoming slick with it. Unlike ordinary beings, the cannibals' lack of visible pain only fueled their frenzy, their expressions growing more savage. Yang Shuo thrust 3 times before finally extinguishing the breath from the grotesque creature. With a numerical advantage of 9 against 12, the battle swiftly reached its conclusion. The armored defenders, predominantly women, found themselves unable to resist the onslaught of the cannibal tribe, save for their tallest warrior. The cannibal chieftain, clad in the refined vine armor pilfered from Ao. His towering stature left much of his body exposed, save for his chest and arm protection that in the fray. The chieftain unleashed his terrifying might, striking Zhao and Sun with a single spear thrust, reducing them to incapacitation as shattered spear fragments and vine armor collided violently with their midsections. Most others bore injuries of varying severity. Faced with such a fearsome foe, only 4 warriors dared to charge forward. Li and his companions adorned in vine armor. The chieftain discarded his shattered spear, retrieving another from the ground, unleashing beastly roars toward the advancing group. Li, the tribe's mightiest warrior, stood in opposition, an eerie silence enveloping the scene. As the bonfire flickered, a waft of enticing aroma permeated the air, the scent of human flesh. The chieftain's nostrils flared, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Witnessing this grotesque delight, Yang Shuo could no longer contain himself. With a roar, he surged forward, shattering the eerie calm. Hot on his heels was Li, who, in a flash, surpassed Yang Shuo. Launching his spear, the cannibal chieftain sidestepped the lethal strike, retaliating with a powerful swing that struck Li's ribs, sending him sprawling. Simultaneously, Yang Shuo's spear was seized by the chieftain, who then delivered a brutal kick to his chest, leaving Yang Shuo gasping for breath as he was hurled backward. The stone spear, though effective as a primitive weapon, proved fragile. The chieftain's might shattered it upon impact with Li, while Yang Shuo's spear was wrested from his grasp. Behind them, Shuo thrust his spear into the chieftain's thigh, only to be sent flying by a swift kick, colliding with Sun. Yang Shuo lay on the ground, panting heavily, overwhelmed by the terror of the chieftain's formidable presence. Standing over 2 meters tall, his scarred muscles attesting to his monstrous strength. Soon, the least injured, quickly regained his footing and darted forward, inflicting another wound upon the chieftain's exposed thigh. Yet, he was met with a devastating punch to the head, collapsing him into unconsciousness. Li, Yang Shuo, and Shuo pressed forward, exchanging injuries in a desperate struggle against the chieftain. Soon, their weapons lay shattered, while the chieftain, bloodied and gasping, bore down upon them. At that moment, survival took precedence. Though weaponless, they were not without resources. Those circling the battlefield lunged forward with spears, but the chieftain's iron fists sent them staggering back, albeit at the cost of 2 broken spears embedded in his form. As blood continued to flow, the chieftain grew more feeble, yet his ferocity intensified. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, breaking the long-standing silence of battle. Wang charged from behind the protective line, directly confronting the chieftain. Such an attack was futile. Wang's spear was snatched away, but he seemed unfazed, as if offering it willingly. Wang extended his arms, lunging into the chieftain's embrace, clinging to his leg, and sinking his teeth into the thigh. The chieftain grimaced in pain, his expression darkening further as he twisted, driving the spearhead toward Wang's back. The tremendous force collided with Wang's vine armor, shattering both spear and armor. Despite the agony, Wang clung on tenaciously. This unexpected turn of events restricted the chieftain's movements, allowing Yang Shuo and Li to spring into action. Li seized a comrade's spear, while Yang Shuo scavenged for a broken spear with a spearhead. In mere moments, Li's spear pierced the chieftain's throat, while Yang Shuo swung from the side, severing a third of his neck. The chieftain's malevolence froze upon his visage, blood erupting from his mouth as he crumpled to the ground, convulsing once before succumbing to death. Chapter 22. To kill or not to kill. With the battle concluded, all were left exhausted, sitting upon the ground. They had possessed a definitive advantage in equipment. Though no one had fallen, several bore severe injuries. Sun lay unconscious from a single punch, while Zhao, Sun, and Wang had all sustained spear wounds. The chieftain's unimaginable strength had shattered their spears, forcing fragments into their skin. Wang lay unconscious in Yang Shuo's embrace, who, upon removing his vine armor, gazed upon the bloodied and mangled back of the young man, Realizing that the pent-up hatred within him had finally found release. As night deepened, the wounded rested in the cannibal tribe's territory. Planning to return the following day, those in better conditions stood guard, for the night would surely not be tranquil. The scent of blood permeated the air, likely to attract other predators. Meanwhile, young Shuo and his companions began to clear the battlefield. The 5 women of the Ao tribe appeared utterly wretched, their bodies stripped bare, smeared with blood and bodily fluids, their forms battered and bruised. Yet, what weighed most heavily on Yang Shua's conscience was the fate of Ao's wife. This woman, as resolute as her husband, had met a brutal end, becoming nothing more than sustenance. The cannibals hastily dug pits. Yang Shuo and his companions discovered numerous herbs akin to monkey grass, which they crushed and applied to the most grievously injured. Beyond healing, they cleared the bodies from near the bonfire, casting them far from the camp. As Yang Shuo and Li hoisted one of the corpses, suddenly, the body jolted to life. The cannibal woman stared in terror at her captors. Unlike the others, she retained more pronounced primitive features and lacked a combative spirit. During the skirmish, she had attempted to flee, only to be struck down by an unknown spear. She struggled, tumbling to the ground, then crawled desperately away, but Li's boots sent her sprawling. Grasping his leg with both hands, she wept, her cries muffled as she failed to escape his grip. At that moment, Li turned to Yang Shuo, pointing at the woman on the ground and inquiring, to kill or not to kill. Yang Shuo was momentarily taken aback. In the heat of battle, he had been on high alert, reacting instinctively amidst multiple attacks. Killing the woman had been a reflexive decision, yet now she was undeniably alive. The woman began to exhibit traits of a cannibal, her teeth elongating, her height altering. She was likely a woman from a previous tribe, abducted and transformed. Even now, Yang Shuo remained perplexed by the cannibal's transformation. He understood that in modern society, consuming one's own kind would lead to horrifying consequences, yet the true nature of cannibalism had never been thoroughly studied. He could only speculate based on his encounters with the cannibals. This woman, a mere few months prior, may have been an ordinary primitive human. If they were to execute her, how would they differ from the cannibals themselves? Was it simply a matter of abstaining from cannibalism? Brotherly, spare her. She is likely one of those abducted, just like the other women. Ultimately, Yang Shuo relinquished the notion of murder, simultaneously grappling with a profound question. Was his initial resolve to eradicate any cannibal tribe too absolute? Li and Yang Shuo paid no further heed to the woman. Although they spared her life, neither wished to encounter her again. Li's disdain stemmed purely from his loathing of the cannibalistic clan, while Yang Shuo found it unbearable to contemplate the anguish wrought by such a transformation. Upon their return to the tribe, all but a few sentinels succumbed to exhaustion and fell into slumber. As the night deepened around them, the eerie sounds of gnawing and cracking began to permeate the air, and Yang Shuo recognized it as the sound of the corpses they had discarded being devoured. This haunting noise lingered in his ears, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The night passed without peril, save for a few starving bag wolves that attempted to assail them, only to be dispersed by Shuo and the others. As dawn broke, Yang Shuo and his companions began to gather their possessions from the cannibal tribe, embarking on their journey home. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the trees to their side. Upon closer inspection, Yang Shuo realized it was the woman they had released the previous night. Somehow, she had evaded the bag wolves throughout the night. The woman sprinted towards Yang Shuo, having observed the tribe since dawn. It was evident that both he and Li were the tribe's chieftains, yet Li harbored disdain for her, a fact of which she was acutely aware, prompting her to seek out Yang Shuo. The onlookers were taken aback by the sight of the approaching woman, and Shuo raised his stone spear, poised to eliminate her in an instant. The woman gazed at Yang Shuo in terror, her hands flailing as tears streamed down her face. "Zhao, spare her," Yang Shuo implored, halting Zhao's lethal intent. Although she was not slain, she was nonetheless driven away. No one among them could accept a cannibal. Paying her no further mind, the group continued toward the tribe. While a few injured women were carried on the backs of Zhao and others, the expelled woman lingered at a distance, too fearful to approach. Upon the sight of the familiar red brick walls, Yang Shuo sensed a collective sigh of relief from the group as they returned with the wounded, leaving the woman standing outside, under the care of Chen Yunyun. Zhan had regained consciousness. Though his injuries were severe, he was not in mortal danger. Ao's vital signs stabilized, yet he remained unresponsive. Chen Yunyun administered glucose injections to Ao, but his survival ultimately depended on his own resilience. In this expedition, Yang Shuo and his companions had successfully eradicated a cannibal tribe and rescued 5 individuals, bringing the tribe's population to a total of 20, surpassing even the peak numbers of the cannibal clan. For the first time, the tribe felt a sense of crowding. Thanks to the terrain, they utilized the walls to enclose a substantial area as their settlement, in the subsequent constructions, the bunkers of Li, Shi, and Sun, along with Qin Yunyan's bunker and Yang Shua's communal sleeping quarters, occupied half of the available space. The central square of the bunker also served as the current water station, included in the housing area. A nearby shed for storing charcoal took up minimal space. Lastly, there was the latrine. All the injured were concentrated in the largest bunker, while the women of the tribe busied themselves. 8 shoes crafted from vines, stuffed with animal hide, tread swiftly upon the gravelly shore, with Zhao and Qian in pursuit behind, while Yang Shuo and his companions blocked their path ahead, effectively creating a trap for the unsuspecting. A volley of arrows is unleashed, the first spear striking true amidst the herd of wildebeest, and then it becomes a matter of selecting the easier targets. Whoever is wounded becomes the focus of their relentless pursuit. Their ambitions are lofty, aiming to secure at least 3 wildebeests. The initial barrage injures 4, and 1 wildebeest, in a desperate attempt to evade the spears, tumbles onto the rocky terrain. With a mighty leap, Li plunges his spear into the neck of a wildebeest, followed shortly by Yang Shuo, as they share a brief glance before charging once more into the chaotic throng of beasts. Meanwhile, Zhao and Qian fixate on the injured wildebeest they have struck, driving it with fervor until they corner it on a steep bank by the lake, puncturing its leg with a spear. In agony, the wildebeest kicks out, striking Qian in the chest, sending him tumbling down the slope. Zhao rushes in to deliver the finishing blows, stabbing the creature thrice in its abdomen, nimbly avoiding the thrashing of the fallen beast as he heads towards Qian. Qian, are you all right? I'm fine. Qian rises, propping himself up on the spear, a white hoof print emblazoned on his chest. The hardened vine armor cracked. The impact was more severe than that of the spear itself. Without the vine armor, his fate could have been dire. This endeavor yields tremendous results. Ultimately, only 7 wildebeests escape from the saline lake, the rest falling to Yang Shuo and his cohort beneath the lake's surface. They have secured their prey. Yet the challenge of transport looms large, for each wildebeest weighs around 1,000 pounds, far beyond their carrying capacity. The journey back to the tribe spans at least 2 days, and with their current haul, the meat would surely spoil before they arrive home. Staring at the bounty before him, Yang Shuo becomes lost in thought, surveying the desolate salt flats around him until a spark of inspiration ignites in his mind. Brotherly, let us prepare some cured meat. This is the first time Li has heard of such a concept, and Yang Shuo promptly begins to process the game. Following the tribal method, he drinks the blood, skins the animal, and guts it, discarding the inedible parts, and soon a single wildebeest is ready for preservation. Li and the others watch in bemusement as Yang Shuo excavates the hard saline soil with his spear, crushing it to sprinkle over the beast's belly. Not only the belly, but Yang Shuo also carves numerous gashes across the wildebeest's body, liberally dousing it with the salt-encrusted earth. The entire creature is now cloaked in a layer of pale salt frost. Yet Yang Shuo feels it prudent to add several more layers for safety. Brotherly, take 2 others and gather some trees. We need branches and vines. While Yang Shuo labors diligently, his voice echoes from within the wildebeest's carcass, prompting Li to nod and depart with a few companions to eye in this barren expanse. The number of places with trees is scant, and they must search diligently. Left behind in the saline lakebed are Yang Shuo and Qian, who has received a kick, and together they proceed to salt the remaining wildebeests, awaiting Li's return. Sitting amidst the rocky salt flats, Yang Shuo feels that this place is indeed their paradise. This terrain allows only primitive humans and a rare few mountain goats to traverse freely. Any other animals must tread carefully. Hooved creatures would slip, while clawed ones risk injury from the sharp stones. With the 2 of them guarding 5 carcasses, they are unperturbed by the presence of bag wolves. Most importantly, Yang Shuo has finally discovered a source of salt. The salt content in animal blood is woefully inadequate, and with the growing tribe, it has become increasingly scarce. This salt flat offers them a glimmer of hope for salt independence. Chapter 24. A triumphant return with delicacies. During their pursuit of the long-eared wildebeest, Yang Shuo and his companions had glimpsed trees in the distance. Although they were far away, Li and the others managed to return before nightfall. Before leaving, Yang Shuo instructed them to bring back branches slightly thinner than their arms, and any vines they could find. The 4 men returned, burdened with an abundance of branches, expertly bound together with vines. And under the moonlight, they commenced their next task in the lake bed. It was the first time the primitive people savored meat seasoned with salt. Although it was raw, the exquisite flavor left everyone in awe. And Yang Shuo fell into an unusual silence. Having spent a year in this primitive world, this experience of cooking with salt was unprecedented. Without lingering too long on nostalgia, Yang Shuo began to guide the others in the construction of a mode of transport, a sled. Though called a sled, it was essentially an assemblage of branches woven together, with logs as the base, and various branches and vines tied atop to form 3 wooden rafts. The remaining vines and stripped animal hides served as harnesses, binding to the front of the rafts, birthing the simplest form of transportation. Only when the last vine was secured did Yang Shuo feel the weight of fatigue wash over him. Under the moonlight, every face bore the marks of weariness. After 3 days away, they had scarcely slept, and as they huddled together, even the night watch fell into a slumber, thanks to the comprehensive treatment with the saline soil. The scent of blood did not permeate the air, and the night passed without incident. The following day, the group set forth on their journey home, 6 men pulling 3 rafts laden with 5 prepared wildebeests. Extracting this haul from the lake bed proved laborious, but as they trekked towards the snow-capped mountains, they found their burden becoming lighter. Initially, the salt flats were strewn with stones, frequently causing the rafts to become lodged, necessitating that they lift the rafts to navigate around obstacles. As they moved away from that region, the grassland blossomed, becoming increasingly lush, and the rafts glided as if over water, leaving a trail behind. On their return journey, Yang Shuo noticed signs of human activity. It appeared that numerous primitive tribes dwelled near the snow-capped mountains, yet they took care to avoid populated areas, successfully reaching their own tribe. At this moment, Wang was patrolling the city walls, while Shi and Sun had ventured out to hunt, and the women were foraging in the nearby woods for edibles. Suddenly, figures emerged from the valley below the hillside, one, then another, and a third. Wang's eyes brimmed with tears. These silhouettes were familiar to him, the very people he longed for daily. They have returned, he cried out from the wall, his voice resonating throughout the tribe, prompting distant women to hurry home. Yang Shuo entered the tribe to summon aid, as they were unable to haul the 5 wildebeests up the mountain alone. Upon entering the tribe, Yang Shuo's first stop was to check on Ao, who had regained consciousness. Though extremely weak, he was expected to survive. Qin Yunyun informed Yang Shuo that Ao had endured a high fever for 3 days, but had persevered through it, though the wound on his abdomen had become inflamed. It was not life-threatening, and he was now recovering. Yang Shuo could not help but marvel at the resilience of primitive humans. After all, Qin Yunyun had nearly succumbed despite having access to antibiotics. While this individual had survived purely on willpower, Ao was already able to stand, though his injuries were severe. But among primitive people, as long as one does not die, survival is assured. In the center of the tribe, a grand event was unfolding, the largest gathering in the tribe's history. Yang Shuo washed one of the wildebeests, the days of curing having imparted flavor to the meat, yet the remaining salt-encrusted soil could not go to waste. He intended to extract salt from it. The cleaned wildebeest was butchered into large pieces and roasted over a fire, while Yang Shuo prepared to boil the water used to wash the meat. After letting the murky water settle, he poured it off, and with relentless determination, he rinsed the salt-encrusted soil several times, ultimately yielding 3 pots of precious brine. Suddenly, the tribe erupted in a chorus of cheers, all captivated by the delectable fare before them. The roasted, juicy wildebeest meat, imbued with a hint of salt, instantly captivated everyone's palates, and Qin Yunyun, after tasting it, broke down in tears. Yang Shuo could not help but smile broadly. The 5 wildebeests would suffice to feed the tribe for an entire week. Ao and the others gradually recovered. Their hunting party would be perfectly poised to alleviate the tribe's food crisis. Thus, Yang Shuo happily boiled water on the side, enjoying the wildebeest meat that Qin Yunyun had brought him, all while watching the bubbles rise in the pot. The 3 pots of brine yielded less than half a jar of salt. Unlike typical salt flats, the area they had discovered was a desiccated inland lake, resulting in a relatively high salt concentration, though the distance remained a challenge. Over the course of the night, in addition to the precious half-jar of salt, Yang Shuo also acquired something he had long coveted from Qin Yunyun, a jar of seeds. In the primitive world, there was no concept of sowing. All plants grew as they could, and under suitable conditions. One could save several seasons' worth of crops in a year. Before leaving, Yang Shuo had asked Chen Yunyun to keep an eye out for all edible seeds they encountered, and he intended to gather them all. During the past week, with the assistance of Ro and others, Chen Yunyun managed to fill an entire jar with seeds. Most of these seeds are grass seeds, one of the primary food sources for primitive people. Painstakingly saved from their meals, the contemporary primitives have developed a habit of ensuring that whatever Yang Shuo desires is set aside for him. Even if it means tightening their belts, it has proven that Yang Shuo never disappoints their hopes. In a corner of the tribe near the stone wall, a pile of excrement has accumulated since the construction of the city wall. Thanks to the wall's protection, the tribe no longer needs to be cautious about their waste disposal. Prompting Yang Shuo to construct a latrine that he dug a neat pit, placed stones for footing on either side. Indeed, it was quite rudimentary. Thus, a curious spectacle unfolded. Every so often, one would find Yang Shuo squatting by the latrine, using a clay spoon to scoop out the waste, which he piled in the corner of the wall, where the surrounding weeds now flourished exuberantly. At dawn the following day, Yang Shuo brought a jar of grass seeds to the vacant lot near the latrine. Using a wooden stick to turn the soil and meticulously planting the seeds, carrying water and applying fertilizer, Chen Yunyun followed him. The two seemed to have returned to a life reminiscent of men plowing and women weaving. The plot was small, and they used less than half of the grass seeds, with Yang Shuo carefully preserving the remainder. Gazing at this experimental field, he thought, "Primitive world seeds, please do not let me down." Chapter 25, Grandpa Yuan's Plan. Phase 1. Yang Shuo solemnly inserted a wooden sign at the edge of the cleared land, inscribing it with ink, "Grandpa Yuan's Plan, Phase 1. He considered it the most momentous day, even gathering the entire tribe for a groundbreaking ceremony. Grandpa Yuan is the deity of food in Yang Shuo's world, and he aimed to ensure that the name of Grandpa Yuan would resonate throughout the primitive world. The last stretch of vacant land had been claimed by Yang Shuo, and the tribe had become thoroughly overcrowded. Except for the severely injured AO, everyone else was relatively unscathed. 10 Women essentially took charge of all production activities within the tribe. The simplest pottery making required only functionality, prompting the women to gather clay from the large pit outside the tribe for their crafting. There are now at least 100 pieces of pottery in the tribe, most notably a dozen large jars near the settlement, soaking various weeds and branches. Depending on the soaking duration, the women would extract and crush the contents for future papermaking behind the water jars. Dozens of clay tablets were being pressed under bricks, allowing moisture to evaporate naturally. Aside from the papermaking area, Yang Shuo constructed several wooden racks to hang the remaining cured horse meat in segments to dry, thereby extending its shelf life. Next to the drying meat racks hung strands of vine. Unlike the winter-produced vine armor, the newly sprouted vines retained considerable moisture and required drying before they could be crafted into armor. Beside the racks stood 2 large pots, designated for boiling the highly refined vine armor. In the vacant lot outside the city wall, several small mounds were smoking, beneath which charcoal was being processed, with the potential of firing bricks as well. The tribe's 3 major projects, papermaking, charcoal production, and brick firing, saw men providing materials while women handled the processing. Now, an additional project had been added, farming, besides the experimental fields within the tribe. Yang Shuo also led the people to cultivate a plot not far from the large pit, planting all the remaining grass seeds there. Under Yang Shuo's guidance, the primitives finally grasped the essence of farming. The grass seeds in their hands would eventually multiply, leading to a day when they would have an abundance of grass seeds to spare. Tilling, sowing, watering, and fertilizing, all steps were executed seamlessly, establishing experimental fields 2 and 3. Yang Shuo calculated the time. The weather was warming, and spring would last roughly 3 months before they transitioned into summer. It seemed as if all the plants in the mountains had been injected with hormones, growing wildly, while hibernating animals awakened, and various insects proliferated. The tribe's food situation had significantly improved. Although consuming insects was rather unpalatable, their high protein and low fat content made it bearable. Yang Shuo's experimental fields appeared to nurture 3 varieties of weeds, uneven in height and diverse in appearance, yet thriving remarkably well. Wild grasses were indeed easier to tend than crops. Phase 1 of Grandpa Yuan's plan progressed smoothly. A series of unexpected news left Yang Shuo utterly astonished. The first piece of news was that several women were pregnant. Among those expecting were the wives of the 3 Li Sun men, as well as some individuals whom Yang Shuo had rescued. The thought of an increasing population gave him a headache. He was genuinely pleased about new life in the tribe, but faced a significant dilemma as language gradually spread within the tribe. Yang Shuo discovered that the most challenging task was naming the primitives. Initially, after rescuing Zhao Qi and Sun Li Wang, Yang Shuo named them according to the 100 family surnames, attributing the name Wang to the child. Symbolizing hope, now, with the addition of 5 unnamed women from Ao's tribe, he felt a sense of guilt. Apart from Ao and Chen Yunyan, every other name had been assigned by him, while he had a wealth of Chinese characters in his mind. Selecting a fitting name felt insufficient. Gazing at the 5 nameless women, Yang Shuo felt he had been too hasty in naming Zhao Qi and Sun Li. Consequently, he decided to delegate the naming task. They could choose names according to their preferences. However, the news of the pregnancies was met with reluctance. The women from Ao's tribe had been abducted by cannibals, and both Yang Shuo and Ao were aware of the trauma they endured upon their return. Thus, the children they carried could not be definitively identified as either the offspring of the deceased men from Ao's tribe or the cannibals. As primitives, they retained considerable animalistic instincts, much like a lion pride. A new lion king would eliminate all cubs to secure the propagation of his own genes. Although not as extreme, there was a strong sentiment among them to eradicate any potential offspring of the cannibals. At that moment, Yang Shuo recalled a particular woman. After being rescued to the tribe, she had remained unwelcomed as half a cannibal, with only Yang Shuo and Chen Yunyan accepting her. Yang Shuo did not oppose Ao's perspective. After discussing it with him, they agreed to await the children's birth to assess the situation. Aside from this mixed news, one day, a hunting team led by Ao returned with news that made Yang Shuo leap with excitement. Ao, having lost his wife, became increasingly silent after regaining consciousness. Apart from speaking a few more words while learning language with Chen Yunyan, he had otherwise remained quiet, much like the half-cannibal woman. Upon his return, Ao sought out Yang Shuo, presenting him with a stone, a piece of iron ore that Yang Shuo had longed for. Observing Ao's trembling hand, Yang Shuo felt an indescribable emotion. He felt deep guilt towards Ao. It was because of his demands that Ao's tribe had been discovered by the cannibals during their search for iron ore, leading to such disastrous consequences. Therefore, upon seeing that Ao was still alive, Yang Shuo had done everything in his power to save him. After Ao's recovery, Yang Shuo had repeatedly offered to help him rebuild his tribe, yet Ao had consistently declined. As a chieftain, Ao harbored his own pride and responsibilities. Witnessing all that Yang Shuo had provided to Li's tribe, he did not believe he could do better than Yang Shuo. One of the responsibilities of a chieftain is to secure a future for the tribe. And now, like Li, he had placed the future entirely in Yang Shuo's hands. Ao patted Yang Shuo on the shoulder and softly said, "Do not feel guilty about me. Be yourself and lead us onward together." Yang Shuo was momentarily taken aback. Ao, when did you become so eloquent? Ao was undoubtedly the fastest learner of language Yang Shuo had encountered among the primitives. Even the children Zhan and Wang did not possess his talent. Talent, indeed. Yang Shuo mused that he could assist Chen Yunyan in teaching everyone. Ao turned and exited, leaving Yang Shuo in a daze, pondering, "Is this talent? Are you some kind of monster? How do you even know the word talent? Dante, tell me you also came from another world like me. Please don't mess with me." Big Brother, Chapter 26. Setting off to the mine, Yang Shuo, filled with excitement, spent a sleepless night. And early the next morning, he accompanied Ao and the team to the location where they had discovered iron ore. This area lay within a part of the mountain range they inhabited. A day's journey away, thanks to the markings left by Ao upon his return, the group managed to avoid getting lost and ultimately found the place, observing Ao as he searched for the trail markers only he could decipher. Yang Shuo found himself contemplating the need for a GPS. The search was proving to be exceedingly challenging. The landscape before him was somewhat beyond his expectations. He had anticipated merely encountering a modest quantity of iron ore, especially since Ao had initially intended it as a collectible, suggesting it would not be abundant. They could excavate nearby the iron mine in hopes of uncovering more ore. However, the stark, barren rock face before him rendered him speechless. From a distance, it appeared that a section over 2 meters high was entirely stained with rust. Aside from a few shattered stones on the ground, there stood an unbroken stone wall. Goodness, they had struck it rich this time. Yang Shuo gazed at the imposing stone wall, his heart racing. He had expected that obtaining such a find would require immense effort, yet here it lay before him. During this expedition, Yang Shuo was somewhat absent-minded. With the chief of Ao's caliber present, he had no worries. Under Ao's exceptional hunting skills, the group returned with their arms full. Even upon entering the tribe, young Shuo remained entranced, plunging into the bunker and failing to emerge again. As dusk descended, the evening bonfire flickered, marking the happiest moment of the day for everyone. Their mealtime, when they would eat to their heart's content and sleep peacefully, dreaming sweetly. Yet, young Shuo still did not reappear, prompting Chen Yunyun to slice off some roasted venison with a shard of stone and bring it to him in a bowl, just as she reached the entrance of the bunker. Young Shuo suddenly burst out with a shriek, nearly knocking Chen Yunyun over. Tomorrow we commence a new project. Chen Yunyun clutched the bowl tightly, shooting young Shuo an annoyed glare. Eat. Only then did young Shuo notice her presence. He sheepishly grinned and quickly devoured the meat in a few bites. The last project had involved installing running water for the tribe, and now, after several months, young Shuo was set to initiate a new endeavor, causing a stir among the tribe members, who were left wondering what he had in store. The most exhilarated were the people of Ao's tribe, who had never experienced any project before. The sight of the towering city walls and the readily visible water source filled them with boundless anticipation for the project's content. Even stirring excitement in the usually composed AO.it seemed as though no one in the tribe had slept well the previous night, as early the next morning, young Shuo led the group in a grand departure. The woods, which had already been retreating under their continuous development, suffered further as trees were felled one after another by the communal effort, rolling into the open spaces beyond the city walls. Once I manage to acquire iron sheets, the first thing I'm doing is replacing this wretched stone axe, young Shuo exclaimed as he struggled to chop down yet another tree. Who would have thought that wielding a stone axe would be so labor-intensive and inefficient? Sensing the wood was nearly ready, young Shuo led the group to the bamboo grove on Ao's hillside, where they harvested a pile of bamboo and returned to the tribe with the materials gathered. Young Shuo began assigning tasks. Among the 15 tribe members, aside from the 6-man hunting team that had set out, the remaining individuals formed groups of 5 to commence work. The first task was to cut the bamboo into 1-meter-long segments. The second to smooth the trees with stones and bore holes, while young Shuo would lead the most challenging task. The third, selecting a suitably thick tree trunk. 5 individuals took turns to strike down 2 20-centimeter thick discs, after which they proceeded to drill holes and smooth the surface. The task of polishing was entrusted to Ro, whose pregnancy was becoming increasingly apparent, making her movements less convenient, thus rendering the stationary polishing work a suitable fit for her. Young Shuo and Li split the bamboo down the middle before lighting a fire to roast it. The resilient bamboo lost moisture and became pliable under the flames, allowing the two to bend it effectively, ultimately achieving a somewhat imperfect circle. Amid the flurry of activity, the materials were gradually processed, leading to the moment of witnessing a miracle. Young Shuo retrieved the 2 wooden stakes they had drilled holes into and, with Li's assistance, began assembling the bamboo around them, creating a wheel complete with bamboo rims. With careful selection, young Shuo found a tree trunk as thick as his arm to serve as the axle. Forcefully securing the 2 wheels onto it with stones to ensure stability, he also drove a few smaller wooden pieces into the gaps. Following the same method, he fashioned 2 axles, then turned to construct the vehicle's body. First, he secured the 2 axles, then laid 2 sturdy wooden beams across the top, and finally positioned the cut-short wooden pieces horizontally in the middle, marking the appropriate spots to dig holes. Each horizontal beam had a hole drilled precisely matching the lower frame, which was subsequently reinforced with cowhide cord and vines at the axle points. 2 bamboo poles were erected, forming a semi-enclosed structure to prevent any movement of the axles. With the upper frame secured, the next step was to weave in the 1-meter-long bamboo pieces. The once rudimentary frame now appeared quite impressive. The surface was adorned with green bamboo segments, supported by 4 sturdy wheels, which, despite lacking a defined front and back, formed a flatbed. This was surely the first man-made vehicle in this primitive world. Young Shuo gave the contraption a tentative push, although the friction between the axles and frame was considerable. It was undoubtedly mobile, and it would certainly be far less laborious than dragging it along the ground. The onlookers stared in amazement at this peculiar creation, and the women of Ao's tribe began to gasp in astonishment. Utterly unprepared for the transformation of the bamboo and wooden sticks they had crafted into such a marvel, young Shuo felt his arms were nearly too fatigued to lift. Pregnant women, onto the vehicle. "We're heading home," he shouted, as if infusing life into the contraption. Several women cautiously climbed aboard, while others, unable to contain their curiosity, followed suit. 9 women crammed onto the small cart. and Li and the others chuckled at the sight of them curiously prodding and exploring the new vehicle. The half-cannibalistic woman remained by Yang Shua's side, akin to a shadow. "Ing, aren't you joining them on the cart?" Yang Shua inquired of the woman behind him, a name he had given her that aptly suited her appearance. Realizing they were about to work, Yang Shua took the opportunity to closely observe Ying's features. Due to her unique circumstances, she was noticeably taller than the average woman, at a height of 1.83 meters. Yang Shua found himself only slightly taller than she. Her skin bore an unhealthy grayish hue, and her teeth were considerably longer than those of a typical person. Ying looked enviously at the excited women on the cart, but shook her head, saying, not join. Hearing her unclear words, Yang Shua decided to have her accompany him instead. He tied the cowhide rope to the front of the cart, while several men each took a rope, pulling it back toward the tribe. Although the distance was merely a few dozen meters, the women on the cart erupted in squeals of delight. The sensation of riding in a vehicle for the first time was exhilarating and thrilling. Upon reaching the base of the city wall, they still lingered, reluctant to disembark. The following day, Yang Shua prepared a fully loaded cart and set off with a few others, brimming with anticipation for their journey to the mine. Chapter 27. A Tale of Ice and Fire. Asao was to be part of the next hunting team. Yang Shua could only take Shuo and Li, who had just returned, along with him. The two men were intensely curious about this novel contraption that had emerged within the tribe, taking turns riding on the cart and thoroughly enjoying the experience. The cart was filled to the brim with various items: 2 ceramic basins, a ceramic jar, several clay pots, and a bamboo basket woven by Chen Yuyan, containing several days' worth of food. In addition, there were 4 or 5 stone spears, 3 long-horned antelope hides, stone axes, stone hammers, and an assortment of other tools. All jingling as they traveled. Their journey took slightly longer than usual due to the cart's limitations, preventing them from retracing their steps along the original path. Instead, they had to find a more open route around. Gradually, the familiar rock face came into view, resembling a massive iron ore embedded in the stone. Yang Shua hastened forward, beckoning Shuo and Li to begin their work. The 3 of them quickly unloaded the cart, and Yang Shua picked up a stone hammer to test the rock face. Striking it resulted in a painful jolt to his hand, and the hammer shattered into 3 pieces. Yang Shua gazed at the fragmented hammer, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. Fortunately, he had a plan. Otherwise, without modern tools, extracting or would be a mere pipe dream. Li, you and Shuo go fetch some water. I'll start a fire, and we'll have a meal before resuming work. Yang Shua sat beside the cart, pulling out 2 twigs and beginning to kindle a fire. The art of fire-making has now become an essential skill for all primitive people. In no time, a small bonfire took shape. Yang Shua retrieved several pieces of charcoal from the cart and set the fire near the iron ore. This cart, brimming with charcoal, was Yang Shua's trump card. After all, mastering the principles of physics and chemistry allows one to traverse the world without fear. In addition to the charcoal, he gathered dry branches and fallen leaves from the surrounding forest, tossing them into the flames. The roaring fire blazed against the stone wall, and by the time Shuo and Li returned, the temperature in the vicinity had become alarmingly high. "Shuo, what on earth are you doing?" Shuo set down the clay pot in his hand, gazing at the blazing fire, unsure of Yang Shua's intentions. "Oh, nothing much. Let's eat first, and later we shall experience a dramatic contrast of heat and cold." He produced some dried antelope meat, and the group began to feast, while Yang Shua boiled a pot of hot water, saving it for later. Unlike the primitive folk with their seemingly indestructible stomachs, he preferred to avoid drinking raw water whenever possible. Once they were satiated, Yang Shua tossed a few more logs onto the fire and, accompanied by the 2 men, set off again to fetch water. After several trips back and forth, the trio finally filled the clay pot to the brim, and the once raging fire gradually extinguished. The dark red stone wall, now pitch black, still radiated a frightening heat. "Come on, let us get to work," Yang Shua called over to the 2 men, who were engrossed in examining the cart. Quickly, while it's still hot, he raised the clay pot and dashed towards the stone wall, splashing the contents across its surface. With a hissing sound, steam billowed forth, and the 2 men nearby began to douse the wall with water from their clay bowls. The entire pot of water was expended, successfully lowering the temperature of the stone wall. Now, the wall was obscured by steam, and the 2 men, having never encountered such a phenomenon before, were on high alert. Were it not for Yang Shua's intervention, they might have charged in with their spears. Once the steam dissipated, Yang Shuo cautiously approached. The stone wall remained dark and cracked, with several stones shattered on the ground. He reached out and easily pried off a piece of the warm, dark red stone. Success! Now, let us bring out the tools, Yang Shuo exclaimed, picking up a stone hammer and beginning to strike the wall. The sound echoed like the crunching of wafers, though still quite hard. The stone wall was now yielding to the hammer's blows. They advanced about half a meter before the sound of the hammer striking the ground changed, indicating a decrease in progress. Brothers, the dramatic contrast of heat and cold? Ah, yes, the dramatic contrast. Sure and Li were fully engaged, eager to create something that would elevate their tribe's capabilities. Yang Shuo reignited the fire. And this time, it was far more effective, benefiting from their prior experience that a hole had been created in the stone wall, and the fire was kindled within the cave that the charcoal was added. Flames leapt higher, and the enclosed space intensified the heat, causing cracks to form in the stone above, sending sparks flying into the air. Goodness gracious, this won't do. At this rate, we might collapse the cave on ourselves. Let's not dig our own graves. Yang Shuo remarked. Observing the fissures forming overhead, that it seemed that the method of creating a dramatic contrast needed further refinement. As darkness descended, their day's labor came to an end. Yang Shuo maneuvered the cart closer to the stone wall, and the group loaded the excavated ore. Gazing at the cart filled to the brim, they could hardly contain their joy. Tomorrow, they would return home. The next afternoon, the trio set off with their cart, loaded with ore, yet their pace remained steady, leaving behind 2 deep tracks in the ground. After a day and a half of travel, the familiar red brick walls came into view. Sun, who was stationed to guard, quickly called the tribe members to assist with unloading. The villagers helped with the unloading. Yang Shuo greeted them briefly before leaping over the wall and into the bunker. Yes, we have the iron ore. Next comes the blast furnace. It's simple enough, just a base, and then we can place materials on top. Yang Shuo lay on the animal hides, lighting a lamp while pondering the construction of the furnace. The main challenge was achieving the high temperatures required to melt iron, which must exceed 1,000 degrees Celsius. While charcoal should suffice for combustion, merely burning it would not be enough. A bellows was necessary. But how to create a bellows? Yang Shuo sketched various designs on paper, quickly outlining the furnace. Yet the bellows posed a challenge that would be exhausting to blow air manually, and fanning would not suffice. What are you up to, Shuo? You've been missing since you returned? Chen Yunyun, still hesitant after her previous encounter with Yang Shuo, approached him. Upon seeing him, her cheeks flushed crimson. Yunyun, you arrived just in time. Come help me think of a way to make a bellows. Upon noticing Yang Shuo's sketches, her eyes lit up. I see now why you generously gifted Ao 5 pieces of wrought tan armor last time. It was iron ore. Indeed, if we had iron tools, we would undoubtedly be the foremost tribe in this primitive world. After a moment of contemplation, a stooped figure suddenly appeared before her. Shuo, we can use a bellows. When I was young, I often helped my grandmother with cooking by operating the bellows. It made the fire burn brightly. Her words instantly sparked Yang Shuo's thoughts. He too had grown up in the countryside and had encountered the bellows during his childhood. But now, with his mind filled with modern technology, he had forgotten such primitive craftsmanship. Just as Yang Shuo opened his mouth to thank Chen Yunyun, he noticed her eyes glistening with tears under the oil lamp. Yunyun, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Oh, no, I'm fine, Shuo. I'm just missing my grandmother. Chapter 28, The Whole Tribe Refines Iron, Part 1. Yang Shuo managed to comfort Chen Yunyun after a lengthy struggle. He then dashed out of the bunker, eager to rejoin the tribe's efforts. However, the moment he emerged, he felt a dozen gazes fixated upon him, including Chen Yunyun, who was wiping her tears behind him. Today marked the return of the hunting party. And with the cart, transporting their catch had become significantly easier. With no other tasks at hand, the tribe members were free to relax, their attention drawn to Chen Yunyun as she entered the bunker where Yang Shuo was. For the first time, gossip began to circulate among the primitive tribe, as all eyes were fixed on the 2 individuals. Although they had long suspected the pair were a couple, both had consistently denied it. Now, caught in the act, the rumor mill was in full swing. Yang Shuo rushed into the bunker, followed closely by Chen Yunyun. After their prolonged absence and with Yunyun in tears, the tribe's curiosity ignited. As everyone eagerly awaited to see what would transpire, even Yang Shuo, with his thick skin, began to feel the pressure, while Chen Yunyun's face turned beet red, leaving her to hide behind him. Why are you all staring? Come on, let us get to work, Yang Shuo exclaimed, Trying to dispel the awkwardness, he soon realized that their endeavors were inextricably linked to trees. In this primitive world, aside from stones, trees were the primary resource. Under Yang Shua's leadership, the tribe began to chant their first labor song that if you want to prosper, start by felling trees. One by one, trees were rapidly transported to the city wall by the cart. Yang Shua felt that one cart was still insufficient. In the tribe, each cart could significantly boost productivity. Clearly, it was time to construct a few more carts. Once they commenced iron refining, they would first need to create woodworking tools. Ancestral tools were truly invaluable. As Yang Shuo reflected on this, he began sketching plans for the bellows. It quickly became apparent that the most challenging aspect of iron refining was not the furnace itself, but achieving the necessary temperature. He sat down, striving to recall the old, worn bellows from his grandmother's home. First, it needed to resemble a box, then it required a handle, along with an air intake and exhaust. But then he hit a mental block. Yang Shuo realized he had never taken the time to dismantle a bellows to inspect its inner workings. He only knew it was a rectangular box with a handle. Yin Yun, come here for a moment. Upon hearing Yang Shua's call, Chen Yunyun's face flushed crimson once more. With a coy glance, she swiftly turned to flee. Shua, did you call me? Hurry. Yunyun, do you know how to make a bellows? Yang Shua lifted his head from the ground to gaze at her. While Chen Yunyun appeared momentarily stunned, why is your face so red? Are you unwell? If you're not feeling well, take a break and don't work. No, I don't know how to make a bellows either. I've just used 1.0, then it's no problem. You go ahead and busy yourself. I will do some research. As Yang Shua once again immersed himself in the straw paper on the ground, Chen Yunyun couldn't help but stomp her foot. Feeling incredulous at how such a capable person could be so oblivious, with a huff, she stormed off. Yang Shua, oblivious to her departure, was consumed by thoughts of the bellows. If I don't understand the structure, I shall construct it myself. How could a top student like me be stumped by such a trivial contraption? When in doubt, think quantum mechanics. He promptly pulled out another piece of straw paper and began sketching a magnified diagram of the air inlet. When pulling, air must enter. When pushing, air must exit. I should analyze the forces at play. When air enters, the outlet must be closed. Only with lower pressure can air flow in, and vice versa when air is expelled. Yang Shua's feather pen glided across the paper, and as he pondered, he nibbled on the quill, a habit from his high school days. First, I need 2 movable doors. This is too simple. Just sprinkle some water. Indeed, my aura as a top student remains intact. He busily sketched, swiftly organizing his blueprint. While he was occupied, the others were laboring hard. Whether it was building vehicles or firing bricks for houses, their tasks were relatively simple: chopping wood and dealing with clay, requiring no exquisite craftsmanship. However, this time Yang Shua had set a condition. He needed wooden planks. Initially, Li did not comprehend what wooden planks were. Yang Shua provided a clear standard. Ideally, they should be as thick as my palm. Perhaps a bit thicker, but they must be flat. This single statement left the tribe's men exhausted. They felled a tree and began to chop at it with stone axes, stripping away the bark and gradually trimming the excess. A single tree could yield 1 plank. Yang Shua had found his direction, yet encountered challenges in execution. How should I install the movable doors? They must be both flexible and sturdy. Regular cowhide string is definitely too coarse. How to resolve this? At that moment, Chen Yunyun was in a fit of anger, with several women atop a log, using stones to flatten it. They were methodical, striking gently, collecting the shavings, and continuing their work. Meanwhile, Chen Yunyun, brimming with frustration, was vigorously swinging a stone, splattering sap from the freshly chopped trees, leaving a mess of wood shavings in her hair. From a distance, Yang Shua noticed her swift movements and couldn't help but exclaim, "This girl is truly full of vigor." Her hair was flailing about. "Wait, hair?" Yin Yun. Yang Shua felt as though he had discovered a new continent and called her over eagerly. Chen Yunyun, lost in her own world of anger, was oblivious to Yang Shua's calls, so engrossed. Seeing that she did not respond, Yang Shua approached her, sheepishly asking, "Yin Yun, could you spare me a few strands of hair?" Startled by Yang Shua's sudden appearance, Chen Yunyun initially thought he was concerned for her, only to realize he wanted her hair. "That I like you so much, and you're not even worried about me." No way. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, increasing the force of her strikes, sending wood shavings flying. "Fine. If you don't want to give it, then don't." Yang Shua was splattered with shavings, bewildered as he walked away, while Yang Shua was lost in thought with the straw paper. Suddenly, a dirty hand appeared before him, clutching a handful of hair. Turning, he saw Ing, her face covered in dust, and smiling broadly. Ah, it's Ing. Thank you. Yang Shuo gratefully accepted the small clump of hair from her hand and hurried to find his tools. There was still plenty of bamboo left from the previous cart-making endeavor. He cut down 2 of the thinnest sections with a stone axe, split them open, and smoothed them down on a stone to create 2 small bamboo pieces. Looking at the bamboo in his hands, Yang Shuo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. And now, how do I drill holes? He gazed up at Wang, who was standing guard atop the city wall, and spotted the stone spear in his hand. A sly smile crept across his face. Wang, come down for a drink. Wang suddenly shivered, then noticed Yang Shuo grinning at him from below the wall. Oh, all right, I'm coming down. For Wang, Yang Shuo's words were like a royal decree. When Yang Shuo told him to take a break, he complied without hesitation, though he wondered why his back was suddenly feeling so cold. Yang Shuo handed him a ceramic bowl, standing atop the wall under the scorching sun. Wang was parched and found the water refreshing. Wang, could you do me a small favor? Yang Shuo asked suddenly. Wang immediately stood at attention, his eyes fixed on Yang Shuo. Brother Shuo, just say the word. I will help you with anything. If you don't want to go on the next hunting expedition, I'll take your place. No, it's just a small favor. Could you use your spear to make a few holes in these 2 bamboo pieces for me? Yang Shuo quickly presented the bamboo pieces. Feeling a pang of guilt at the enthusiasm of the BOY, seemed unfair to take advantage of him like this. Wang, upon receiving the rectangular bamboo pieces, noticed Yang Shuo had marked 3 dots on each, indicating where holes should be drilled, each the size of a black bean. Yang Shuo, feeling a bit guilty, handed the pieces over, unaware of what the boy was about to face. Wang took the bamboo pieces without hesitation, sitting down immediately to begin working. Yang Shuo, feeling embarrassed, quietly slipped away. Bamboo was undoubtedly the most resilient material in the tribe, exhibiting excellent characteristics in various aspects. It was the best material available. Wang used the spear to press against the bamboo, attempting to replicate the technique of drilling for fire, but the bamboo was too small for effective leverage, causing it to shift with each attempt. After several futile tries, Wang was drenched in sweat. Anxious about failing to fulfill Yang Shuo's request that I must find another way. Realizing the spear was ineffective, Wang dismantled the rope binding the stone block, grasping the spear in one hand while stabilizing the bamboo with the other, pressing it against the ground to start drilling. While this method allowed him to exert more force, it was also quite laborious. Wang took deep breaths, holding his breath as he applied pressure, his hands turning pale under the strain. After numerous attempts, he finally managed to leave a mark on the bamboo, then repeated the process tirelessly. Meanwhile, Yang Shuo was busy kneading clay, flattening a large clump and puncturing it with a stick, seeking a shaded spot to let it dry. This would serve as one of the components for the blast furnace's base. Recently, the tribe had added 2 more bunkers, and now the interior of the city wall was completely filled, leaving no room for more materials. Yang Shuo had not intended to store everything within the wall. With a growing population and increasing supplies, the tribe required expansion. It seems I was rather short-sighted initially. There is hardly any usable space outside the wall. Yang Shuo reflected on the remnants from the first phase of the city wall project, noting the uneven terrain and a large pit nearby. Initially intended for a fish pond, but now deemed too close. Never mind, I'll find time to reorganize it later. Rolling his eyes, Yang Shuo picked a spot close to the wall and drew a circle in the dirt with a branch. This will be the construction site for the blast furnace. Let us get to work. Yang Shuo retrieved the wooden shovel strapped to his back and began excavating the foundation. As there were currently no methods for smelting iron, Yang Shuo's blast furnace was a one-time use. However, the area for smelting was temporary. The base was not. Thus, he focused on constructing the base. After a considerable effort, he finally dug a decent-sized pit. Exasperatedly rolling his eyes, time for a break. Turning to Li, who was hard at work, he called out, "Brother Li, bring me a cart of bricks." The entire tribe was revolving around Yang Shuo, and upon hearing his request, Li promptly abandoned his task, rallying Zhan and Qian to gather bricks and deliver them to Yang Shuo. "Master, what exactly are you planning to do?" Zhan inquired while unloading the bricks, as Yang Shuo's self-proclaimed disciple. Zhan idolized Yang Shuo's every move, and now, watching him bustle about without understanding the purpose, he felt restless. "I've told you that you wouldn't understand. Focus on your studies. You'll find out eventually. Now, Hurry and move those bricks. Yang Shuo stood in the pit, meticulously crafting a foundation with bricks, forming a simple square base comprised of approximately 100 bricks, stable and secure. Once the base was level with the ground, he filled the earth back in, leaving only the platform visible. He then continued his work, constructing a circular stove with a diameter of 1 meter, ensuring to leave an opening for ash removal. Next, he awaited the drying of the clay to solidify the base. While it dried, he built a base for a bellows beside the stove using more bricks, with wooden planks and bamboo strips. It seemed he was nearing completion. He anticipated being able to construct a stove for testing in the next couple of days, just as Yang Shuo pondered the design of the blast furnace. Ao approached, carrying a wooden plank. Yang Shuo, do you think this plank will suffice? Yang Shuo, who had just taken a sip of water, nearly choked. It was the first time in a long while someone had called him by his full name, and he found it quite unfamiliar. How did Ao learn his full name? Glancing at the plank in Ao's hands, he noted that although the freshly cut wood was still damp, it had been skillfully shaped by the others into a proper plank. No problem. It's excellent, Yang Shuo declared, taking the plank and testing its weight. That it was quite heavy, likely due to moisture. He wondered if it would crack or warp once dried. The plank was as wide as a thigh and nearly 2 meters long. Transforming such a thick log into this form was indeed a testament to everyone's hard work. After toiling for half a day with a stone axe, he managed to split the plank into 2 sections, one large and one small, measuring 1.5 meters in length and 50 centimeters in width, which would be just right for the bellows. The planks were gradually completed and delivered to Yang Shuo, who was now the center of attention as the onlookers gathered around him. The planks were ready. But how to seal them? Air leaks would be unacceptable. I could assemble it using the mortise and tenon technique like a carpenter, but the tools are inadequate for proper sealing, Yang Shuo mused. Arranging several planks on the ground, staring blankly. Let's assemble it first. If it doesn't work out, we can always seal it with clay later. He placed 2 long planks on the base of the bellows and secured them. Then, using his stone axe, he carved grooves around the edges of each plank, quickly assembling a wooden box under the watchful eyes of the crowd. On one long side of the box, Yang Shuo created a fist-sized hole, and another on the adjacent short side, thus completing the air intake and exhaust openings. He also made 2 holes on the opposite short side for handles. The basic structure was established as darkness enveloped the sky. Just then, Wang, gleefully carrying 2 bamboo strips, rushed over. Brother Shuo, I've drilled the holes. Yang Shuo recalled, almost forgetting about this young lad. Wang had diligently drilled 6 holes as per Yang Shuo's instructions, taking half a day to complete the task. And he handed the bamboo strips to Yang Shuo, his hands trembling with fatigue. Seeing Wang so exhausted, Yang Shuo felt a pang of guilt for his own laziness. He retrieved some precious salt from his stash, saying, "Come, let me treat you to some roasted meat. You've worked hard." Chapter 30. The Collective Iron Smelting, Part 2. On the other side of the fire pit lay the high furnace base that Yang Shuo had crafted, which had been left to dry for a day and was now ready to be ignited. Meanwhile, Yang Shuo stood holding several pieces of wood, lost in thought. It was challenging to push 2 logs deep inside. Indeed, the ancestors were remarkable. This contraption could occupy a lifetime of study. With his stone axe, he painstakingly drilled 2 holes in the planks, threading the prepared wood from earlier into them, and he stared at the device, pondering that if all else fails, he could simply open both ends. A little air leakage was certainly better than being unable to push it at all. After much contemplation, he could not decipher the internal structure. So he resolved to brute force it. In the afternoon, Jean brought the bellows inside, just in time for Yang Shuo's improvements that evening. After considerable effort, he drilled 4 more holes in the planks, placing the completed airboard inside, which slid back and forth as if being carried by a sedan chair. It was beginning to take shape. Perfect. Muttering to himself, Yang Shuo pulled out the hair that Ing had gifted him, securely tying the 2 bamboo strips together and suspending them above the previously prepared air openings. Finally, he covered the top with a wooden plank and commenced testing the bellows. As Jean pulled and pushed, the bellows began to work with a satisfying clatter, the 2 bamboo strips alternately moving, perfectly channeling air from the exhaust opening. These 2 planks fit together perfectly, with just enough space in the middle for the hair. I feel like a genius. As Yang Shuo reveled in the forceful gusts of air emanating from the opening, he couldn't help but indulge in self-satisfaction. However, the airflow was still insufficient. It appeared there were still leaks. Come on, Jean, let us get to work. Under Yang Shuo's direction, The two of them began sealing the various gaps in the bellows with clay, and Yang Shuo, still unsatisfied, applied a second layer of clay after it dried. The following morning, the tribe gathered around the fire pit in the plaza to behold two epic-making items, the bellows and the sieve for the high furnace base, after a night of drying. The clay on the bellows had perfectly sealed all air leaks. Jean noted a significant increase in effort required when pushing and pulling, and the air output had exponentially intensified, if all went according to plan. Tonight the tribe would obtain something unprecedented, a marvel of technology. Yang Shuo, satisfied with the bellows, urged, "Let us go. It's time to get to work." Wang and Jean lifted the bellows while Yang Shuo carried the sieve, and the three of them climbed over the city wall to install everything in its designated place. It seems we still need a wind tunnel, Yang Shuo noted, observing the half-meter gap between the bellows and the furnace. He turned to select a bamboo section of similar length and began hollowing it out. Ugh! Yang Shuo exerted all his strength, repeatedly thrusting the stone spear into the bamboo segment, but to no avail. He turned to Li and Ao. "Brothers, could you help me clear this bamboo?" Ao rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Why not heat the spear first, and then poke it through? Just burn the inside until it opens." Yang Shuo nearly choked upon hearing this. "Wait, how did you become such a different person after healing? Did I inject adrenaline into your brain?" He was taken aback by Ao's unexpected transformation. With a sudden epiphany, Yang Shuo started a fire, holding the spear tip over the flames to heat it, then thrusting it into the bamboo. Smoke began to escape from the other end. After several attempts, there was a sudden release, and smoke billowed out. He was overjoyed. It was open. The remaining tasks became significantly simpler. After several repetitions, he thoroughly hollowed out the bamboo and connected it to the furnace. The bellows side required special treatment. Since there were bamboo strips, airflow would be obstructed. Yang Shuo built a small space with bricks to allow the bamboo strips to move freely, while on the other side, he sealed the bamboo with clay, ensuring all leaks were covered. After assessing the structure, he turned and shouted, "Jean." "Got it." Jean instantly understood and rushed to the bellows. Pulling on it to as Jean pushed, air surged through the bamboo, shooting out from the high furnace base. Perfect. Yang Shuo felt the powerful gust of air and resumed crafting the one-time components of the furnace. The rest was straightforward. Much like constructing the water vat, he placed charcoal at the bottom, igniting sections as he built higher, until by the afternoon, a towering 2-meter chimney stood before the crowd. At last, it's complete. Brothers, the time has come to witness a miracle. Yang Shuo gazed at the structure, which could be deemed the pinnacle of tribal technology, his heart racing with excitement. Under his direction, bundles of charcoal were transported out, alongside the previously gathered ore. Jean, add charcoal to the furnace until it's about half full before igniting it. Wang, fetch 2 stones. We need to crush the ore. The iron ore had been reduced to a powder through extreme heating and cooling, yet larger fragments remained mixed in, which could hinder the reaction in the furnace. With Jean's diligent efforts, the furnace quickly ignited, while Yang Shuo and Wang crushed a jar's worth of iron ore. "Make way, everyone, and be careful," Yang Shuo called, ascending the furnace platform while standing on the steps he had built. Jean, bare-chested with veins bulging, vigorously operated the bellows, which roared with energy. The charcoal blazed furiously, and despite the furnace walls, an intimidating heat radiated outward, prompting the tribe to step back from the intense warmth. Yang Shuo felt sweat bead on his skin. Before it could trickle down, it was evaporated by the heat. He raised the ceramic jar, pouring the powdered ore into the furnace. "Add charcoal. Keep grinding. No one slacks off. Hurry." With a commanding shout from Yang Shuo, the tribe sprang into action, bustling about to assist in the grinding of ore. Yang Shuo diligently added canister after canister of iron or powder into the furnace, combining each batch with a heap of charcoal. Unsure of the precise ratio, he opted for an abundance of charcoal, believing it better to waste some than to risk failing to extract iron from the ore. As the furnace filled with the mixture of powder and charcoal, Yang Shuo finally paused his efforts. "Brotherly, quickly, find someone to take over. Ensure the bellows keep working, and stoke the fire." Li and Ao exchanged knowing glances. Acutely aware that this was a critical moment, they replaced the trembling hands of the warrior, and the bellows resumed their rhythmic motion, sending the furnace into a fiery blaze. It was as if a string connected the hearts of all present, rendering them breathless with anticipation. Suddenly, Wang coughed a few times, only to cover his mouth, stifling a gag as saliva caught in his throat. The charcoal in the furnace eventually burned away, the sky darkening as the flames gradually subsided. The temperature becoming less intimidating. Yang Shua's heart raced, and he found a sturdy branch, embracing it with both hands as he rushed to the furnace, striking it repeatedly. The furnace, subjected to the searing heat, had turned to brick, its interior likely transformed into some peculiar amalgamation. Despite his vigorous efforts, the furnace remained immovable, until, with the assistance of Li and Ao, the three of them finally toppled it. The furnace crashed to the ground from a height of 1 meter. Shattering into several pieces, Yang Shuo then pounded it with a piece of wood until he unearthed a hard, fist-sized nugget from the debris, its surface mingled with ash and riddled with holes, resembling a wasp's nest. Upon seeing this, Yang Shua's anxieties lifted, and he embraced the nugget, bursting into laughter. Ha! It worked! It worked! The others looked at the object in Yang's arms, realizing that after all their efforts, this was the prize. It didn't seem that remarkable. Just then, Chen Yuyun sniffed the air. It smells so good. I'm starving. Smells good? Oh no. Before anyone could react, Yang Shuo suddenly tossed the iron lump aside and dashed towards the nearby stream. Chapter 31. The first iron tool of the primitive tribe. Yang Shuo spent a sleepless night, plagued by pain. Although Chen Yuyun had helped him bathe his hands in cool water for over an hour, blisters still formed. During dinner, she had to feed him to as dawn broke. The iron block, left outside to cool overnight, finally returned to normal. Yang Shuo could only watch as the processing of the first iron in this primitive world was left to Li. The furnace's base now served as a perfect heating platform, adding a layer of mesh on top, igniting a fire below, and tossing in the iron ore would create a roaring blaze that engulfed the ore. Ao, straining at the bellows, caused the flames to dance, while the spectators observed the iron block slowly turning red. All right, it's ready. Take out the iron block. Brotherly, use the stone hammer gently. Hammer it down firmly. When you can't hammer anymore, put it back to heat. Yang Shuo enthusiastically directed from the side, while he began to strike the iron block with his hammer. With each blow, the iron transformed, its initial honeycomb appearance growing denser and smaller. Yang Shuo watched, salivating, wishing he could join in, while Chen Yuyun rolled her eyes, wondering why boys were so enamored with such things. Why not notice the lovely girl beside him instead of focusing on ironwork? As the impurities in the iron block were driven out by heat and hammering, it shrank to a rectangular shape, about the size of a palm, reduced to a quarter of its original size. Yang Shuo sensed it was nearly ready. Brotherly, heat it again, and we'll make a hole in the middle with a wooden stick. Li nodded, placing the iron block back in the fire, discarding the charred stick he had been using. After the block turned red once more, with the help of a stone, Li hammered behind the wooden stick. The stick left a small dent in the iron, igniting at the front, prompting Shuo to kick the stick. Break it, clean the end, and place it back. After 3 more rounds in the fire, with Li's strikes, the wooden stick finally pierced through the iron block. After a bit of refinement, Yang Shuo brought over a basin of water. Brotherly, put it in. Li carefully lifted the iron block with the stick and placed it into the water, where steam erupted, accompanied by the distinct scent of heated iron. Yang Shuo squatted nearby, eagerly awaiting the temperature to drop. Once he observed no further reactions in the water, he finally discerned the shape of the iron block, a misshapen bar, wider in the middle with a hollow passage running through it. Brotherly, take it out and find a wooden stick to make a spear, about the length of a forearm, and secure it inside. After some effort, Li understood where the forearm was and retrieved a stick. Cutting it to the appropriate length, tighten it up, and find a small piece of bamboo to split into thin strips to jam in there. Make sure it doesn't fall out. Yang Shuo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he watched Li diligently follow his instructions. At last, Li completed the task, and the onlookers began to realize. It was a hammer. Unlike any ordinary hammer, the one in Li's hands was black, equipped with a stone spear handle, appearing unremarkable yet significantly heavier than typical stones. This can make our tribe invincible, right? Li pondered aloud, weighing the hammer that it feels heavier but nothing extraordinary. Come on, Li, you take a stone hammer and strike with brotherly. Yang Shuo urged confidently, summoning him. Just as Li held the stone hammer, he approached, and they prepared to strike together. With a resounding crash, their hammers collided, and in an instant, Li's stone hammer shattered into 3 pieces, leaving him with only a wooden handle. I stood in shock, staring at the remnants in his hand, then glancing at Li's iron hammer. Brotherly, go wild. Smash anything you want. Li, feeling the distinctiveness of the iron hammer, took young Shuo's words to heart, unleashing his prowess on everything around him: bamboo, wood, bricks, stones, and leftover kudu bones that if Li hadn't run fast, young Shuo suspected Li would have aimed for him too. What is this exhilaration? This is true thrill. When can a stone hammer or spear be wielded like this? Smash whatever I desire. Li reveled in the most exhilarating destruction he'd experienced since becoming a primitive man, and by the time he regained his composure, the surroundings lay in ruins as the noise faded. The tribe fell silent. Young Shuo heard the men panting heavily, all eyes fixed on Li's iron hammer. So, how does it feel? Young Shuo approached Li with a grin. I stammered, struggling to articulate the sensation. How can I describe it? It feels like what I experienced with my wife. Ahem, is it exhilarating? Young Shuo teasingly probed again. Finally, Li found the words and bellowed. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. In the distance, Ao's eyes nearly bulged out as he watched. Fixated on the iron hammer, Yang Shuo received the affirmation he sought, nodding in satisfaction. Brotherly, imagine if each of us had an iron hammer. Li suddenly went silent, as if a hand had grasped his throat. If such a terrifying tool were at that moment, young Shuo felt utterly handsome, and after he departed, he left behind a throng of adoring gazes. That night, the members of the tribe were so invigorated that they could not sleep. They began constructing clay furnaces and fervently smelting iron. Yet, Li did not partake in this frenzy. Instead, he stood alone at the edge of the forest, wielding a hammer, embodying the saying that one man can hold back 1,000. As the night fell, with the threat of dingo wolves and hyenas lurking about, he was resolute. Any creature that dared approach would meet its demise without a second strike. Each blow would be fatal. On one side, there was the fervent labor, and on the other, the spirited battle, while young Shuo slumbered soundly within the tribe, occasionally breaking into silly laughter, lost in dreams of unknown adventures. Chapter 32. To become wealthy. One must first cut trees. Young Shuo genuinely underestimated the primitive human's insatiable curiosity for novel inventions, particularly for these exceptionally useful tools. As young Shuo yawned and emerged from the bunker, he was astonished to find the entire tribe absent. Even Chun Yunyun was perched atop the wall, observing the commotion. Spotting Chin squatting on the city wall, young Shuo approached the water pipe to splash his face, and then climbed up beside her. The moment he poked his head above, a wave of heat enveloped him, instantly drying the remnants of water from his face. On the other side of the wall, the primitive people were in a frenzy, working tirelessly throughout the night, diligently constructing clay furnaces and smelting iron. By morning, the cartload of, or young Shuo had brought back was reduced to a mere scrap. Goodness gracious, have these people gone mad? Young Shuo marveled at the debris strewn across the ground, estimating that at least 3 furnaces had collapsed. This group was terrifyingly relentless. He swiftly slid down the ladder and approached Ao. Brother Ao, have you all not slept a wink? What's with this fervor? Ao, still focused on the 4th furnace, gestured toward the distance without turning his head. Following his, young Shuo spotted a blood-soaked man standing nearby, with Shuo and Sun attending to him. Upon closer inspection, he realized the bloodied figure was Li. Feeling a bit sheepish, Li scratched his head and said, cough, I got a bit too excited last night and almost didn't make it back. Shuo nearly burst into laughter at the memory of Li, hammer in hand, feeling invincible as he stood guard over the furnace in the woods. During the night, few dingo wolves or hyenas had ventured close. But when a few dingoes spotted Shuo alone, they attempted to surround him for a meal. Unexpectedly, equipped with his new gear, Li charged forth, dispatching 3 dingoes with a single blow each. In that moment, Li felt as though he had returned to being the tribe's foremost warrior. However, he found the thrill insufficient and gradually wandered away from the safety of the city wall, leaving a trail of dingo blood and brains that attracted even more beasts. Initially, wielding the hammer, he felt invincible, but once surrounded by a pack of dingoes, he realized the gravity of his situation. Fortunately, Shuo, noticing the commotion, rallied a few others to rescue Li from the pack, despite wearing vine armor. Li, being well forged, sustained only minor injuries, superficial wounds that were hardly serious. Yet he felt he could no longer maintain his composure as the tribe's chief. With a collective grunt, the 4th furnace was toppled. Accompanied by the rhythmic clattering of wooden sticks, a large iron ingot rolled out, followed by a splash of water to cool it rapidly. Young Shuo beheld the 4 neatly arranged hefty black iron ingots before him, and couldn't he help but give a thumbs up to his brothers standing nearby. You all are truly remarkable. Compared to the last time, the processing of iron ore had become remarkably straightforward with the presence of hammers in the tribe. They had genuinely experienced the prowess of this new era's weaponry. The massive hammer danced in Ao's hands, striking the iron blocks and sending sparks flying, quickly forging them into solid iron ingots. As the ancient saying goes, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Yang Shuo, with no other arrangements in mind, prioritized toolmaking. Under Yang Shuo's watchful eye, Ao hammered the first ingot yet again, breaking it into 5 similarly sized smaller ingots. This vigorous hammering shattered the bricks and stones beneath. With each of Ao's strikes being somewhat diminished in effect, Yang Shuo, observing the bricks now fragmented into 8 pieces, furrowed his brow. The 2 most crucial items for a blacksmith are the hammer and the anvil. The hammer was manageable, but the anvil was a different matter altogether, resource-intensive and laborious to create, and the materials needed would be significantly harder than regular iron, a technology they currently lacked. Well, I suppose we'll tackle that gradually. If it takes effort, so be it. This iron is far too precious. Yang Shuo dismissed his concerns and continued to watch Ao, who was now transforming the first ingot into a long bar. Gradually hammering down the tip, the tribe's second iron tool would be a chisel. With these 2 items, the extraction of iron ore would become significantly easier. Yang Shuo forged 3 chisels, knowing that 3 men was the maximum he could deploy at once. Any more would stretch their manpower too thin. With the remaining 2 pieces of iron, he crafted 2 spearheads. Ao realized Yang Shuo's intentions. The newly fashioned spearheads were considerably smaller and lighter than stone spearheads. According to primitive logic, weapons should be hefty, and these iron spearheads appeared far lighter than conventional stone ones. Could they truly be effective? Yang Shuo, perceiving Ao's confusion, thought, finally, there's something you don't understand, primitive man. He smiled as he stowed the spearheads away. Waiting, for they were still only half finished, the second black iron ingot was now being utilized, and Yang Shuo felt that using it solely for hammers was wasteful. Currently, Ao's hammer was akin to those used at construction sites. Wielded only by him and Li, 2 formidable warriors of the tribe, ordinary members couldn't handle it at all. Therefore, he intended to divide this piece of iron into at least 3 parts. Gearing up to install an engine for the tribe's development. In his youth, Yang Shuo had learned a slogan. To become wealthy, one must first build roads, but he felt it warranted alteration for his situation. Ultimately, through Ao's diligent efforts, this lump of iron was shaped into 3 axes, thankfully, with chisels and hammers at their disposal, transforming a single ingot into a flattened and squared shape, while also creating a hole. Would have taken ages otherwise. The 3 axe heads took form. Ao finally succumbed to fatigue, exhausted from a night of intensive labor, having also crafted several items for Yang Shuo during the day. He began to suspect that Yang Shuo might have been slacking off to make him work harder. At this point, only a few scattered individuals remained outside the walls, as everyone else had returned to sleep. Yang Shuo, with a smirk, collected the 3 axes and urged Ao to rest. Although the tribe members had endured sleepless nights before, the protection of the city walls had allowed them to sleep soundly for the past year, no longer struggling merely to survive. Thus, only Yang Shuo and Chun Yunyun remained awake. Seated atop the city wall, the 2 of them sat with 3 axe heads and 2 spearheads beside them. Yang Shuo instructed Chun Yunyun to fetch a basin of water and began the fine-tuning of the iron tools. His palms burned, but his fingers remained functional. Yang Shuo took 1 spearhead and began to polish it against the brick wall. Dipping it in water and rubbing it back and forth, the spearhead, already flattened by Ao, began to sharpen under Yang Shuo's deft hands, revealing a gleaming metallic luster from the once dull black surface. Qin Yuyan watched him intently, silently. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding thuds echoed across the tribal square, rousing those who had succumbed to sleep. As Lee stepped outside, he noticed the wooden post in the square, upon which 3 axes were mounted. While Yang Shuo struggled to extract a long spear, then stepped back to execute a perfect throw. Thud, the spear embedded itself into the post, its tail swaying vigorously. Li, oblivious to his own gaping mouth, gazed at the spearhead lodged deep within the tree stump, envisioning the mightiest of comrades. Impressive, right? This is for you. Yang Shuo approached, tugging at the spear several times until he finally managed to pull it free. Tossing it to Li grasped the iron spear, its tip polished to a brilliant sheen, exuding a chilling aura. It felt featherlight in his hand, akin to the weight of mere wood. The subtle difference in weight made it evident where the spearhead lay. In stark contrast to the cumbersome stone spear, this iron spear was indescribably exquisite. Observing the gathering crowd, Yang Shuo picked up another iron spear from the ground and tossed it to Ao. His reaction mirrored that of Li. Ao was equally enamored with the iron spear as a man capable of vanquishing half a cannibal tribe. Possessing a fitting weapon was undoubtedly a boon. Don't rush. Don't rush, you'll each have one soon. Come, take these 3 axes. Each of you can have one. They're incredibly powerful. Yang Shuo, while speaking, drew out his axe, and with a single strike, cleaved the stump in 2. Causing his hand to throb painfully. There will be hammers, and there will be axes. In the future, each person wielding an iron spear is not just a dream. Comrades, let us strive for it. Now, the first step towards wealth is clear. If one wishes to prosper, one must first fell trees. Let us work, brothers. Chapter 33. The power of iron tools. At the break of dawn the next day, the group scaled the wall and set off towards the forest. Although charcoal had been produced consistently, the recent consumption had been alarmingly high. The once towering piles of charcoal had dwindled to mere scraps. This was the impetus for Yang Shuo to rally everyone to chop down trees. It seemed that everything required wood, to kindle a fire, to forge weapons, to construct shelters, and now, most crucially, to smelt iron, which demanded an immense quantity of charcoal. Observing the forest around the tribe, ravaged as if by dogs, Yang Shuo felt a twinge of unease. Was felling trees truly the answer? He worried that if they stripped the land bare, it would be an environmental catastrophe. Yet, as he gazed out from the walls, he saw the mountains cloaked in vibrant green, instantly bolstering his confidence. And no matter how much they chopped, they could never deplete such a forest. Despite possessing only 3 axes, their efficiency surpassed that of the stone axes manifold. Initially hesitant and fearful of breaking the stone tools with even a slight exertion, the men of the tribe now took turns energetically swinging their axes. The rhythm of their labor was relentless. And at day's end, they had felled an astonishing number of trees. As the front line chopped, the rear swiftly processed the timber into manageable sections, loading them onto carts for transport back to the tribe. Thanks to this newfound strength, the tribe's food supply was secured without needing to rely on the hunting party's returns. Though the carcasses in the distance had been consumed, those near the tribe had been salvaged by the collective effort. Even the least palatable meat was still sustenance. While the group continued their work, they stumbled upon a pack of giant hyenas feasting on the remains of a bag wolf. Upon noticing the approaching humans, the hyenas bared their teeth, asserting their claim over the carcass. This sight piqued Ao's interest. If that Ofli could fell a beast with a single hammer blow, why could he not do the same? Ao brandished his newly acquired treasure, an iron spear, which he had carried with him everywhere. The moment he gripped the spear, he felt an invigorating surge of power. With a grunt, Ao hurled the spear like a bolt of lightning. The lead hyena, caught off guard, had no time to react as the spear pierced its neck, exiting through its hind leg and embedding itself in the ground. The hyena was beyond saving, its lifeless body propped up by the spear. The surrounding pack, seemingly struck by cannon fire, scattered in every direction, leaving Ao and the other primitives in stunned silence. Previously, the cumbersome stone spear had been awkwardly weighted, its tip bound with rope, causing it to fly slowly and be easily evaded. In contrast, the iron spear, directly affixed to the wooden shaft by Yang Shuo, boasted balanced weight and greater agility, doubling its speed. This terrifying velocity left the giant hyena with no avenue for escape. And with the spearhead sharpened by Yang Shuo, its penetrating power was astounding, delivering a fatal blow. Remarkably fierce, Yang Shuo mused, not merely about the spear's might, but rather about Ao's prowess as a fellow chieftain of the tribe. Ao was in his prime, leading a group of around 10, while Li, nearing 30, was considered quite aged in the primitive world. Given the dwindling tribe, now reduced to merely 6 individuals, Yang Shuo could only admire Li's hunting skills without witnessing such explosive power. Feeling unsatisfied, Ao rushed forth, kicking aside the hyena still impaled on his spear, and pursued the others. Though the hyenas had fled far, the iron spear seemed to possess a tracking ability, accurately navigating through the trees to pin another hyena against a trunk. Thus, their cart was graced with yet another prize. As they returned to the tribe burdened with both wood and game, it was time once again to gather firewood. Previously, The men of the tribe had painstakingly split tree stumps with stone axes. But now, with wood chips flying, they swiftly transformed a cartload of timber into firewood. As they passed by Yang Shua's experimental fields 2 and 3, they noted the wild grasses thriving vigorously. After nearly a month, many had begun to seed, indicating that harvest time was approaching. In contrast to the current wheat and rice, the wild grasses had the advantage of resilience and a short growth cycle, yielding a new generation within 2 to 3 months. Hence, as long as the temperature was suitable, wild grasses could thrive in various seasons, some already seeding while others were just beginning to sprout. It seemed time to craft some farming tools. Yang Shuo surveyed his experimental fields with satisfaction. Although he could not analyze them as systematically as Grandpa Yuan, cultivating was straightforward. Planting them together would ensure natural pollination, and later, he could select the best seeds for planting. Having recuperated after 2 days, Li was back to his usual self, while the others busied themselves preparing wood for charcoal pits. I accompanied Yang Shuo, wielding his heavy hammer. Today, they had exerted great effort to transport a large stone from the mountains. Lacking an anvil, this stone would suffice as their workstation. Jean had become a full-time bellows operator, efficiently managing the fire with a single command, causing the temperature near the furnace to rise rapidly. They took out the precious black iron nugget, placing it over the flames. Yang Shuo, acting as overseer, declared today's goal: to create a blade. With the stone as a base, each strike of Li's hammer was forceful and effective, quickly reducing the iron nugget, which resembled honeycomb coal, into 7 or 8 pieces. Li, make sure each piece is flattened into a strip, Yang Shuo shouted, his voice competing with the sounds of the bellows and the clanging of hammers. And it took a moment for Li to comprehend. With the steam rising, 8 iron strips lay quietly before Yang Shuo. Under his direction, Li reshaped the strips into semicircular forms, perfectly sized for insertion into wooden handles. Once assembled, it would be time for sharpening. With everyone's concerted efforts, 8 daggers were successfully completed. I distinctly sensed the potency of this new tool. Previously, the women of the tribe had relied on stone knives for butchering prey. Essentially, just sharp stones, they were incomparable to the cold, refined blade now in his hand. Yang Shuo then dragged over the giant hyena slain by Ao. The primitive giant hyena was evidently larger than the bag wolf, ranking as the second most formidable creature of the mountain grasslands. Yang Shuo planted his foot on the hyena's body and unsheathed the freshly sharpened dagger. With a swift thrust, he pierced the hide, then made a deft incision, revealing the hyena's yellow fur beneath. Methodically, he continued to cut, efficiently processing the carcass. As a man of the tribe, the ability to clean prey was an essential skill, and soon, a nearly intact hyena pelt was stripped away, followed by the flesh. Yang Shuo meticulously extracted every morsel from between the bones, finishing just as the sky darkened. Pleased with his work, Yang Shuo nodded in satisfaction, only to turn and find Li's expression reflecting the anticipated surprise. "What's wrong?" Yang Shuo inquired, puzzled. "Nothing. What is this called? An iron knife?" Li took the dagger from Yang Shuo, scrutinizing it in the firelight. "This is not an iron knife. It is a dagger. Iron knife sounds too harsh." Yang Shuo was left speechless, questioning the naming conventions. That shouldn't it be iron knife, just like stone hammer and stone spear? Why call it a dagger? Li was bewildered, struggling to grasp the logic that a long one is called a knife, and a shorter one is a dagger. It's just how it is. Yang Shuo demonstrated the lengths. Though he himself was uncertain, yet he was confident that the shorter one was indeed a dagger. It was simply common knowledge. Today, the tribe felt distinctly different. Before nightfall had fully settled, everyone seemed to have finished their tasks, gathering in the square in anticipation of their meal. Even Chen Yunyun sensed the shift. Why does it feel like everyone is so relaxed today? Yang Shuo, almost beaming with pride, replied, "Indeed, this is the power of iron tools. 1 is worth 10. Chapter 34. A major incident. On a day when Yang Shuo proudly strolled through the tribe with his dagger, a small ladybug captured his attention. When did the tribe become so teeming with ladybugs? Yang Shuo fixed his gaze upon the ladybug, watching helplessly as it flitted into his experimental field number 1. Suddenly, an ominous premonition surged within him. He hurriedly took a couple of steps and dashed towards the experimental field behind the restroom. Thanks to the presence of the restroom, the wild grasses here thrived abundantly, each blade beginning to bear green seeds. However, Yang Shuo's attention was entirely diverted from these seeds, focusing instead on the central part of the wild grasses. where a dozen gleaming, round spheres resided. This was disastrous. A calamity was upon him. With a frustrated slap on his thigh, he cautiously crouched down, discovering a row of insect eggs at the junction of the grass leaves and stems. Meanwhile, numerous small insects were already crawling upon the other wild grasses, not particularly large in size, suggesting that they had not been hatching for long. Outside the tribe, wild grasses grew randomly, never in clusters. And most importantly, they were tended to by birds and other animals. Even if pests emerged, the impact would be minimal, remaining within the tolerable limits of the grasses. However, within the tribe, due to the activities of young Shuo and his companions, scarcely any birds or animals dared to approach, especially with a towering wall of over 3 meters surrounding them. Yang Shuo recalled that when he visited a couple of days prior, everything had seemed fine. Yet, in just 2 or 3 days, experimental field number 1 had been overrun by pests. This simply could not continue. If the grass was devoured, what was left for him to cultivate? In a fit of exasperation, Yang Shuo sprang up from the ground, pacing anxiously. There were no pesticides available. He couldn't possibly resort to catching them by hand. What would happen when large-scale planting commenced? Wouldn't that be utterly exhausting? Yang Shuo hurriedly climbed out from the wall, drawing the curious gazes of those around him, bewildered by his sudden fervor. Racing against time, he arrived at experimental fields 2 and 3, only to discover that both external plots exhibited the same plight. Albeit in significantly better condition than those within the tribe. It appeared the birds played a crucial role in controlling the pests, thus minimizing the damage. The fields inside the walls had to rely solely on manual removal. A wave of helplessness washed over Yang Shuo. The advent of modern pesticides had at least increased crop yields by over 70%, yet those were chemically synthesized. How could he manage this in a primitive world? Resigned to fate, upon returning to field number 1, he meticulously sifted through each wild grass, extracting the insects one by one and crushing them underfoot, as if this act might quell the fury boiling within him. "Brother Shuo, what troubles you so?" Chun Yunyun, just emerging from the restroom, observed Yang Shuo from afar, sensing an aura of gloom surrounding him. "The crops are infested with pests. How could I possibly be happy? Without pesticides, we might face a complete loss." Chun Yunyun leaned in closer to catch a glimpse of the field, just in time to spot several caterpillars leisurely crawling along the grass blades, which met her gaze with a direct stare. With a startled gasp, Chun Yunyun fled, leaving Yang Shuo alone to battle the pests. Before long, Ro approached, her pregnancy visibly pronounced. Within the tribe, there were 5 women expecting, exactly half of the total. Aware of Yang Shuo's deep affection for these fields, the women typically adhered to his instructions, only tending to the plants occasionally, while avoiding proximity at other times. "That I heard from Yunyun that you encountered some trouble?" Ro's voice, gentle as her name, instantly soothed the turmoil and frustration within Yang Shuo. This individual, who had looked after him since his arrival, felt akin to an elder sister. "Yes, pests have emerged," Yang Shuo replied, extracting a caterpillar from a grass stalk and tossing it forcefully to the ground. "With too many pests, the grass cannot bear seeds." Observing Yang Shuo's actions, Ro let out a sigh. "Hey, what are you doing?" She quickened her pace, snatching the caterpillar from Yang Shuo's hand and consuming it in one swift motion. Yang Shuo was momentarily dumbfounded. "What are you doing? You just ate it raw." Although he had consumed similar things during times of food scarcity, this was different. Reflecting upon the taste now was simply exquisite. As Yang Shuo stood there, astounded, Ro summoned her pregnant companions, and together, they strolled slowly through the grass, plucking the pests and devouring them with ease. Yang Shuo recalled the words of a survival expert, noting that this creature contained 6 times the protein of beef and could be consumed after removing its head. While he was struck by this revelation, he also felt a pang of heartache watching Ro and her friends laugh and chat, realizing how far primitive humans would go to survive in such a harsh environment. The issues plaguing experimental field number 1 seemed to have been resolved, and with Ro and her companions' attentive care, he was confident that it would soon yield bountiful harvests. Meanwhile, Yang Shuo redirected his focus to experimental fields 2 and 3. As the weather gradually warmed, signaling the arrival of summer in the primitive world, various insects multiplied exponentially. However, the conditions in the 2 external fields were far superior to those within the tribe, necessitating a thorough investigation for future large-scale promotion of grass seeds. Thus, he settled on the wall, overlooking the vast pit where experimental fields 2 and 3 lay before him. while field number 1 remained visible behind it was the perfect vantage point for observation. The early summer sun was already quite scorching, prompting young Shuo to shield his head with a piece of animal hide, while intently surveying the experimental fields. Springtime brought forth a proliferation of species. Particularly birds. Young Shuo watched as a small bird swiftly darted over experimental field 2, briefly alighting on a few wild grasses before flitting back into the woods. 1, 2, 3. Young Shuo kept his eyes peeled, counting the birds as they passed, remaining motionless until sunset. Where's Brother Shaw? Why haven't I seen him all day? During dinner time, Chen Yunyan searched high and low for young Shuo, finally spotting him camouflaged against the dark animal hide on the wall. Due to the hide, young Shuo blended seamlessly into the night, and when Chen Yunyan approached him with a rib of wolf meat in hand, she found him still fixated on the distant experimental field. Are you still troubled, Brother Shuo? You should eat something first. Chen Yunyan offered the rib to young Shuo, only to discover he remained unmoved, his eyes unblinking. Chill. Young Shuo received the rib and placed a finger to his lips. Gesturing for Chen Yunyan to lower her voice, he pointed towards experimental field 3, remaining silent. Chen Yunyan glanced over, still adjusting to the darkness after departing from the fire. Seeing nothing, cautiously, she inquired, Brother Shuo, what do you see? Wait. Young Shuo uttered a single word, then fell silent once more. The two sat quietly atop the wall, remaining still until deep into the night. Suddenly, young Shuo's steady breathing shifted, rousing Chen Yunyan, who had begun to doze off. His change in demeanor jolted her awake, prompting her to ask softly once more, Did you find something? Young Shuo pointed towards experimental field 3 to Chen Yunyan, having just awakened from a brief nap, followed his gesture, but saw nothing. Though her vision failed her, young Shuo's keen eyes, having remained trained on the foliage for an entire day and night, detected a creature resembling a cross between a mouse, a mole, and perhaps a guinea pig. This small being, about the size of 1.5 palms, maneuvered through the tall wild grasses, pressing them down as it moved, its elongated snout gliding over the blades before proceeding to the next. Yang Shuo observed this little creature, akin to a harvester, as it entered the experimental field from one side and exited from the other, leaving no trace behind, as if nothing had occurred at all. The heart that had remained silent within Yang Shuo suddenly leaped with excitement, and Chen Yunyan noticed the spark in his eyes that in a flurry. Young Shuo devoured the now-cold rib bone in 3 bites and exclaimed, Let's go, time for bed. Chapter 35. The man who saved the tribe twice. This abrupt declaration left Chen Yunyan, just waking from her stupor, bewildered. So soon? I'm not ready. Young Shuo stumbled slightly, nearly toppling from the wall. Casting an exasperated glance at Chen Yunyan, You go sleep in your room. I'll return to mine. Before dawn broke, the hunting party departed the tribe with their gear, while young Shuo slumbered soundly until the sun was fully risen. The tribe was unusually empty, leaving only Zhan, young Shuo, and the pregnant women behind, with even Chen Yunyan joining others to forage for wild fruits. Zhan, come with me. Young Shuo nimbly ascended the city wall, lowered the ladder, and swiftly descended. I'm on watch, master. Oh, I'm just below. I'll be back shortly. Reflecting on the position of that little creature he had glimpsed the previous night, young Shuo, accompanied by Zhan, ventured into the woods. Not far from the city wall, in a patch of grass, the surrounding trees had largely been felled by young Shuo and his companions, leaving only a vast expanse of weeds that should be around here. But why is there nothing? Young Shuo mused, stroking his chin. Zhan, come here. Let's search this area for any caverns or such. After speaking, young Shuo squatted down, meticulously sifting through the grass, while Zhan mirrored his actions and began to search through another patch of foliage. Master, there's a hole here. Zhan's voice suddenly erupted from the adjacent thicket, startling young Shuo. Where is it? Young Shuo hurried over to find Zhan pulling aside the grass, revealing a fist-sized opening nestled among the roots. You stay here. I'll take a look and return shortly. Approaching the hole, young Shuo scrutinized its direction and estimated its position before commencing a thorough search. Ultimately, he uncovered 4 entrances. Using a branch, he marked the entrances and returned with Zhan. Realizing they needed more hands, they were short-staffed. In the afternoon, those who had ventured out to patrol traps and hunt returned. Summer and autumn were bountiful seasons for prey, and several had gathered a commendable haul. Young Shuo did not hasten to seek that little creature. Instead, he waited for dusk to cloak their movements as they stealthily entered the woods, having marked the spots during his earlier visit. He easily located the 4 entrances. That little creature had not emerged that night. Its entrance was suffused with unfamiliar scents, and its cautious nature kept it securely tucked away inside. However, it was unaware that Yang Shuo had summoned reinforcements for a raid. Block all 3 entrances and leave 1 person to watch. We'll start digging from here. Armed with wooden shovels, Yang Shuo and Zhan began excavating from the first discovered entrance. They worked in tandem, swiftly advancing over 2 meters into the tunnel, yet found nothing. The cavern twisted like a labyrinth, and upon closer inspection, Yang Shuo noted that it not only extended far, but also seemed to delve downward. Goodness, how deep is this? We might not be able to dig it out in a day. Yang Shuo suddenly found himself in a quandary. They were exhausted, but had yielded nothing. Can my tribal prowess be thwarted by a mere little mouse? Just then, Zhan handed him a clay gourd. Master, have some water and take a break. Yang Shuo gazed at the gourd, then clapped Zhan on the shoulder. You lad have a clever idea. Huh? Zhan was momentarily taken aback by Yang Shuo's exuberant laughter. I have an idea. What idea? You all guard this spot. Don't let anything escape that I'm going back to fetch reinforcements. With that, Yang Shuo dashed back to the tribe. Yin Yun, gather a few people to fetch water. After calling out, he lugged a water barrel from his dwelling, deftly scaling the wall to place it on the tribe's cart. Before long, Qin Yun and others arrived, cradling clay jars, and with several trips, filled a barrel with water. What are you up to, Xiaogo? Qin Yun asked curiously, having noticed Yang Shuo's recent peculiar behavior regarding his experimental fields. Perfect timing. Brother is going to flood the enemy. Get on the cart and help me steady the water barrel. Qin Yun was ushered onto the cart, and they headed back to the waiting group. Master, you're finally here, and with the mistress. Zhan exclaimed, while Qin Yun felt the urge to find a hole to hide in at the mention of mistress. Yet Yang Shuo remained unfazed, declaring, I've brought a secret weapon. Hand me the gourd. Snatching the clay gourd from Zhan's hands, Yang Shuo began pouring water. Everyone, keep a close watch. We mustn't let it escape. The water barrel quickly neared empty, yet the hole remained unresponsive. Oh my, how deep is this? Quite resilient, I assenti it. Zhan, hurry back for another barrel of water. Wang, you go with him, and I'll keep watch here. The two hastened back, the cart jingling as they went by the time they returned with the 3rd barrel. Yang Shuo poured water into the hole, finally filling it to the brim, and from where they dug, water was now visible. Let us see if you dare to come out. I mean you no harm. Exhausted from pouring, Yang Shuo plopped down into the pit they had excavated, intently watching the cavern entrance. At last, the hole stirred, a series of bubbles emerging. Yang Shuo sensed something hovering at the entrance, hesitant to emerge, revealing only a nose that inhaled deeply before retreating. So clever. Are we? Yang Shuo observed, admiring the creature he had chosen. He seized the shovel and struck decisively at the back of the opening. With a squelch, the wood struck the earth, sealing off the creature's escape route. Come forth. Yang Shuo reached into the hole and pulled out a clump of mud, grasping it by the nape, where it struggled futilely in midair. Caught you. Let us head back. Tonight's operation has been a resounding success. Zhan and Wang gazed longingly at the object in Yang Shuo's grasp, having never encountered such a creature, wondering why it warranted the efforts of 5 or 6 individuals at such an hour. Upon returning to the tribe, illuminated by the dim glow of oil lamps, the crowd finally discerned what Yang Shuo held, a sizable rat with a nose resembling that of a mole, adorned with a flower. What is this, Xiaogo? Qin Yun exclaimed, her skin prickling at the sight of such a large rodent. Well, it can be considered a rat, but it has saved our tribe on 2 occasions. As he spoke, Yang Shuo placed the rat before the light, spreading its legs to examine it closely. This is a man that has rescued our tribe twice. Don't underestimate it. Upon hearing this, the crowd gaped, fixated on the writhing creature in Yang Shuo's hands. A man saved the tribe twice? Chapter 36. Blackie and Flower. The crowd was clearly skeptical that such a small creature could have rescued the tribe twice, let alone be referred to as a man. Li and others were equally curious about Yang Shuo's acquisition. While they might believe he had saved the tribe on 2 occasions, this creature seemed to stretch credulity. Brother Li, do you recall the famine we faced before our migration? Yang Shuo inquired, to which Li nodded, his memory vivid of those days of hunger. We had stumbled upon a cave in the woods, filled with seeds and such. Well, this little fellow is related, in a sense, though they may not belong to it directly. I blinked, reevaluating the small creature, recalling how they had been saved by the seeds during their time of need. Now, it was poised to save them once more. Our Grandpa Yuan's plan has encountered significant setbacks, almost thwarted entirely, but yesterday I discovered this little creature. Yang Shuo placed the rat into an empty clay pot to allow it to recuperate. Sensing it had been quite frightened that night, this little one devours insects with the efficiency of a harvester. We must tame it for large-scale breeding and release it into our fields. Huh? Grandpa Yuan's plan has gone awry. We understand eating insects, but what is a harvester? What does it mean to tame? Release? Observing the bewildered expressions of the crowd, Yang Shuo realized his explanations were somewhat ahead of their understanding. Ahem. Well, it's about capturing it and feeding it insects and seeds. You'll understand in time. Just follow Yunyan's lead and learn well. As night deepened, the crowd succumbed to weariness, and Yang Shuo sent them off to rest. He then retrieved his long-preserved seeds, placing them into the pot with the rat. This fellow must be well fed. I'll need to catch insects for it tomorrow. He placed the food inside. He contemplated, given its performance today, this little one is quite intelligent. Intelligent beings are easier to tame. If nurtured well, it will undoubtedly become a valuable ally. Casting a glance at the rat within the pot, he pondered, what should I name it? I can't just call it rat. That sounds dreadful. Little mouse, you're so dark. I shall call you Blackie. Perfect. I'm a rat in the zodiac. Consider yourself half a relative. From now on, I'll be relying on you. At this moment, an image of a middle-parted hairstyle suddenly popped into Yang Shuo's mind. What? You're too beautiful. Oh dear, I almost revealed my chicken feet. I am not Blackie. I don't play basketball. Yang Shuo drew a cross on his chest and exclaimed Ba, only to find himself transported to an unknown realm, still preoccupied with thoughts of his beloved idol. Such is the folly. Meanwhile, the little creature was compelled to accept its name within a jar, and as night fell, Yang Shuo inundated it with water, not sparing it the least bit of discomfort. While it resolutely gnawed on grass seeds, this little creature, an omnivore, feasts on insects in spring and summer, storing grass seeds for autumn and winter. Judging by the last encounter, a black creature's hoard likely amounted to just a jar. Significantly less than the destruction wrought by insects. Should the occasion arise when food is scarce, it could always beseech the black creature for sustenance. A twofold benefit. Thus, it was decided, tomorrow, a pen would be constructed to commence the rearing of the black creature. At dawn the next day, Yang Shuo emerged wielding a wooden shovel, beginning his excavation in the cool shade near the city wall, determined to undertake a substantial endeavor. Currently, Yang Shuo had been entirely excluded from the hunting party, as Li and Ao unanimously believed that allowing him to tinker within the tribe was preferable to venturing out for hunts. Who knows what novel contrivances he might conjure. After a laborious morning, Yang Shuo finally excavated a pit measuring 4 square meters and half a meter deep. Exhausted from the toil, the next step involved laying bricks. One by one, he meticulously arranged them at the pit's bottom, ensuring no gaps remained. Before commencing the construction of walls around the perimeter, he did not cease until the brick wall protruded half a meter above ground. Satisfied with his handiwork, upon completion, he filled the excavated soil back into the pit, leaving little change to the landscape, save for a sturdy base to prevent the black creature's escape. The captured black creature initially believed itself to be doomed, only to find its confinement in a small dark room accompanied by food and drink. When Yang Shuo placed it into the newly constructed pen, the little creature was momentarily bewildered. Is it no longer afraid of humans? Yang Shuo observed the stunned black creature, gently tapping its head, only to find it in a daze. Once it regained its senses, it noticed Yang Shuo's hand reaching out, and with a startled jolt, it evaded his touch, swiftly burrowing a hole in the ground, revealing its rear before vanishing in an instant. Such speed. Were it not for the underground barrier, it would have escaped in the blink of an eye. Yang Shuo scattered the remaining grass seeds in a corner of the pen and placed a bowl of water, allowing the relationship to develop at its own pace. There was no rush. That day, Zhan and Wang were both preoccupied, their minds elsewhere. Upon learning of Yang Shuo's deep affection for the large black rodent, they resolved to surprise their revered master and elder brother. Thus, while patrolling the mountains with Shi and Zhao, the two stealthily slipped away. This decision, however, led to trouble. Shi and Zhao lay in ambush within the woods, successfully capturing a wild deer, only to realize that their 2 young companions had vanished. Without even pausing to secure their catch, they immediately began searching. Shuo, Zhan and Wang are missing. Shen Yunyun's anxious voice pierced the air. and Yang Shuo bolted forth from the burrow like a startled rabbit. What happened? How could they disappear? Have the man-eaters invaded again? I don't know. Sure, and Zhao said they turned around, and they were gone. Suddenly, Yang Shuo felt a wave of darkness wash over him. These two were the youngest men in the tribe, always following him with admiration. If anything were to happen, women who were not pregnant accompanied Yang Shuo in the search. Armed and organized into pairs, calling out the names of the two missing boys around the tribe's perimeter. However, at Yang Shuo's insistence, everyone maintained a safe distance to avoid a potential man-eater invasion, which would pose an even greater danger. As night descended, the search yielded no results, and reluctantly, the group returned to the tribe. After escorting the women back, the three men set out once more, venturing farther afield in their quest. Yang Shuo's face darkened, remaining silent as his heart sank with the encroaching night. We should return. Beyond this point lies the territory of the bag wolf, and the three of us could find ourselves in peril. Shuo examined the desiccated wolf droppings on the ground, inhaling their scent. Let us search a bit longer, just a little further. Yang Shuo, his eyes bloodshot and gritting his teeth, insisted. Without a word, Shuo and the others resumed their formation, quietly calling out for the two boys, yet still to no avail. Yang Shuo noticed distant green glimmers rising and falling. Those were the eyes of the bag wolves. They had reached their limits. Any further, and they might never return. Shuo, we should turn back, Shuo warned again. They certainly won't come this way. If it relates to you, I shall return and slay you. Yang Shuo shot a fierce glare towards the bag wolves in the distance. Ultimately, he had no choice but to retrace their steps with the others. The tribe was shrouded in sorrow, marking Yang Shuo's first experience with the loss of tribe members in this primitive world. And Shuo and Zhao were even more heartbroken, lamenting their failure to protect the young hunters. Shuo, go. Master, lower the ladder. Look what we've brought back for you. Suddenly, two bright voices shattered the tribe's melancholy. Yang Shuo sprang to his feet, rushing to the city wall, where Zhan and Wang stood, covered in mud, completely unscathed. That a wave of immense joy surged within Yang Shuo, swiftly followed by a torrent of rage. You two, get in here this instant. An eerie silence fell as Zhan and Wang finally sensed the unusual atmosphere among the tribe. Bowing their heads, they slinked inside under Yang Shuo's fiery gaze. Yang Shuo was truly furious. He could hardly fathom how he would have felt had they been found as corpses. He approached the two muddy boys and landed two swift kicks on their behinds. Do you have any idea how worried everyone was about you? The two looked like quails caught in a cold wind, huddling together in fear, quickly apologized to Shuo and Zhao. Yang Shuo delivered another kick, prompting Zhan and Wang to shuffle over to Shuo and Zhao, muttering their apologies. As long as you're back, that's all that matters. Shuo sighed in relief, his heart finally at ease. You two vanished for an entire day, and you come back covered in mud. What on earth were you doing? Zhan, what is that you're holding? Yang Shuo unleashed his pent-up anger, curiosity piqued by their disheveled appearance, sensing the atmosphere lightening. Zhan and Wang finally dared to move. Zhan, eager to claim credit, raised his mud-caked hand, revealing a piece of animal hide he had torn from his shoulder. As he unfolded the hide, a spotted black creature emerged. Hee, master, we caught this. Two individuals endured a beating, and thus, within the tribe, Haizi acquired his wife. Haizi and Huazi achieved great feats, and further tales will follow. Chapter 37. The Food Security Battle, due to Haizi being captured by Yang Shuo. The experimental fields number 2 and number 3 outside the tribe evidently became infested with pests. Reluctantly, Yang Shuo entrusted the management of these plots to Ro, observing daily as a few individuals struggled on their bellies against the wall. A sense of guilt enveloped Yang Shuo, prompting thoughts of installing a door in the city wall in the future. Summer was already more than halfway through, and tranquility had returned to the tribe. There were no encounters with cannibal tribes or any other troubles, save for a few terrifying downpours. Haizi and Huazi managed to swim out of the animal enclosure that Yang Shuo had constructed, and the bunker was flooded. Thankfully, no one was injured. Although everyone could only sleep on the square for a few days, the two little creatures adapted remarkably well to tribal life, consuming everything from grass seeds to insects and leftover bones from the tribe's meals. When they emerged from the animal enclosure, their first instinct was not to flee, but to seek refuge with Yang Shuo, greatly comforting the proud father, who exclaimed that his affection for them was not in vain. The bunker had been established by Yang Shuo to withstand the biting cold of winter. While light rain was manageable, Such circumstances were quite unbearable, necessitating significant renovations in the future. After enduring 2 torrential downpours, the experimental fields were finally on the brink of maturity. From a distance, Yang Shuo felt a sense of familiarity. Although the plants grew in diverse forms, they were all collected according to the template capable of yielding grass seeds, and as maturity approached, most of the wild grasses bore plenty of seeds, some at the top, others in the middle. In nature, no one had ever undertaken large-scale sowing like Yang Shuo did, which explained why such a spectacle had never been witnessed before. Even Ro and her fellow gatherers, who had always foraged for the tribe, were witnessing so many wild grasses bearing seeds simultaneously for the first time. Yang Shuo plucked some grass seeds from the wild grasses to test them. Although the seeds had formed, most remained relatively soft and high in moisture, indicating they were not yet fully matured, but it seemed that maturity would not be long delayed. As Yang Shuo eagerly anticipated, the grass seeds matured day by day, and circumstances began to shift. Besides Haizi and his wife, the birds were omnivorous as well, consuming both insects and grass seeds. Yang Shuo's plots became the finest dining establishment, having spent considerable time crafting items within the tribe. Yang Shuo felt his limits constantly being tested as flocks of various birds flocked to his experimental fields. He could only rush over to scare them away, yet as soon as he departed, the birds returned. Goodness, is this too much? If I could fly, I would certainly eliminate every last one of you, Yang Shuo exclaimed, exasperatedly stomping his feet on the ground as he watched the birds he had just scared off. Remaining in the fields was not a viable solution, so Yang Shuo resolved to employ the methods of his ancestors. Yun Yun, bring me 2 sticks, he shouted across the fields. All right, just a moment. Chun Yun Yun's melodious voice resonated from behind the city wall. Shortly after, she tossed down several sticks suitable for making spears, carefully descending the ladder to bring the sticks to Yang Shuo. What do you need the sticks for, Shuo? She inquired as she handed them over while Yang Shuo stepped into the experimental fields. I'm planning to create 2 scarecrows. These birds are intent on devouring my crops, Yang Shuo replied. Chun Yun Yun observed as Yang Shuo firmly planted 2 sticks into the soil, then began to bind a 3rd stick atop them, forming a makeshift cross that stood tall in the center of field No. 2. It seems like it's still missing something. Yang Shuo scrutinized the cross, pondering that it needed a figure akin to Jesus. No, that wouldn't do. Aha! Yang Shuo exclaimed, removing his animal hide shoulder cape and draping it over the cross. Chun Yun Yun blushed at the sight of Yang Shuo's strong, tan physique. Yes, this is nearly perfect. Come on, Yun Yun, step aside. Yang Shuo fetched another piece of armor from the tribe and repeated the process, constructing a 2nd scarecrow in field No. 3. He then hid behind the city wall to observe the results of his handiwork. The sudden appearance of a figure resembling Yang Shuo standing there startled the birds, and for nearly an entire day, he witnessed only a few brave enough to descend. He could not help but marvel at the wisdom of his ancestors. Who could have conceived such a brilliant idea? However, this favorable state did not last longer than 2 days. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, Yang Shuo realized he had underestimated the cunning of the birds. After 2 days of observation, the birds discerned that the scarecrow was merely a ruse. They began to cautiously circle the fields, inching closer upon discovering that the scarecrow remained unresponsive. Eventually, they ventured into the fields to feast on the grass seeds, and the scarecrow's stillness led them to completely disregard it. Yang Shuo was incensed to see several birds daring to perch directly on the scarecrow. You little rascals! I refuse to believe I cannot deal with you, Yang Shuo exclaimed, vaulting down from the city wall and rushing into his bunker. Moments later, he emerged with several ropes made from cow hair and a few larger leaves, charging back toward the experimental fields. With Yang Shuo's arrival, the birds scattered in panic, but he caught none. His target was not the birds but the scarecrow. He tied the ropes to the horizontal stick of the scarecrow and affixed the leaves below, thus giving birth to Scarecrow No. 2. In comparison to the first, the 2nd scarecrow boasted flexible arms, swaying in the warm summer breeze as if beckoning. This animated scarecrow proved effective for several days. Even the hunting teams returning from expeditions were momentarily startled, mistaking it for an unknown tribe member. However, the good fortune did not endure. Within 4 or 5 days, Scarecrow No. 2 lost its efficacy, much to Yang Shuo's vexation. This time, it was not just the birds. With the grass seeds nearing maturity, the mixture of moisture and hardness rendered them at their most delectable. enticing even herbivorous creatures to come and sample them. Yet young Shuo was no ordinary individual. He was the tribe's hunter. By day, any creature bold enough to show itself was swiftly dealt with, providing extra rations for the tribe. Nevertheless, the adage remains, while one may successfully steal for 1,000 days, one cannot vigilantly guard against thieves every night. During the day, young Shuo could keep watch, but what of the night? It was unreasonable to expect constant vigilance. Thus, the experimental fields continued to suffer. The once thriving plots, particularly the one adjacent to the woods, began to show signs of depletion. Yang Shuo felt an urgency in his heart. This situation could not persist. He touched the grass seeds, sensing that they might be ready for harvest within a few days. He could not allow these creatures to ravage them any further. Resolute, Yang Shuo decided to take action and moved in with the men of the tribe to stay in the fields. Everyone was aware of Yang Shuo's endeavors in cultivating grass, and having sampled the grass seeds themselves, they were eager to witness such an abundance firsthand. Thus, when it was proposed to dwell outside the walls for a few days, they all expressed their unwavering support. After nearly 8 months confined within the city, the men of the tribe felt a sense of unease in their newfound suburban dwelling. Yet, after just 2 days, they began to develop a fondness for the red brick walls, truly comprehending the earnestness behind Yang Shuo's earlier insistence on laboriously constructing them under duress. With the collective efforts of the tribe through day and night, they ultimately triumphed in the battle for food security. One morning, as Yang Shuo pressed his hand against the grass seeds, he felt a firm texture. The seeds had ripened. Having prepared the harvesting tools beforehand, he produced a dagger and swiftly severed a bundle of wild grass adorned with seeds, holding both seeds and grass in his hands. Comrades, the moment of harvest has arrived. Let us get to work. Fellow comrades, today's feast is on me. Chapter 38. Celebrating the harvest unlike the usual gathering of grass seeds, under the guidance of Yang Shuo. Everyone was equipped with stone knives and daggers to meticulously cut down entire stalks of wild grass-bearing seeds, which were then collected and stacked at one side of the experimental field. During this process, Yang Shuo discovered several newly sprouted wild grasses as the seeds had been gathered with the assistance of the tribe's women. A variety of species were present, each with differing growth cycles. Fortunately, they managed to harvest the vast majority. The 3 experimental fields yielded 3 heaps of grass seeds, which were transported to the tribal square, where they were spread out atop animal skins to dry under the sun. Meanwhile, Yang Shuo retreated into his bunker, retrieving a book as thick as a dictionary, roughly the size of a laptop, to examine closely. This tome was the tribal calendar, a creation of his own, chronicling 4 months and 8 days since the sowing of seeds. The current season was warm, and if his calculations were accurate, they could plant another batch of wild grass. As the sole inhabitant of a private chamber within the tribe, Yang Shuo's bunker was filled with treasures, a wall adorned with hardened vine armor, the ground littered with clay pots, various stones, soils from different locations, assorted leaves, vines, and animal hides. Essentially, every item scavenged from the tribe was housed here. For the next few days, Yang Shuo diligently worked with his calendar. After 2 days of summer sun, the grass seeds were fully dehydrated, and even the stalks they had cut down had turned yellow and hardened. He meticulously recorded the drying time and condition in his calendar. This book, a labor of love, was crafted with great care. Although the tribe had been learning from Chun Yun, much of modern knowledge proved ineffective in their primitive world, faced with the harsh realities of survival. Many modern concepts were akin to courting disaster. Thus, since he had replicated the process of making paper, Yang Shuo had embarked on the creation of this tribal manual. Next came the task of processing the grass seeds, a method that needed to be documented. Yin, come, gather everyone. Yang Shuo emerged from his dwelling, carrying a clay pot to the square, where he found a brick to sit upon. The remaining tribe members quickly assembled, and Yang Shuo handed the book to Chun Yun before beginning his demonstration. First, grasp a handful in your hand and rub it repeatedly. You understand the term rub, yes? Just like this. Keep your hands above the pot to avoid waste. Ensure the seeds are thoroughly rubbed clean, and discard the remainder. Yin, are you taking notes? If not, draw a diagram. Make it detailed. What followed was a practical lesson, with Yang Shuo guiding each individual to sit and try their hand at the technique, promptly correcting any mistakes until everyone had mastered the skill. All right, everyone, let us get to work. Under the collective effort of the tribe, the sun-dried grass seeds yielded 5 clay pots, based on initial estimates. Approximately 2 pots of seeds would produce 5 pots of grass seeds, resulting in a 250 return over 4 months. A modest yield, yet inevitable given the uncontrollable nature of wild grasses. Nonetheless, the atmosphere within the tribe brimmed with joy. They had never witnessed such an abundance of grass seeds, with each pot filled to the brim. Most importantly, a wondrous realization began to take shape in everyone's minds. By burying the grass seeds they consumed, they could cultivate even more. Previously, all gathered provisions were consumed on the same day, and the primitive people had never seen seeds germinate. Now, fortified with resilient armor and sharper weapons, the tribe's population had multiplied several times, ensuring at least 1 meal a day. No longer were they reliant on whatever they could scavenge. The cheers of the tribe echoed. Sounds from outside grew louder. The hunting party, pulling a cart, awaited the signal from those atop the walls. The cart was laden with 3 or 4 game animals, flies buzzing incessantly. This cart, specifically designed by Shuo during his time at home, was considerably smaller than the first, capable of traversing most terrains, provided they were not too treacherous, thus facilitating transport for the hunting party. Upon returning, the first order of business for the team was to process their catch. The summer heat was stifling, and despite their swift return, some of the game had begun to spoil. In truth, primitive people, akin to the Tasmanian tiger and the giant hyena, could consume both spoiled and fresh meat, albeit with a lower status in the hierarchy. However, under Shuo's insistence, the tribe meticulously processed the game, as he remained vigilant about food hygiene, especially with pregnant women in the tribe. Compared to winter, the quantity of game processed by the hunting party was noticeably less. However, as the surrounding area was teeming with wildlife, the situation was not dire. The tribe was able to sustain themselves, and the processed meat became more affordable for Haizi and Huazi, who had both grown plump since entering the tribe. That evening, Shuo decided to unveil his treasured salt. Since the last time he had used it to season a roasted leg, it had remained untouched, though coarse. The acquisition of salt was exceedingly rare, and Shuo hesitated to use it, unable to harvest it in large quantities from the salt lake. Finally, as the moment for dinner arrived amidst eager anticipation, Shuo surprised everyone by not preparing roasted meat. But instead, he brought forth a large pot from his dwelling and placed it over the bonfire in the center of the square. This pot was a meticulously crafted ceramic vessel, made from the finest clay he had selected from a dozen different soils. Slowly fashioned into a superior cooking implement, distinctly more refined than the clay pots used for storing grass seeds or boiling armor. After filling the pot with water, Shuo drew his dagger and began to cut the meat, tossing it into the pot. Once the water reached a boil, he retrieved the meat, saving the broth for later. He filled the pot once more with water, adding the blanched meat along with 1/3 of a pot of grass seeds, waiting for everything to simmer until fully cooked, before finally sprinkling in the remaining salt. Though precious, it was worth using for a celebration. The tribe had tasted meat broth before, but the plain water stews were often unpalatable, tainted with the gamey flavor of the meat and blood. Only when replenishing their salt intake did they dare to cook bloodied game directly. However, this time was different. Shuo had taken care to blanch the blood, pre-treating the meat, and incorporating grass seeds before seasoning it with salt. The tribe could distinctly sense that the aroma in the air was unlike anything they had encountered before, and many stomachs began to rumble in response to the enticing scent. Shuo felt as if he were transported back to his initial attempts at cooking, when he dared not use any seasoning other than salt. That nostalgic feeling brought him joy, and soon enough, a pot of savory broth was ready. He ladled a bowl and presented it to the person he respected most. I accepted the broth, the aroma wafting into his nostrils, causing him to swallow hard. Do try my culinary skills. I glanced at Shuo, took a sip, and was momentarily taken aback. The tender meat had been shredded by Shuo's spoon, blending seamlessly into the broth, while the grass seeds had been cooked to a pulp, easily breaking apart under the pressure of his tongue, mingling with the meat and cascading down his throat, filling his stomach with warmth and flavor. This exquisite taste was reminiscent of the wildebeest meat brought back in winter, yet far surpassed the quality of Shuo's broth. Shuo observed Li's reaction with satisfaction. Yun, quickly serve everyone. Tonight, we feast. Unlike the usual exuberance, the tribe experienced a serene dinner for the first time. The square was filled only with the sounds of slurping soup and crunching, as everyone immersed themselves in the exquisite flavors brought forth by Yang Shuo. Chapter 39. Breeding Plans. Yang Shuo had not anticipated the profound impact of salt. His meal had left the tribe with no appetite for 2 days. Having tasted the delectable salted meat broth, no one could bear the thought of eating bland roasted meat. Yang Shuo found himself in the same predicament. This time, I've really done it. I've put everyone on a hunger strike. It seems I must make another trip to the salt lake to procure a supply of salt. Aside from the salt, another pressing issue weighed heavily on Yang Shuo's mind. The depletion of iron ore. The recent mining endeavors had equipped the tribe with iron spears, daggers, a few hammers, axes, and agricultural tools, yet little else. The iron yield from the ore was disappointingly low, and despite this, the introduction of new tools had dramatically increased the tribe's efficiency. Now, with the source abruptly cut off, it felt as if the tribe's ascent had been halted. While Yang Shuo was aware that the iron ore could eventually run out, he had not anticipated it would happen so soon, forcing him to abandon any thoughts of iron armor and the like. Where there is no iron, there shall be peace. That we shall simply seek it anew when the time comes. Yang Shuo could only comfort himself in this manner. He now had more pressing tasks at hand. The first phase of Grandpa Yuan's plan had been a resounding success, and he needed to seize the time to advance the second phase at present. Yang Shuo was engaged in a vital tool for the second phase of Grandpa Yuan's plan. Before him lay a mound of clay, the finest material for pottery, already shaped into a disc. Now, it needed to be air-dried for a while before determining its size. Speaking to himself, Yang Shuo retrieved a handful of grass seeds from a nearby jar, scattering them on the ground as he began his selection process. This one is large, this one is also sizable. This one is too small, and this one won't do either. After much deliberation, he sorted the handful of seeds into 2 piles based on size. This division seems appropriate. At least a third of the seeds will be filtered out, leaving only the premium ones. Yang Shuo continuously gestured on the ground to ascertain the appropriate mesh size. Finally commencing the crafting process. Unlike his usual pottery making, this time the pottery was to be the pinnacle of tribal craftsmanship. He tore a small splinter from a branch and began to puncture holes into the flattened clay. The grass seeds were significantly smaller than ordinary wheat, making this task quite labor-intensive. By the time he had completed less than half of the bowl-sized clay, he felt dizzy and had to rest before finishing his work. Once the clay was thoroughly air-dried, Yang Shuo meticulously examined the palm-sized sieve under the sun, ensuring that every hole was unobstructed. After a final inspection, the last step remained, firing the pottery. After a day of diligent labor, Yang Shuo finally held the small object in his hands, gently tapping it with his finger to produce a crisp sound, unmistakably indicating its quality. All right, let us conduct an experiment. He spread a beast hide on the ground, using a bowl to scoop out the grass seeds from the clay pot and placing them on the sieve for sorting. Due to his multiple checks and adjustments, the quality of the sieve was assured, leading to results that closely aligned with expectations. Following Yang Shuo's selection, the jar of grass seeds was divided into a large pile and a small one. Lacking extensive knowledge in breeding, he surmised that the plumper seeds were certainly superior to the average ones. With successive generations of planting, the seed quality would inevitably improve. Yang Shuo carefully stored the selected seeds, leaving the rest to be consumed as food. He meticulously documented the process of selecting seeds and crafting the sieve. Concluding his work for the day, gazing at the several jars of sorted seeds, Yang Shuo was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion that he and Chun Yunyun had silently traversed into this primitive world for 14 months. According to the former calendar, it had been over a year. Reflecting on the changes over the past year, he took his first retrospective glance at the tribe's development, thanks to Chun Yunyun's relentless efforts. Language had thoroughly flourished within the tribe, continuously solidified through communal interactions, with everyone speaking a standard Mandarin for literacy. Due to the men's frequent hunting excursions, they had little time to study apart from the evenings, resulting in the women of the tribe possessing a markedly higher level of education. In terms of technology, the tribe had progressed from the most primitive stone tools to the widespread use of pottery, with everyone now possessing iron tools, marking an advancement spanning countless millennia, which filled Yang Shuo with immense pride. Beyond the simplest tools, in terms of attire, sustenance, and living conditions, the tribe now boasted 2 vehicles for transport, 6 earth shelters for accommodation, a dedicated area for the crafting of hardened vine armor, a space for producing grass paper, a zone for baking bricks and pottery, an unused blast furnace, communal restrooms, and running water. In terms of safety, there was a 3-meter-high city wall, and in terms of food, the innovative combination of new weapons and traps had dramatically enhanced hunting efficiency, complemented by designated drying racks for preserving food and extending shelf life. In just a year, the tribe had undergone a profound transformation, with each change contributing to its improvement, far beyond mere stability. The reason young Shuo felt compelled to reflect on his past life today was due to the 3 jars of grass seeds left on the ground. When the granaries are full, one understands propriety. When clothing and food are sufficient, one recognizes honor and disgrace. This adage had truly resonated with young Shuo. Before today, he had never contemplated aspects of life beyond mere survival. He had foraged alongside his elder brother in the woods, scavenging feces, crushing it to smell, and spent days tracking prey with hunting teams, subsisting on raw flesh, replenishing salt, and devouring insects and leaves when hunger became unbearable. He had entirely relinquished the superiority and dignity of a modern man, solely to endure. Every thought he entertained during that period revolved around survival, enhancing efficiency to increase his chances of living. However, today was different. Through his labor, he had procured food, prompting him to initiate a breeding plan, not just for crops, but for humanity itself. The grains must be sown, and the children in the bellies of the women represented new hope. Once born into this world, they would be the first primitive humans to receive education from the outset, undoubtedly more exceptional than those like him, who had arrived midway. They would better absorb the knowledge imparted by Yang Shuo and Qin Yunyun, ultimately becoming a potent force driving the tribe's advancement. The more Yang Shuo contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, beginning to devise a future development plan for the tribe. He aimed to provide these children with the finest environment and the most perfect growth for the tribe. In the coming days, he would collaborate with Yunyun and the others to sow the seeds once more. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they could expect to harvest another yield before winter's arrival. Furthermore, he intended to introduce a food safety law, as summer posed a risk of food spoilage. Although primitive humans possessed resilient bodies, a precautionary approach was never unwarranted. Additionally, he planned to implement a public hygiene law, as the absence of modern medical knowledge left them unaware of bacterial infections. With women like Ro preparing for childbirth, the risk of puerperal fever could prove fatal. Moreover, the children, being more fragile, could face mortality if hygiene standards were not upheld. Thus, Yang Shuo immersed himself in the annals of the tribe, fervently documenting his thoughts and plans over several days without stepping outside, leading Qin Yunyun to worry that he had fallen ill, prompting her to check on him multiple times. The breeding plan was birthed from Yang Shuo's feverishly scribbled notes. Chapter 40. Tribal Law. On the third occasion that Qin Yunyun visited Yang Shuo, he finally emerged from his shelter, coincidentally as the hunting team returned, busy processing their catch outside, clutching the thick tome of tribal laws. Yang Shuo stepped out, noticeably heftier than when they had last seen it. "Everyone, please set aside your tasks. I have an important announcement to make," Yang Shuo declared, standing in the center of the square with the lawbook. As word spread that something new was about to be unveiled, anticipation rippled through the crowd, and within moments, even the hunting team returned, burdened with their quarry. "I have established certain standards for the tribe's future, and I shall explain them one by one." Yang Shuo settled onto the ground, opening the tribal tome. First, the tribal food safety law. Rule number 1. Unless absolutely necessary, do not consume spoiled food. Let me clarify what constitutes spoiled food and why it should be avoided. With that, Yang Shuo turned and retrieved a piece of rotten meat from his dwelling, a morsel he had snatched from Heizi. Alongside it, he held a bowl. "This piece of meat is spoiled. Take a look and give it a sniff." The meat was passed around, circulating among the onlookers before returning to Yang Shuo. The simplest way to identify spoilage is by the presence of an unpleasant odor. Additionally, he said, shaking the bowl in his hand, "I prepared this specifically. It contains boiled grass seeds that I crushed, and it has developed mold. Once food exhibits such growth, it is imperative never to consume it, even in hunger. Doing so could lead to death within 3 days. While this could result in a swift demise within a day, and a far more horrific one at that." Upon hearing Yang Shuo's words, the crowd swallowed audibly, horrified by the thought of such a fate being worse than starvation. Food safety law. Rule number 2. Do not consume unknown substances, no matter how hungry you are. Instead, Conduct an experiment that I will now explain what an experiment entails. Young Shuo dashed back into the dwelling, emerging with a bird he had trapped using grass seeds and the clay pot. If you are uncertain whether something is edible, seek alternative means to conduct an experiment, he instructed. He forcibly fed the moldy grass seeds to the bird. He continued, by observing the bird's reaction, we can infer what might occur to us if we were to consume it. Of course, the duration of the experiment varies. We shall see tonight. With that, he placed the bird under the clay pot in the square. Turning his attention back to the tribal tome, Food Safety Law, Rule Number 3, do not drink untreated water. Allow me to explain what untreated water is. Yang Shuo filled a bowl with water from the tap, and then proceeded to start a fire. Adding the water to a pot, the onlookers waited in silence until the water began to boil, bubbling vigorously. This bowl contained raw water, while the pot held boiling water. Raw water is undrinkable, whereas boiling water must be allowed to cool before consumption. In emergencies, raw water may be consumed, but at this stage, everyone is required to drink cooled boiled water. The teams venturing outdoors must carry cooled boiled water or boil water themselves. That I will provide further explanations once the experimental results are available. Furthermore, pregnant women must absolutely avoid raw water and spoiled food. Everything must be of the highest quality. Yang Shuo cast a glance over the gathered crowd, noticing that the women's bellies were notably round, which contradicted his previous understanding. Evidently, these primitive individuals were not accustomed to the typical 9-month gestation period. For now, the food safety regulations consist of these 3 points, which will be supplemented over time. Next, I will introduce a public health regulation. The first tenet of public health law states that individuals must wash their hands before meals and after using the restroom. Allow me to elaborate on its significance. Yang Shuo then retreated to his dwelling, retrieving a ceramic basin and a wooden rack he had crafted, which would later be positioned beside the tap in the square. Everyone must wash their hands before eating. Observe closely. This is how one washes hands. With a splashing sound, Yang Shuo moved his hands back and forth in the basin, cupping the water and rubbing his hands together. He began by cleaning the palms, which are the inner sides of the hands, followed by the backs of the hands, the spaces between the fingers, and finally the nails. Ensuring to rid them of any dirt, he swirled his palms several times, using his fingers to scrape them clean. Finally, Yang Shuo flicked the water off his hands. For the first time since arriving in this primitive world, his hands revealed their true form, hands that belonged to modern society. Although they had become roughened through primitive trials, they remained quite beautiful. Thus, they were deemed clean. We will discuss the reasoning behind this later in the evening, as it is also related to our experimental findings. After speaking, he pointed to the ceramic basin on the ground that held a captured bird. The second point of public health law mandates that during summer, individuals must bathe every 2 days to keep themselves clean. Yang Shuo initially contemplated a daily bathing schedule, but this proved challenging for the tribe. Given the current circumstances, you can take a whiff of one another. Do you not perceive any unpleasant odors on ourselves? Upon hearing Yang Shuo's words, the surrounding individuals leaned in to sniff, and indeed, they all emitted a foul smell. In truth, Yang Shuo, Chen Yunyun, and Ing had long been adhering to cleanliness as a modern individual. Chen Yunyun, who had always cherished cleanliness, could no longer tolerate the tribe's odor. However, due to the harsh living conditions, there was little that could be done. After the installation of tap water, Chen Yunyun began to wash herself daily, and Ing, living with her, was inadvertently included in this routine. Regarding bathing, we must await the experimental results. The third point of public health law advises that animal skins should be regularly aired out, and I shall explain the reasoning behind this. With that, Yang Shuo proceeded to the largest bunker, currently housing the most inhabitants. He retrieved a piece of animal skin from within and tossed it onto the square. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he lay upon the skin, parting the fur to inspect it closely. Ultimately, he stood up, pinching something between his fingers, prompting the crowd to lean in for a better look. It was a flea. This is a flea, a bloodsucker that causes itching. Observe, Yang Shuo pointed to the several welts on Qian's neck, where he was scratching. It must be exposed to the sun and beaten with a stick to ensure cleanliness and to eliminate fleas or other pests. This is detrimental. In severe cases, one may fall ill. What? Illness? You do not know what that is, do you? Just remember that serious illness can lead to death. Yang Shuo's tone rose once more, startling the tribe. Could this little creature indeed bring about death? No, that simply cannot be allowed. As for bathing, I shall elaborate further. Yunyun, please instruct the women on proper bathing techniques while the men gather around me. Yang Shuo led one group, while Chun Yunyun guided another, forming two circles in the square. When it came to bathing, two illustrations widely circulated in the future world were now perfectly replicated if Chun Yunyun were to discover how Yang Shuo taught the men. She would likely be infuriated. While Yang Shuo explained bathing to the men, his mouth frothing with saliva from speaking so much, he animatedly gestured. Bathing means washing away all the dirt on your body. First, gather water and pour it over yourself, focusing on a few key areas: the buttocks, the front area, the hair, and the armpits. The armpits are here in short. All hairy areas must be thoroughly washed. Other areas merely require a rinse. A little scrubbing is sufficient for cleanliness. The men's bathing was succinctly summarized in a single phrase, while Chun Yunyun spent over an hour instructing the women, continuously demonstrating the motions and advising them on what to pay attention to. Leaving Yang Shuo perplexed, was bathing truly such a lengthy endeavor? As night fell and mealtime approached, Yang Shuo presented the results of his experiment before dinner. The unfortunate bird had been fed a bellyful of moldy, sprouting seeds and was now suffering from food poisoning. Its feathers were matted with droppings, and it lacked the strength to fly, barely moving as it lay on the ground. This is the outcome of the experiment. Consuming inedible substances can lead to diarrhea, and in severe cases, death. Diarrhea means frequent trips to the toilet. Understand? It can be fatal. His words struck fear into the crowd. Could diarrhea indeed lead to death? Why was it that so many were dying today? Both hand-washing and bathing can reduce the risk of diarrhea, and airing out clothes and animal skins can diminish the likelihood of illness. Everyone must be vigilant. Thus, under Yang Shuo's guidance, the primitive tribe successfully enacted the public health laws, marking their first steps towards a legal system. Although rudimentary, this knowledge represented a significant advancement. Chapter 41. Clearing land, cultivating crops. Yang Shuo discovered that the primitive people were remarkably receptive to new concepts. In stark contrast to the intrigue and deception of modern society, the primitive individuals displayed an extraordinary sense of unity, each person caring for the tribe and its members, Ing being the sole exception. To this day, Ing remained unaccepted by the others, much like her name suggested, lingering on the fringes of the tribe, existing as a mere shadow, to the extent that Yang Shuo often forgot her presence. Ing never competed or complained about those who excluded her. She preferred to stand behind Yang Shuo, and upon learning that Chun Yunyun disliked her positioning, she took her place behind Chun Yunyun. Content to remain in the background, the unity among the primitive people was ingrained in their genes. In this perilous world, those who failed to unite had long since vanished. Thus, once Yang Shuo's laws were promulgated, they were strictly followed by all, particularly given that he had written fewer than 10 laws, each of which could potentially lead to death. After this initial implementation, the tribe indeed came to embrace the regulations. Under Chun Yunyun's leadership, the women scrubbed themselves clean, allowing Yang Shuo to witness for the first time their true appearances, surprisingly attractive. Though perhaps this was a matter of acclimatization, the tribe was free of unpleasant odors. And in an effort to cleanse their hair, Chun Yunyun exerted considerable effort, as it appeared to be laden with grime. Everyone was now immaculate, and the animal skins were uniformly aired out. Fleas and lice could not withstand such heat and fled in droves, allowing them to sleep without incessant itching. Each night, as they lay upon the animal skins, they felt the warmth of the sun, reminiscent of a comforting memory of Yang Shuo's mother airing out blankets. Imbued with the scent of sunshine, it was as though the tribe had undergone a grand cleansing, and everything felt remarkably refreshing. Just as matters began to stabilize, Yang Shuo finally initiated the second phase of the Grandpa Yuan project. All laborers, today we shall commence the second phase of the Grandpa Yuan project. To ensure a steady supply of delectable seeds in the future, we must toil diligently and pay homage to the food deity. Grandpa Yuan, through Yang Shuo's fervent encouragement, the image of the food deity had been deeply embedded in everyone's hearts. The 3 jars of seeds before them were brought by Grandpa Yuan, and by following his methods, they would soon enjoy an abundance of food. Unlike the previous experimental fields, this time the tribe was equipped with superior tools: shovels, hoes, axes, and carts. They asked for the presence of axes. The reasons would soon become clear. In an effort to atone for past transgressions, Yang Shuo had no choice but to lead the tribe in clearing the land in front of the city wall, aside from the flat areas designated for experimental fields 2 and 3. All previously excavated pits were filled, leaving only a deep fish pond in their stead. After several summer rainstorms, this pit had accumulated a significant amount of water, now deep enough to submerge one's waist. The mere act of clearing this expanse of land consumed an entire day for the tribe, and with the dawn of the next day, genuine development commenced. Grandfather Yuan's Phase 2 plan entailed the sowing of 3 full jars of grass seeds. Evidently, the original area was insufficient, necessitating the reclamation of farmland. It was at this juncture that axes became indispensable. Every obstructing tree was felled, followed by the deployment of shovels to excavate the tree roots. 10 minutes were spent chopping trees, while the task of uprooting roots stretched into the entirety of the morning, inciting Yang Shuo to exclaim in frustration, wishing fervently for a bulldozer to expedite the process. The reclamation efforts were significantly hindered by the tree roots, yet there was no alternative but to uproot them one by one. Seizing this opportunity, Yang Shuo dispatched individuals to till the fields behind them, eradicating all unwanted weeds, and subsequently sourced well-fermented manure from the tribe, scattering it generously across the soil to blend it with the earth. After approximately a week of extensive development, the hillside before the tribe was largely cleared. From the small creek on the left to the woods on the right, yielding a substantial swath of open land that had been meticulously weeded, tilled, and fertilized, at long last, fertile fields emerged, reflecting on the initial phase of Grandfather Yuan's plan. Yang Shuo felt that the initial sowing of seeds had been overly dense. Their experimental plot burgeoned to an almost absurd degree. Despite having created some spacing, it remained exceedingly crowded, with many seeds clumped together. Which was precisely why he had labored so extensively to clear such a vast area. He demonstrated to everyone the proper method, each small hole measuring 2 footprints in width, into which only 3 seeds would be placed, followed by a gentle covering of soil with their feet. Thanks to the cart, this planting endeavor finally resembled something productive. In the early stages, they relied on the cart to transport jar after jar of fertilizer. And later, it facilitated the delivery of ample water, eliminating the need for long treks during irrigation, thereby greatly enhancing efficiency. This new field far surpassed the scale of the experimental plot, and Yang Shuo sensed that, if managed well, it would yield unexpected delights. Beyond Grandfather Yuan's Phase 2 plan, Yang Shuo's meticulously prepared Plan Plus was also in progress, bearing fruit from the efforts of Zhan and Wang Ai. Heizi was proving to be remarkably capable, diligently caring for the unexpected addition to their family. A litter had already been born in the animal pen, with Huazi even bringing out a young one for Yang Shuo to admire. Yang Shuo indeed held a deep affection for both Heizi and Huazi. Initially, he had simply perceived Heizi as intelligent and relatively easy to tame, yet Heizi had genuinely surprised him. Yang Shuo estimated that this little creature possessed an intellect comparable to that of a dog. He was aware that within the rodent family, mice were particularly clever, but to reach such a level was quite extraordinary. Rendering Heizi's larger head a worthy investment. As for the animal pen, Yang Shuo made improvements by removing the surrounding brick walls, allowing Heizi's family the freedom to roam within the tribe. The entire family frequently visited the square in the evenings to scavenge for food, endearing themselves to the tribe, even winning over Chun Yun Yun, who had always harbored a fear of mice. At this moment, Heizi's family proved to be invaluable. In a few months, as wild grass flourished and Heizi's offspring matured, they would be released into the fields to feast as they pleased. As the sun gradually descended, Yang Shuo sat atop the city wall. The rays of the setting sun had been obstructed by the stone wall behind him, yet a beam of light illuminated the distant fields, casting a warm orange hue across the land. Yang Shuo had sown seeds, but more importantly, he had sown hope. His heart brimmed with aspirations for a day when the tribe would experience the joys of agriculture, where men would till the land and women would weave, liberating them from the incessant cycle of hunting and the uncertainty of daily sustenance. Suddenly, a sharp sound interrupted his reverie. "What the, Heizi? How did you get up here? You can climb ladders?" "Huh, when did you learn that?" Yang Shuo exclaimed, grumbling as he grasped the scruff of Heizi's neck and gently lowered him back into his nest. Chapter 42. Let us go and stir things up. This reclamation effort not only cleared land for cultivation, but also provided a significant influx of fuel for the tribe. replenishing the resources consumed during previous iron-smelting endeavors. For the first time, young Shuo experienced a sense of leisure. His days were spent tending to the fields, studying pottery, or amusing himself with He Zi's family. He Zi had become quite the adept climber, scaling the wall with remarkable speed, often reaching the top before young Shuo could follow to this stage. The most pressing matter appeared to be the cultivation of crops, an essential leap towards civilization that demanded meticulous attention. Yet, watching the grass grow in the fields day after day felt rather monotonous. He felt as though he were languishing in boredom. He muttered to himself. A sudden realization struck him. Indeed, he had grown weary of the monotony. Ever since they had acquired salt, the tribe had not enjoyed the same delectable meals as before, and the community often reminisced about Yang Shua's culinary skills. However, a skilled cook cannot create magic without ingredients. And he found himself at an impasse. This brought to mind the fateful day he had ventured out to hunt for the tribe's survival, recalling the salt lake that had lingered in his thoughts. Albeit without a marked location, where could he possibly find it again? Moreover, this time he was determined to return with a greater bounty, necessitating the use of a cart. However, tracking prey might lead to detection. Most importantly, young Shuo was directionally challenged. Without clear markers, venturing out alone would likely result in him getting lost, not to mention the possibility of becoming a wandering soul, unable to find his way home. Once a notion takes root, extinguishing it becomes an impossibility. The words go out and gather some supplies swirled incessantly in Yang Shua's mind, compelling him to seek out Li. Brother Li, do you remember the salt lake we visited last time? Yang Shuo inquired with a beaming smile, eager for a response. Of course, I remember. We even caught 5 long-haired antelopes, Li replied, vividly recalling their previous adventure, particularly the delectable meat seasoned by the salt-encrusted earth. Ah, Brother Li, do you still remember that place? Let us go again, Yang Shuo urged, brimming with anticipation. I don't remember. We didn't leave any markers, did we? We were merely following the prey. Li's response doused Yang Shuo's enthusiasm with cold water. Leaving him dejected, he had consulted everyone who had accompanied him that day. Yet in their fervor to hunt, no one had paid heed to their surroundings, unless they once again lay in wait and followed the game. The likelihood of finding the salt lake remained slim. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. Zhao and Qian had charged into the riverbed, while the rest of them had ambushed from the shore. Brother Qian, is there any river flowing out from the little creek beside the mountain? Yang Shuo inquired, pointing towards the opposite side of the mountain, the direction they had migrated from. Actually, there's one, just on the other side of the mountain. It just appeared this spring. We hadn't noticed it before. Qian recalled, his memories of the hunt rekindled. That it was a sizable river, significantly larger than the creek adjacent to their tribe. Yang Shua's eyes sparkled with realization. This presented a clear target. The spring meltwater from the great snow-capped mountains must have flowed into the salt lake, which formed from the evaporation of an inland lake. Brother Li, I must journey to the salt lake. Arrange for a few people to accompany me. I intend to enhance the tribe's provisions, he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Enhance the provisions? What do you mean? Li questioned, puzzled by Yang Shua's fervor, having not seen him this animated in quite some time. Enhance the provisions. It's salted antelope meat. It's the meat soup I make. Now do you understand what I mean by provisions? Yang Shuo retorted passionately. His words sparked a wave of interest, drawing everyone's attention. Salted antelope meat. Meat soup. The mere mention of these terms sent salivation coursing through the crowd. Li paused for a moment, wiping his mouth, recognizing the significance of Yang Shua's proclamation. This is a serious matter. I will personally accompany you. This hunting expedition will head in that direction, and we will escort you. But do you know where the salt lake is? I have a pretty good idea now. Although it's far, I am certain of my target. Yang Shuo has begun to ponder what supplies to take, determined to orchestrate a significant endeavor this time. Li has started to organize the manpower, initially scheduled to dispatch the hunting team in 2 days. But now it has been moved forward. Meanwhile, Yang Shuo rummages through his bunker. Since the river appears only in spring and summer, the salt lake may no longer be saline and alkaline. Thus he must take his crucible, some charcoal, and a shovel. This time, they plan to stay for several days, so he also needs to pack some jerky and animal hides. After a flurry of preparations, a party of 5 sets off. Originally, the hunting team intended to rest upon their return, But upon hearing that Yang Shuo would provide the tribe with more meat broth and salted meat, nearly everyone was eager to join. Ultimately, Li carefully selected 5 individuals. Under Qian's leadership, they circled around the mountain they were on and eventually discovered the river at its foot. Just as Yang Shuo had anticipated, this river was formed by the melting snow from the mountains. Substantial in size, rushing toward the grasslands and disappearing amidst the rolling hills. Let us go. Follow the river until we reach the end. With a command from Yang Shuo, the group set off with high spirits, pulling out 2 sledges as they journeyed inland. Unlike the early spring, it was now late summer, and Yang Shuo could distinctly feel the summer's power waning. However, the interior they were heading toward showed no signs of autumn approaching. The already sparse grasslands were scorched by the blazing sun, waves of heat rolling in, distorting the air. What a sweltering place. This ice and ta grassland. It's practically a desert, Yang Shuo exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Utterly unprepared for the extreme heat of this grassland. Winter and spring were the only favorable seasons here. During summer and autumn, it was best to avoid this area altogether. Fortunately, they were traveling alongside the river, allowing for timely hydration. Yang Shuo observed that the vegetation along the river thrived, becoming increasingly sparse with distance, indicating that most animals also frequented the riverbanks, with only a few drought-resistant creatures venturing far from the area. This was indeed good news, as it would facilitate hunting. The river had effectively narrowed down their options as they ventured deeper inland. Yang Shuo noticed the air growing drier. The mountains surrounding them blocked much of the cold air from the Arctic regions and the warm, humid vapors from the south. Why was he so certain it was from the north? Yang Shuo had recently been idle and had fashioned a perforated vessel filled with water, allowing it to settle naturally, creating a whirlpool. By observing the direction of the whirlpool's rotation, he confirmed the hemisphere he was in. For those unfamiliar, consult a geography textbook. This is basic knowledge. After 2 days of travel, they noticed the river had significantly shrunk, and the surrounding vegetation had become even shorter, nearly hugging the ground. Yang Shuo sensed they were nearing their destination. Indeed, on the evening of the 3rd day, they arrived at the end of this inland river, which was the salt lake from before. Just as Yang Shuo had envisioned, the salt lake was now filled with river water. From a distance, it appeared as if steam was rising, indicating an alarming rate of evaporation. Despite the continuous flow from this small river, the lake showed no signs of expansion and seemed to be gradually shrinking. Finally, we arrived. These past few days have been quite arduous, Qian complained, noting that this location epitomized a continental climate, scorching hot by day and freezing cold by night. They had endured considerable hardship over the past few days. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Yang Shuo felt a tinge of unease. The journey had been eerily quiet, and his right eye had been twitching persistently for some unknown reason. Chapter 43. Caught in the crossfire. Yang Shuo's tribe's hunting team is something that cannot be replicated by ordinary tribes. Typically, once a tribe reaches a certain population, they may attempt such ventures. However, for a hunting team to leave their familiar territory and venture to more distant locations introduces numerous dangers. Most notably, they cannot carry a large quantity of game. Even if they have substantial success, they can only manage a small portion, which is often depleted by the time they return to the tribe. In contrast, Yang Shuo and his team utilized the sleds he invented, requiring only vines and branches, which, once woven together, can be dragged along the ground. This allows them to transport considerable amounts of game without sacrificing speed. Furthermore, the extraordinary defensive capabilities of the refined vine armor ensure that the hunting team encounters minimal threats from predators. Each return journey is typically marked by victories, especially with the introduction of iron spears, which have made hunting significantly easier, eliminating the risk of shattered stone spears. They now possess the strongest shields and the sharpest spears. Yet this time, it was unusually quiet. For 3 consecutive days, Yang Shuo and his companions encountered no obstructions, not even a single noteworthy creature. It was quite peculiar. The reality was that Yang Shuo and his team had arrived at an inopportune moment. As the snow melt from the mountains flows, little water is available in spring. Only during summer and autumn does a substantial amount of snow melt, nourishing the surrounding land and rapidly expanding the grasslands. This period coincides with the peak breeding season for the animals in the grasslands, when food is most abundant. Despite the higher temperatures, the local fauna have developed their own methods of coping with the heat and are largely unaffected. Yang Shuo and his team had timed their arrival poorly. The largest herds of primitive horses and wild zebras in the surrounding grasslands had converged, driven by their innate genetic instincts to mingle, exchange genes, and maintain genetic vigor for reproduction. The saying unity is strength rings true. With an increase in horses and zebras, their collective power grows, just as Yang Shuo had encountered during their migration. When large herbivores like primitive horses and long-haired bison gather in substantial numbers, they form an unstoppable tide, and no predator can confront such a formidable force head-on. Instead, they must band together to segment the massive prey herds and consume them piecemeal. When Yang Shuo spotted a vast black and white mass in the distance, he suddenly comprehended the reason behind his persistent "I twitched at it" was a herd of zebras, which had survived extinction longer than expected. Yang Shuo had seen photographs of them in textbooks, but now, this group of zebras posed a dire threat. The zebras began to approach the salt lake, likely for their collective salt supplementation, taking turns to drink at the lake's edge while Yang Shuo and his team observed from a distance. "Let us go. We need to leave." Li also sensed something amiss, urging everyone to retreat, even temporarily abandoning their sleds. The group sprinted frantically away from the lake and river, but the sun had already begun to set. And Yang Shuo felt his heart plummeting along with it as the sun made its final descent on the horizon. The last rays of sunset vanished from the grasslands, replaced by a multitude of glowing green eyes. "We're doomed." Yang Shuo's heart sank as the group spotted the approaching wolf pack. The grasslands dingo wolves were not the same species as the mountain dingoes. The latter are smaller and more agile, while the grassland wolves are generally larger, stronger, and possess greater endurance. If they fixated on them, it would spell disaster. "We're caught in the crossfire. Run back. Head into the zebra herd." Yang Shuo lamented the unfortunate timing of their expedition. The zebras were drawn to the salt water, while the grassland dingoes followed closely behind, effectively sandwiching them between the two. They had unwittingly become shields for the zebras. The 5 of them turned on their heels and sprinted back, and the green glow behind them hesitated for a moment. Yang Shuo and his companions had also participated in a joint massacre at this moment. With the sun just having set, it was evidently not an opportune time for an assault. The ideal moment would only arrive at dawn, when all the animals were deep in slumber and the sky was at its darkest. However, this entire plan was thwarted by 5 individuals. The prairie bag wolves had not anticipated the sudden emergence of these humans, which shattered their ambush. Now, they had no choice but to engage. Otherwise, these detestable intruders would disturb the herd of zebras, rendering their days of meticulous planning futile. For just a few bewildered seconds, under the leadership of the Wolf King, the prairie bag wolves erupted in an instant, launching a preemptive attack and commencing their pursuit of Yang Shuo and his group. Yang Shuo now regretted that his mother had not endowed him with additional legs. The speed of the prairie wolves was evidently superior to that of the few of them. Fortunately, they had spotted the wolf pack from a distance. Otherwise, they would have met a swift demise. The group soon found themselves near the herd of zebras, and their presence incited agitation among the animals. They maneuvered alongside the zebras, redirecting the wolves' attention back towards the herd. The entire expanse of land seemed to roar. As the zebras quickened their pace, thousands of hooves pounding the earth in a thunderous cacophony. Just then, from the opposite side of the salt lake, another large pack of prairie wolves emerged, flanking the zebras and forcing them to alter their course, causing their recently gained speed to diminish. For Yang Shuo and his companions, however, the situation grew dire. The abruptly shifting herd of zebras swept them along, and even though their speed had decreased, Yang Shuo was still struck by a zebra, sending him tumbling several times across the ground. Had it not been for the shock-absorbent armor, he would have surely spat blood from the impact. Li, witnessing Yang Shuo being flung away, recognized the peril of the situation. He bellowed for everyone to gather around, brandishing iron spears in a protective formation around Yang Shuo, who finally had a moment to catch his breath. He retrieved the spear that had been knocked from his grasp and joined the others. Forming a defensive line with their spearheads pointed outward, the group stood resolutely like rocks amidst a torrential current, effectively splitting the oncoming wave of zebras. With the spears as their defense, few zebras dared to charge at them. Yet, there were still the oblivious ones that were impaled by the iron spears, causing their wielders to be knocked back several paces. If the zebras had surged forward with full speed, it would have resulted in calamity. The initial moments were the hardest to endure. The night was pitch black, and scarcely a minute would pass before another zebra collided with them. Yang Shua's hands were already torn and bleeding, and his chest ached painfully. Mirroring the condition of his companions, before them lay several zebra corpses. The accumulation of bodies seemed to construct a makeshift trench before the five, the stench of blood and decay hindering the advance of the zebras. Gradually, the herd began to veer away from their position, finally granting them a moment to relax. Exhausted, they sank to the ground. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Mere minutes after they had begun to rest, an overwhelming realization struck. The surrounding herd of zebras had vanished, exposing them. Not far off, a small group of zebras had been intercepted by a pack of wolves emerging from the side. And now they found themselves encircled by the wolves. Before they could even relish their survival, a chill shot up Yang Shua's spine, causing all of them to spring to their feet like springs. Wielding their nearly deformed spears in defiance of the encroaching wolves, the wolves, too, sensed the difference in their stance. The bloodied spears emanated an aura of danger, and having encountered these bipedal creatures before, they understood that these beings wielded weapons and were not to be trifled with. Yang Shuo glanced at the mountain of zebra corpses behind him, nudged Sun with his arm, signaling him to move forward. They began to inch their way out, gradually distancing themselves from the heap of bodies and stepping into the midst of the wolves back to back. They positioned themselves with their spears at the ready as the surrounding wolves slowly advanced, poised to pounce and rend them apart. Yang Shuo felt his grip on the spear weakening. The mingling of blood and sweat rendered it exceedingly slippery, and he was utterly drained, his hands trembling. The tension in the air escalated to a fever pitch. They all believed their demise was imminent. Just then, a wolf emerged from the pack, and Yang Shuo swore he had never noticed it before. Primarily because it was cloaked in darkness, as the wolf approached, he gasped in astonishment. What manner of wolf was this? Chapter 44. The Black Wolf strolled into view, and Yang Shuo could not help but gasp in awe. The reason for his astonishment lay in the sheer size of the creature. He had completely overlooked it. The dark fur allowed the wolf to blend seamlessly into the night, only revealing its imposing presence when it drew near. Compared to the average prairie wolf that stood merely thigh-high, this black wolf towered at Yang Shuo's chest level, and with a slight elevation of its head, it seemed capable of locking eyes with him. Was this truly a wolf? It resembled a tiger. Yang Shuo cursed inwardly, realizing that their end was nigh. And the others were clearly witnessing such a colossal bagwolf for the first time. Rendered speechless and immobile in its presence, Yang Shuo could no longer bear it. His strength had been utterly depleted, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Sensing the imminent threat of death, he suddenly erupted with desperation. Hey, Black Wolf, let us go. We will offer you the zebras behind us. How does that sound? The others were nearly petrified by Yang Shuo's bold proclamation, staring at him in disbelief. The Black Wolf, too, seemed captivated by Yang Shuo's words. Its piercing green eyes fixated on him. In that moment, Yang Shuo felt as if those eyes were daggers, incessantly stabbing at his throat. Did I speak the truth? A fair exchange, one zebra for one person. And you still profit too. We are not to be trifled with. Should this escalate into mutual destruction, you would suffer considerable losses. With all his might, Yang Shuo brandished his spear, still stained with zebra blood, emanating a similar aura of danger, confronting the Black Wolf head-on. The surrounding wolves were startled by Yang Shuo's sudden outburst, but due to the presence of the Black Wolf, they remained motionless. You are the Wolf King. Grant us mercy. Yang Shuo stepped forward, roaring in desperation that he was frightened, feeling that if he remained still any longer, he would inevitably collapse, and that would spell certain doom. The Black Wolf appeared to be deep in thought. Although it could not comprehend Yang Shuo's words, it could sense the perilous aura emanating from the spear and pondered whether engaging in a struggle with this agitated human was worth the risk. A minute of excruciating silence passed as the Black Wolf gradually approached the pile of zebra corpses behind Yang Shuo and his companions. Yang Shuo sighed in relief. Perhaps they would live to see another day. He nudged Li again, and they began to move slowly. Their movement caused the encircling wolves to shift. The prairie wolves attempted to surge forward, but the distant Black Wolf suddenly bared its teeth, causing one of them to retreat, tail tucked between its legs, back into the pack. Witnessing this scene, the tension in the group dissipated. They quickened their pace, ultimately escaping the encircling wolves without further incident. Exhausted, they collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, sweat pouring from their brows, pain radiating throughout their bodies. Yang Shuo, was in a more dire state, lying flat on the ground, feeling as though he were on the brink of death. His calves cramping painfully. Having bargained for his life with the Wolf King, his energy had been entirely spent as his taut nerves finally relaxed. He succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. Li regarded the slumbering young Shuo with a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. This young man had continuously surprised him, evoking a sense of the unknown that lingered around him for the first time. Li contemplated whether young Shuo was fundamentally different from himself. Once the others had regained their strength, Li hoisted the sleeping young Shuo onto his back, and they resumed their journey. The hunt by the two wolf packs against the herd of zebras had concluded. Due to young Shuo and his companions' interference, the wolves had been compelled to launch their attack prematurely, ultimately leaving behind only a small remnant of the zebra herd, with the addition of the 7 heads hunted by young Shuo and his companions. Their provisions were barely sufficient that in light of such a large-scale collaboration, these results were rather disheartening. They could only press onward, steeling themselves against the encroaching night as darkness deepened. The temperature in the interior plummeted rapidly. Their warm pelts and the food they had brought were on the cart. If they failed to locate the cart, their ability to endure the night in their current state was uncertain. The sound of his chattering teeth echoed in Li's ears. Exhaustion had taken its toll, with everyone injured and suffering from hunger and cold. This was perhaps the greatest peril the hunting party had ever encountered since its inception. Fortunately, they had traveled along the riverbank, and their first discovery was the salt lake. Due to the high specific heat capacity of water, a faint warmth lingered at the lake's edge, offering some respite from the frigid salt flats that had cooled dramatically. Following the river, they successfully located the cart, though the ceramic jars on it had been thoroughly ransacked by the wolf pack, scattered across the salt flats in shattered pieces. Only the 2 small jars, meticulously crafted by young Shuo, had survived the fall unscathed, thanks to the tightly bound ropes securing their lids. These jars contained the jerky that Chun Yunyun had specially prepared for young Shuo. Saved from her own rations, the 2 jars of dried meat saved the lives of 5 individuals, each consuming a few bites. The dehydrated meat provided a measure of warmth, restoring some strength to the weary travelers. Young Shuo had regained consciousness, yet he found himself unable to move. The recent exertion had taken a significant toll on him. He had once doubted the capacity of adrenaline to transform a person into a superhuman. But now he was a believer. He reflected that the black wolf had shown wisdom, had it truly chosen to besiege them. In his current condition, even if it had bitten his throat, he could have thrust his iron spear into the wolf's belly dozens of times before succumbing, ensuring that he would take down several wolves with him. The extreme exertion had led to an equally profound weakness. Thus, Li and the others pulled young Shuo, who lay on the cart, away from the salt lake and into the woods that Li had previously discovered. Perhaps the tribe ought to develop a shaman in the future. Every time they ventured out, they should consult him. The hunting party had gone out many times without incident, yet here he was, facing near death. Young Shuo lay feebly on the cart, contemplating the need to seek guidance from a divine figure upon their return. That wolf had truly been exceptional. Was it a mutation of the prairie bag wolf? It had exhibited such grace, letting them go when it could have easily claimed them. He was genuinely thankful to have survived thanks to its night deepened. The temperature continued to drop rapidly. This place was indeed strange, reminiscent of Xinjiang, where one could experience the paradox of wearing a cotton coat in the morning and gauze in the afternoon, while gathering around a stove to eat watermelon. The group huddled under their pelts, crammed together on the cart, enduring the night in a grove resembling a poplar forest. Chapter 45, a series of trials. The perilous ordeal had passed, and after a night of rest, the group finally regained their strength. Young Shuo, too, felt a renewed sense of sensation in his legs. However, with their provisions pilfered by the wolves, they now faced a food shortage. Fortunately, they were near the salt lake, and waiting patiently could yield rewards. Perhaps their misfortune had been expended the previous night, just as young Shuo and his companions had dug a pit for ambush not far from the salt lake. A small herd of antelope appeared. These antelope were remarkably resilient to thirst, unlike the zebra, as they thrived in the vicinity of the salt lake, frequently coming to the upstream waters with lower salinity for a drink. Today, as the 4 antelope lowered their heads to drink, young Shuo and his companions seized the opportunity. They unleashed a volley of arrows, sealing off all escape routes for the antelope, impaling one against the shore. Starved and desperate, the group rushed forward, drinking the warm blood of the antelope and hastily carving off pieces of flesh to devour. They had finally come back to life. Young Shuo sat contentedly at the water's edge, lost in thought as he gazed at the flowing river, which eventually led to the salt lake. The relentless evaporation had stripped away nearly all moisture, leaving behind abundant inorganic salts that Yang Shuo sought. But how to collect them? The wolf pack had ravaged their cart, shattering all their clay pots, and the one Yang Shuo had salvaged was merely the size of a fist, entirely inadequate, he sighed. Deciding to craft a few new pots instead, upon their arrival, Yang Shuo had brought 2 large clay pots from the tribe, filled with charcoal for boiling water. Now, only the charcoal remained, and they had lost a considerable amount. The soil nearby was unsuitable due to its high salt content, rendering it useless for firing. Returning to the poplar grove, they began their journey back along the riverbank. At last, the land before them was no longer gray. The flora had transformed from salt-tolerant weeds to vibrant green grass. Yang Shuo tested the soil with his fingers. While it was not ideal, it was finally usable. Through prolonged study, the pottery-making skills of the tribe had greatly improved, evolving from an inability to create even a simple jar to crafting delicate pots in his hands. With the assistance of Li and the others, he successfully fired a basin-sized pot, though they had nearly exhausted their charcoal in the process. Now they had a pot, but lacked fuel. What a series of trials this had been. A few individuals returned once more, armed with axes, intent on cutting down trees, threatening the existence of the pitiful poplar forest. With all arrangements in place, Yang Shuo approached a tree, axe in hand, and swung fiercely as his first strike landed upon the trunk. A strange numbness coursed through his hands. This resilient tree, known for its drought and salt resistance, took an eternity to grow even slightly, resulting in an exceptionally dense timber. Although it was not a poplar, it could very well be considered a distant ancestor. The poplar is often said to endure for 1,000 years without dying, to fall and remain unyielding for a millennium, and to decay yet persist for another 1,000, underscoring the formidable nature of trees of its kind. Yang Shuo rubbed his tingling hands, gazing at a white scar on the tree. A slight grimace twitching at the corner of his mouth. The meager branches scattered on the ground would certainly be insufficient, yet this tree was proving a formidable adversary. Qian observed Yang Shuo lost in thought and, undeterred, selected a tree of his own, swinging his axe with vigor. Unfortunately, his axe slipped from his grasp, causing him considerable pain. Faced with the daunting task, the group could only tackle one tree at a time, laboriously working to fell it, and after a full day of toil, they had managed to bring down merely 3 trees. However, this was the limit, not of Yang Shuo and his companions, but of the cart they had brought. The wood was denser than stone, and Yang Shuo feared that felling another tree might collapse their cart under the weight. With great effort, they pulled the cart back to the salt lake, where they relied on the scant charcoal and firewood remaining to kindle a fire and set a pot upon it. Using small jars, they drew water from the salt lake, filling the pot to the brim while watching Yang Shuo take charge. Their trust in him had become instinctive. They were unaware of what made meat delectable, yet they recalled a jar of white powder that Yang Shuo had cherished. This was the very process of creating that powder. The boiling brine bubbled in the pot, already saturated but intensifying in concentration due to the flames. Yang Shuo retrieved his secret tool, a specially crafted cord made from cowhide that he had entrusted to Chen Yunyun, the finest thread in the tribe. Inside the clay pot he brought lay a salt crystal the size of a fingernail, the largest he had selected from his distillation efforts, preserved until now. That he secured the salt crystal with the thread and placed it along the edge of the pot, nearly completing the preparatory work. This method of salt production differed from laboratory distillation. They aimed to harvest it in abundance, employing the method of solar evaporation to maximize the brine's concentration before introducing similar nucleation agents to expedite the crystallization process. While solar evaporation relies on sunlight, they had added a fire beneath, and given the warmth of the day, it wasn't long before Yang Shuo observed that tiny white crystal growing rapidly in the pot. His task was to continually replenish the water, ensuring a sufficient supply of brine, but under the blazing sun and the heat from the fire, he soon felt dizzy and had to take a break. At that moment, he appreciated the wisdom of bringing 2 carts. The larger and smaller carts not only carried supplies, but also served as a makeshift bed at night, draping animal hides over them. They dug a pit in the ground and crawled underneath, transforming it into a cool refuge. Yet another issue loomed. They were parched. Initially, the river water had been relatively low in salinity, allowing them to hydrate freely. But now, the water was undrinkable and the rising temperatures threatened their endurance. Young Shuo, feeling the dryness in his mouth, had just hurried over from the fire, its heat exacerbating his thirst, but water was scarce. As the rotation came back to him, he pondered the steam rising from the pot and had an idea. He retrieved a shard of pottery from the cart, a remnant from when it had been shattered by a wolf pack. Now serendipitously useful, this shard, a piece from their large pot, was about the length of half an arm. Yang Shuo propped it at an angle on the pot, the other end resting in his small jar. The rising steam condensed on the shard, forming droplets that dripped into the jar, albeit slowly, yet it provided them with something to drink. While one person managed the water, the others continued to labor beneath the cart, chopping the wood. Although the timber was tough and difficult to fell, it was remarkably durable when burned, outlasting even the charcoal they had previously used. When Yang Shuo returned, he brought with him a jar of water. "Come, everyone, let us each take a sip." The water level in the pot was rapidly declining, and consequently, the salt crystal was growing swiftly. Before long, what had once been a fingernail-sized piece transformed into one the size of a fist. Yang Shuo carefully extracted the salt from the pot and returned to the cart. This salt crystal was a murky yellow, having solidified directly from the salt lake's water, classified as coarse salt. Yet at this stage, coarse salt was as precious as gold. Gently tapping the salt block against the cart, he broke it into smaller pieces, selecting a smaller chunk to reattach to the now white thread and placing it back in the pot. Yang Shuo was continually astonished by the burning endurance of the poplar. It had taken an entire day to consume less than 2/3 of the tree. The remaining time was filled with monotonous labor. As the animals that would provide additional salt had retreated to the opposite side of the lake, granting Yang Shuo a moment of peace, especially considering the potential for another wolf pack ambush. The group settled in, ensuring the fire remained alight day and night until all the wood was consumed, resulting in a substantial pile of fist-sized salt crystals on the cart, amounting to at least 20 pounds. This miraculous method of extracting white stones from water had once again opened the eyes of the primitive people. Yang Shuo refrained from a detailed explanation, leading to a humorous misunderstanding among Li and the others later on. Much later, Yang Shuo learned that Li and his companions had formed a hunting party but neglected to bring salt. In a moment of inspiration, Li recalled Yang Shuo's method and, under the watchful eyes of the others, spent half a day boiling water by the river, only to yield not a single grain of salt. This 20+ pounds of salt was the culmination of their efforts over this extended period. If rationed carefully, it could sustain the tribe for several months, with the occasional taste sufficing. After all, under current conditions, daily consumption of salt was impractical. At last, the group set out on their return journey. Along the riverbank, Yang Shuo noticed several stones and took the opportunity to repair the iron spears of the group. This marked the first significant repair of the iron spears since their encounters with the zebra herd, during which they had to withstand the cavalry charges, causing the spears to bend. The return journey was considerably smoother, as the path became increasingly familiar, and the weather turned milder, leading them back to well-known territory. As before, they encountered numerous signs of human activity along the way. While the group remained cautious and avoided detection, Yang Shuo attentively observed the surrounding traces, mentally mapping out several potential areas of interest. He was contemplating the future development of their tribe, recognizing that a stable population was essential for their establishment in this primitive world. To cultivate a population, ample food was necessary, and with the grains he had sown, he aimed to engage more with neighboring tribes if possible. In addition to documenting their findings, they needed to return with game to meet the tribe's demands. However, their streak of good fortune seemed to have run its course. They concealed the cart at a distance and quietly ambushed the open grassland. Yet the entire day passed without encountering any prey. Unlike hunting in the dense forest, the open terrain made it easier for animals to spot them, rendering many of their attempts fruitless. Armed solely with their spears, each throw had to be successful. A miss would signify failure, leaving Yang Shuo longing for a longbow that could unleash an endless barrage of arrows. He resolved to devise a bow and arrow upon their return, for their current hunting methods were still too rudimentary. After yet another failure, Yang Shuo couldn't help but stamp his feet in frustration. The plains were exceedingly unkind to primitive humans. With no other recourse, the group could only retrace their steps while seeking opportunities. They had been away for far too long, much longer than a typical hunt. and the tribe would surely worry if they did not return soon. The familiar snow-capped mountains drew nearer, and Yang Shua's spirits began to lift. However, as they approached the foothills, they encountered a most unwelcome sight. At the base of the mountain, a group of wild boars was leisurely foraging, led by a mother pig accompanied by a dozen piglets. At first glance, Yang Shua thought they were wild boars. But in reality, they were the ancestors of wild boars, ancient giant pigs, resembling small tanks, each weighing an estimated 600 to 700 pounds, with colossal tusks jutting skyward. As the saying goes, in the mountains, one ought to be wary of pigs, bears, and tigers. Wild boars are the last creatures anyone wishes to encounter in such terrain, known for rolling in the mud and scratching their bodies against trees. These pigs developed a hard armor of tree resin and mud over their skin. With this natural defense, combined with their already tough hide, they resembled armored vehicles, proving exceedingly difficult to handle. Unfortunately for Yang Shuo and his companions, they had the misfortune of crossing paths with this formidable creature. They had intended to navigate around it through the forest, but the giant pig seemed to possess an uncanny sense of direction. Charging straight toward them, as the wild boar drew near, the group had no choice but to abandon their vehicle and scramble up a tree for temporary refuge. The primitive giant pig, however, was relentless in its pursuit, effortlessly overturning the vehicle with a single nudge, scattering blocks of salt across the ground. At last, the giant pig had found the coveted prize, joyfully snorting as it seized a block of salt and began to crunch it with delight. Yang Shuo, perched in the tree, felt his eyes redden with anger. He had nearly risked his life to procure that scant amount of salt, only for the pig to come along and ruin everything. How could it possibly have caught the scent from such a distance? Did it lie in wait to ambush them? Witnessing his hard-earned labor being devoured before his eyes, Yang Shuo could no longer contain himself. "Enough of this," he shouted, fueled by a surge of unexpected courage. Grasping his iron spear tightly, he leaped from the tree, arms wrapped around the weapon, aiming directly for the giant pig's neck. His companions were momentarily paralyzed by his reckless decision. Was he truly willing to risk his life for a mere block of salt? In that moment, Yang Shuo felt an extraordinary calm wash over him. His gaze was fixed on the pig's neck, while his peripheral vision focused on the spear's tip. With the momentum of his descent, he plunged the spear downward with all his might. Yang Shuo witnessed the spearhead collide with the giant pig's armor-like skin, barely penetrating before bending. Yet, the force of his descent was devastating. The iron spear drove deep into the creature's neck, snapping in two, with one half remaining lodged within its flesh. A piercing scream erupted from the giant pig, echoing through the forest, as Yang Shuo tumbled off its back to find himself staring into the eyes of the enraged beast, blood pouring from its neck. The primitive giant pig was now frenzied. Having never endured such an injury, particularly from a two-legged adversary it had always disregarded, its massive eyes glowed crimson, hooves clawing at the ground, nostrils flaring as it huffed and puffed, intent on using its tusks to impale this audacious foe and crush it beneath its weight. From their vantage point in the trees, Yang Shua's companions saw him in peril, as well as the giant pig bleeding profusely. Driven by concern, both Qian and Sun leapt from their perch, plunging their spears into the giant pig's body in a show of solidarity. The creature now resembled a router, with their spears acting as antennae, and the sudden dual assault caused it to stagger momentarily. Yang Shua's spear, measuring 2 meters in length, had at least half of it embedded within the giant pig. And despite its massive size, such a grievous wound would likely spell its demise. However, akin to Yang Shuo being surrounded by a pack of wolves, the rush of adrenaline granted the giant pig a fleeting reprieve. Before it could retaliate, 2 more spears struck, piercing its neck and internal organs, compounding its suffering. The pig let out a horrific, deathly wail that sent shivers down Yang Shua's spine as he rolled to his feet, bolting away in a panic, seeking the tree he had leapt from to climb back up. Yet, after only a couple of attempts, a wave of dizziness washed over him, with no time to ponder. He pushed off the trunk, tumbling several feet away and rolling upon impact. As he leaped, the giant pig charged directly into the tree, causing the trunk to tremble violently, leaves cascading to the ground. "Oh my God! What ferocity!" Yang Shuo thought, scrambling to escape. But scarcely had he taken a few steps when he heard the guttural breaths of the giant pig behind him. Fortuitously, the forest granted him an advantage with his smaller stature. He dove to the side just in time as the giant pig barreled past, the stench of its blood wafting through the air as the force of its passage stung Yang Shua's face. Thus, he danced around the trees, skillfully evading the giant pig's assaults. Gradually, the creature, weakened from blood loss, began to slow, its snout dripping with crimson until it staggered, collapsing heavily to the ground. Yang Shuo felt as if he were playing with death itself. Surely, he must have been dissatisfied with life in the tribe to venture out and face such peril. Help. Brotherly. I can scarcely move. Chapter 47. The professional pig farmer stood beside Yang Shuo, who lay on the ground, speechless, gazing at the colossal carcass of the giant pig. Should one call him brave or reckless, whether in the face of a pack of wolves or the ancient giant pig? A rational person would never confront such threats head-on as Yang Shuo, a primitive man. Li admired Yang Shuo's audacity, yet he wished he would refrain from acting so heroically only to become incapacitated afterward. Yang Shuo appeared utterly spent, having overexerted himself. Once the adrenaline ebbed, he was rendered temporarily immobile. Though exasperated, Li recognized the immense fortune of their hunt. The giant pig before them weighed several hundred pounds. And among all types of meat, the flesh of the primitive giant pig was undoubtedly the most delectable and the hardest to obtain. While one could attempt a dramatic descent like Yang Shuo, the odds were high that one would meet their own demise before the giant pig succumbed to its wounds. The success of their hunt hinged primarily on the iron spear. A stone spear would have been utterly ineffective against the pig's armor, let alone lethal. Just then, the piglets approached, gathering around their mother's lifeless body, nudging it with their snouts. The little ones, unaware of death, sought only the safety of their mother's side. Son, you run the fastest. Hurry back to the tribe and bring everyone. We've struck gold. Ha ha ha. Yang Shuo laughed heartily from his position on the ground, for this was likely the largest game ever hunted in the tribe's history, with the tribe residing just a mountain away. Sun quickly led the menfolk back to the scene. Meanwhile, Li hoisted Yang Shuo onto a small cart, directing the others to help gather the scattered salt. They carefully collected the blocks and returned them to the cart. Leaving the main event still to be handled, several individuals unsheathed their daggers, preparing to process the giant pig's carcass as they arrived. Ao and the others were taken aback by the sight. Li plunged his knife into the pig's belly. But not a drop of blood flowed. He continued to cut, widening the wound until he could reach inside, at last drawing forth the crimson liquid. Nearby, a woman held a clay jar, catching the blood as it flowed forth. While he wiped the grease from his hands and resumed his work, a few individuals attended to the giant pig's remains while others focused on capturing the piglets encircling the carcass. Catch them alive! Catch them alive! Yang Shuo shouted from the cart, his voice strained. These were precious treasures, superlative treasures, none could perish. His throat hoarse from shouting. The others, unsure of the reason for his urgency, nonetheless took heed and were extra cautious while capturing the piglets. Ultimately, one man returned, each hand gripping two squirming piglets, ready to head back, with a handful of people remaining to process the carcass and guard their prize. The rest made their way home. One cart bore Yang Shuo, while another carried the pork. And the entire tribe resonated with jubilant celebrations. Brother Shuo, you've had quite the ordeal. With tears brimming in her eyes, Chen Yunyun trailed behind Yang Shuo. Clutching two little piglets, she listened to Yang Shuo recount his recent experiences. Her heart ached at the sight of his wounded form lying motionless on the cart, droplets of sorrow cascading down her cheeks. Yet, the peculiar sensation of tugging both him and the pig simultaneously felt oddly inappropriate. One of Chen Yunyun's remarks nearly caused Yang Shuo to cough up blood, as if implying he was akin to a pig himself. The tribe had made 4 arduous trips to bring back this colossal swine. And aside from a bounty of pork, there were also numerous jars of pig's blood. Yang Shuo, observing the blood displayed in the square, couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief, having dragged the pig around for so long only to find such a surplus of blood remaining. However, his attention was drawn not to this, but rather to the dozen piglets in the beast pen, squealing incessantly. From the outset, Yang Shuo had contemplated raising animals to supplement the tribe's meat supply. He had indeed ensnared several living creatures in the traps he had set around the tribe's vicinity. The unfortunate victims of these traps were mainly wild deer, muntjac, Tasmanian devils, and giant hyenas, all of which were highly resistant to unfamiliar humans and environments. The captured deer, upon being ensnared, would become highly stressed, and while they might not perish immediately, they wouldn't live long, necessitating their slaughter for consumption. Otherwise, they would waste away. Among these captured creatures, the Tasmanian devils proved to be the most fierce. Yang Shuo had initially intended to capture a few of them for gradual domestication, envisioning them as valuable companions for guarding and hunting. However, every Tasmanian devil that had been captured exhibited an unwavering defiance, refusing to eat or drink from the moment of capture and attacking anyone who approached. Yang Shuo expended tremendous effort to bring the Tasmanian devils to the tribe, binding them with ropes. Yet they all exhibited the same behavior, barking furiously, biting, and attempting to escape, their ropes taut against their necks, ultimately leading to their self-inflicted demise. Yang Shuo pondered long and hard over this predicament, questioning how it was that dogs were said to have descended from wolves, yet he found it so challenging to tame them. Who was the divine being that first managed to domesticate wolves? And how did they succeed? In stark contrast, the little piglets displayed a different demeanor. Watching the old pig being slaughtered without fleeing instilled in Yang Shuo a sense of hope. If he could successfully breed them, the tribe would never again face a meat shortage. With his spirits soaring, Yang Shuo tossed the 12 piglets onto the roof of their abode. The piglets, in their exuberance, turned the beast pen upside down, causing Blackie and his family to scramble out, rendered homeless. Just as he regained some strength, Yang Shuo initiated his piglet soothing strategy, requesting Li to bring him the droppings of the large pig. Outside the city walls, a lively scene unfolded. One pig had been nearly fully butchered, with the extracted entrails cleaned and set aside for consumption, while the pig's dung was discarded at the field's edge. Li found Yang Shuo's request rather peculiar, wondering why he required dung from every creature. Was human excrement not enough, that he needed pig excrement as well? Despite his confusion, he personally filled a jar with pig dung to deliver to Yang Shuo. Curious about his intentions, the jar of pig dung was promptly tossed into the beast pen, mingling with the earth, and instantly the pen was engulfed in a foul stench. To Li's astonishment, the previously terrified piglets gradually calmed down. Yang Shuo felt as though he had struck it lucky. Unlike the adults or solitary captures he had previously encountered, this time he had captured a complete haul. For animals, scent is the primary factor. It is essential for recognizing kin, marking territory, and even for young ones searching for their mothers. This jar of pig dung had opened a pathway for Yang Shuo. I was taken aback. He had never imagined pig dung could be utilized in such a manner. Wasn't dung typically used to track prey? No wonder Yang Shuo had sought to capture live ones. Through prolonged exposure to Yang Shuo and Qin Yunyun, Li's understanding evolved significantly, and he quickly grasped Yang Shuo's plan. If they could raise these piglets to maturity and then butcher them for sustenance, they could sustain themselves for a considerable time. However, he only partially understood. Yang Shuo aimed not only to raise the pigs but to breed them in abundance until they no longer faced concerns over food and drink. Noticing Li's gaze upon him, Yang Shuo boastfully declared, "It's just basic operation, no need to idolize me. I'm a professional pig farmer." Upon his return, Yang Shuo, after dousing the beast pen with a bucket of dung, retreated to his bunker for a prolonged slumber, sleeping for an entire day and night, causing Qin Yunyun to weep, fearing he had perished. Ultimately, it was Blackie who roused him from his slumber. The application of pig dung had decisively indicated that Blackie and his family needed to relocate, leading them to boldly take up residence in Yang Shuo's bunker. Blackie's offspring had matured rapidly. The reproductive and growth rates of rodents were readily apparent, and in recent days, they had been expelled from their home. Yang Shuo bore witness to the innate behaviors of primitive rodents for the first time. Over the past few days, Blackie had refused to provide his young any sustenance, offering neither food nor shelter, even resorting to biting them, thus forcing the little ones to grow up quickly. However, given the limited space in Yang Shuo's tribe, where could they possibly go? At this juncture, Yang Shuo's premeditated plan came to fruition, the Grandfather Yuan Plan Phase 2+. After nearly 2 months of growth, the wild grasses in the fields had once again flourished, leading to an influx of autumn insects and birds wreaking havoc, in stark contrast to the rejuvenating spring. The current insects appeared ravenous, each one with a voracious appetite, their bellies distended, unable to exit the tribe. Even if they were unscathed, such a vast expanse of farmland was simply impossible to manage. Blackie exemplified the reproductive prowess of primitive rodents, producing a litter of 6 every 2 months. These 6 little primitive rodents were expelled from Yang Shua's bunker by Blackie, only to be cradled in Yang Shua's arms. Due to their frequent interactions, the young ones displayed no fear of Yang Shua. Having just been cast out, they sought solace in his presence. As Yang Shua comforted them, he made his way to the edge of his field, gently placing the little ones on the ground and squatting down to observe quietly. Yang Shua's lax approach had led to the current deplorable state of the fields. A monoculture of plants had resulted in an overwhelming insect infestation, leaving little room for resistance. The little creatures, driven by instinct, quickly adapted to their circumstances, especially since Blackie had provided them with no food in recent days, prompting them to delve into the fields. Though each of them was hardly a third the size of Blackie, their voracious eating speed far surpassed expectations, resembling 6 bulldozers as they traversed the fields. Yang Shua, like a statue, silently watched the little ones vanish into the underbrush before quietly retreating, allowing them the freedom to roam. Through this minor episode, they had effectively established their independence from Yang Shua's tribe, and their ultimate dwelling place remained uncertain. Given the vast expanse of grassland, it was likely they would not stray too far. Currently, Yang Shua was exceedingly occupied. In addition to monitoring the condition of the fields, he was responsible for the care and feeding of the 12 piglets. His daily routine consisted of wielding a sickle to cut grass, returning to chop it finely, smashing leftover bones with a hammer, and mixing them with washing water to feed the piglets. Furthermore, he meticulously documented all matters in the tribal records each evening, detailing the entire Phase 2 plan, which encompassed everything from seed selection, planting, fertilizing, tilling, watering, pest control, and bird expulsion to the breeding and selection of wild boars. Yang Shua jotted down insights as they came to him, intending to document experiences and methods for future implementation. Nevertheless, one issue plagued him. The piglets proved challenging to rear. Having grown up in his grandfather's home, Yang Shua had experience in pig husbandry. Those of his grandfather's generation had endured hardships, and during that era, livestock farming was not as advanced. Thus, every household would raise their own animals. Chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and dogs were all present. The eggs laid by the chickens, ducks, and geese were predominantly sold to supplement the household income. Dogs were kept for guarding, and pigs were considered the family's most significant asset. In those days, there was a saying regarding pigs: from the moment the piglets were purchased until they were ultimately transformed into food. A full year elapsed. The family's leftover scraps, washing water, and the pig feed brought in by Yang Shua's grandfather constituted their diet for the year. Given the simplicity of their diet, the pigs were rather ordinary, resulting in slow growth. It would take an entire year for the pigs to attain a substantial size and weight. By the year's end, the family would sell the pig, and the proceeds would be sufficient to provide for a more prosperous new year. The size of the pigs ultimately determines the quality of the year. Since he sells pigs himself, he sets aside a portion of the meat for the New Year celebrations. Yang Shuo recalls that the pork from that time was truly delicious. Nowadays, due to various technological advancements in hybrid breeding and the use of hormone-laden feed, pigs grow at an astonishing rate, yet their meat lacks flavor. Yang Shuo now faces a similar predicament, compared to his childhood at his grandfather's home. The living conditions in his tribe are far more dire. His grandfather's household at least had some unconsumed food, and the pigs could be fed with a mixture of pig feed and pot-washing water, albeit they grew slowly. In contrast, the people in Yang Shua's tribe can only afford 1 meal a day, and there is no leftover food. Even small bones are crushed and consumed. Consequently, the pigs are fed only with pig feed and crushed bones, sustaining them just enough to survive. This situation cannot persist. In a lifetime, one could hardly raise a single pig, let alone the 12 here. If they all grow up, wouldn't that impoverish the tribe in a single meal? Yang Shuo observes the pigs gradually losing weight, both the humans and pigs becoming emaciated. The pigs are starving, while Yang Shuo is consumed by worry. How is it possible that you all weigh so little while you have 12 pigs, each weighing 400 to 500 gene? This defies reason. Fortunately, the situation soon finds resolution. Jean, witnessing his master grow thinner by the day, feels a pang of sympathy and secretly goes out to help Yang Shuo gather grass and feed the pigs. Yang Shuo wields a sickle, while Jean pulls up grass by hand. After a day of labor, Yang Shuo chops the grass into sections and tosses it into a trough he has prepared for the pigs. Then pours in water and adds bone scraps. Everything seems ordinary, until Jean's remark suddenly brings a smile to Yang Shuo's face. "Master, look at those pigs. Are they foolish? They have such tender grass but choose to eat the roots instead. Wasting the tender grass I painstakingly selected for them." Young Shuo pauses, turning to observe the little pigs fervently gnawing at the roots. He bursts into laughter, realizing he has made a mistake, inventing a tool that contradicted his intentions. He had been harvesting grass with his sickle daily, only to bring back tender grass while severing the roots. Yet wild pigs do not eat grass. They consume root tubers, berries, and carrion. He had mistakenly treated the wild boars as if they were sheep. How could these pigs ever be satisfied? "Truly, my diligent apprentice, tonight I shall treat you to roasted salted meat." Young Shuo praises Jean, who then dashes back to his den, quickly returning with a hoe and heading toward the woods. Although it is already dark, he does not venture far, for there is plenty of wild grass near the tribe. Young Shuo swings the hoe with great vigor, clearing nearly all the wild grass around the tribe before packing it up and rushing back to the pig pen. If the piglets could speak, they would surely express their gratitude to Young Shuo, saying, "Brother, you finally recognize that I am a pig." From that day forward, Young Shuo discovers the key. He feeds the leftovers from their meals to the black pigs. Anything the black pigs refuse, he gives to the pigs, and anything the pigs reject can be discarded. All the inedible berry seeds he gathers are tossed into the pig pen, and with daily foraging for root tubers in the mountains. The piglets gradually begin to show signs of growth, filling Young Shuo with immense relief. Chapter 49. A new life in the tribe. While Young Shuo busies himself on the farm and in the animal pen, Li comes rushing to find him, flustered. Ro is about to give birth. Although Ro does not have a specific due date, it is likely around 7 months, as the gestation period for primitive humans differs from that of modern individuals. Young Shuo can ascertain this merely by looking at her belly. It is certainly not a 10-month pregnancy, perhaps due to the numerous miracles Young Shuo has created over the past year. Li immediately thinks of him. Young Shuo is called to the den, accompanied by Chun Yuni, and Li appears as helpless as a child, a sight Young Shuo has never witnessed before. As the chief of the tribe, Li is now in his 30s, quite an advanced age for a primitive man. Generally, primitive humans do not live beyond 30. Without Young Shuo, their tribe would likely have perished over a year ago. In truth, Young Shuo feels equally anxious. He has many ideas, but all are derived from films and novels he has consumed. He has no experience in delivering babies. Chen Yunyun beside him is equally flustered. Neither of them has assisted in childbirth before. Young Shuo observes the anxious man beside him, understanding the significance of this child. The reason Li and Ro treat them so well is that their previous child perished during a wolf pack attack. In conversations with Li, Young Shuo has grasped that feeling of helplessness. Li had once charged into a pack of wolves to rescue his child, only to find the child covered in deep, long bite marks and scratches, ultimately succumbing to the injuries. Thus, when Ro witnessed Young Shuo performing surgery on Chen Yunyun, she was so astonished. Had Young Shuo been present then, their child might have survived. Therefore, Young Shuo must safely deliver this child. In primitive tribes, survival is fraught with difficulties. Humanity must endure. Yet for women, childbirth is perilous, often leading to the loss of both mother and child. In many instances, the arrival of a child signifies the mother's demise. Primitive humans lack proper birthing methods and hygiene awareness, leading to a high mortality rate during childbirth. In the 17th century, a man named Servetus, through detailed observation of obstetric phenomena, discovered the connection between puerperal fever and sanitation. It was not until proper disinfection was introduced in hospitals that this affliction began to diminish, let alone for now. In primitive times, for Li, losing either the child or Ro is not an option. Both are his lifeline. Young Shuo decisively shouts, "Yunyun, quickly, take some people to boil hot water. Li, you wait outside. Don't be anxious. Yunyun, take all the animal skins out and boil them in hot water. Then use bamboo to clamp them and let them dry before bringing them back." At Young Shuo's command, everyone springs into action. With Jean's coaxing, Li reluctantly steps out of the den. Outside, the crowd busies themselves, setting up all the pots to boil water and begins sanitizing everything needed. Meanwhile, Young Shuo reassures Ro, who, having given birth once before, possesses some experience. Thus she cooperates with him. Young Shuo recalls everything he can about childbirth from the films he has seen at sister-in-law. Follow my breathing. Deep breaths. Don't be as flustered as you are now. Yes, just like that. Deep breaths. Adjust. As the first basin of hot water is brought in, Yang Shuo finally dares to assist with the delivery. He quickly washes his hands in the hot water, wincing at the heat. Then positions Ro's body correctly, instructing her to lie down as shown in the films. Ro's amniotic fluid has already broken, and the floor is stained with a mixture of amniotic fluid and blood. Wang, bring over the box from my room. Quickly, since the den's floor is covered with animal skins for sleeping. Yang Shuo immediately senses the issue upon seeing the puddles of amniotic fluid. As Wang brings over the wooden box. They lift Ro onto it, finally distancing her from the filth on the ground. Yin Yun, is the animal skin boiled yet? Yang Shuo reminds himself to stay calm while shouting outside that it's ready. It's been boiling for a while. Chun Yin Yun rushes in, clutching a piece of animal skin with 2 bamboo sticks. Yang Shuo takes the skin, feeling the heat once more, slightly shaking it to cool it down before using it to clean Ro's lower body. Yang Shuo wishes he could bow to himself. He had early on instituted hygiene laws, ensuring that Chun Yin Yun educated every woman in the tribe on bathing methods. Now, the primitive people bathe every 2 days, maintaining cleanliness, so Yang Shuo only needs to manage the amniotic fluid. Sister-in-law, deep breaths, push. I can see the baby's head. Go. Yin Yun, fetch more hot water. Outside, Li listens to Yang Shuo's encouragement, his hands gripping tightly. Turning pale, he watches as Chun Yun emergency. Yang Shuo's urgent voice echoed once more from the bunker, causing Li's heart to tighten with anxiety. Why must childbirth involve a knife? All right. The knife has been boiling. Chun Yin Yun responded again, deftly retrieving the steaming dagger from the pot with a bamboo stick. The blade, enveloped in rising vapors, was swiftly handed to Li in the bunker. Li suppressed his impatience and ultimately chose to trust Yang Shuo, remaining silent at that moment. He felt as though he had returned to the time when he first sought fire with Yang Shuo. His gaze fixed intently upon the boy, having chosen to believe in him then, just as he did now. Yang Shuo seized the dagger from Chun Yin Yun and, with a steady hand, severed the umbilical cord of the newborn. Tying it off securely, where's the animal hide? Give me a dry piece. Over here. Chun Yin Yun dashed out once more, clutching a piece of hide as she hurried back inside. Prepare the meal. Boil the grass seeds until soft, and bring them in. She hurriedly informed Jean and the others to start cooking. The child was now safe, swaddled in animal hide, and suckling gently in Ro's embrace, while Yang Shuo was focused on attending to her. The act of childbirth did not conclude with the delivery of the baby. The placenta and other remnants needed to be expelled, a time when the mother faced the greatest peril, constantly at risk of infection and hemorrhage. He could only strive to maintain a hygienic environment. Jean, bring in the shovel and a clay pot. Accepting the shovel Jean handed him, Yang Shuo scooped the mixture of amniotic fluid and soil into the pot and carried it away. Only after everything was completed did Yang Shuo step out of the bunker. Upon emerging, he caught Li's gaze and, with a sudden smile, exclaimed, "Brother Li, mother and child are safe." Chapter 50. Establishing the industrial park with the birth of this child. Yang Shuo's tribe truly realized a natural increase in population, which in turn filled his mind with myriad thoughts. For Li, the safety of mother and child was more than sufficient. As primitive humans, they possessed little knowledge beyond the essence of survival. Yet Yang Shuo was different. Postpartum care was of paramount importance, especially in a primitive tribe lacking medical resources. Yang Shuo splashed cool water from a hose onto his reddened hands and halted Li, who was about to enter to see his wife and child. Everyone, let us take a moment to rest, and I have something to discuss. Chun Yin Yun, alongside Jean and Wang, who were exhausted from running about, plopped down on the ground, awaiting Yang Shuo's words, while others turned their attention to him. That I wish to address matters concerning the new life and their mother. From this point forward, there shall be no more brick or charcoal burning around the tribe. And entry into Sister Ro's quarters shall be restricted, including you, Brother Li. Yang Shuo shot a glance at Li, who fell silent, taken aback. Am I not allowed to see my wife and child? Only during midday may you visit. And you must be thoroughly cleaned before entering to AT all other times. Yin Yun will provide an additional meal for Sister Ro, ensuring both mother and child receive proper nutrition until Sister Ro is able to rise. The assembly was left astounded by Yang Shuo's declarations. Which primitive woman had such privileges? Not only did they have a stable dwelling, but she was also afforded 2 meals daily and restricted from visitors. Generally, primitive humans were akin to wild animals, facing life or death immediately after birth. albeit with a modicum of safety under the tribe's protection. Yet Yang Shua's approach clearly indicated he had no intention of allowing Ro to rise anytime soon. Li nodded thoughtfully, recognizing Yang Shua's intentions for the well-being of his wife and child, even if he did not fully understand why. Yang Shua helped the seated Chen Yunyun to her feet, grateful for the little girl's assistance that day. After expressing his thanks and comfort, Chen Yunyun blushed and hurried away, while Yang Shua led the others to the opposite side of the tribe's mountain. This location was where Sun had discovered the convergence of melting snow on the mountain peak. From their vantage point, they could see a small river below, surrounded by stone beaches formed by prolonged erosion. Yang Shua had declared the cessation of charcoal and brick burning within the tribe, and thus they had come to clear a new area he termed the industrial zone. Initially, the tribe was small, and Yang Shua had not anticipated the multitude of resources he could unearth. The original area had become evidently insufficient, and with their exploitative development, much of the surrounding forest had diminished. Transporting trees back was laborious and unproductive. This was another reason he decided to abandon that location. Furthermore, the industrial zone should be separate from the living area due to high pollution and risks. With such a vast expanse of mountains available, it was ample space for their needs. This area met Yang Shua's vision perfectly. It had water, stones, trees, and soil, and the terrain was relatively flat due to river erosion, ideal for producing moderately confidential industrial goods. After carefully surveying the surrounding environment, Yang Shua resolved to establish the brick and charcoal sites here. Unlike the scattered pits in the living area, he intended to scale up operations that in Yang Shua's mind. They had an abundance of needs for bricks and charcoal. Efficiency had to be improved. Everyone, this slope shall be where we excavate a massive cave as our brick factory. Allow me to elaborate. Following a 20-minute explanation from Yang Shua, the group comprehended his plan and eagerly grabbed shovels and wooden spades to commence work. Yang Shua's intention was to carve out a substantial furnace in the hillside, ideally able to accommodate thousands of bricks at once. Ultimately, through the continuous efforts of the group, a cave took shape. Fearing a collapse, they did not dare to dig too high or deep, but roughly estimated that the cave could hold 700 to 800 bricks comfortably. Next came the internal repairs of the cave. Several individuals fetched water from the river, mixing the excavated soil into mud, and began to coat the inner walls of the cave evenly as the workers toiled energetically within the cave. Yang Shua crouched nearby, commencing his own task, constructing a base capable of supporting the weight of over 1,000 bricks in alignment with the cave's dimensions. Yang Shua fashioned a rail. This I-beam structure could withstand significant pressure, serving as excellent foundational material. However, it presented a considerable challenge to create. If it were steel, it would be manageable. Once its form was achieved, it would remain stable. Yet mud was different. The shape he had painstakingly molded would often deform before he could react. Ultimately, Yang Shua had to reduce the moisture content of the mud and shorten the length of the rail, resulting in a template only the length of his forearm. Yang Shua compared the dimensions of the cave to the diminutive template lying on the ground. Realizing that adjustments were necessary, with a finished product in hand, he proceeded to refine it further. Meanwhile, the others completed the repairs inside the cave and gathered around Yang Shua to assist, under his guidance. They arranged 50 to 60 rails on the ground throughout the afternoon. The following day, after a night of drying, the base was finally ready to be fired. The group carefully lifted each rail into the cave, followed by unloading charcoal from the cart. With a spark of fire, they continued to work alongside the flames. Besides the brick kiln, they also required a charcoal kiln. In Yang Shua's view, they were of no distinction and would be constructed side by side. As they swung their shovels and excavated another cave, the fire in the neighboring kiln gradually extinguished. The high temperatures generated by the charcoal firmly baked the cave's walls and the foundational materials inside. As the temperature slowly decreased, they removed the items and began cleaning the cave for the next phase of repairs. Yes, these should be positioned vertically, while these should be laid horizontally on top. Correct, leave some space below. Yang Shua directed the arrangement as he carried a rail, overseeing the placement according to plan. Ultimately, they laid out 2 tracks from the deepest part of the cave to the entrance. The entire cave had been raised nearly 30 centimeters, with the upper beams spaced closely together to be precise. Viewed from above, it resembled a drainage grate to ensure the stability of the base. Yang Shua reinforced the intersections where the beams met with mud and smoothed out the surrounding areas, resulting in a cohesive foundation. The industrial park was temporarily completed, and the next step was to construct a road. The route back to the tribe was overly cumbersome. Once this pathway was established, the second phase of their infrastructure project would commence. Chapter 51, Nursery Room, Part 1. As the final brick was sealed, the fire inside the cave flared up instantaneously. After several days of effort, Yang Shuo and his Team South Industrial Park was finally completed, marking the first day of kiln operation. After several days of airing out, the brick blanks were meticulously moved inside and neatly stacked. Charcoal was then added, and finally, the door was sealed with bricks, igniting the charcoal from beneath the base. Sufficient space was left for air intake underneath, while ventilation holes were deliberately created above, allowing the fire to harness the wind, causing the entire kiln to erupt with terrifying heat. Yang Shuo observed the kiln with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Next door, the charcoal kiln had just been sealed. Unlike the brick kiln, the charcoal kiln left only a small vent, with most of the underground intake covered, aiming to ensure that the wood inside would not burn completely, thus producing charcoal. Aside from the few individuals tending to the kiln, a significant upheaval was occurring within the tribe. Due to Yang Shuo's directive, nearly all activities had come to a halt. The paper-making process, which required fire to dry the grass, was paused. The forging of armor, which also needed fire to boil the vines, was likewise suspended. Even the brick and charcoal production had ceased. Other than the air-dried meat hanging in the shade, everything else had been tidied away, leaving large expanses of space within the tribe. Ligu, this must be the place Shuo mentioned for the nursery, right? What do we do now? Shuo inquired, carrying a shovel while following closely behind Li. Yang Shuo had explained his plans to Li the previous night, entrusting him with their implementation. Excavate the foundation. I'll draw it out for you. Hand me the shovel. Shuo passed the shovel to Li, who then stepped onto the open ground and began to outline a massive rectangle, occupying nearly all available space. Dig to thigh depth and shoulder width. Clear this line. The crowd roared in unison, bowing their heads and throwing themselves into the work. This was unlike any previous endeavor, as it was the first time the project was led and executed by the primitive people themselves, a deliberate initiative by Yang Shuo. As the tribe expanded, he aimed to continually cultivate the primitive people into builders of their community, rather than mere laborers. Having spent considerable time in learning and interaction, he believed in Li's capability, especially with the exceptionally talented Ao also in the MIXT that moment. Yang Shuo and the others were in the woods below the tribe's hillside, selecting a fine beam for the nursery, along with other components. If all went as planned, they had no intention of returning in the next few days. This is it, Yang Shuo exclaimed, his hands caressing a tree before him. Thick, long, and straight. What a treasure. That doesn't sound quite right. But who cares? It's still a treasure. Brothers, chop it down. He brandished his axe and swung at the tree. When exhaustion set in, they would switch places, allowing him to sit and sip water while observing the rapid tree felling. Truly worthy material, it's proving quite difficult to chop. After several rotations among the five of them, accompanied by a disheartening creak, the tree finally succumbed and fell. Next came the processing of the wood. The thought of processing the timber made Yang Shuo wish to slap himself. He lamented not having studied carpentry in university. Had he done so, he would surely have crafted a courtyard of timber for the tribe by now. Until the iron ore was depleted, Yang Shuo's primary focus remained on tool-making. The common tools were nearly completed, and though he had one plane fashioned from a small dagger, he was at a loss regarding how to create a saw, as the iron's carbon content was notably different from regular iron. Ultimately, he abandoned the idea. Come, let us split it from this point. Yang Shuo measured with his foot, marking a line on the trunk with a stone. Nodding in approval, he took up his axe and began cutting. Meanwhile, the others commenced peeling the bark from the freshly felled tree, which was still very sap-laden and tender, leading Yang Shuo to feel somewhat regretful. For a beam, dried wood was undoubtedly the best option, as it would be less prone to pests and lighter due to reduced moisture, making it more suitable for use. However, they had only recently vacated their cave, and such considerations were secondary. New wood was simply the best they had. Nonetheless, the fresh wood proved challenging to handle. The group ended up covered in green sap during the peeling process, and the plane was difficult to maneuver due to its slippery texture. However, they managed to remove the bark, and Yang Shuo set about leveling the uneven areas, smoothing out the knots. Yes, you all try it too. This tool is incredibly useful, right? Brace it with both hands and push down and forward with force. Yes. Just like that. Can you feel it? Young Shuo instructed from behind, watching as the others used the plane. The varying pressure resulted in different shavings, and he was convinced that tools were the cornerstone of human evolution. He believed that once primitive individuals encountered an adequate number of tools, they would instinctively learn to combine their uses, ultimately transforming quantity into quality, thus propelling tribal development in addition to the main beam. The remaining task involved constructing the roof frame, which would require a considerable amount of wood. However, these tasks were comparatively simpler. Yang Shuo had roughly devised a template, and with a single command, the group ascended the trees to begin their search. Before they could locate several suitable materials, night had already fallen. Yang Shuo decided to tidy up the miscellaneous items on the ground and ignited a fire. Thanks to Yang Shuo's relentless spirit, the tribe had managed to secure a wild boar weighing nearly 600 pounds. Their provisions were assured, and he planned to utilize this time to gather materials for the house. Otherwise, when the hunting team set out later, they would be short-handed, resulting in reduced efficiency. The group huddled around the fire, roasting the pork, salivating at the sight of the sizzling meat glistening with oil, sprinkled with salt. "Come, let us eat," Yang Shuo exclaimed as he pulled the pork from the fire and set it on the ground. The others quickly gathered around, using daggers to slice the meat and stuffing their mouths, faces alight with bliss. "Shuo, the meat you roasted is absolutely delicious," Wang remarked, grimacing as he burned himself but still eagerly shoving meat into his mouth. Surrounding him, Sun, and Li nodded in agreement, all fearful of missing out on the feast, their daggers moving so quickly they left a blur in the air. Within moments, a large portion of the pork was devoured clean by the five of them. Full and satisfied, let us take turns keeping watch and then rest. Tomorrow, we continue to push forward. After assigning the night watch, the group nestled by the fire to rest, having spent considerable time around the tribe. The vicinity of their hillside had noticeably become safer, with predators instinctively avoiding the large gathering, except for the cannibals, who harbored no fear of anything in the vicinity of the tribe. It seems we won't be able to return until the day after tomorrow at the earliest. I wonder how the progress is going on Lee's side. He better not let me down. Chapter 52. The Nursery, Part 2. Inside the tribe, dirt was piled high as several burly men bent over, laboriously wielding shovels to dig. Essentially, as Lee had initially stated, the primitive people were the most honest. They did precisely what they said they would. Once the foundation was excavated, the group began transporting building materials. The tribe had never ceased brick production, and Yang Shuo wholeheartedly supported the notion of keeping a stockpile of bricks for future use. The second phase plan for the city walls would undoubtedly require a substantial quantity of bricks. Even if the exact purpose was still unclear, standing atop the walls, dropping bricks below would still serve as a formidable weapon. Although only a few dozen were produced each time, the daily efforts had accumulated a considerable stockpile in one corner of the tribe. Lee and others continuously transported bricks from one end of the tribe to the other, preparing to build the house, while the remaining individuals began mixing mud to lay the walls and establish the foundation. Ideally, the foundation would require a base of bluestone for added stability, but given the tribe's current productivity, acquiring enough bluestone for the base seemed like a distant prospect. Thus, they opted to simply construct the walls, digging deeper to embed them for stability. Having previous experience in building city walls, the group worked swiftly, using wooden planks to lift the mud and fling it onto the bricks before smoothing it out to form walls. A plumb bob dangled from the top of the wall, ensuring standard construction procedures were followed. Gradually, the speed of brick transportation by Lee and his team could not keep up with the rate of use, forcing him to enlist the assistance of other capable women in the tribe. Finally, the supply began to exceed the demand, allowing Lee to free himself to join the construction team. It became evident that the tribe was in need of a cart. For the first time, Lee felt an idea blossoming in his mind. He found it intriguing. Perhaps this was how Yang Shuo approached problem-solving, first exhausting himself, then creating a tool to ease his burdens. But why did he possess so many peculiar ideas? "I only have a small cart." After a day and a half, the foundation was nearly complete. The lowest layer of mud had dried hard. And after feeling it with his hand, Lee nodded in approval. "Bury it. Bury it." The individuals nearby were diligently shoveling the earth back into place, their shovels clanging rhythmically against the ground. before compacting it firmly with a tree stump that had been used in the tribal square for testing iron spears. Now, upon closer inspection, a brick wall had emerged, rising to just below calf height, resembling a row of vibrant red scallions, with an opening in the center serving as the doorway. After a brief respite, everyone resumed their labor as dusk approached. The surrounding walls had reached thigh height. Li called for a halt, signaling it was time for dinner, just as Yang Shua's voice echoed from outside the city walls. "Brotherly, we're back." Yang Shua and his companions had completed their tasks ahead of schedule and were now waiting outside the walls, dragging 2 carts behind them. Behind them lay a 7 to 8 meter long log, meticulously stripped of its bark, revealing its wooden hue. This main beam jutted out from the larger cart, resting atop the smaller one, forming a makeshift convoy, perfectly suited for transporting the substantial beam. Li gazed at the enormous timber with a mix of surprise and admiration. Yang Shua had mentioned seeking materials for construction, yet he had not anticipated such a massive find, leaving Li to wonder how they had managed to load it onto the cart. "Let us leave this here for now. Dinner is ready. Come inside to eat," Li instructed, lowering the ladder. Yang Shua and his companions skillfully climbed over the wall, quickly spotting the newly erected brick wall. "Wow, brotherly, you've made such rapid progress. And it looks remarkably precise." Prior to returning, Yang Shua had envisioned countless scenarios, both favorable and unfavorable, but none had prepared him for the speed and standard of the work achieved. Under Li's direction, the pace had been deliberately slowed to ensure the walls were perfectly straight. Without Yang Shua's guidance, they could not afford any mistakes. We followed the plan we devised that night. I kept the sketches you drew." Li felt an unusual sense of pride, the first he had experienced since taking over the tribe from the former chieftain. His dedication to the construction stemmed partly from the blueprints provided by Yang Shua, which far surpassed the current bunker in their allure. The house, comprised of red brick walls, was designed to stand solidly on the ground, shielding its inhabitants from the elements, allowing each person to reside within such a dwelling and bask in the warmth of the sun each day. Everything Yang Shua had described illuminated Li's imagination. From initially sleeping in a dirt pit to dwelling in a cave, the emergence of the bunker had significantly enhanced the quality of life for these primitive people. While the brick house promised to usher in a transformative leap for all, the two engaged in a further discussion regarding the upcoming construction, and this time, Ao joined them, equally astonished by Yang Shua's ideas. Beyond the brick houses, concepts for earthen Kong beds, stoves, and an array of innovative suggestions flowed freely, leaving them all in awe. The following morning, Yang Shua and his team set out once more, as they still needed to transport the remaining materials and the bricks from the kiln, which were due for collection that day. Li and Ao were particularly diligent, as they began planning the interior structure alongside the outer walls. Initially, Li struggled to comprehend why Yang Shua insisted on digging a foundation inside the house. But upon receiving the preliminary sketch, everything fell into place. The walls would support one another, deeply anchored in the ground, ensuring unparalleled stability. As the walls inside progressed, several large windows were left open in the outer wall. The sight of these windows sparked a vision in both men's minds, sunlight awakening them from their slumber in the dirt pit, a truly beautiful prospect. Meanwhile, Yang Shua and his team made multiple trips, hauling back the construction materials collected over the past few days, along with over 500 bricks from the kiln, while also adding a new batch of freshly dried bricks for firing. After a half-day's labor, they managed to produce another batch of brick blanks, which were set out at the kiln's entrance, while they also cleared the neighboring charcoal to bring back. "Goodness, why does it feel like we're short on manpower in the tribe? This labor shortage is becoming a concern." By the end of the day, Yang Shua was exhausted, his legs weary from the constant running around the mountain. Pondering the situation, he realized they needed someone to oversee the kiln full-time. With all the materials transported to the open space at the tribe's entrance, Yang Shua faced yet another dilemma. The 7 to 8 meter long main beam loomed before him like the golden rod from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. He glanced at the towering 3-meter-high city wall and concluded that they would indeed need to leave a doorway. How on earth could they maneuver such a large piece into the tribe? Chapter 53. The Nursery, Part 2. This predicament required urgent resolution, not only regarding how to transport the beam over the walls, but also concerning how to place it on the roof once the house was completed. As the others gradually moved the remaining materials inside, Yang Shuo remained fixated on the beam, aware that the others were unable to assist, leaving everything in his hands. Once the last of the materials had been brought in, Jean finally found a moment to check on his beloved mentor. He called out to Yang Shuo from the wall before sliding down the ladder. This unexpected maneuver sparked an idea in Yang Shuo. He recalled the concept of an inclined plane. If they could construct a slope against the city wall, they could easily pull the beam up with significantly less effort. Jean, don't come over just yet. First, lower all the ladders from the wall. Yang Shuo interrupted Jean's enthusiasm with a single command. The young lad promptly halted, turning back to climb up the wall once more. All right, master. To facilitate movement, the tribe had erected 4 ladders, of which they typically used only 2 at a time. Now, all had been lowered by Jean. Position them a bit closer. The angles are off. You can't just have them all aligned in the same way. Yang Shuo directed from below, while Jean adjusted them from above. Eventually, all 4 ladders were set at the same angle. Yang Shuo then retrieved several vines he had prepared from his bunker, dragging them out to secure the main beam. At that moment, Li and the others encountered their own challenge. They had just finished a task and emerged to begin transporting the beam. With the ladders forming a slope, the beam was effortlessly maneuvered into position. Under the collective effort of the tribe's men, the beam was gradually hoisted up, ultimately crossing the city wall and resting atop it. The process was mirrored on the opposite side, where the men carefully lowered the beam until it touched the ground. With the beam's placement resolved, Li promptly carried away the 4 ladders. Their construction had reached a height requiring assistance, as they could no longer reach the ground without scaffolding. Yang Shuo had set the ambitious goal of reaching at least the same height as the city wall. After another long day, the nursery's surrounding walls finally met their intended height. Yang Shuo stood before the newly erected structure, filled with genuine joy. The primitive people had independently completed a segment of modern architecture under his guidance. One day, they too would gradually transform their world, just as he had. Brothers, let us raise the beam, Yang Shuo shouted, prompting Li and the others, who had been waiting eagerly, to rush to the wall's edge. After 2 to 3 days of drying, the previously damp beam had become significantly drier. With the combined strength of 6 men, they effortlessly lifted the beam, carrying it step by step to the nursery's entrance. The 4 ladders were once again positioned against the wall. Some members entered the room, while others climbed to the roof, ultimately raising the beam inch by inch until it was securely placed in the center of the structure. At this moment, Yang Shuo took a moment to thoroughly assess this modern building. The entire house was simply divided into 2 rooms, an inner room and an outer room, separated by a wall. With the door to the inner room designed by Li and Ao themselves, standing about 2 meters tall, the door featured 4 parallel half-bamboo pieces at the top, reconnecting the severed walls, while bricks covered the bamboo, reaching all the way to the roof. Although Yang Shuo had quietly offered hints, he had not anticipated that the 2 would utilize bamboo as a load-bearing material. It was not only easier to work with than wood, but also possessed greater strength. A notion he had overlooked. With the primary beam successfully installed, the remaining task involved placing the secondary beams, which had already been transported into the room. Those inside tossed the wooden planks up, while their counterparts above began assembling them. 2 secondary beams were laid atop the main beam and securely tied with ropes, with everyone emulating each other until the entire roof structure resembled a skeleton, akin to a fish's spine. The subsequent task was to cover the roof. Yang Shuo and his team ventured a considerable distance to fetch a cartload of large banana leaves, specifically for this moment. With the roof now supported, the banana leaves were spread across the top, perfectly sealing all gaps at this point. If you thought the work was complete, you would be gravely mistaken. Ao, brother, let us get the mud. Yang Shuo gazed at the increasingly near completion of the roof, unable to contain his excitement. Ao, hearing his call, seized a shovel and scooped up the earth beneath, flinging it with vigor upwards, with a deft movement. Yang Shuo extended a wooden plank to catch the airborne clump of mud, then turned to collapse onto the banana leaves. Gradually, the entire roof was blanketed with mud, smoothed out meticulously. If you believe this marks the end of the endeavor, you are sorely mistaken. Battle, bring over the tiles. With a quickened pace, Jean dragged a cart laden with the tiles they had specially crafted. The tiles, fashioned in the style of Yang Shuo's homeland, were rectangular with 3 grooves running through the center. They were arranged from bottom to top, layer upon layer, resembling fish scales, reaching up to the highest beams, where Yang Shuo had specially created semicircular tiles to seal the last remaining gaps completely. Completed, with a thunderous shout from Yang Shuo, the entire tribe surged forth. Even Ro emerged from her dwelling, eager to behold the house that had been so lavishly praised from a distance. The most striking feature was the red tiles of the roof, followed by the courtyard walls reminiscent of city fortifications, truly a pleasing sight. Ro stole several glances before turning back inside with her child. Everyone, quiet down. We are not finished yet. We still need to decorate. Yang Shuo, having allowed the crowd to revel in their cheers, presented his next plan. The onlookers gazed at the resplendent house, puzzled. Decorate? What does that entail? Isn't this house already splendid enough? This is merely a shell. It requires finishing touches before it can be inhabited. Slowly, Yang Shuo descended from the roof and announced his renovation plan, painting the walls and installing windows and doors. Only after these fundamental tasks were completed could the house be deemed truly finished. Although the house radiated a brick-red hue, it was marred by unsightly wall seams. Yang Shuo then imparted a new skill to the tribe, applying a whitewash. Though they lacked the traditional whitewash, they could substitute it with mud. Gradually, the red brick walls were enveloped in a layer of earth, meticulously covering every crevice, rendering the entire wall a cohesive entity. The transformation was remarkable, with the red tiles and black walls. Even Ao couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, far surpassing his expectations. Friends, now, I shall demonstrate what true human happiness looks like. Prepare yourselves. Yang Shuo's declaration introduced the tribe to the concept of unexpected twists, leaving them curious about the mysterious reveal that awaited them. Just as everyone anticipated Yang Shuo's next marvel, he suddenly uttered, "Li, where is your hammer?" Li retrieved a large hammer from his bunker and handed it to Yang Shuo, who proceeded to a pre-designated spot and swung the hammer down. Crack! To the astonishment of the onlookers, the wall beneath the hammer shattered, not with the sound of bricks crumbling, but rather the splintering of wood. Yang Shuo stepped inside, and another crack resonated. Only then did the crowd realize that Ao and Li had replaced bricks with wood in those two locations, which Yang Shuo had now obliterated. Come, brothers, let's build a Kong. Yang Shuo felt fortunate for his mischievous childhood, during which he had once jumped on his grandfather's Kong, causing it to collapse. The two of them had then rebuilt it together, endowing him with the vital skill of constructing a Kong. As the others continued to transport bricks inside, Yang Shuo began his demonstration in the innermost part of the room, constructing a small chamber upon the ground. Besides the outer wall, he erected vertical columns of bricks for support, rising to the height of his thighs. He left a gap in the outer wall, which would later house a small stove made of mud. Once everything was arranged inside, Yang Shuo retrieved his special tools, bamboo poles split down the middle, which he laid across the central columns of the Kong, forming a complete surface. Mix the mud. We are almost there. Yang Shuo carefully knelt on the Kong, smoothing the mud layer to secure the bamboo, leaving the largest pole at the edge, serving as the Kang's border. With the Kong completed, the stove beneath could not be neglected. Yang Shuo set to work, constructing it in layers from the base up, placing a sieve in the center and continuing the build until it reached the height of a jar. Once the interior was finished, he turned his attention to the outer room. In addition to the Kong, Yang Shuo envisioned a kitchen for the tribe, as he had grown weary of roasting meat in the square. To the point of discomfort, the stove was constructed swiftly, encircled by bricks, with a sieve placed in the center, topped with a large clay pot, all secured with mud. Finished. Let us go. There's just one last piece remaining, and we will be done. A crowd gathered, watching Yang Shuo with awe as he worked his magic. The final opening he left was designated as a chimney, rising from the ground into the sky. At the top of the chimney, he placed a tile supported by two bricks, forming a T-shaped vent to prevent rainwater from entering while enhancing ventilation. At long last, the nursery was completed, taking just a week and a day, an astonishing speed. As dusk fell, Yang Shuo felt a surge of enthusiasm within him, and with the newly constructed Kong needing to be heated, he declared, "Everyone, let South forego the square today. I shall treat you all to meat soup." His words elicited cheers from the tribe, and after a long wait, they were finally to savor Yang Shuo's culinary skills once more. Unlike the previous occasion, this time he not only used pork, but also added a considerable amount of cured meat, resulting in a pot of soup rich in both tender and hearty textures, enhanced with grass seeds and a sprinkle of salt, leaving a lingering aftertaste. The aroma of the soup wafted through the house, intertwining with the steam rising from the Kong. As the mud quickly dried in the kitchen, the small stove was lit, beginning the process of drying, akin to firing pottery. The tribe, filled with excitement, gazed at the house from the square, where smoke billowed from the chimney and delightful scents emanated from the doorway. This was the life they had dreamed of. Dinner is served. Yang Shua's voice resonated across the square, igniting a wave of excitement among the people. Everyone, form a line. Yun Yun, please take a bowl to Sister Ro first. You can carry both bowls. Go on. The two of you can share, but be careful, it's hot. Under the allure of Yang Shua's cuisine, the crowd formed a long line, predictably ending with Ing. Yang Shua filled each bowl generously, ensuring to add extra meat for Ing, the unfortunate woman who only he and Chun Yunyun showed compassion towards. The following morning, Yang Shua commenced tidying up. After a night of airing out, the mud inside had dried significantly, and the Kong was ready. He gathered a substantial amount of dry grass from outside and laid it atop the Kong, then returned with 5 or 6 animal hides from his dwelling in addition to his own hides. Those belonging to Li and Ao were spread across the Kong, hung at the door and windows. After organizing everything, he transported bricks inside to lay a brick floor throughout the house. Yang Shua felt that his current living conditions surpassed those of his grandfather by leaps and bounds. His grandfather resided in a mud house, while he now lived in a brick and tile abode, adorned with pure animal hides. Who could contest this? Today marked the day when Ro and the newborn would move into their new home. And alongside Ro, 3 other pregnant women would also take residence. This would become the core of the tribe, a sanctuary for new life, the nursery. Ro and the others gazed in disbelief at the interior. The comfort of the Kong enchanting all primitive souls, they rolled up the animal hide at the window, allowing sunlight to stream directly onto the Kong. Yang Shua couldn't help but admire the resilience of primitive humans. Unlike modern women, primitive women experienced a remarkably short recovery period post-birth, a consequence of their environment. With little time for postpartum recovery, Ro would be ready to work just 3 days after giving birth, only refraining due to Yang Shua's insistence. Aside from Ro, the other expectant mothers sensed their time was nearing, and the tribe was on the brink of its first wave of births. Yang Shua envisioned a burgeoning population, leading to an even stronger tribe. Sister Ro, you and the others rest easy here. If you need anything, just call for us. I've placed the jerky in the kitchen. Feel free to take some if you get hungry. There is no need to hold back. You are now the most important in the tribe. A single sentence from Yang Shua brought immense joy and excitement to several individuals. The feeling of being valued by the tribe and the inexplicable elevation of their status stemmed from this extraordinary young man. Ever since Yang Shua joined the tribe, their lives have transformed dramatically day by day. What tomorrow holds remains unfathomable to anyone. If it gets cold, just call me to light the fire, he said with a light-hearted farewell, his departing silhouette granting everyone a sense of reassurance. Chapter 55. A new chapter for the tribe. After the completion of the brick and tile houses, the long-standing housing dilemma that had plagued the tribe was finally alleviated. The women of the Ao tribe no longer had to crowd together in the largest bunker for sleep. At present, the tribe lacked the energy and resources to continue constructing new rooms. Yet renovating the existing ones posed no challenge. After consulting Yang Shua on the method of crafting earthen Kong beds, Shuo and Li enhanced their bunkers, adding small earthen beds, with wisps of smoke billowing from the chimneys, igniting a sense of anticipation for the forthcoming winter. Currently, several pregnant women have taken residence in the maternity room, while Li, Zhao, and Qian share a space. Sun, Li, Shuo, Ao, and Sun, along with Yang Shua and Wang, and finally Chen Yunyun with Ing, have all settled in together. The remaining women have divided the leftover rooms, each now equipped with a small earthen Kong, significantly improving comfort compared to the relatively damp ground as autumn progresses. Yang Shua's fields are teeming with wild grasses, while the autumn pests are particularly rampant, seeming to display a frenzied desperation. Fortunately, Haizi and his wife have given birth to another litter, and combined with the previous one, the pest issue remains manageable. The dozen or so piglets have noticeably grown, consuming more food, prompting Yang Shua to consider hiring someone specifically to feed them, lest the burgeoning pigs consume him out of house and home. With all industrial facilities relocated or shuttered, the air within the tribe has remarkably improved for the first time. Yang Shua had not anticipated such a transformation, he initially believed that in a world abundant with trees, air pollution would be non-existent. Clearly, he had underestimated his own capacity for destruction. The absence of the ever-burning bonfires has eliminated the acrid scent of charred remnants, allowing the essence of nature to flourish. Nevertheless, their industrial endeavors have become more expansive. The brick factory across the mountain operates day and night, producing a batch every 3 to 4 days, while the charcoal production continues unabated, neatly stacking the bricks on one side, while reserving a sufficient supply of charcoal to be transported back. Despite this progress, young Shuo finds the pace too slow. He plans to gradually excavate pits in the surrounding empty spaces to fully utilize the land. Truth be told, he has even entertained the notion of producing 1,000 or 1,800 tons of bricks to construct a great wall all at once. The paper production has also been moved to this area, with large pots filled with water-soaking hay and tree bark. After this relocation, Yang Shuo has finally recognized the significance of an industrial zone. Previously, his efforts were sporadic, resulting in scattered resources throughout the tribe. Now, centralized efforts have more than doubled production efficiency. In recent days, their frequent travels have cleared a path through the weeds and trees along the way. Although a formal road has yet to be established, traversing the area has become significantly easier compared to the initial attempts. After many days, Yang Shuo encountered Li's son, Niu, for the second time. Niu, a name given by Yang Shuo, was initially named Niu by Li, but after Yang Shuo affectionately called him Niu, Li found it more melodious, making Niu the second person in the tribe to have a two-character name. Following Chun Yunyun, this little fellow, having thrived on maternal milk for several days, has gained considerable weight. Compared to his initial frail appearance, he has now blossomed, showcasing a primitive vigor reminiscent of his father. Clearly destined to be a formidable warrior like him, the tribe is on the brink of its busiest season, and Yang Shuo has been diligently inspecting the fields, compared to the summer harvest. The seeds of the autumn wild grasses appear more plump and substantial. Whether due to seasonal factors or the impact of Yang Shuo's selective breeding remains uncertain. In a short time, the wild grasses will ripen. And during this period, Shi's wife, Sun's wife, and 2 women from the Ao tribe are all due to give birth. Yang Shuo has restructured the area initially designated for charcoal storage, constructing 2 large warehouses with bricks, elevated 3 layers high to insulate against underground moisture. One warehouse is designated for storing charcoal, while the other is prepared for grain storage, both topped with wooden roofs and securely tiled that as the weather turns colder. Animals from the north have begun their migration, and the grasslands behind the mountains are filled with hunting activity. The prairie wolves are relentlessly encircling their prey, stockpiling fat for the winter. This period has proven to be particularly favorable for Yang Shuo's tribe, as he, Li, and Ao have led efforts to construct extensive traps in 3 separate locations, lying in wait for the northern game to ensnare themselves. Thanks to the influx of prey from the north, the tribe's meals have been consistently satisfying, and preparations for the autumn harvest are underway. Unlike the previous harvests, this one promises to be extraordinarily bountiful, with the initial 3 experimental fields providing valuable data. The planting density and timing have been improved, coupled with the dedicated care from Yang Shuo and Chun Yunyun, along with the diligent efforts of Haizi's family, ensuring a comfortable winter ahead that as anticipated. The tribe plunged into the wild grasses with knives, cutting down bundles of seed-bearing stems and tossing them into jars behind them. This autumn harvest extended over 2 days, yielding an impressive 4 carts of seeds, a testament to their abundant yield. Amidst the bustling activity of transporting seeds and tidying up the fields, another piece of joyous news arrived. Ruan has given birth. Chun Yunyun announced this news loudly from the city wall, noting that Ruan appeared even younger than Chun Yunyun, seemingly just a year or 2 older than Zhan, and now she had become a mother, with Yang Shuo's clearly defined birthing procedures in place. This event was not as chaotic as the first. The midwife was now Chun Yunyun instead of Yang Shuo. Strict sanitation protocols and prohibitions on unnecessary entry, combined with ample rest, enabled Ruan to recover more swiftly and in better condition than during her first childbirth. With no adverse symptoms, this further validated the benefits of Yang Shuo's regulations, prompting greater adherence among the tribe. Meanwhile, Sun, still in the fields, could hardly contain himself, his eyes darting between Yang Shuo and Li. With a hearty pat on Sun's shoulder, Li urged, "What are you waiting for? Hurry back to check on her." Only then did Sun seem to snap to attention, brandishing his dagger and clutching a ceramic jar as he dashed back to the tribe. "Why are you running with the jar? Just put it down," young Shuo chuckled. Soon, indeed the fastest runner in the tribe, darted away like a flash of lightning, swiftly disappearing from sight and reappearing at the distant city wall. Vaulting over it with agility, young Shuo's heart swelled with joy. He felt a profound sense of accomplishment. The last cart of seeds was being dragged forward by the tribe, each face beaming with happiness. While Sun rushed ahead to greet his child, the tribe now enjoyed ample food and continued to grow. Perhaps humanity will soon conquer this world. Young Shuo reclined directly, burying himself amidst the grass seeds in the cart, while those around him looked on and laughed. Chapter 56. Mothers, be patient. Allow me to prepare a toilet for you. As long as one's heart is filled with joy, even labor becomes remarkably swift. The entire tribe now holds two individuals in the highest regard, one being Grandfather Yuan, and the other, Yang Shuo. The techniques of Grandfather Yuan have been imparted by Yang Shuo, culminating in this bountiful square filled with grass seeds. With the experience of their first harvest, the people gathered in the square, cautiously rubbing the grass seeds off. The tribe's jars were insufficient, compelling Yang Shuo to hasten the crafting of several large vats. Ultimately, all the grass seeds were collected, amounting to approximately 25 jars. Compared to the initial quantity sown, the yield had multiplied several times over. This time, it was truly a reward from the heavens. All aspects were favorable, with pestilence nearly non-existent thanks to the diligent efforts of Haizi's children, and the birds had begun their southward migration for winter, thus evading two major calamities, coupled with Yang Shuo's selection of the finest seeds and the continuous nourishment from farmhouse fertilizers. Everything contributed to this remarkable harvest. The tribe was abuzz with excitement. According to the initial cooking quantities established by Yang Shuo, 1 jar of grass seeds could sustain them for 3 days. Thus, 25 jars, after reserving some for sowing, were sufficient for 2 months of sustenance. Given that winter lasted only about 6 months here, and accounting for the ample food at the beginning and end of the season, these provisions would suffice to endure the lean days. With this thought, Yang Shuo could finally announce with pride that they would no longer suffer from hunger, while everyone was busy storing food for the winter. The pregnant woman, Hua, waddled toward the toilet across the tribe's square, supported by another individual. Yang Shuo observed as she traversed nearly 100 meters to enter the rudimentary latrine, since the nursery was located at one end of the tribe and the toilet at the other. Every pregnant woman needing to use the facilities had to cross the entire tribe, which Yang Shuo found both troublesome and perilous, especially with winter's chill approaching. "Mothers, do not fret. Allow me to prepare a toilet for you." Without hesitation, Yang Shuo dashed into his bunker, commencing his design. While merely needing a large clay pot for a toilet would suffice, Yang Shuo aspired to create something better. Should he succeed, it could be adopted by the tribe in the future. Modern society boasts numerous unseen elements, one of which is the underground piping network. To establish a comprehensive water supply system, a complete underground pipeline is essential. However, what kind of network exists in a primitive tribe? A single water pipe would astonish everyone for a century. Yang Shuo decided to eliminate the sewage pipe and modify the fully automatic flushing toilet into a semi-automatic one. The structure of the toilet is quite simple, consisting of a U-shaped pipe. Given that their location would not freeze in winter, temperature considerations were unnecessary. Functionality was all that mattered. This time, Yang Shuo aimed to make a breakthrough in pottery techniques. Unlike ordinary ceramics, toilets require a more intricate internal structure that cannot be shaped from within. It must be formed from the sides and then joined together, using a template as a base. He began crafting one half of the toilet. The exterior wall and the water pipe were shaped as if undergoing a 3D printing process, gradually transforming from a flat surface into a 3-dimensional form. The most crucial aspect of the toilet was the water pipe. Yang Shuo meticulously shaped it with a small wooden stick, adjusting its angles continuously with water until he completed one half. The other half was crafted in a similar fashion, leaving only the joining of the two halves. Finding a method to connect the two water pipes into a complete unit consumed Yang Shuo's thoughts. He retrieved his most precious clay, mixed it with water to create a slurry, and used the slurry as adhesive to bond the two halves together, allowing it to dry. After drying, Yang Shuo still worried about potential leaks. So he poured the slurry into the water pipe, coating the interior thoroughly before ceasing. This kiln firing was Yang Shuo's most dedicated effort yet. Unlike before, He ambitiously enlisted Jean and Wang to assist him and brought out the long-unused bellows and furnace base. Jean huffed and puffed as he operated the bellows, while Wang continuously stoked the furnace fire. With their adjustments, the furnace temperature rose swiftly this moment. Yang Shuo, using 2 wooden sticks to grip the toilet, placed it into the brick-built kiln entrance. Flames instantly engulfing the toilet, he sealed the entrance with bricks, raising the temperature to unprecedented levels. Yang Shuo's heart raced. This was not merely about providing convenience for the pregnant women in the tribe. He aspired to create something extraordinary, not just pottery, but true porcelain. Add more fuel. Add more fuel. Yang Shuo felt the heat radiating through the brick wall, urging his companions on. Jean and Wang took turns, adding charcoal and operating the bellows, while Yang Shuo relieved them periodically. Once they had burned through the entire pile of charcoal around the furnace, Yang Shuo and the others ceased heating and began patiently waiting for the temperature to drop. At this moment, Yang Shuo felt extremely anxious, as did Jean and Wang. This was the first time their master had gone to such lengths to fire something. It was bound to be different. Yang Shuo touched the bricks. They were still warm, but no longer hot. It was time to begin. He carefully removed the bricks, revealing the toilet nestled within. How to describe it? This toilet was distinctly different from other ceramics. It reflected light. Upon witnessing this reaction, Yang Shuo felt a surge of confidence. After all, crude ceramics are riddled with pores and cannot reflect light, so it was highly likely that he had succeeded, cradling the toilet in his arms. He found the surface smooth to the touch, a sensation unlike any ordinary pottery. Only when the toilet was brought into the sunlight did Yang Shuo's jaw drop in astonishment. The ceramics had not merely formed. It seemed he had accidentally transformed it into glass. The entire toilet took on a blurry appearance, as the excessive heat had melted the clay into glass. However, after a moment's consideration, Yang Shuo concluded that it was not a problem. Glass was just as usable as porcelain. Meanwhile, Jean and Wang, ever curious, were nearly climbing into the toilet, experiencing the smooth texture for the first time. Wow. Wang, do you feel this? It's different from the bowls we eat from. How can I describe it? It's so comfortable. Jean's large head was continually peering into the toilet, his hands exploring its surface. Get out. Let me try. Wow. It truly is different. What is this sensation? Master, what is this? Yang Shuo chuckled at the 2 little ones. This sensation is called slippery. Enough gawking. We still have work to do. Carry my treasure, and let us return home. Chapter 57. Why are we breaking walls again? The object Jean and Wang were carrying captivated everyone's attention. Its gleaming surface was simply irresistible. Shuo, what is this? Ao, unable to contain his curiosity, exclaimed. Ever since witnessing the nursery's condition, this former tribal chief had become an avid follower of Yang Shuo. No, more accurately, a devoted admirer. Hee, it's a toilet. Yang Shuo replied with a grin, revealing a singular term. They looked utterly bewildered. Toilet? What is that? Is there a horse and a bucket involved? Li, where's your hammer? Yang Shuo sought out Li to borrow a hammer for the toilet installation. What do you need a hammer for? Li handed over the massive iron hammer. Puzzled by the commotion surrounding the toilet, to break walls. Oh, to break walls. Wait, why are we breaking walls again? Where? Li was utterly confused by Yang Shuo's incessant wall-breaking endeavors. For the nursery, Yang Shuo's back met Li's forehead as he charged toward the nursery, hammer in hand. Planting the hammer against the wall, Yang Shuo fetched a cartload of bricks and began constructing a wall outside. The toilet was quite simple, a base that reached waist height, topped with bamboo and wood to shield against wind and rain. Once completed, it would be time to break the wall. Sister Ro, take the child outside for a stroll. Everyone else, stand clear to avoid any injuries. Dispersing the crowd within the room, Yang Shuo seized a hefty hammer and struck the wall with fervor. It must be said, products of primitive craftsmanship are undoubtedly exquisite. This wall was truly robust. Yang Shuo exerted considerable effort to create a dent in the wall, yet the prospect of fully breaching it seemed an arduous task. Ultimately, with the assistance of Shuo, Li, and Ao, Yang Shuo managed to carve out a sizable opening in the inner room, much to Ao's dismay, who felt a pang of sorrow witnessing such a fine house being demolished. In the restroom, Yang Shuo meticulously tested the height, even summoning Chun Yunyun to assist in determining the most suitable height for a woman. Upon arriving at a general range, Yang Shuo commenced constructing the base within the room in preparation for installing the toilet. Chen Yunyun was immensely impressed by Yang Shuo. Upon her first glimpse of the toilet, she was taken aback, utterly astonished that he could replicate such a device in the primitive world. Truly remarkable. However, Yang Shuo's toilet was unlike any ordinary one. It had a substantial hole at the back and lacked a water reservoir above, leaving Chen Yunyun puzzled about his design. Once everything was installed, Yang Shuo embarked on his operations, first locating a semicircular tile to serve as the drainage system, extending from the back of the restroom, followed by a large container beneath the tile to collect waste. With the drainage pipe completed, what remained was the essence of the system. The tribe's water pipes, since Yang Shuo had diverted them from the mountain, had been functioning flawlessly. Water from the mountain stream flowed through bamboo to the tribe, cascading down from the plaza, with excess water draining away through a hole beneath the city wall, merging with the external stream. Now, Yang Shuo was set to modify the water pipes. He meticulously arranged newly cleaned bamboo. Branching off from the city wall towards the nursery on the roof of the nursery's restroom, he installed a square vat. This vat was a cherished artifact from his earlier experiments with kiln firing. Although it had a hole at the bottom, he had preserved it mainly for sentimental reasons. Now, it proved to be perfectly useful, with the hole repaired and transformed into a specialized drainage system. A bamboo tube was inserted from the bottom, connecting to the toilet, culminating in a supersized flushing toilet. Beyond the hollow drainage pipe, the most crucial component was the controller. Yang Shuo fashioned a wooden plug, carved with precision, to fit snugly within the bamboo. When in use, one merely needed to pull a cord in the restroom. The plug would be lifted, allowing water to cascade down from the bamboo tube. Releasing the cord would cause the swirling water to reseal the bamboo, achieving perfection. The newly rerouted water pipe flowed directly into the large vat atop the restroom. Besides the drainage pipe, a bamboo tube remained intact and airtight, serving as a natural float. A stick was affixed externally, and when the water level in the vat rose sufficiently, the float would ascend, raising the stick and thereby lifting the external water pipe. Halting the flow of water. It was simply perfection itself, an immaculate creation. Although some water might spill outside when the pipe was raised, the waste was trivial. There was no shortage of water. Chen Yunyun became the first to use the toilet, reveling in the experience. After a brief moment of enjoyment, she tugged on the cord with some effort, and with a resounding pop, the plug was dislodged, unleashing a torrent of water with nearly 2 meters of height. The water rushed down with great speed, sufficient to cleanse the toilet thoroughly, while the plug was drawn back by the swirling current, sealing the drain once more. Shuo, you are truly remarkable. This is simply perfect, Chen Yunyun exclaimed, bouncing joyfully from the restroom. This was, indeed, a blessing for her. She reflected on her earlier days, when she had to venture out with the tribe to relieve herself, trembling at the thought of exposing herself in front of others, resorting to leaves and dirt for hygiene. Glancing back at the quaint restroom, a wave of nostalgia washed over her, and she couldn't help but pout, tears streaming down her cheeks. Only after losing something do we come to cherish it, and only upon its return do we hold it dearer. Yang Shuo observed the young girl weeping and smiled, enveloping her in his embrace, gently stroking her head with one hand while softly patting her back with the other. Yunyun, dear, do not cry, he reassured her. His words ignited a torrent of emotions within Chen Yunyun, prompting her to sob openly in his arms. The onlookers seemed to sense her sorrow, remaining silent. They had not experienced such a loss, only feeling the weight of her grief without understanding its source. All right, Yunyun, you still need to teach the pregnant women how to use the toilet, and oh, more tears, be good. After a period of emotional release, Chen Yunyun eventually regained her composure and led the expectant mothers to explore the restroom, instructing them on how to use the toilet. Everyone was astounded by this invention. They had never imagined that using the toilet could be so comfortable. No longer would they have to squat with their bellies, risking their well-being. Now, they could resolve their needs within the safety of the room. Li, observing the women gradually learning to use the toilet, couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. This is truly remarkable, incredibly ingenious. Shuo, how did you conceive this idea? It's simply astonishing. His eyes sparkled with wonder. It's just a simple concept, and no need to envy. It's designed for women. You should stick to the one by the plaza, and remember to help your wife with the toilet duties each day. And you too, Sun, don't smirk. You all take turns. After all, your wife is staying here. You should look after her. Chapter 58. Can this child be kept? Thus, The incident at the restroom passed, and Yang Shua's toilet received unanimous praise from all the women. Sun secretly took advantage of the toilet during his visits to see his wife and child, finding it quite comfortable, especially in winter. The task of naming Sun's child was casually handed over to Yang Shua. As he struggled to come up with a name, consequently, Yang Shua named the child Rufeng, hoping he would be as swift as his father. Additionally, 3 other expectant mothers were nearing their due dates, Shi's wife and 2 women from Ao's tribe. Hua and Si. Today marked Si's delivery, and she had been transferred to a temporary birthing room, assisted by Ro and Chun Yunyun. Thanks to the primitive diet being less than adequate, the newborns were generally small, resembling little monkeys, making the birthing process relatively manageable. Initially, Yang Shua expected this delivery to be like the previous 2, without any peculiarities, and thus paid little attention until an infant's cries echoed, yet no one emerged. A sense of unease crept over him. Moments later, Chun Yunyun's head peeked from behind the animal hide at the door, signaling Yang Shua to come over. Understanding her cue, he washed his hands with warm water, lifted the hide, and entered the birthing room. Before him lay Si, continuously crying, with Ro displaying a serious demeanor, while Chun Yunyun quietly cradled the wailing infant. Yang Shua glanced at the child and suddenly realized the cause of the commotion. Unlike the children of Li and Sun, Si's newborn was distinctly different. The infant's jaw was noticeably larger than that of a typical baby, and its facial expressions were markedly unique. A single glance revealed this was a child of the cannibal tribe. Yang Shua understood the gravity of the situation. Initially, he and Li had discussed how to handle the occurrence of a child born of cannibal lineage, yet no conclusion had been reached. Now, he found himself compelled. Yang Shua articulated the words that had been swirling in his mouth for quite some time. But the responses from Li and Ao were merely a continued silence that in truth, having a half-cannibal tribe within their midst was already quite peculiar. Ying had to live each day as if she were invisible, continually compromising and seeking to appease others. Despite the passage of time, many still found it difficult to accept her, let alone this child. Just as Li and Ao remained silent, a figure unexpectedly emerged before the crowd. Akin to a shadow that I will raise her, please, do not kill her. This single plea drew both Li and Ao's attention to the woman. With her distinctive canine teeth and unique stature, Yang Shua had not anticipated that Ying would step forward. He had initially intended to persuade the 2 to allow him to raise the child himself, reasoning that such a tender life bore no guilt. He chose not to speak further, interpreting Li and Ao's silence as acquiescence. Yang Shua glanced at Chun Yunyun, giving a slight nod, prompting her to hand the infant to Ying. Ying gingerly accepted the child, repeatedly expressing her gratitude to Li and Ao before retreating. After so long, Yang Shua could not ascertain what Ao currently thought about the calamity of the past, but it was likely that the memories weighed heavily on her heart. He approached and gently patted Ao's shoulder before departing. Although she was reluctant to care for this child, she remained a mother and needed nourishment. Yang Shua brought her a bowl of meat broth. Reflecting on the situation, he found the cannibals to be not so much malevolent as they were pitiable. Modern medical research indicates that each of us carries genes that resist the virus known as Yuan. Thus, why does everyone possess such genes? It is likely that in ancient times, all humanity resorted to cannibalism due to scarcity of food, leading to the demise of those without resistant genes, who became sustenance for others. In truth, contemporary humans might be descendants of cannibals. Yang Shua felt this was a profound tragedy for humanity. Perhaps those currently within the tribe were destined to perish, while the cannibals would endure. Therefore, Yang Shua believed his presence in this world held significance. If he could guide humanity out of this terrifying predicament, the cannibals would never again surface. The tribe was unusually somber that day, devoid of joy over the addition of new members, overshadowed instead by sorrow. In the following days, the remaining 2 pregnant women gave birth in succession. Fortunately, Hua's child was a normal human, the posthumous offspring of a fallen warrior from Ao's tribe, bringing her immense joy as she held the child close, reluctant to let go. The tribe suddenly welcomed 5 new lives, and Yang Shua felt an increased weight of responsibility. With the ongoing pressure of food supply and the impending winter, he was compelled to devise a plan to ensure everyone could survive the season comfortably. In addition to ramping up charcoal production, Yang Shua led others in maintaining and clearing fields, cutting timber to prepare for broader planting in the coming year. They also excavated composted manure to enrich the soil, Beyond preparing for next year's crops, they had to address numerous traps, filling in the old, abandoned ones and embellishing the newly dug ones. While foraging for wild grasses to stockpile for the pigs, besides gathering wild grasses for the pigs, young Shuo also experimented with edible plants. Most of what pigs could consume was also suitable for humans, though not particularly appetizing. Observing the pigs munching on wild grasses, he occasionally sampled them himself, discovering a few varieties that were palatable, mild in flavor, moist, and tender, suitable for human consumption. He diligently recorded his findings, intending to share them to enhance their diet. Everything was progressing rapidly, and winter quietly approached. Chapter 59. The New Year of the Tribe. I wondered why it was so cold last night. Even with the heated bed, I felt chilled. Early in the morning, Sun's incessant chatter began, heralding what was likely the first snowfall of winter. Yang Shuo also finally completed his calendar project, marking the first snowfall since their migration to this place. The interval between the two winters spanned a full 15 months. Now, it appeared that 3 months constituted spring, 3 summer, 3 autumn, and over 6 months of winter, a truly inhospitable planet. Yang Shuo could hardly recall when he had traversed into this realm. The daily struggle for survival was exhausting enough without dwelling on lost memories. Over the course of the year, as he compiled the time, he realized the necessity of establishing significant dates, such as the New Year. The tribe truly required a New Year celebration. They had recently enjoyed a bountiful harvest and welcomed many new lives, all of which warranted commemoration. Life was generally harsh, yet they must not forget the joy of living. While they typically practiced frugality, who could forego a celebration? They would borrow to procure meat and dumplings for the occasion. Thus, Yang Shuo set to work. The New World's calendar mirrored his own. A month would comprise 30 days, a week 7, allowing for weekends to provide a respite. The year would consist of 15 months, with one designated for the New Year and another for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Additional holidays could be added gradually. In this way, under Yang Shuo's pen, the tribal calendar was born, marking the inaugural year of its establishment, the Year 1 of the tribe, or the year before Common Era, comprising 14 months of 28 days. Why such a structure? Yang Shuo allocated 2 days for the New Year celebration, following which it would rightfully become Year 1, commencing on January 1st. Everyone, please pause your work. I have an announcement to make. Yang Shuo lifted the animal hide covering his shelter, a gust of frigid air sending a shiver through him. The men were clearing snow, and they gazed at Yang Shuo, who held a hefty tome, uncertain of what he was about to declare. Yang Shuo waved the newly crafted calendar, which had taken him an entire morning to complete. I am here to announce something of great importance. From this day forth, we shall have a calendar. With that, he unfurled the calendar, revealing the bold numeral 14 followed by a plethora of numbers from 1 to 30, with all but the 29th and 30th crossed out. This is the calendar, a means to record time. Each time the sun rises in the east, a new day begins, and when it sets in the west, the day concludes. Thus, we define a day. 7 days comprise a week. 30 days make a month, and 15 months constitute a year. Yang Shuo pointed at the calendar, elaborating slowly for everyone, explaining the advantages of understanding time, such as being able to calculate age. These little ones will soon be 1 year old. Moreover, he informed each person of their birthdays, emphasizing that the day of birth was a celebration of life granted by their mothers. Gradually, the crowd became enamored with the concept of time, their first awareness of its passage dawning upon them. Realizing that the infants were growing, and they too were maturing. Among the myriad of revelations, the most significant was Yang Shuo's announcement regarding the New Year. And another matter, the New Year. You may be hearing this term for the first time, but I assure you, it will become dear to you. No matter where you go, you will surely cherish this word. Yang Shuo's words tantalized the crowd, and Chun Yunyun's eyes glistened with emotion. Tomorrow and the day after will be the New Year. We shall celebrate the efforts of our kin over the past year, rejoice in our resilience, and honor the growth of our tribe. Therefore, for the next 2 days, we shall feast on pork. Yang Shuo's proclamation ignited a fervor within the tribe. 2 meals a day was a privilege typically reserved for postpartum women. Yet now, for the New Year, everyone would indulge freely for 2 days. For primitive people, nothing was more blissful than a full belly, and Yang Shuo's New Year celebration not only marked a festivity but also strengthened the tribe's unity. Which primitive person would not wish to uphold such a tribe? With Yang Shuo's declaration, the tribe's piglets faced dire consequences. Aside from the 3 pairs he retained for breeding, the remaining 6 met their end. However, after a lengthy period of care, the piglets had grown into substantial pigs, making them suitable for slaughter, a natural choice for the new year. Thus, the tribe commenced its inaugural New Year celebration amidst the season's first snowfall. And Yang Shuo finally revealed his AC. It must be noted that Yang Shuo was indeed making significant sacrifices. In addition to the slaughter of pigs, he unveiled an entire jar of grass seeds, indicating that the large pot in the square would not be used for meat broth, but rather for boiling a pot of grass seed porridge. As Yang Shuo toiled away, he retrieved the wild vegetables he had recently foraged and brought them into the nursery. There, he combined them with lard and pork, skillfully stir-frying a generous pot of greens with meat. The surplus pig's blood was mixed with pig bones, simmering into a hearty broth. When everything was finally complete and served, the tribe members comprehended the true essence of the new year. This marked the first instance of stir-frying in their primitive world. As moisture evaporated, a pot of grass seeds also cooked to perfection. Yang Shuo utilized a wooden spatula to serve each person a bowl of rice topped with the sauteed greens and pork, creating a delightful dish that had never before been experienced by the tribe. Satisfying, filling, and refreshingly novel, complemented by a savory boned soup. With each bite, despite the heavy snowfall swirling around the square, warmth enveloped the people. "Master, may I have another bowl?" Jean exclaimed, his mouth smeared with grease. Of course. Today we feast to our heart's content. Splendid. I want a large bowl. After 2 days of jubilant celebration, the entire tribe emerged rejuvenated, brimming with expectations for the future. Meanwhile, the herds behind the mountains were in the throes of migration, reaching a critical peak. In previous years, this would have signaled the nearing end for Yang Shuo's tribe, as the herds would soon scatter into the mountains, providing predators with one last opportunity for a grand hunt. However, Yang Shuo and his companions were now preparing to embark on their own adventure, fully armed and ready. Though they would miss the ambush during the migration, they were determined not to be absent from this final feast. Chapter 60. Encountering the Black Wolf again. This time, the hunters were filled with confidence. In addition to their usual armaments, they had ingeniously crafted numerous traps, ensuring a bountiful harvest to secure greater food independence for the tribe. Once again, they set off with their carts, hiding them as usual before proceeding lightly armed with weapons. Due to the sheer size of the herds, they quickly discovered their tracks across the plains. Compared to the challenges faced along the way, the herds were nearing their destination, and fresh grass began to sprout on the prairie. The herds slowed their pace, resting while continuing their migration. This presented a prime opportunity for the many predators who awaited. As the long journey had lulled the herds into a state of relaxation, Yang Shuo observed meticulously, estimating that in the coming nights, the predators would soon launch their attacks. This time, the elite of Yang Shuo's tribe were all present. Aside from the women who remained in the village, every capable warrior had joined the hunt. They were no longer relegated to scavenging leftovers. Instead, they were unified in their purpose, determined to partake in the collective assault on the herds. Yang Shuo's heart raced with excitement. This was a testament to their tribe's strength. As they prepared for a direct confrontation with the herds, the group stealthily trailed behind the herds, akin to the distant silhouettes of lurking predators. Biding their time for the perfect moment, as darkness enveloped the sky, snow began to fall, blanketing Yang Shuo and his companions in a serene stillness. As they remained motionless upon the hillside, suddenly, Yang Shuo sensed a shift in the atmosphere. An urgency permeated the air, indicating the arrival of numerous predators. Utilizing the fading light, he spotted familiar figures. On a distant slope, a pack of prairie bag wolves appeared, led by a formidable black wolf. The black wolf's pack had evidently grown since their last encounter, as several new members had joined from the northern migrations. Alongside the various sized bag wolves, primitive hyena packs and lion prides had also arrived at the battleground. The myriad of predators on this ancient land had gathered, all awaiting the climactic moment. As night deepened and the snowfall intensified, visibility diminished, obscuring all but the massive herds ahead. Yang Shuo shook off the accumulated snow from his pelt. Preparing for the imminent action, the prolonged ambush had left the tribe's bodies cold and stiff, compelling them to engage in warm-up exercises. In the early hours, the herds had largely ceased their movements, with most of the prey fast asleep, save for a few that remained active. These were the most astute and cautious of prey. On such a snowy night, most would stubbornly cling to their cozy nests. Only the most experienced would dare abandon their warm beds to relieve themselves, while those unwilling to move would find themselves in dire straits, caught off guard and forced to flee with full bladders. Ultimately succumbing to the relentless pursuit of their predators, as dawn's first light began to creep over the horizon. The slaughter commenced. Charge! Lee bellowed, leaping from a grass hollow, draping the hide around his waist and brandishing his iron spear as he surged forward. Young Shuo and the others followed closely behind him down the slope. It was as if the charge had been choreographed. Not only did Lee issue the call, but the black wolf, hyenas, and lions all charged in unison. All eyes were set on the herds below, eager to tear a piece of flesh from their quarry. As the hunters drew near, the herds finally sensed the impending danger, erupting into chaos as countless prey sprang to their feet and fled in panic, causing the herd to swell and writhe. Young Shuo and his companions pierced through the herd like a spear, raising their long spears to pierce the startled prey. Pressing onward relentlessly, the pack of bag wolves and hyenas also crashed into the herd, leaping onto the backs of the fleeing prey, tearing and clawing at them mercilessly. The rear of the herd, besieged by continuous attacks, was forced to veer in multiple directions, their speed faltering, while the front began to accelerate, causing a rift within the herd. In that moment, the lion pride reappeared, striking with surgical precision at the herd's most vulnerable point, cleaving through them with ferocity. The moment the lions engaged, the long-eared antelope, wild horses, and buffaloes were effectively sentenced to death, unable to regain their speed, ensnared within the predator's grasp. A gruesome slaughter ensued as 3 to 5 bag wolves surrounded a single buffalo, dispatching it before seeking their next target. While Yang Shuo was acutely aware that his companion could certainly comprehend the situation, he turned and followed the crowd, dragging the cart behind him, leaving behind the silhouette of the black wolf, which remained fixated on the group ahead. Chapter 61. Catastrophe, Part 1. This hunt served as a proclamation of the prosperity of Yang Shuo's tribe to the primal world. The members returned to the tribe, laden with abundant provisions, greeted with fervent enthusiasm by their fellow tribespeople. The women raised their children aloft, encouraging them to welcome the tribe's heroes. Next came the processing of the food. Winter was the ideal season, as it significantly extended the shelf life of provisions. The pelts of all the game were meticulously stripped away with expert craftsmanship. Blood was collected in clay pots, and the meat was separated and properly preserved. The entire tribe seemed to be adorned with festive decorations. As the meat was sliced into strips and hung in various places, preserved by the cold, resembling lanterns aglow in the night, the following days would be a time of revelry for the tribe. Celebrating the bounty of their harvest, Yang Shuo finally found the opportunity to rest, as everyone returned to their burrows and fell into a deep slumber, having spent the past week outdoors with scarcely a moment's rest. Yang Shuo felt as though he had never slept so soundly. The pressures of life were vanquished by the abundance, leaving him with a sense of relaxation. Yang Shuo succumbed to slumber on his bed. The family of Haizi, who resided in his dwelling, exhibited an unusual demeanor. Haizi appeared exceedingly anxious and restless, bounding around the burrow before leaping onto Yang Shuo's head and commencing a frenzied dance. Haizi, what are you doing? I'm trying to sleep. Stop it. I'll get you something to eat later. Yang Shuo could no longer tolerate the antics of Haizi, who today seemed as if possessed, fervently nibbling at his head. With no other choice, he rose from his bed and grabbed a handful of grass seeds from the clay pot beneath it, tossing them into Haizi's bowl. However, in stark contrast to usual behavior, Haizi didn't even glance at the seeds, continuing to leap around Yang Shuo restlessly. Haizi, what's the matter? Are you unwell? Yang Shuo began to sense the abnormality in Haizi's behavior, prompting a wave of concern. In their tribe, there were no veterinarians. If Haizi were ill, he would be at a loss. Haizi persistently nibbled at the fur on Yang Shuo's body, tugging him towards the outside. It was then that Yang Shuo realized there was indeed something amiss. Haizi wanted him to go outside. Suddenly, he recalled certain phenomena from modern society. Animals often sensed impending natural disasters before humans did. A cold sweat trickled down his back. Had something gone awry? He sprang from his bed, cradling both Haizi and Huazi, and dashed outside, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, come out quickly! To the fields! Hurry! Yun Yun! Wake everyone up! Sister Ro, call for help! We must all head to the fields immediately!" Yang Shuo's frantic demeanor startled the women who were busy tidying up, yet out of trust in him, none hesitated. They promptly followed his instructions and roused the sleeping menfolk. Li and the others burst forth from the burrows. As Yang Shuo continued to call out from atop a wall, urging everyone to climb down the ladders. Although he was uncertain of the accuracy of Heizi's premonitions, evacuating in advance was undoubtedly prudent. Better safe than sorry. The tribe swiftly fled from their dwelling as darkness enveloped the sky. The night having only recently descended, suddenly, Yang Shuo perceived a peculiar glow on the distant horizon, pink in hue. The very sky transformed to a rosy tint, followed by green luminescence erupting from the ground. The tribe had never witnessed such an extraordinary spectacle, and as they pondered its nature, the earth itself seemed to roar in fury. A grating sound emanated from beneath, and the ground began to tremble violently, causing the people to topple over. Yang Shuo urged everyone to cling to the trees, warning them not to run amok. It was an earthquake. Yang Shuo's eyes. The ground became indistinct, and while he could not ascertain the magnitude of the quake, the terrifying tremors suggested it was no minor shake. Individuals around him were hurled into the air, only to crash back down to the earth. Yang Shuo had no choice but to cling tightly to a tree, bracing himself against the wrath of nature. In his arms lay the child of Hua, whom he fiercely shielded, while Ying, beside him, appeared even more terrified. She held her child tightly, allowing herself to be tossed about by the convulsing earth. Boom! The earth and mountains continued to roar, as Yang Shuo witnessed the walls of his tribe crumble into ruin. Massive stones cascading from the mountains, obliterating their burrow, while the nursery was torn apart as if it were mere paper. Suddenly, an explosive sound akin to an atomic bomb erupted, followed by a deafening blast. All ears rang with the reverberation, and Yang Shuo felt himself losing grip. The overwhelming noise rendered his head a cacophony, forcing him to relinquish his right hand, cradling the infant with both arms. Much like Ying, allowing the ground to throw him about like a ball. Gradually, the tremors began to subside, and the people regained control of their bodies, slowly rising. Chapter 62. Calamity, Part 2. The sun did not rise as it typically would. Yet it was undeniably the dawn of a new day. The people awoke from their slumber, their senses sharpened as they beheld the harrowing aftermath of the cataclysm, despite having caught a blurred glimpse of the devastation the previous day. Yang Shuo's heart still convulsed upon witnessing the scene anew. The once mighty symbol of their tribe, the city walls, lay utterly obliterated. Their bricks, lacking in fortitude, had now crumbled into nothing more than a heap of rubble. Beyond the walls, the fortifications within the tribe had collapsed, the majority buried beneath the debris of fallen stones from the mountains. The nursery, a testament to their arduous labor, was now lost from sight. The tribe's water supply had ceased, bamboo scattered across the ground. Yang Shuo examined the former stone walls of the settlement, now marred by a massive fissure that extended from the mountainous peak. Half of the village entombed by the rubble. All structures had been reduced to mere foundations, and their fuel and provisions lay buried beneath the stones, rendering the task of post-disaster reconstruction a formidable challenge. Squeak, squeak. At that moment, the errant figures of Heizi and Huazi appeared, leaping into Yang Shuo's embrace, seemingly checking on his well-being, and it appeared he bore no significant injuries. Yang Shuo felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude to these two little creatures. Had it not been for their timely warning, the tribe would likely have been trapped beneath the ruins. Thank you, Heizi, he exclaimed, as if aware of his gratitude. Heizi puffed up with pride, eliciting a chuckle from Yang Shuo. The tribe returned to the ruins, gathering the scattered remnants of food. Everyone was injured and in need of sustenance. Thus, around the outdoor fire, they began to grill meat, marking what could be considered the tribe's first breakfast in the wake of the disaster. After satisfying their hunger, they commenced the arduous task of rebuilding. Ying, under the care of Chun Yunyun, had significantly improved, and the tribe's perception of her softened considerably. Everyone had witnessed her desperate determination to protect the child the night before. And for the first time, Ying felt the warmth of concern from those beyond Chun Yunyun and Yang Shuo, leaving her pleasantly astonished. Thanks to the unfortunate circumstance of the cart being unable to navigate the debris within the village, Yang Shuo and the others still possessed a means of transportation. With the city walls now gone, their carts could reach the heart of the settlement. The immediate priority was to salvage and secure food supplies for the impending winter. The tribe worked diligently, transferring the stones onto the carts, ferrying the rubble away. Though the reconstruction efforts faced significant setbacks, as the sky began to rain down specks of volcanic ash, it severely hampered their breathing. After Yang Shuo produced a woolen towel soaked in melted snow, the tribe members covered their faces, finding some relief. The sky was shrouded in ash, obscuring the sun's rays, casting an eerie gloom despite it being midday. As the fragments were gradually cleared away, many items were unearthed: weapons, tools, provisions, and animal hides, accumulating on the surface, while the women undertook the task of simple classification and preservation. Amidst the ongoing efforts to clear the debris, Yang Shuo discerned a peculiar sound. Snort, snort, hum. Following the sound, he approached the remnants of the city walls, where the animal pen was located. In their haste to escape, they had neglected the piglets, assuming they had perished beneath the collapsing walls. Snort, snort. Listening intently, he confirmed the sounds emanated from beneath the rubble. That a surge of joy coursed through him. There were still pigs alive. Everyone, come quickly. There are pigs alive. We must rescue them. Yang Shuo's excited voice reverberated throughout the village, drawing the others to his side as they began to clear the debris. After nearly an hour of excavation, the shattered bricks were removed, revealing the scene beneath. To their astonishment, no pigs lay dead. Instead, 6 little snouts emerged from the soil. Remarkably, all had survived. Yang Shuo marveled at their resilience. These pigs had sensed the impending disaster and burrowed themselves deep into the earth, escaping the collapse of the 3-meter-high walls unscathed. This unexpected boon significantly eased Yang Shuo's heart, for his livestock enterprise had not met a disastrous end, sparing him the arduous task of starting anew. Thus, for 3 consecutive days, the tribe toiled to clear the ruins, removing as much debris as their hands could manage, until the village square re-emerged before them. Returning to their former grounds, the tribe members felt a wave of nostalgia wash over them. Everything had changed. Now, all that remained were massive stones, immovable by mere hands, necessitating the use of hammers and chisels for removal. Fortunately, most of the food had been salvaged, and the charcoal had been unearthed, though their home lay in ruins. They would still endure the winter reasonably well, save for the persistent volcanic ash. Days had passed, and the ash continued to blanket the sky, the air thick with the acrid scent of sulfur. Snow began to fall, yet it was unlike any previously seen. This time, the flakes were black, mingled with volcanic ash, cascading down in sheets. In the wake of the disaster, Yang Shuo focused on salvaging his home. The tribe's records, calendars, and many of his handmade tools, all of which would prove invaluable. They even ventured to the mountain's summit to survey the surrounding devastation. From their vantage point, they beheld the distant volcano still emitting smoke. The land strewn with chaos, coated in a layer of black ash. Numerous animals, lacking the protection the tribe had, perished from the fumes. It seemed that famine loomed on the horizon, as far too many creatures had succumbed to the disaster. Yang Shuo pondered within himself. Initially, it was manageable. The animals could still consume carrion. However, as time progressed, famine would inevitably ensue, for the meadows lay blanketed in volcanic ash, rendering sustenance unattainable, and the prey for predators would dwindle significantly. Yang Shuo had long been contemplating whether to relocate. Should they continue their migration southward to evade this calamity? Yet, he realized that this disaster would not impact them significantly, at least not for a month. As it would take that long for the volcanic ash to settle, their provisions were ample enough to endure this bleak period. Aside from the poor air quality, they faced no other adverse effects. With this thought, Yang Shuo dismissed the notion of migration. Their stronghold was established here. Although it had been devastated, it could gradually be restored. To leave would mean starting anew, a venture too arduous to contemplate. In the future, whenever Yang Shuo reflected on this day, he would weep bitterly, for it was the gravest error he had ever committed, one that would haunt him for a lifetime. Chapter 63. Hatred. Yang Shuo had still underestimated the terror of natural disasters. An earthquake left the tribe members injured. Several had even sustained broken arms. Fortunately, the snow that had fallen in the preceding days provided an excellent cushioning effect. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that no lives would have been lost. Based on Yang Shuo's recollection of past earthquakes, many perished not from being buried under debris, but from being thrown violently to the ground. They themselves had already suffered thus, and the creatures of the wasteland fared no better. Countless animals were left maimed. The scattered volcanic ash blanketed the earth, resulting in a drastic reduction in food sources, with only those creatures capable of burrowing through the soil able to access what lay beneath. Thus, 1 week following the earthquake and volcanic eruption, the entire primordial world fell into famine. The tribe had little to occupy their time besides patrolling daily, scavenging for the carcasses of animals that had succumbed to the disaster for sustenance. The resilience of humanity was starkly evident during this calamity. The provisions Shuo and his companions had stockpiled sufficed to see them through this dark time, while the outside world descended into hunger. The wasteland was littered with the bodies of starved herbivores. Most had been consumed by the scavenging dingo and giant hyena, while a small fraction had been retrieved by Shuo and his people. Yet, as weeks passed, little remained alive. During this interval, Shuo and his companions undertook post-disaster reconstruction. They excavated several pits around the former fields and reconstructed 3 bunkers, where everyone huddled to escape the biting winds outside. Beyond the shelters, each chamber was equipped with a heated platform, which not only elevated the living standards of the tribe, but also enhanced fuel efficiency while diminishing the dangers of starting fires within the bunkers. Thanks to the heated platforms and small stoves, the bunkers no longer required openings in their roofs. Aside from essential ventilation, everything else could be omitted, resulting in a noticeable increase in internal temperatures with the same amount of fuel. Apart from the defensive walls, nearly everything else had been restored. The tribe intentionally constructed the bunkers close to the water source to save time daily. The fallen volcanic ash imparted a peculiar sulfurous scent to the stream's water. Yet boiling it rendered it innocuous. In addition to these efforts, Shuo erected a pig pen outside the bunker using bricks. 6 wild boars had grown accustomed to a life of ease, exhibiting no extreme reactions as they indulged in food and rest. Burrowing to keep warm, Shuo and the others inspected the kiln caves, discovering that 2 brick kilns and 3 charcoal kilns had collapsed due to the earthquake. Armed with shovels, they set about clearing the caves. Preparing to excavate the foundations for future use, the surplus bricks were transported back using carts, as Shuo planned to construct a makeshift wall for protection against wild beasts, due to the scarcity of food. The tribe had endured several beast attacks during these weeks. Although no substantial casualties occurred, the morale of the people had been severely tested, necessitating constant vigilance against impending danger. Be cautious. Everyone, together, just as Shuo and his companions were returning with their cart. They encountered another wave of dingo attacks. Li and Ao coordinated the defense, wielding iron spears to repel the advancing dingoes. Without hesitation, Shuo and his companions abandoned the cart and charged forward, launching a counterattack that injured several dingoes and drove the remainder away. This marked the second attack of the day. The lack of food had driven these beasts to madness. Ao furrowed his brow, observing the fleeing dingoes, while Zhao, with the assistance of others, made his way back to the bunker. Zhao had broken his arm during the earthquake, and Li had fractured a rib during this dingo assault. The injured Zhao was bitten, causing blood to flow freely from his calf. Shuo unloaded the bricks around the bunker, lacking the time to construct walls. Instead, he hastily stacked bricks to form a waist-high barrier for rudimentary defense. With the low wall in place, the dingoes and giant hyenas would find it more challenging to mount a coordinated attack on the tribe, allowing the members to utilize the cover for their defense, significantly enhancing their safety. The sky now bore a peculiar white hue. The volcanic ash had settled after a week and a half, and Shuo and his companions were far enough from the eruption site that the ash reaching them was but a mere remnant. Even this faint ash had wrought famine upon the land, demonstrating the sheer magnitude of this natural disaster. No human could withstand it. The ash-laden sky cast a pallid glow, harmonizing with the ashen ground below. Meanwhile, in the distant north, a ravenous pack of predators advanced, their sights set on the very mountains where Shuo and his tribe resided. If the primordial lion represented the most perilous and formidable predator Shuo had encountered, then this group of saber-toothed tigers would shatter every preconceived notion he held regarding carnivores. Each saber-toothed tiger was of a size comparable to the primordial lion, and despite their emaciated forms resulting from days of starvation, their terrifying presence dominated the wasteland, causing even the dingoes to keep their distance. The lead saber-toothed tiger sniffed the air intently. Despite the considerable distance, it could detect the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafting through the atmosphere. The scent of burning fat incessantly enticing this famished monarch. With a thunderous roar, the leading saber-toothed tiger rallied its kin, instilling a renewed vigor in the others. They recognized that sound. It signified the discovery of prey. This pack of 8 saber-toothed tigers, under the leadership of their king, advanced resolutely towards the mountain where Yang Shua's tribe resided. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Shua's tribe was still engaged in their meal, entirely unaware of the impending doom drawing near. "Brother Shuo, what troubles you?" Qin Yunyun, savoring the beef Yang Shuo had prepared, queried upon noticing his sudden stillness that moment. Yang Shuo was oblivious to his own discomfort. He felt the hairs on his body stand on end, a cold sweat rapidly beating on his forehead. Li and Ao, standing nearby, also sensed Yang Shua's unease and exchanged glances. Their instincts, honed by countless trials in the primordial world, warned them of an imminent and grave danger. The saber-toothed tigers, meanwhile, had seamlessly melded into the forest, rendering them virtually invisible. The once silent woods now exuded an eerie stillness, where even the sound of falling snowflakes could be heard. Yang Shuo and his companions stood ready, iron spears in hand, using the brick wall as cover, while the other tribe members anxiously scanned the distant hillside. The three leaders remained on high alert. Undoubtedly sensing that trouble was afoot, as the tension mounted, the saber-toothed tigers emerged, striding forth as if asserting their dominion over the land. They approached with a brazen confidence, targeting Yang Shua's tribe. What fearsome beasts they were! A mere glance was enough for Yang Shuo to feel an overwhelming despair welling up from within. Their size dwarfed even that of the primordial lions, their elongated fangs gleaming like swords. Each step resonating with a sense of dread. Particularly striking was the commanding presence of the Tiger King. Yang Shuo had never before witnessed such an indifferent gaze, one that seemed to disregard all in its path. "We cannot fight them. Give up all the meat. Quickly, throw it all." Under the weight of the Tiger King's gaze, Yang Shuo understood that this was an entity they could not provoke if it were merely a single saber-toothed tiger. They might have managed to fend it off with their iron spears and fortified armor, but facing a full pack of 8 was beyond their capacity. It was akin to the terror experienced during their hunts alongside the primordial lion. He had no desire to confront such a fearsome battlehead. Li and Ao, recognizing the validity of Yang Shua's assessment, realized they were utterly outmatched by this group of saber-toothed tigers. "Quickly, bring forth all the meat." After such a prolonged period of redevelopment, the majority of the meat had been gathered once more by the people. This time, everyone was casting meat towards the front of the tribe, and gradually, nearly all the spoils from the last hunt were discarded, forming a small mountain in the distance. Yang Shuo had also opened the pig pen, driving several pigs out to attract the attention of the predators. Due to Yang Shuo's decisive actions, this group of saber-toothed tigers paused at a short distance, akin to victors of a battle, awaiting to claim their spoils, their gaze fixed indifferently upon the shivering members of the tribe. Yang Shuo found himself at the forefront, as the Tiger King allowed the other tigers behind him to feast on the beef, while he regarded Yang Shuo with a curious stare, intrigued by this human who was unlike any he had encountered before. The brick wall before Yang Shuo offered him no sense of security. He could feel the Tiger King's gaze upon him, filled with curiosity. At this distance, a mere leap from the Tiger King could spell his end. He did not believe the wall or his hardened armor could provide sufficient protection. Be careful. Suddenly, a roar erupted from beside Yang Shuo as Li lunged towards him, catching Yang Shuo completely off guard. He felt himself lifted and then hurled away, followed by a yellow figure colliding with Li. The sheer speed of the Tiger King's attack left Yang Shuo no time to react. It was Li's extensive experience that allowed him to predict the Tiger King's movement, sacrificing himself to save Yang Shuo. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as Yang Shuo witnessed the Tiger King's fangs pierce through Li's chest, blood splattering everywhere. Li's mouth was stained with blood, his eyes signaling to Yang Shuo to retreat. The Tiger King had no intention of devouring a human. It was merely asserting its dominance, declaring ownership of the territory. Like other predators, when seizing a new domain, it would eliminate the most formidable opponent, deeming these 3 individuals as worthy targets. Originally intending to target Yang Shuo, it was unexpected that someone else would sacrifice themselves. The Tiger King released Li and cast a disdainful glance at the stunned Yang Shuo before turning away to enjoy its feast with the other saber-toothed tigers. Striding away with an air of triumph, Yang Shuo stood frozen, watching Li collapse before him. Paralyzed with fear, he understood the Tiger King's intent. Should he dare to rise, the entire tribe would perish. He could only watch as Li, having finished the beef, departed with the pride of saber-toothed tigers. Chapter 64. The orphaning. It was only after the yellow figure vanished from sight that Yang Shuo felt strength gradually returning to his legs. Li, someone, please come. Yang Shuo crawled over and cradled Li in his arms, who felt as though he had no bones, his upper body limp and allowing Yang Shuo to hold him. The tribe members witnessed the scene. Fully aware of Li's fate, having faced a direct attack from the saber-toothed tiger, the piercing fangs through his chest meant even the gods could not save him. At this moment, Ro was in tears. Cradling Nyo, who innocently reached out to grasp Li's hand. Shuo. Li, sensing himself being lifted, managed to utter a couple of words. Yang Shuo hurriedly leaned in closer. Li, I'm here. Hearing Yang Shuo's voice, Li felt a sudden wave of relief. He could die, but Yang Shuo must not. This was a truth he had known from the very beginning. From now on, it's up to you. Take care of the tribe. And of Nyo, and most importantly, take care of yourself. His eyes, filled with tears, could only grip Li's hand, nodding in a daze. From now on, you shall be the chief that I knew from the moment I met you that you would make a good chief. Li, with great effort, felt around his blood-stained chest and ultimately tore off a necklace adorned with the teeth of wild beasts. With all his strength, Li placed the necklace into Yang Shuo's hands. Take care of the tribe. Before Li could finish his words, he breathed his last in Yang Shuo's embrace. Yang Shuo felt the warmth of Li's body gradually fade away. He was engulfed by a sense of bewilderment and helplessness. The elder brother who had always cared for and guided him had sacrificed himself to save him. Ao stood silently to the side, deeply mourning Li's passing, yet he fully supported Li's choice. It was an undeniable truth that Yang Shuo's survival held far greater significance than that of Li. Li's decision was noble. He had sacrificed himself to preserve the hope of the tribe. Moreover, Ao was even more resolute than Li. Yang Shuo was not just the future of the tribe. He was the future of humanity. Shuo, this is a warning from the apex predator to other hunters within its territory. Declaring its status. Typically, both the saber-toothed tiger king and the primordial lion king would eliminate the leader of a rival pack to intimidate other predators. Ao's voice resonated in Yang Shuo's ears, clarifying the confusion in his mind. Despite having surrendered all the food, why had the saber-toothed tiger king still attacked him? It was all for this. Over this meager territory, it had taken the life of his most cherished companion. Without uttering another word, Yang Shuo donned the necklace Li had given him around his neck. From this moment forward, he was the chief of the tribe. Li's admonitions echoed in his mind, to care for the tribe, to look after Li's son, and above all, to care for himself. That he understood the significance of his existence to the tribe. As long as he lived, there would come a day when the tribe would rise again. But that was a concern for the future. For now, Yang Shuo needed to protect the tribe and seek vengeance. The earthquake and volcanic eruption had transformed the surrounding environment, causing the saber-toothed tigers to migrate into Yang Shuo's territory. These formidable beasts had rightfully claimed dominion over the area, beginning their oppression and intimidation of other groups within the tribe. The first to bear the brunt of this were the various packs of Tasmanian wolves and giant hyenas. Faced with the absolute supremacy of the saber-toothed tigers, even the fiercest wolf packs became mere playthings, as the tigers effortlessly swept through and decimated every species, slaying one wolf king after another. The entire mountain range and its surrounding area fell under the rule of the saber-toothed tigers, their roars echoing through the mountains, announcing the arrival of a new sovereign. Meanwhile, Yang Shuo had no time to contemplate this. He was frantically digging pits and reinforcing walls. The entire landscape was being transformed by his and the tribe's efforts. As pit after pit was completed in a fervent rush, they had no time to rebuild walls. It was not only for defense against the saber-toothed tigers, but also to shield against other wild beasts within their territory. The tribe now had but one route of escape, with 3 bunkers encircled by trenches, each 2 meters deep, the bottoms lined with sharpened bamboo stakes fashioned by Yang Shuo's blade. Perhaps for the saber-toothed tigers, 2 meters was a mere leap, easily surmountable. However, these stakes could still inflict significant harm. Should their paws be injured, their mobility would be greatly hindered, reducing the threat they posed to the tribe. Even if one trench could not stop them, would 2 suffice? 3. In addition to the trench, there exists a low wall erected by Yang Shuo and his companions at the edge of it, reinforced with mud, effectively preventing anything from leaping out from the bottom of the trench. The entire tribe now has only one path left, constructed with a ladder, Once everyone departs, the ladder is withdrawn, rendering the path inaccessible due to the trench. Aside from these static traps, Yang Shuo has also stationed guards, striving to ensure that any movement or disturbance is promptly communicated as a warning to all tribe members. The saber-toothed tiger pack has boldly ventured into the interior of the mountains, seizing the finest hunting grounds, leaving Yang Shuo and his people with their provisions thoroughly consumed, save for a few pieces of jerky and some grass seeds. Thus they face the specter of famine once more. This time, the hunting party is led by Yang Shuo himself, maneuvering away from the territory occupied by the saber-toothed tigers, turning instead towards the northern wilderness. It is difficult to articulate the turmoil within Yang Shuo's heart. The last time they set out fully armed, spirits were high, ready to hunt alongside other predators of the plains. Now, however, their chieftain has passed, their homeland lies in ruins, and they bear the heavy burden of survival. Compelled to seek sustenance in the wilderness, after enduring a prolonged onslaught of heavy snowfall, the land seems to emerge from a shroud of volcanic ash, although the snow covering the ground is grimy. The acrid scent in the air has dissipated, indicating signs of renewal. The animals of the plains have finally persevered through the harshest of times, the remaining long-haired wildebeests scraping away the snow and ash with their hooves to consume the hay hidden beneath. Yang Shuo and his companions drag a cart in search of quarry, and then he encounters a familiar figure once more. Unlike the previous encounters, the black wolf now appears on the brink of death. It is evident that this expanse of wilderness also belongs to the saber-toothed tigers. The once mighty rulers have now been vanquished, and the fallen bodies of the surrounding Tasmanian wolves tighten Yang Shuo's chest with dread. These prairie wolves did not make the same choice as he. They chose to resist, yet all wolves, including the Black Wolf King, have met with failure, their ranks decimated by the nearly invincible saber-toothed tigers. As the leader of the pack, the black wolf has merely had its limbs severed, seemingly punished for their recklessness, as the saber-toothed tigers have opted to let the black wolf languish in its demise. Gazing upon the multitude of wolf carcasses, Yang Shuo is rendered silent for the first time. These wolves were valiant, unyielding unto death, and he sees his own fate reflected in their struggle if he had stood against the tide then. It is likely his tribe would have met a similar fate. Standing before the black wolf, he locks eyes with the creature lying on the ground. Do you seek vengeance, Black Wolf? Yang Shuo knows it understands him. After all he has endured, he no longer perceives animals merely as beasts. Each creature possesses a spirit, and he cannot elevate himself as a proud human, for he is but a part of nature. Akin to other animals, the black wolf's gaze emanates boundless hatred, and in its eyes, Yang Shuo sees himself. I too desire vengeance. We share a common enemy. Come with me, Black Wolf. I shall avenge you. Yang Shuo crouches down, gently stroking the black wolf's large head. He does not disturb the wolf's pack, for these prairie wolves command his respect. The black wolf offers no response, yet does not resist Yang Shuo's caress, lying upon his cart as they continue to pursue their quarry. Ultimately, Yang Shuo and his companions successfully locate their prey on the plains, through the collective effort of the group, at the cost of 3 injuries. They capture 4 long-haired wildebeests. The black wolf devours voraciously, and Yang Shuo presents it with an entire leg of the wildebeest. It seems to understand that only by regaining strength can it seek revenge. Along the way, silence envelopes them, save for the sound of the black wolf gnawing on bones from Yang Shuo's cart, as if it were venting something profound. Crack, crack. Chapter 65. Bows and arrows. The return of Yang Shuo with a black wolf leaves the members of the tribe utterly astonished. However, due to the precedent set by the black pig and the wild boars, they assume Yang Shuo is merely preparing something novel. The wild boars have remained within the tribe, as the saber-toothed tigers consumed all the beef. Neglecting to pursue the few wild boars, after the saber-toothed tigers departed, Yang Shuo secured the wild boars once more. The black wolf was directly relocated to the vicinity of the bunker, where Yang Shuo constructed a shelter for it using bricks, draped with animal hides to shield it from the elements. Since the incident, Yang Shuo has descended into silence, uttering little beyond necessary work directives. Chun Yunyun feels a pang of sympathy for his plight, but finds herself powerless, merely offering her quiet companionship. Yang Shuo has been diligently preparing for the development of new weapons. The saber-toothed tigers have become his inner demons, and until they are eradicated, he will never find peace. The only weapon he can conceive that might enhance their odds is the bow and arrow. Though iron spears serve as ranged weapons, they are single-use. Even if each individual carries several, their numbers are insufficient to deliver effective lethality. In contrast, bows and arrows could allow for ample ammunition, enabling them to inflict casualties or injuries upon the saber-toothed tigers prior to engaging in close combat. Currently, Yang Shuo is working with bamboo, the most resilient material he can source. While he has seen traditional bows made of wood on television, he lacks the requisite skill for such craftsmanship. He has attempted to use various types of wood, but found their flexibility lacking. Thus, he must settle for the naturally resilient bamboo. After meticulously cutting the bamboo into strips 2 fingers wide with a dagger, he binds several strips together and then applies heat to reshape them, ultimately crafting a bow frame. This bow frame consists of 4 layers of bamboo, securely bound with cowhide string, with each layer treated with rendered fat, enhancing the bow's resilience and preserving the integrity of the string to prevent breakage. Yang Shuo meticulously follows the techniques used in crafting the bow Yantingjia, and through repeated treatments, the originally yellowish-green bamboo has transformed into a deep black, infused with fat, rendering it even more pliant. Beyond the bow frame, the most crucial component is the bowstring. Yang Shuo prepares several materials: wolf hair, cow hair, deer hair, as well as tendons from both cows and deer, all of which he places in a pot to simmer. After several days of processing, boiling, and then kneading with his hands, adding new materials and repeating the process, the various strands have thickened from their initial fineness into a rich black. Yang Shuo retrieves the strands, fastening them to the bow frame to test their flexibility and elasticity. Despite understanding the principles behind bows and arrows, he is acutely aware of the ancient adage: those who cannot draw a bow are relegated to the front lines as infantry. Having spent more than a year in this primal world, Yang Shuo's daily regimen has revolved around training and honing his hunting skills alongside Li and others. Throughout the year, he has teetered on the brink of life and death. And even after being withdrawn from the front lines, he has not neglected his training. Yet, in this moment, Yang Shuo finds drawing the bow exceedingly laborious. Such is his pursuit of perfection that the bow he has crafted is exceptionally well made. The 4 layers of bamboo, treated, would be regarded as a formidable bow even in ancient times, while the bowstring has been meticulously enhanced for maximum strength. Straining, Yang Shuo manages to draw back the bow, knocking one of the arrows he has fashioned, and with a release of his hands, the arrow is propelled forth with a resounding twang, soaring in a near-straight trajectory, embedding itself deeply into the distant earth. Still quivering, though it may lack precision, its power is undoubtedly sufficient. Yang Shuo approached, straining to extract the arrow embedded in the ground. He was exceedingly pleased with the outcome. The bowstring was crafted from a blend of cowhide and sinew, interwoven with strands of hair, enhancing its strength and elasticity. In a similar fashion, he devoted an entire week to fashioning a total of 8 bows and arrows, ensuring that each member, save for the youngest, Zhan and Wang, received one. In addition to the bows, Yang Shuo meticulously whittled a substantial number of arrows with a dagger, striving to ensure that everyone had an ample supply at their disposal. When Yang Shuo unveiled the bows and arrows, the tribe finally grasped the reason for his prolonged silence, particularly Shi and Sun, the earliest members of the Li tribe. They had been nurtured by Li. Much like Yang Shuo was now, Li bore the weight of the entire tribe on his shoulders, and under his guidance, the 2 young men had matured into competent hunters. The sudden loss of Li left them with profound sorrow. Yet they understood that human strength paled in comparison to a pack of saber-toothed tigers. No matter their fury, they had to submit, prioritizing the tribe's well-being. However, today, they perceived a simmering fury within Yang Shuo's demeanor, one that indicated he would not relent. They felt a surge of defiance brewing within them, and at that moment, even a confrontation with the saber-toothed tigers would not deter them. I have brought you new hunting tools, bows and arrows. Yang Shuo emerged from the underground shelter, bearing the bows, each measuring the length of an adult man's torso. Alongside the bows, he carried bundles of wooden shafts. Every wooden shaft had been specially treated, with 4 feathers affixed to the tail of each arrow to stabilize its flight, ensuring the arrowhead maintained its intended direction. From this day forth, we shall commence new training in archery that I will now demonstrate. With that, Yang Shuo drew back the bowstring, gradually extending it, his fingers deftly grasping an arrow, which he knocked onto the string. He held his breath, focused intently, and with a gentle release of his fingers, The arrow flew forth with a resounding twang, embedding itself deeply into the earth, its fletching quivering in the aftermath. Ao, standing nearby, could not suppress a flicker of surprise, despite having greatly anticipated Yang Shua's capabilities. He was still taken aback by this display. As a seasoned hunter himself, Ao was acutely sensitive to speed and power, and the arrow that had been loosed from Yang Shua's hands conveyed an unparalleled sense of force and velocity. Ao glanced at the bundle of arrows behind Yang Shua, realizing the potential they held. He had only once seen such speed and power when throwing an iron spear, and that was a singular weapon. Consumed upon use, that if all the arrows in Yang Shua's possession could be launched in such a manner, he dared not imagine the consequences. The thought left him in awe. They could potentially claim the lives of prey from 100 meters away. And under specific circumstances, they might even engage with saber-toothed tigers. Yang Shua gently lowered the bow, his gaze steady upon the gathered crowd. Your task henceforth is to train in archery. When you attain the skill to hit any target I designate, we shall set forth to exact vengeance. This was the first time the word vengeance had been uttered among them, awakening a shared hatred that had never before been articulated. From Yang Shua's words, they sensed a simmering rage, calm yet capable of incinerating everything in its path. Listen closely. I mean to strike true that if you wish to avenge Li, each of you must become hunters of his caliber. We do not face mere prey. We confront the sovereigns of this primal world, the saber-toothed tigers. Now, go about your tasks. Shuo quietly retrieved a bow from the ground, slinging it over his shoulder, and retreated in silence. Followed by the others, each one carrying a bow, as the curtain on their quest for revenge began to rise. Chapter 66. The secret weapon. For the first time, the tribe witnessed the terrifying power of modern weaponry. Among them, Ao possessed the deepest understanding of bows and arrows, surpassing even Yang Shua's knowledge. While Yang Shua relied solely on his intellect as a competent weaponsmith, he lacked the prowess of a true warrior. Yet Ao was no such novice. The bow and arrow revealed their tremendous might, as well as their inherent difficulty. Including Yang Shua, none could hit their targets. The power of the bow was undeniable, but an inaccurate shot bore little difference from a missed one. As they repeatedly drew and released their arrows, the tribe gradually exhausted their strength without uncovering the secret to precision. The first to break through this barrier was Ao. After enduring the painful blisters on his hands, he successfully struck a distant wooden post. The sharpened wooden shaft, though worn down, still penetrated the post. With Ao's assistance, the tribe began to grasp the technique. Though they still struggled with accuracy, their progress compared to the initial attempts was remarkable. After a day of training, Yang Shua returned to the underground shelter, carrying bamboo while the others did their utmost to give him space, striving not to disturb him. Thus, the shelter took on its current form. With everyone crammed into one corner while Yang Shua, illuminated by the oil lamp, meticulously planed the wood, seemingly absorbed in his own world. From the day's training, Yang Shua realized he was not the tribe's most valiant warrior. No matter how diligently he trained, he remained merely an ordinary hunter, forever unable to surpass Li. Yet he also recognized that Li had never regarded him as a warrior. The tribe had plenty of those, but only one Yang Shua, whose unique attributes needed to be harnessed. Now, in his possession was his secret weapon. Though he lacked the natural talent for weaponry, his mind was sharp, drawing from the wisdom amassed by humanity over millennia. This time, Yang Shua constructed an extraordinarily large bow, comparable in size to 2 standard bows combined. That he incorporated even more bamboo, interspersing wooden slats between layers of bamboo to create a colossal bow. Since he struggled to aim accurately with his eyes and hands, he opted for assistance. If a bow was insufficient, then a crossbow would suffice. He mounted the entire assembly onto the original hunting party's cart, affixing a sight at the front and incorporating a groove on the bow's frame for launching arrows. The cart was transformed into a formidable crossbow, yet the challenge of stringing the bow remained. To resolve this, Yang Shua added a wheel to the back of the cart, fixing a stout wooden post in place with a hollowed center that a wooden rod was threaded through it, allowing the operator to grip and rotate the post. This served as the mechanism for cocking the crossbow, with Yang Shua's crafted sinew wrapped around the post, its front secured with a hook, a wooden piece he had meticulously carved. Using the rope he had boiled down from the pot, Yang Shua bound it to the bow frame, attaching the hook and beginning to rotate the wooden post to draw the sinew taut. With the wheel's assistance, the sinew gradually tightened, securing the hook to the bowstring. At this moment, Yang Shua produced a second sinew, 3 times thicker than the initial one. which he had nearly exhausted all materials to create. With care, he fastened the sinew, gently tapping the hook, causing it to release. The initially taut bowstring slackened, allowing young Shuo to detach it from the bow frame. Thus, by replacing one bowstring with another, young Shuo successfully completed the colossal crossbow, with Ao silently observing, illuminated by the lamp's glow. Aware that yet another formidable creation had emerged from Yang Shuo's hands at dawn the next day, Yang Shuo summoned Zhan and Wang, the two young ones lacking bows and arrows, and directly handed over the crossbow to them. The tribe gathered around this peculiar contraption, eagerly awaiting Yang Shuo's demonstration. He retrieved a wooden rod, as thick as his forearm from the underground shelter, and stood beside the crossbow. Ao's eyes twitched involuntarily, as he confirmed whether Yang Shuo was jesting. This monstrous contrivance was to launch such a thick projectile. Yang Shuo positioned the flat hook upon the bowstring and commenced the rotation of the tree stump. Gradually tightening the sinew as the process continued, the turning became increasingly arduous. The entire crossbow began to warp under the strain of the sinew, resembling an enraged bull raising its horns high, poised to charge. Yang Shuo placed a wooden stick into the groove at the center of the crossbow, ensuring that the bowstring rested behind the arrow. Once all was prepared, he pushed the cart forward, aligning his aim with the protrusion atop the bow frame. A similar projection on the box containing the arrows allowed for a perfect alignment with his target, forming a straight line of 3 points. Confident in his aim, Yang Shuo struck down upon the flat hook with the wooden stick. Upon impact, the hook detached instantly, and under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the sinew bowstring snapped violently, propelling the wooden stick forward. With a sharp twang, a piercing sound echoed as the stick soared like a bolt of lightning, traversing over 20 meters before crashing into the tree stump with a resounding thud, crack, crash. Before the spectators could fully comprehend the scene, the stick shattered upon impact, half of it embedding deeply into the stump, while the other half splintered under the tremendous force. Scattering wood shavings across the ground, the stump, as if struck by cannon fire, was propelled several meters away, rolling an additional distance before coming to rest. Gulp. A chorus of swallowing sounds resonated through the tribe as they registered the spectacle. Ao stood dumbfounded, for it was merely a wooden stick, unsharpened and blunt. Had it been pointed, would it not have pierced straight through the center of the stump? Zhan and Wang were initially in a state of despondency, as Yang Shuo had neglected to prepare their weapons. However, upon witnessing such a terrifying spectacle, their spirits were instantly invigorated. The formidable weaponry was indeed provided by Yang Shuo. He meticulously inspected the condition of the crossbow cart, which, thanks to its exceptionally strong bow frame and bowstring, was free of any issues and merely required reloading to be ready for use once more. Yet, Yang Shuo also identified a drawback. The range of the crossbow was significantly shorter than that of conventional arrows. Owing to the considerable weight of the crossbow bolts, which made their flight trajectory challenging to control, beyond a certain distance, accuracy diminished considerably. Nevertheless, as a crossbow, its effective firing range remained substantial, within 50 meters. Its lethality was undeniable, akin to cannon fire. Any creature, even an elephant, would find itself fatally struck by a shot from the crossbow at that distance. Moreover, one of its most commendable features was its ease of use. It merely required aiming, without the need for complex maneuvering. The pulley Yang Shuo had affixed would secure the bowstring after being drawn back, facilitated by a wooden peg, allowing the entire action to be executed with a mere half-meter-long lever. Requiring no extraordinary strength, perfectly suited for the two young lads. During this period, the saber-toothed tiger pack maintained a remarkably regular routine, primarily preying upon various large animals. Under the relentless assault of the saber-toothed tigers, no prey could escape. Even the assembled herds of long-haired wildebeests were scattered in a single charge. Nurtured by the rich environment, the tiger pack regained its vitality, transforming from mere skin and bones into robust beasts. Considerably larger than the primitive lions, comparable in size to the wild boars Yang Shuo had encountered, living armored vehicles, invincible in their domain. Surrounding predators reached a consensus. They would only commence hunting after the tiger pack had sated its hunger, deliberately avoiding areas inhabited by the tigers, a testament to their respect for the sovereign rulers of the land. Yang Shuo and his companions gradually adapted to the presence of the tiger pack, resolutely refraining from entering their territory. Even at a distance, they would promptly retreat upon sighting them. for any encounter with the tigers posed a perilous threat, the danger level dictated by the tiger's hunger. However, unlike the others, young Shuo and Ao were persistently courting danger. Following their daily hunts and training, the duo would venture out in search of the tiger pack, meticulously observing their habits and behaviors. They understood that the day would inevitably come when they would confront the tigers head-on. Chapter 67. Yang Shuo and the Black Wolf. In contrast to Yang Shuo's relentless pursuit of new weaponry for revenge, the Black Wolf's approach was far simpler. Recuperation. After being dragged back to the tribe by Yang Shuo, this proud wolf king seemed to have cast aside all arrogance, refraining from aggression toward humans. Spending its days merely eating and sleeping, Yang Shuo had diligently tended to the Black Wolf's leg injury. The saber-toothed tiger had aimed solely to cripple the wolf, inflicting no harm elsewhere. Ordinarily, the Black Wolf would have been rendered incapacitated, forced to crawl on its front legs, but this was no ordinary situation, for it had encountered Yang Shuo. Yang Shuo treated the wolf's leg wound, realigned the dislocated bone, and fashioned a splint from bamboo for stabilization. While it would never regain its former agility, standing unaided was no longer an issue. Yang Shuo felt he had fully integrated into the primitive world, developing a profound reverence for nature and life. The death of Li Qi revealed to him that all beings in this primal realm possessed emotions and sentiments. The longer he interacted with nature, the deeper his sense of awe became. The Black Wolf's behavior further affirmed Yang Shuo's beliefs. It only exhibited strong emotions in his presence, otherwise resembling a docile dog. Each gaze the Black Wolf cast upon Yang Shuo conveyed a message: remember what you have said. Thus, apart from his own self-motivation, the Black Wolf's daily gaze served as a further impetus, instilling in Yang Shuo a sense of duty to remain vigilant. Like primitive humans, the vitality of all creatures in the primal world was astonishingly resilient. Merely 3 weeks after Yang Shuo had brought the Black Wolf back, it could already move, albeit unsteadily. Its hind legs were regaining strength, and full recovery seemed imminent, especially considering the scarcity of food. Indeed, the Black Wolf had only enjoyed a full meal on the day it was rescued, as Yang Shuo had provided half a longhorn wildebeest. During the following days, it shared the meager rations allocated by the tribe. The Black Wolf never complained, consuming every morsel, whether it was half a wildebeest or a single portion, leaving nothing behind. As winter reached its midpoint, the harshest trials loomed. The volcanic eruptions had already driven many animals from their territory, and now a new pack of saber-toothed tigers had claimed dominion over the area, making life challenging for all predators. Despite the presence of grass seeds and the usual traps, Yang Shuo's tribe managed to sustain themselves. But the situation for the Tasmanian wolves was dire. As the lowest tier of predators, they had no competitive edge, being smaller than the giant hyenas, and could only forage once the saber-toothed tigers and giant hyenas had feasted. Desperate Tasmanian wolves attempted to snatch a share during the saber-toothed tigers' hunts, only to become victims themselves, as the tigers effortlessly consumed them. The region could clearly not sustain such a multitude of predators. If this continued, the Tasmanian wolves would soon face extinction. In previous years, the Tasmanian wolves would have triumphed through sheer numbers, uniting various packs to launch attacks on both herds and tribes, inevitably achieving success. However, now they were forced to abandon the most bountiful areas, leading to food shortages and continual losses. During this time, Yang Shuo had been making preparations, for famished Tasmanian wolves could resort to desperate measures. While they could not contend with saber-toothed tigers, they might target the tribe to avert potential issues. Yang Shuo increased the vigilance on watch duty, relying on trenches for protection. The Tasmanian wolves posed more of a nuisance than a true danger. Yet, no Tasmanian wolf packs had attacked them, and even those nearby had dwindled significantly, seemingly avoiding the vicinity of Yang Shuo's tribe. Faced with this peculiar phenomenon, Yang Shuo turned to regard the Black Wolf, which was resting with its eyes closed. It was the only connection he could draw to the situation, wondering if the Black Wolf had warded off the surrounding wolf packs. As the saying goes, what is meant to come will eventually arrive. After a month and a half since their first encounter with the saber-toothed tigers, Yang Shuo and his companions found themselves in their presence once more. The food supply in this territory had dwindled alarmingly. With winter's end approaching, virtually all edible resources had been exhausted, and it would be at least another half-month before the first grass would sprout. The saber-toothed tigers were now facing a food crisis. As the rulers of the territory, they began to prey upon other hunters. Nearby Tasmanian wolf packs suffered considerable losses, having already seen a reduction in numbers. They now became targets for the saber-toothed tigers, prompting many to migrate, seeking refuge from the mountains. In contrast to the giant hyena packs, Yang Shua's tribe emerged as a far more appealing source of sustenance. For human flesh was undoubtedly more delectable than that of dogs. One morning, as Yang Shua wielded his stone spear to commence a day of training, his back burdened with a bow and quiver. He drew an arrow, pulled back the bowstring with force, and launched the arrow, striking a distant tree stump with precision. Even amidst the dire scarcity of food, Yang Shua's tribe managed to maintain a reliable supply, with the bow and arrow proving invaluable. Although they had relinquished the most abundant areas of the mountains, they discovered that their hunting efforts remained largely unaffected. Previously, hunting on the plains had been a cumbersome endeavor, requiring long hours of ambush and tracking before an opportunity arose, often limited to a single chance. If the hunters failed to capitalize, they had to forfeit, for their supply of spears was limited. Now, however, each member of the tribe possessed a bow and arrows. While their accuracy still required improvement, the sheer volume allowed them to launch unrestrained assaults upon their quarry. Each person carried a dozen arrows or more, continuously firing until they could no longer draw the bowstring, inevitably inflicting significant damage on their prey. Hunting had transformed into a deluge of arrows followed by spear throws. The initial barrage targeted the legs and eyes of the prey, ensuring that many would sustain injuries. Those fortunate enough might find themselves struck by several arrows, their speed severely diminished, while the unfortunate could end up blind or limping, rendered immobile. The subsequent spear throws became as straightforward as targeting stationary objects. Often, they found that it was unnecessary to resort to spears, as it was common to retrieve several hedgehogs ensnared by the rain of arrows, simply hauling their quarry home. Just as Yang Shua felt his arms growing weak, trembling involuntarily, the black wolf beside him suddenly rose, adopting a defensive stance, its fur bristling, teeth bared in a menacing snarl, growling lowly toward the distance. Yang Shua was taken aback by the wolf's demeanor, and soon his own hair stood on end. He could never forget this sensation. Peering into the distance, he discerned the silhouettes of two saber-toothed tigers emerging from the slope, reminiscent of their first encounter. In that instant, Yang Shua's body tensed, memories flooding back, filled with hatred. Calm down. Remain composed. Yang Shua continuously reminded himself to maintain his composure. The tribe was currently sparse in numbers, and the hunting party had just departed. Only 5 men remained in the village, rendering their combat strength inadequate. He must avoid any confrontation with the saber-toothed tigers. Chapter 68. Opportunity. Apart from Yang Shua and the Black Wolf, Shuo, who was on watch, also spotted the approaching saber-toothed tigers. Yang Shua recognized these 2 saber-toothed tigers. They were the smaller males from the pack, part of a group consisting of 3 males and 5 females. These 2 were likely the sons of the Tiger King, and with the arrival of spring, they would soon be driven away, for it is said that a mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Even if they are offspring, perhaps driven by hunger, these 2 saber-toothed tigers had stealthily slipped out in search of a meal, unknowingly wandering into Yang Shua's territory. They recalled past feasts, emulating their father by attempting to seize another meal. The tribe swiftly entered a state of heightened alert. The remaining members armed themselves with iron spears and rushed to the front, watching as the 2 saber-toothed tigers approached cautiously. The tigers, somewhat bewildered, noticed that the area was drastically different from their last encounter. The once low wall had transformed into a maze of pits and walls, leaving no suitable place to land. Consequently, the 2 saber-toothed tigers halted outside the village. The villagers brandished their spears toward the tigers, apprehensive that they might charge in. Meanwhile, Yang Shua endeavored to regain his strength, having exhausted himself from shooting arrows, while the black wolf beside him emanated an aura of hatred. Its low growl reminiscent of a bomb on the verge of detonation. Push out the crossbow quietly, without making a sound, Yang Shua instructed. He was uncertain as to why the tiger pack had dispersed. Yet he sensed this was a rare opportunity. Although saber-toothed tigers were immensely powerful and highly combative, they had never been known to separate. Yang Shua and Ao often trailed the tiger pack, studying their habits, and had never witnessed them splinter, whether in hunting or resting. They always operated as a cohesive unit. This time, after such a prolonged absence, Yang Shuo had detected no signs of other saber-toothed tigers. The two before him were noticeably smaller. Even when compared to the generally smaller female saber-toothed tigers, they were merely young cubs that had ventured out. Chieftain rolled the crossbow out from Yang Shuo's dwelling, while the two saber-toothed tigers continued to roam outside the village, growling menacingly, demanding either food or a violent intrusion. Yang Shuo understood their intent clearly. He turned and retrieved a piece of kudu meat hanging from the outer wall of the bunker, then slowly approached the village boundary. Tossing the meat far away, the two saber-toothed tigers, detecting the thrown meat, eagerly converged upon it to enjoy their prize. Meanwhile, Yang Shuo and Chieftain worked together to position the crossbow, carefully aiming at the distant tigers. Everyone, be fully armed and ready to shoot arrows. The moment the crossbow fires, release all arrows without exception. Yang Shuo's words ignited excitement among the villagers. They were finally prepared to strike at the saber-toothed tigers. With the sound of cranking mechanisms, the crossbow's string tightened. Yang Shuo retrieved a sharpened wooden stake and placed it in the crossbow's slot. This moment, the two saber-toothed tigers remained oblivious, their focus solely on the kudu meat before them. Fire! Yang Shuo bellowed, summoning all his strength as he swung the iron spear down upon the release lever. As the bolt was launched, the unspoken desire buried deep within him erupted in a roar. The bolt soared like a shadowy projectile, darting through the gap in the courtyard wall, straight toward the distant saber-toothed tigers. It fulfilled its reputation as Yang Shuo's secret weapon, striking the foremost saber-toothed tiger with the force of a cannonball. With a sickening thud, the bolt pierced flesh, continuing unabated through the tiger's abdomen and emerging from the other side, propelled by tremendous force, sending the creature tumbling over 2 meters before it hit the ground. Blood gushing forth from the wound, a pained roar echoed as the tigers realized their peril. The one struck by the crossbow was doomed, writhing helplessly on the ground before succumbing to its injuries. Meanwhile, the other saber-toothed tiger had yet to comprehend the situation, only to be met by a torrential downpour of arrows. Fire! Fire! Cries of fury erupted from the villagers as they unleashed their arrows with reckless abandon. Yet, to their dismay, the results were disappointing. The saber-toothed tigers, true apex predators, not only possessed incredible combat prowess, but also unparalleled defenses. Most arrows failed to inflict significant damage, being thwarted by the tiger's thick hide, leaving behind only a few bloodied scratches. This is bad, Yang Shuo thought anxiously as he watched the arrows fall to the ground. He had underestimated the tiger's defense. Aside from the crossbow, their efforts were woefully inadequate. If the tiger escaped, the tribe would face the wrath of the entire pack. Realizing the danger of their situation, the saber-toothed tiger hesitated for no longer. It turned and fled, seeking to escape the scene. Yang Shuo grasped his spear and pursued, but faster still was the black wolf, a flash of lightning that vanished before the villagers' eyes, darting after the fleeing saber-toothed tiger. Chase! Don't let it escape! Yang Shuo shouted, leading the charge closely behind the black wolf as they pursued the saber-toothed tiger. The wolf's relentless pursuit kept the tiger from accelerating, and with its injuries, it soon found itself cornered by the black wolf. Finally encountering its nemesis, the black wolf leaped forward, colliding with the saber-toothed tiger, the two titans tumbling together in a chaotic roll. With a ferocious bite, the black wolf sank its teeth into the tiger's hind leg, prompting the tiger to retaliate in pain. Yet the tiger's teeth, being its most lethal weapons, pierced through the wolf's belly, inflicting horrific damage. However, the black wolf was not alone in this struggle. It only needed to buy time. As the two beasts grappled fiercely, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Yang Shuo and the others had arrived. With eyes ablaze with fury and fear, Yang Shuo understood the stakes. If this tiger escaped, they would have to face the fury of the entire pack. Spotting the two locked in combat, he sighed in relief. Well done, Black Wolf. Yang Shuo charged forward, spear raised, aiming to strike the downed saber-toothed tiger. Sensing imminent danger, the tiger released its grip on the Black Wolf, desperately struggling to break free. Yet the Black Wolf held steadfast, refusing to relinquish its hold on the tiger's leg. With a sickening sound, Yang Shuo's spear pierced through flesh, marking the end of the struggle. Chieftain and Zhao Shuang, who had followed closely, drove their spears into the saber-toothed tiger's body, extinguishing its life. As Yang Shuo beheld the fierce determination in the faces of his companions, a profound sense of satisfaction surged within him. This was merely the beginning. One day, he would eradicate the entire saber-toothed tiger pack. The black wolf was subsequently dragged back by Wang, who had arrived with a cart. This time, its injuries were the most severe. The saber-toothed tiger's teeth had pierced straight through its abdomen. Upon their return, Yang Shuo would need to tend to its wounds. Meanwhile, Yang Shuo and his companions busied themselves with the aftermath of the battle, ensuring that all traces of blood on the ground were thoroughly buried, and they also had to deal with the carcass of the saber-toothed tiger, which was pulled back to the tribe alongside the black wolf. Along the way, they meticulously erased every trace, and Yang Shuo collected numerous droppings from bag wolves and giant hunting dogs from the forest, discarding them along the path to completely obscure their trail. That night, the roar of tigers echoed throughout the mountains, and Yang Shuo found an indescribable sense of exhilaration in the sound as he continued to tend to the black wolf's wounds. Today, it had proven to be the greatest hero, and Yang Shuo brought forth food to ensure it was well fed. Chapter 69. The calm before the storm. Yang Shuo's assault could scarcely be deemed anything less than audacious, and the outcome of this venture underscored the exceptional nature of the opportunity at hand. The once infallible arrows, rendered nearly ineffective against the saber-toothed tiger's unique hide, were eclipsed in utility by the crossbow, which Yang Shuo had kept as a secret weapon. After conducting a thorough examination of the saber-toothed tiger's pelt, a cold sweat broke out upon Yang Shuo's brow. Compared to other prey, the hide of the saber-toothed tiger was extraordinarily distinctive. From Yang Shuo's own knowledge, he understood that the saber-toothed tiger was a formidable beast inhabiting high-latitude regions, the natural enemy of the woolly mammoth, where temperatures were typically very low, particularly in winter when the saber-toothed tiger donned a specialized winter coat. With a knife in hand, Yang Shuo meticulously began to dismember the saber-toothed tiger, keenly studying its anatomical structure. The tiger's hide comprised 3 layers, elucidating why arrows were nearly futile against it. Beneath the long, coarse outer fur lay a dense layer of medium-length hair, more abundant than the long fur and hollow, providing excellent insulation. The innermost layer consisted of fine underfur, more compact than the outer medium-length hair. When Yang Shuo poured a basin of water over it, not a single drop leaked through. The entire layer acted akin to a waterproof fabric, tightly safeguarding the skin beneath. Most of their arrows, upon piercing the second layer of fur, lost a significant amount of their force, and with the deceleration and shock absorption provided by the 3 layers, the arrows that managed to penetrate merely left shallow wounds upon the skin. The more he observed, the luckier Yang Shuo felt. The appearance of these 2 saber-toothed tigers was impeccably timed. Had it not been for them, he might have deemed the moment ripe for vengeance. Leading a troop to hunt down a pack of saber-toothed tigers, only to discover that they were met with mere light injuries, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. In such a case, it would not have been retribution, but rather a foolish offering. After thoroughly grasping the lethality of his weapons, Yang Shuo resolved to alter his strategy. He aimed to upgrade his arsenal. His gaze shifted towards the only surviving structure from the earthquake, the iron smelting furnace. At this stage, only iron tools could provide sufficient lethality, as evidenced by their iron spears, which had played a decisive role in pinning the saber-toothed tiger to the ground during the struggle with the black wolf. Accompanied by a few companions carrying charcoal, they approached the furnace, which had remained dormant since the iron ore had been exhausted, save for the burning of a makeshift toilet. The group ignited a fire, operating the bellows to elevate the furnace's temperature, and soon, flames roared to life under the bellows' influence. Yang Shuo's expression was gravely serious. In his hands, he held a heavy iron hammer, gently caressing the hammer. The dried blood upon it narrated the tale of its past with Li, who had wielded it during their battles against the bag wolves, returning to the tribe each time they processed animal remains, smashed walls, or struck stones. Brother Li, may your spirit watch over the tribe and guide us through this tribulation. After one final touch, Yang Shuo cast the hammer into the furnace, where the roaring flames swiftly engulfed it, the wooden handle igniting and turning to ash in the inferno. Yang Shuo personally operated the bellows, and amidst the huffing and puffing, the hammer soon reached a glowing red heat. Beside the hammer, there was a large crucible that Yang Shuo had crafted from clay, which quickly took shape under the flame's embrace. After checking it for any damages, he confirmed it was fit for use. The crucible was once again placed into the furnace, accompanied by the hammer, and the surrounding area was filled with charcoal to intensify the flames. Enlisting Sun's assistance with the bellows, Yang Shuo produced his chisel and began to carve arrowheads from wooden stakes. This time, he intended to elevate the quality of his arrows. Sharpened wood alone would not suffice, but iron arrowheads. It was evident that Yang Shuo lacked the skills of a carpenter, or perhaps the tools were simply inadequate. He toiled with the axe and chisel for an extended period before finally sculpting 3 arrowheads, ready to test their effectiveness. Turning to remove the bricks sealing the furnace's opening, Yang Shuo glanced inside at the crucible. Now glowing red-hot, with the iron having softened, yet still not meeting his expectations, he continued to add charcoal, intensifying the heat. As dusk fell, the furnace emanated a brilliant crimson hue, despite the frigid temperatures outside. The immense heat waves from the furnace enveloped Yang Shuo and Sun, who were drenched in perspiration. Upon confirming that the hammer had fully melted, Yang Shuo skillfully extracted the crucible with a wooden stick. The molten iron swirled within, and upon contact with the air, a thin film quickly formed on the surface. The wooden stick began to smoke. The crucible's temperature exceeded what 2 sticks could withstand, compelling Yang Shuo to hasten his movements as he approached the freshly carved wooden arrowheads. "Sun, come help me. Gently lift the crucible with the wood. We shall pour out the molten iron." Hearing this, Sun promptly picked up a nearby stick and approached, carefully supporting the crucible's base. The molten iron flowed down the crucible's sides, trickling into the gaps Yang Shuo had carved. Sizzle, the intense heat ignited the wood, flames leaping upon the iron's arrival. But the fire did not persist and soon extinguished. Pouring out 3 arrowheads in one go, Yang Shuo returned the crucible to the furnace for further heating, eager to inspect the results. Once the arrowheads had cooled slightly, he knocked them free from the wood, the 3 heads landing in a prepared clay basin with a hissing sound, accompanied by the rising steam infused with the scent of iron rust. The arrowheads were complete. By the flickering firelight, Yang Shuo retrieved the 3 arrowheads from the water, feeling their substantial weight in his hands. 3 black, triangular iron tips. They felt promising. After processing, they would become perfect arrowheads. Onward, upon meticulous inspection of the arrows in his possession, Yang Shuo promptly commenced a new task, meticulously recarving the molds and continuing to heat the molten iron. Ultimately, after eliminating the losses, Yang Shuo succeeded in forging 12 arrows from the iron. By the dim light of an oil lamp, he handled a brick as he worked on the arrows within the bunker, polishing each arrow to a brilliant sheen, sharpening their tips to a razor's edge, and ensuring that every edge and corner was symmetrically adjusted to minimize air resistance and enhance stability. Consequently, the 12 arrows were fashioned into 12 projectiles, arranged neatly before Yang Shuo, their tips exuding a chilling aura. Outside, the roars of tigers echoed through the mountains, and a peculiar sense of oppression lingered in the air, as if a storm was brewing. Chapter 70. Conflict. Just 2 days after Yang Shuo crafted the iron arrowheads, a frenzy ensued among the saber-toothed tiger pack as they scoured the mountains in a mad search. 2 nearly mature saber-toothed tigers had mysteriously vanished, a situation of great magnitude that sent the tiger pack into disarray. A few saber-toothed tigers followed the scent trails left by the 2 young ones, navigating from the inner mountains. Finally, on the 3rd day, the saber-toothed tiger pack arrived at the outskirts of Yang Shuo's tribe. This was the very site where Yang Shuo and his companions had hunted saber-toothed tigers. Although 3 days had elapsed and the area had been meticulously processed, the unique scent of the saber-toothed tigers still lingered. Besides the bloodstains, there was tiger urine. Indeed, tiger urine. When Yang Shuo and his companions had plunged their iron spears into the belly of a saber-toothed tiger, it had urinated. One could even say it had lost control. The urine of a saber-toothed tiger served as its most effective means of communication. Even a mere trace could linger for a week. Yang Shuo and his companions had not anticipated such a peculiar pheromone. The scent within the tiger urine could only be detected by other saber-toothed tigers. Thus, when the pack discovered this place, the distinctive aroma instantly captivated all saber-toothed tigers, surrounded by the forest where Yang Shuo and his companions had fought. The multitude of saber-toothed tigers relentlessly sniffed the air, ultimately locking onto a target in the distance, the direction from which the saber-toothed tigers had come at that moment. Ao and his group, having set out 4 or 5 days prior, were cautiously making their way back, dragging a cart towards the tribe, completely unaware of the approaching saber-toothed tiger pack. Halt! Halt! Ao suddenly sensed something amiss and urgently called for everyone to stop. Run! leave the goods. Quickly, cut through the forest and return to the tribe. His voice, laced with tension, prompted no hesitation. The group abandoned the cart and dashed into the woods, taking a detour back to the tribe. Young Shuo, keeping watch at the tribe, caught sight of the frantic figures rushing towards him through the trees. Instantly, he realized something was amiss. Hunting parties never emerged from this angle, and their cart was absent. Trouble was undoubtedly afoot. Wang, bring out the crossbow. Quickly, everyone else. Arm yourselves. Yang Shuo issued commands without delay, seizing an iron spear as he advanced to meet the returning group. Thanks to Ao's vigilance, they encountered no obstacles and successfully reached the vicinity of the tribe. Yang Shuo positioned a ladder over the pit, allowing everyone to return safely within the tribe's confines. Just as they began to catch their breath, the saber-toothed tiger pack reappeared around the tribe. Unlike their initial encounter, the tribe had long prepared for this day. 4 layers of pits and low walls encircled the tribe, creating a formidable defense. Armed to the teeth, the villagers stood behind the walls. With Wang and the recently returned warriors pushing the crossbow cart, its bolts drawn and poised for action, the saber-toothed tigers soon sensed the shift in their environment. This tribe had transformed significantly since their last visit. The intricate terrain and the series of pits left them with insufficient space to maneuver. The saber-toothed tiger king surveyed the scene. Even if it charged, it would find it impossible to breach the low walls and reach Yang Shuo and his companions. Beyond the obstacles on the ground, it was the peculiar object at the forefront that instilled a sense of threat within the saber-toothed tiger king. Its strange appearance, coupled with a sharpened wooden stake, evoked an unsettling chill. Despite being merely wood, it emanated an aura that suggested potential peril if it charged headlong. Injury was a distinct possibility, and that strange object seemed to radiate a sense of mortality. Could it be that it might die? For the first time, the saber-toothed tiger king regarded the tribe with a newfound respect. Previously, it had dominated the encounter, dispatching the leaders of the marsupial wolf and giant hyena packs. Yet now, it was confronted with a legitimate threat. The tiger pack began to form a battle formation, standing resolutely behind their king, ready to confront Yang Shuo's tribe. Yang Shuo, however, wished to avoid conflict with the saber-toothed tigers at this juncture. Although he possessed an array of weapons and enjoyed a tactical advantage, he could not guarantee the survival of his people in a direct confrontation with 6 saber-toothed tigers. As the tension escalated, Yang Shuo could no longer restrain himself. You there, return from whence you came. We are not to be trifled with. There is nothing here for you. Food lies beyond, so eat and depart swiftly. As Yang Shuo's voice rang out, the villagers drew their bows, aiming at the saber-toothed tiger pack, particularly the leading figures, Yang Shuo and Sun, whose iron-tipped arrows glimmered menacingly, signaling to the saber-toothed tigers that they were locked in their sights. Heightening the sense of danger, after a tense standoff lasting over a minute, the saber-toothed tigers ultimately retreated, recognizing that this tribe was no longer easy prey. As they watched the saber-toothed tiger pack withdraw, the villagers relaxed their grip on their bows, their arms trembling from strain. That was too close. Had we waited just a few more seconds, I might not have held on. Yang Shuo's hands shook violently. Drawing a taut bow was no trivial feat, especially after the exertion of his morning training. Not only Yang Shuo, but Sun and the others were similarly fatigued. No one could endure the strain of holding a fully drawn bow for a minute. Fortunately, the saber-toothed tiger pack had retreated. Once everyone had regained composure, Yang Shuo accompanied Ao and a few others back to the location of the cart. To his surprise, the game they had captured remained intact, albeit covered in a layer of tiger urine. Unlike the young saber-toothed tiger's accidents, this urine was foul-smelling, an odor so pungent it could be sensed from a distance, filled with an unmistakable warning. The scattered tracks of saber-toothed tigers around the cart exuded an air of arrogance, a clear declaration of their dominance. This revelation elevated Yang Shuo's regard for the tiger pack. Their intelligence had transcended that of mere animals, dragging the cart reeking of foul odor back to the tribe. Yang Shuo pondered the implications. The saber-toothed tiger pack had evidently discovered something, and they now harbored murderous intent towards the tribe, had it not been for the vigilant presence of the villagers. All armed and prepared, a catastrophic conflict would likely have ensued. Resolving to remain within the tribe over the coming days, Yang Shuo decided to closely observe the saber-toothed tiger pack. If the opportunity arose, he would strike preemptively. Lost in thought, Yang Shuo leapt onto the cart, lying atop the captured prey as his companions looked on in confusion. After rolling around a few times, the animal hides he wore became saturated with the foul-smelling tiger urine. Yet, undeterred, he jumped off the cart and dashed into the woods. You all return with the prey.ao, gather the skins. I have use for them. I'll scout the tiger pack for the next few days. No one should venture out. Keep the tribe secure until I return. Chapter 71. The Hunt, Part 1. Silently navigating through the woods, Yang Shuo tracked the saber-toothed tigers by the traces they had left. Discerning that they were following the path taken by the two young saber-toothed tigers, he calculated that it would not take long for the saber-toothed tiger pack to realize they had strayed off course. Once they reversed direction, their destination would be unmistakably clear: Yang Shuo's tribe. With this realization, Yang Shuo decisively abandoned the pursuit. There was no doubt that within a day, the saber-toothed tiger pack would return. And then the stage would be set for an irreversible confrontation. A storm cloud loomed over Yang Shuo's brow as he quickened his pace. Time was of the essence, and every moment counted. Soon, the slopes of the tribe appeared before him, and the distant plume of smoke from the bunker drew nearer, while the sentinels had already spotted Yang Shuo racing back. Ao. Sure, Sun, come here. Yang Shuo sprinted back to the tribe, gathering his companions to prepare for the impending fury of the saber-toothed tiger pack. As Sure and Sun approached, they were immediately struck by the overwhelming stench emanating from Yang Shuo. Before they could inquire, he stated, the saber-toothed tiger pack will return shortly, and it will be a battle to the death that we must prepare swiftly. I will outline our plan to hunt the tigers. Please voice any objections immediately. Time is of the essence. A few individuals exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation, and nodded in agreement, awaiting Yang Shuo's plan. That we certainly cannot relinquish the advantageous position of the tribe. However, the saber-toothed tigers will undoubtedly retaliate with ferocity. We must intensify the traps to deliver a significant blow to the tiger pack. This is indisputable, correct? The group nodded, consenting to Yang Shuo's words. First, we must evacuate all those uninvolved in the battle. Although our brick kiln has collapsed, the remaining space is sufficient for the non-combatants to take refuge. Additionally, we must ensure they are supplied with ample food and fuel. Even if we perish, they must survive this winter. And the rest will be left to their own devices. After expressing these thoughts, a profound silence enveloped the group that a tribe without men could not possibly endure. The outcome was predetermined, leaving them with no choice but to win and not lose. The crossbow cart was the first to be pushed outside the tribe. The saber-toothed tiger king had become wary of the crossbow cart. It would not charge directly at it, as the cart's maneuverability and targeting were too slow. In a real battle, it could only fire once or twice, serving merely as a secret weapon. It must be effective upon firing, which I will arrange later. Is that acceptable? Ao nodded and spoke up. The saber-toothed tiger family possesses a strong sense of kinship. We can use 2 tiger skins to create a trap, which will surely yield results. Ao's suggestion sparked an idea in Yang Shuo. He had solely focused on confronting the saber-toothed tiger pack head-on, forgetting that they could lure them into a trap. With this realization, Yang Shuo slightly adjusted his strategy that we will position the crossbow cart outside the tribe to face the tiger pack directly. And I have a method to lure them into the trap. Moreover, our supply of iron arrowheads is limited. We can only ensure lethality and accuracy by allowing the saber-toothed tigers to engage closely. Initially, we should refrain from using the iron arrowheads to keep the tiger pack's vigilance at bay. As the plan gradually took shape, the group hastily set to work, implementing it with utmost speed. However, at the outset, the plan encountered an impasse. The usually gentle Ru surprisingly resisted Yang Shuo's strategy at this critical moment. While Zhao, Qian, and Zhan were busy evacuating the women, Ru steadfastly refused to leave, insisting on staying to fight. Her hatred for the saber-toothed tigers was no less than Yang Shuo's. Ru was undoubtedly the most tragic figure, having just lost her beloved partner. She could not accept being told to hide from her enemies. She too sought vengeance. Ultimately, the others could not sway Ru's determination, and with no alternative, Yang Shuo reluctantly agreed to let her stay while the others began to retreat to the rear mountain with assistance, besides those who were relocating. The tribe's cart was filled with food and charcoal, escorted by several men to the cave in the rear mountain. Meanwhile, Yang Shuo and his companions remained in the tribe, camouflaging all the traps. The previously exposed pits were concealed with branches and leaves, topped with soil to blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Additionally, Yang Shuo dug a pit on the side of the tribe, pushing the crossbow cart inside. This pit only covered half of the cart, leaving the launch slot and crossbow body exposed. Once the cart was positioned, it was aimed at the open ground in front of the tribe. While Zhan and Wang concealed themselves behind it, Yang Shuo draped a beast hide soaked in saber-toothed tiger urine over the cart, covering it with leaves and soil to completely hide it. In the middle of the open ground in front of the tribe, Yang Shuo tossed a saber-toothed tiger skin and then sprinkled a pool of urine on it. Furthermore, he retrieved the ceramic pot used for crafting bows and arrows, filled with leftover animal fat, and added a substantial amount of charcoal, mixing it thoroughly to coat each piece with fat for later use. On one side of the pot, the group lit 2 large bonfires for illumination and ignition. All iron and stone spears were taken out and placed according to everyone's positions, with each person carrying bows and arrows, silently awaiting the final moment. This time, the evacuating group had arrived at the cave in the rear mountain. Although the earthquake had collapsed all the caves, the remnants still provided sufficient space. With a little arrangement of beast hides, they could still serve as shelter. The group lit a fire to dispel the chill from the mountainside. Compared to the tribe, the temperature here was noticeably lower. They maintained complete silence, diligently attending to their tasks, acutely aware that the tribe's survival hung in the balance, yet feeling powerless to do anything but pray. After unloading all supplies, they quickly readied their weapons to return to the tribe. Just as they were about to leave, Qin Yunyun could no longer contain herself. "Zhao, brother Zhao, can we win?" Her voice trembled as she spoke. Having spent considerable time in the primitive tribe under Yang Shuo's protection, she had faced little hardship. Even during the most arduous migration, she had never gone hungry, as Yang Shuo always shared his portion with her. Upon hearing her words, Zhao abruptly halted. He was uncertain about facing the saber-toothed tiger pack directly. Such an encounter had never occurred in the entire primitive world. Yet suddenly, a figure appeared before him, Yang Shuo, who had been thrust forward. If Li had made such a choice, there must be a reason behind it. Moreover, Yang Shuo had consistently brought miracles to the tribe. With this thought, Zhao glanced at the iron spear in his hand, which Yang Shuo had provided, and his resolve solidified. "We will surely triumph. We'll return to fetch you." Chapter 72, Slaying the Tiger, Part 2. Yang Shuo anticipated that the saber-toothed tiger pack would return, but he did not expect them to come back so swiftly. After the group retreated, Zhao and the others hurried back to the tribe for support. They donned the hardened vine armor and began to produce charcoal using Yang Shuo's method, packing the animal fat-coated charcoal into ceramic jars filled with weeds. As darkness descended, Yang Shuo instructed everyone to ignite the jars. The jars, filled with charcoal, animal fat, and weeds, quickly blazed into roaring flames, illuminating the area around the tribe as brightly as day. Complemented by the 2 large bonfires already lit. Aside from those busy with preparations, 2 notable figures stood out in the tribe. The Black Wolf and Ru both harbored deep-seated enmity towards the saber-toothed tiger pack, sharing a bond of mutual suffering, yet they found themselves unable to integrate into the tasks at hand. Yang Shuo, fearing for Ru's safety, assigned her only minor responsibilities related to transporting supplies, ensuring she remained in the center of the tribe. Protected by others, the widow of Li, along with his child, were under Yang Shuo's utmost protection. He would rather sacrifice himself than allow them to suffer any harm. Ru, due to Yang Shuo's safeguarding, could not participate in setting traps, while the Black Wolf, being a wolf, faced the barrier of communication and was unable to contribute. Yang Shuo was also protective of the Black Wolf, having witnessed its valor in the past when it held off a saber-toothed tiger, dragging it away despite sustaining grievous injuries until Yang Shuo and the others arrived, saving the entire tribe. Naturally, he wished to prevent any misfortune from befalling the Black Wolf, in addition to its loyalty to the tribe. The Black Wolf's reckless spirit posed a concern for Yang Shuo. They had set numerous traps, and should the Black Wolf's instinct drive it to charge recklessly into the saber-toothed tiger pack, it would not only endanger itself but also jeopardize Yang Shuo's meticulously laid plans. Thus, Yang Shuo approached the crouching Black Wolf to initiate a conversation. "Black Wolf, please do not act impulsively. Wait for our command. And do not throw your life away." Yang Shuo's heart was heavy with worry, but the Black Wolf's reaction made him feel slighted. It rolled its eyes at him. An overwhelming wave of frustration washed over Yang Shuo. How could a wolf roll its eyes? Seeing the black wolf's response brought relief to his anxious heart, and he turned to continue setting traps. Just as the group remained vigilant, young Shuo suddenly felt an oppressive sensation wash over him. He exchanged looks with Ao, and judging by Ao's serious expression, the saber-toothed tiger pack was approaching At that moment. The black wolf, previously in a state of feigned slumber, sprang to its feet, baring its fangs and fixating its gaze on the distant woods. Suddenly, the returning saber-toothed tiger pack emerged, exuding an aura of terrifying hostility. For the first time, Yang Shuo felt the wrath of a predator at the top of the food chain. This time, unlike their previous encounters, the saber-toothed tigers approached with fury, targeting Yang Shuo's tribe with no trace of disdain towards lesser prey. Only the intent to kill. The flames flickering atop the burning jars danced wildly, as if stirred by the murderous intent in the air, causing shadows around the tribe to become chaotic, while the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Yang Shuo understood that the final moment had arrived, leaving no room for retreat. He suddenly leaped out from behind cover. UV finally returned. It's time to exact vengeance, you wretched beasts. Look what lies ahead. Yang Shuo bellowed, brandishing an iron spear as he pointed towards the clearing before the tribe, where lay the pelt of a small saber-toothed tiger, upon which he had marked his territory. The tiger pack, now acutely aware of the object in the clearing, had their nostrils flaring, detecting an amalgamation of scents in the air, their own urine. The distinct odor of the young saber-toothed tiger, the scent of dried blood, and, ominously, the unmistakable stench of human urine. A few saber-toothed tigers focused their gaze upon the clearing, realizing that the source of the human scent was, in fact, the pelt of their fallen kin. How dare these frail, two-legged creatures insult their offspring in such a manner? Although Yang Shuo stood at a considerable distance from the tiger pack, he could still sense the shift in atmosphere. It was a matter of tit for tat. You marked your territory on our prey, and I shall do the same upon the carcass of your child. A fair exchange indeed. Such an affront was utterly intolerable. The human before them not only slaughtered their young but also desecrated its skin by urinating upon it. Unable to restrain themselves any longer, a few female tigers charged forward, despite the saber-toothed tiger king's repeated roars, imploring them to maintain control. The situation escalated beyond restraint. The saber-toothed tiger king, acutely aware of the brewing trouble ahead, sensed not only the traps that hindered their movement, but also the presence of something that made its fur bristle, a feeling it had experienced before. Though consumed with rage, it maintained its composure, resolved to seek out the vulnerabilities of Yang Shuo's tribe before launching an assault. Yang Shuo, realizing his provocation had not yielded the desired effect, contemplated an alternative strategy. At that moment, he produced another saber-toothed tiger pelt from behind the low wall. Look closely at this, he shouted, holding the pelt aloft with his iron spear, shaking it vigorously. The saber-toothed tiger king and its companions were on the verge of erupting with fury at the sight of their progeny's hide being so brazenly displayed. Yang Shuo let the pelt fall to the ground, stomping on it before, in full view of all, he urinated upon it, as if delivering the final straw that would break the camel's back. The powder keg was ignited, and several female tigers could no longer contain themselves, surging forward with the intention of tearing the loathsome human apart. The tiger pack surged into action, charging towards the tribe. As they crossed over the pelt of the saber-toothed tiger in the clearing, Zhan and Wang, who had been enduring the stench of the tiger's urine for what felt like an eternity, sprang into action. In unison, they threw aside the animal hides covering their heads, revealing the hidden crossbow beneath. With a fierce shout, a large thigh bone struck the trigger mechanism, activating the crossbow. The saber-toothed tiger king's pupils contracted to pinpricks. It sensed the imminent danger as the apex predator. It instinctively twisted in midair, narrowly evading the colossal bolt that zipped past, piercing through two nearby female tigers and sending them flying. A piercing howl echoed, marking a significant triumph. The crossbow had fulfilled its deadly purpose, claiming the lives of two saber-toothed tigers. On the battlefield, the odds stood at 12 against 4, 10 men, 1 woman, and a wolf against 4 saber-toothed tigers. With the advantage of terrain and traps, Yang Shuo felt a flicker of hope for the first time. Chapter 73. The Hunt for Tigers, Part 2. The saber-toothed tiger king stood resolutely, eyes wide with disbelief as it beheld the gruesome sight of its two kin impaled like candied hawthorns. Blood and entrails oozed from their lifeless bodies, their expressions frozen in a grimace of agony. Devoid of life, that a surge of rage welled up within the saber-toothed tiger king. Half of its pack had perished at the hands of this detestable tribe, an affront it could not abide. With a thunderous roar, the remaining saber-toothed tigers charged toward the tribe's position. To Yang Shua's astonishment, the traps scattered across the ground barely impeded the oncoming tigers. Not a single one fell into the snares, as they deftly pivoted mid-leap to avoid the bamboo spikes. This was their first encounter with apex predators, whose terrifying agility surpassed all other hunters, despite none of the saber-toothed tigers succumbing to the traps. The ever-present danger of the pitfalls severely hindered their movement, obstructing their primary weapon, the ambush. As Yang Shuo saw the ferocious tigers nearing the tribe, he shouted, "Loose the arrows! Loose the arrows!" Under the flickering light of the fire, the tribe unleashed a volley of arrows at the charging tigers. Yang Shuo too drew an iron arrow, aiming it at one of the saber-toothed tigers. The iron arrow met his expectations, embedding itself into the flesh of the tiger. Yet it fell short of the desired lethality. While the arrows inflicted wounds and diminished the tiger's fighting spirit, none fell dead. The leading two, with arrows protruding from their backs, barreled into the low wall. Toppling the tribe members behind it, Zhao's eyes widened in horror as the saber-toothed tiger tackled him. Though pinned beneath the creature, he suffered no serious injuries due to the barrier of bricks. Zhao found himself trapped beneath the weight of the saber-toothed tiger, with the rubble restricting its ability to bite him. Meanwhile, Sun was frenzied, his comrade Zhao's fate uncertain beneath the beast. Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, and Wang were all members of the same tribe. Having been rescued from the cannibalistic clan by Yang Shuo, forging deep bonds among them. Sun hurled a stone spear with all his might. At such close range, even a stone spear could deal considerable damage. However, the saber-toothed tiger swiftly dodged, evading the lethal strike. With no target to attack beneath it, the tiger pivoted and leaped, aiming for Sunday like a tank charging from the shadows. The massive saber-toothed tiger knocked Sun to the ground. And amidst their roars, the clash reached its climax. Roar, buffed, crack. The saber-toothed tiger's fearsome teeth pierced through Sun's chest, yet his iron spear found its mark, penetrating the tiger's body, blood gushing down the shaft. Sun. Zhao emerged from the wreckage of bricks. His gaze met with the horrific tableau of mutual destruction before him, the world around him turning crimson as he charged forward, spear in hand. The saber-toothed tiger, grievously wounded, struggled to disentangle itself from Sun, who, with a terrifying laugh, proclaimed, "Ha! You filthy beast, die." Sun had never been one for curses, yet he found solace in echoing Yang Shuo's disdain for saber-toothed tigers, and as he uttered those words, he clung tightly to the tiger's neck, biting down into its flesh, burying his head in its thick fur, while his other hand drew a dagger, relentlessly stabbing at the tiger's chest. With Zhao's furious roar, the iron spear pierced through the tiger's belly, but became lodged within. Abandoning the spear, Zhao drew forth his dagger, leaping onto the saber-toothed tiger and plunging the blade into its side, then forcefully slicing downwards. Roar, accompanied by anguished howls, the dagger viciously sliced through the side of the saber-toothed tiger. Ripping open its abdomen, Zhao's hands followed the dagger into the tiger's belly, brutally mangling its innards. As the sounds of struggle diminished, the saber-toothed tiger collapsed onto Sun, who mechanically continued to thrust the dagger into the tiger's chest until Zhao, weeping, embraced him, prompting Sun to gradually cease his relentless actions. He cast a glance at Zhao, closing his eyes in a moment of satisfaction. Zhao found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the tumult within him. His limited vocabulary failed to convey his emotions, which coalesced into a singular fury. He kicked the fallen saber-toothed tiger, withdrew the iron spear embedded in its side, and charged at another tiger nearby. This particular saber-toothed tiger lunged at Sun and Qian. In contrast to the previous one, this tiger was less fortunate. An iron arrow pierced its eye, and the excruciating pain, coupled with the sudden loss of vision, caused its attack to veer off course, crashing through a wall before rolling several times on the ground before regaining its footing. Meanwhile, Sun, Qian, and the approaching Zhao formed a pincer attack, seizing the opportunity as the tiger lost its balance, inflicting grievous wounds upon it. However, the tiger's wariness allowed it to roll twice, dislodging the spears that had penetrated its thick fur. Though the wounds were deep, they did not incapacitate it. After 2 rolls, the saber-toothed tiger sprang back to its feet and lunged once more. Its enormous paw, resembling a fan, aimed directly at Sun, who barely managed to cross his iron spear in defense before the paw struck his chest. The spear shattered under the force, splintering wood and the tiger's paw crashing into Sun's torso. The tiger's sharp claws, propelled by immense force, tore through Sun's hardened armor, sending him flying over 2 meters. Rolling uncontrollably on the ground, his fate uncertain. Seizing the moment of Sun's assault, Zhao unleashed his fury upon the saber-toothed tiger, plunging his dagger into its back thrice, leaving behind 3 deep gashes. Qin took advantage of the chaos to strike at the tiger's hind leg. His tremendous force piercing through the powerful limb. The iron spear became lodged, and the tiger, in agony, thrashed violently, snapping the spear within its muscle. Such horrific injuries finally took their toll on the saber-toothed tiger. Deprived of a hind leg and an eye, it could no longer mount an effective offense. At that moment, Yang Shuo shouted, "Smash it with the clay pots." Yang Shuo had been waiting, observing intently, and now his carefully prepared weapon was ready. Clay pots filled with charcoal and animal fat were thoroughly heated and primed for use. The others hastily seized the nearby pots, disregarding the scalding temperature that blistered their hands, and hurled them at the saber-toothed tiger. With a crash, the pots shattered, releasing fiery explosions of charcoal akin to incendiary bombs. The oil mingled with the glowing embers splattered everywhere, igniting the tiger's fur upon contact. After several pots were thrown, the blinded saber-toothed tiger transformed into a flaming beast, writhing in agony as it rolled on the ground, attempting to extinguish the flames with dirt. Yet, the oil-soaked fire was not easily quelled, especially with 2 enraged individuals nearby. Accompanied by their furious cries, the iron spears plunged deep into the tiger's flesh, silencing its tormented roars. At this moment, Yang Shuo, after shouting, dashed forward, his target set on the distant battle between Zhan and Wang. The saber-toothed Tiger King, upon sighting the two, abandoned its tribe, intent on avenging its fallen kin. Chapter 74. A fierce battle. Yang Shuo surged from the tribe like a madman, realizing that the tiger pack had not fully assaulted the settlement, aside from the 3 saber-toothed tigers charging forward. The Tiger King had reversed direction after being attacked, racing straight towards Zhan and Wang. "Damn it, come at me." Yang Shuo's eyes widened in fury, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not match the Tiger King's speed. Zhan and Wang were merely 2 young boys. If the Tiger King charged them head-on, their fate was all but sealed. Regret washed over Yang Shuo. He lamented allowing Zhan and Wang to ambush with the crossbow, wishing instead that they had fought alongside him. If they perished because of him, he would never forgive himself. Just then, a low wolf howl echoed through the night, and a black wolf, merging with the darkness, sprang into action behind Zhan and Wang. It collided with the airborne saber-toothed Tiger King, and the 2 figures, a shadowy black and a golden yellow, crashed together, tumbling through the air like rolling gourds. "Black Wolf!" Zhan and Yang Shuo exclaimed in unison. Yang Shuo was bewildered as to why the black wolf appeared from that direction, yet its leap had once again saved the two. However, the black wolf remained merely a large wolf. Despite its mutations that darkened its fur and enlarged its frame, it was still far inferior to the saber-toothed Tiger King. Utilizing the element of surprise, the black wolf managed to send the Tiger King stumbling back. But as soon as it landed, the Tiger King rolled over and lunged once more, pinning the black wolf beneath it, jaws poised to snap. "How dare you!" Yang Shuo shouted as he charged forward. Brandishing his iron spear, with a powerful push, he sent dust swirling into the air, channeling immense force from his thigh through to his arm, propelling the spear forward as if it had grown longer. The saber-toothed Tiger King seemed to sense the impending danger, abandoning the black wolf, leaving behind deep gashes on its side as it leaped several meters away, narrowly evading Yang Shuo's lethal strike. The black wolf rolled to its feet, its eyes gleaming with an eerie green light in the darkness, locking onto the saber-toothed Tiger King, forming a pincer maneuver alongside Yang Shuo. Just then, an arrow, seemingly guided by fate, struck the Tiger King's shoulder, causing blood to spray forth. With a roar of fury, the saber-toothed Tiger King, for the first time wounded, bellowed as the bowstring of Stone's long-prepared weapon vibrated incessantly behind it. Seizing this rare opportunity, Yang Shuo and the Black Wolf leapt into action, attacking the saber-toothed Tiger King. The Black Wolf fought fiercely, exhausting itself to divert much of the Tiger King's attention, while Yang Shuo relentlessly thrust his spear, attempting to alleviate the Black Wolf's disadvantage. Several times, the saber-toothed Tiger King nearly flipped the Black Wolf over, but Yang Shua's spear intervened just in time, forcing the Tiger King to change its strategy to avoid the attacks. Under the relentless pressure from Yang Shuo and the Black Wolf, the Tiger King found itself compromised, sustaining injuries from Stone's arrows, which now peppered its back like quills. That moment, a mighty roar erupted, illuminating the entire tribe with firelight. The last saber-toothed tiger had successfully breached the settlement, facing the tribe's foremost warrior, Ao, wielding an iron spear in each hand. One his own, the other belonging to Li, glared fiercely. Muscles tensed, resembling a wrathful war deity as he advanced towards the saber-toothed tiger. The tiger's first charge was deftly evaded by Ao, who swiftly thrust his spear into the tiger's side, embedding it deeply. The saber-toothed tiger landed in pain, snapping the spear lodged within it, fixating its glare on Aoet. That moment, a stone spear flew from the side, as Li, positioned behind another wall, hurled his weapon, joining Ao in the assault against the saber-toothed tiger. The stone spear narrowly missed the tiger, which then executed a fierce turn, its tail lashing out like a whip, striking Li and sending him sprawling. The saber-toothed tiger leapt, preparing to pounce on Li. Beast, with a furious roar, Ao surged forward the moment Li collapsed, brandishing his iron spear. However, to his astonishment, the saber-toothed tiger had cunningly devised a strategy. Its intended target was never Li, but rather Ao himself. As Ao charged, the tiger swiftly landed, its powerful limbs propelling it off the ground in a graceful turn, poised to confront Ao's assault head-on. Yet, how could a mere human withstand the force of a creature weighing several hundred pounds? Ao was compelled to relinquish his iron spear, narrowly evading the tiger's formidable strike. Nevertheless, the tiger's massive body collided with his shoulder like a freight train, sending Ao spiraling through the air like a spinning top. Rolling several times before regaining his footing, blood filled Ao's mouth from the violent impact, and he swallowed a small amount, quickly adjusting his breath as he drew forth a machete from his back. In the tribe, only Li and Ao possessed unique weapons. Li wielded a hammer while Ao brandished a machete. Having executed its strategy, the saber-toothed tiger found itself in a position of dominance, presenting an opportune moment for relentless assault. As it leaped once more, executing a swift turn, it lunged toward Ao again. Any ordinary person would surely have perished under such a ferocious attack, dazed from the initial collision and likely disoriented, especially having just lost their weapon. Yet, the tiger was oblivious to the fact that it faced one of the most valiant warriors among the three tribes. As Ao rolled, he had already unsheathed his machete. And in the instant he rose, he swallowed blood and steadied his breath in one fluid motion. Faced with the oncoming saber-toothed tiger, Ao executed a swift sidestep, his hands drawing a circular arc as he struck the tiger with his blade. With a resounding crack, a section of the tiger's tail flew off, followed by its agonized howl. The tail, a crucial balancing organ for all felines and canines, was particularly vital for the cat family, as it controlled much of their body's equilibrium during movement. With its tail severed, the tiger's coordination faltered, and the tide of battle shifted in an instant. Seizing the moment, Li dashed forward, delivering a fierce blow to the tiger's rear. Swiftly evading its retaliatory kick, the force of which sent a stinging wind across Li's face, the saber-toothed tiger, now driven mad by its injuries, charged recklessly at Ao. Yet, Ao remained unflustered, skillfully dodging the tiger's attacks, while continuously wielding his machete, leaving a trail of wounds across the tiger's body. However, the tiger was far from easy prey. A slight miscalculation led to Ao being struck by the frenzied beast, sending him crashing into a wall, nearly plunging into an external pitfall. In this fierce skirmish, a single misstep could cost a life. The saber-toothed tiger, leveraging its overwhelming physical prowess, sought to overpower Ao, who lay momentarily incapacitated after being thrown aside. The tiger lunged once more, and if this attack landed, Ao would undoubtedly perish. Yet at that critical moment, Li, who had been providing support, erupted into action. He charged forward, leaping to grasp the saber-toothed tiger's body midair. Li's impact altered the tiger's trajectory, and the two of them, one man and one beast, traced a semicircle through the air before plummeting into the pit behind Ao. The bamboo spikes embedded at the bottom pierced the saber-toothed tiger's flesh as if it were tofu. While Li, caught in the embrace of the tiger, was also injured by the protruding bamboo, his hands were pinned, ensnared between the tiger's body and the sharp spikes. Fortunately, the tiger's bulk cushioned Li's fall, sparing him from death, though he sustained severe injuries and succumbed to unconsciousness due to the tremendous impact. Meanwhile, Ao had risen from the ground, glancing at Li below, relieved to see that the worst had not come to pass. However, the sight of Li's plight deeply affected him, and his gaze turned toward the distant saber-toothed Tiger King at that moment. Young Shuo and the Black Wolf, both battered and bruised, joined the fray. With Shuo brandishing his iron spear, without Shuo's assistance, young Shuo and the Black Wolf would have surely succumbed to their adversary, the saber-toothed Tiger King, grievously wounded from the bites and stabs inflicted by the Black Wolf. Young Shuo and Shuo was bloodied and weakened in this tense atmosphere. Ao's fierce gaze locked onto the saber-toothed Tiger King as he charged forward with a roar, followed closely by Zhao and Qian, the Tiger King. Sensing the imminent danger, trembled and desperately broke through Shuo's blockade, disappearing into the night. Damn it, pursue. I must slay this beast today. Young Shuo, drenched in blood, felt the fury within him ignite. His armor was in tatters. Yet he pressed on, having just endured the Tiger King's powerful paw, leaving a deep gash in its chest. Together, the group, including one wolf, charged forth with unyielding determination, intent on vanquishing the savage creature. Chapter 75. The execution Shuo was struck aside by the Tiger King's powerful paw, which then made a beeline for the forest. Young Shuo and the Black Wolf, both soaked in blood, were the first to pursue, with Shuo shaking his head to clear his thoughts before following suit. As Ao trailed behind, the group quickly vanished into the woodland, and amidst the chaos, a slender figure darted into the trees, revealing itself to be Ro. The conflict unfolded in the blink of an eye, the brutal battle escalating to a fever pitch almost immediately, leaving Ro bewildered by the ferocity around her. As the skirmish reached its climax, the group cornered the saber-toothed Tiger King, finally seeming to grasp the situation. Ro, witnessing the beast that had slain her husband fleeing, seized her iron spear and pursued. Meanwhile, Zhan and Wang, still reeling from their earlier trauma, noticed Ro rushing into the forest and, fearing for her safety, hastily followed. The tribe fell into a momentary silence, the only sounds being the crackling flames and the heavy breaths of the weary warriors on the ground. Young Shuo felt invigorated, having never before experienced such a visceral battle. Whether against the bag wolves or in the hunt, he had always operated under the protection of Li and the tribe, but now, standing against the saber-toothed Tiger King, he and the Black Wolf faced the pressure head-on, determined to hold their ground while others resolved the conflict. Young Shuo felt his blood boiling, his muscles igniting with energy. Despite his exhaustion, he found himself running faster than ever, keeping pace with the Black Wolf and the saber-toothed Tiger King ahead. The Black Wolf, consumed by fury, harbored an even deeper hatred for the Tiger King, having witnessed its slaughter of his entire pack. Now, the moment of vengeance was at hand, and the Black Wolf yearned to sink its teeth into the Tiger King's throat. With a piercing howl, the Black Wolf lunged, crashing into the saber-toothed Tiger King's lower back, abruptly halting its escape. The Tiger King emitted a pained cry, rolling on the ground in agony, its body riddled with arrows that had largely shattered, leaving only the tips embedded in its flesh. The rolling motion was akin to traversing a bed of nails, causing the saber-toothed Tiger King to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, it managed to rise again, preparing to flee. By now, young Shuo had caught up, having discarded his iron spear to enhance his speed that he charged in bare-handed, launching himself at the Tiger King, which had just regained its footing, with a flying kick aimed at the Tiger King's head. Young Shuo propelled himself forward. The force of his kick landed squarely on the tiger's neck, sending the just-risen saber-toothed Tiger King stumbling back to the ground. Young Shuo, propelled by his momentum, rolled thrice before springing back up like a coiled spring, grasping the dagger at his waist and charging once more in the distance. The Black Wolf had regained its footing, leaping into action to join the fray against the saber-toothed tiger. Behind them, the tribe rallied, closing in on the inevitable conclusion of the battle. The saber-toothed Tiger King was destined to perish today. Damn you! Die! Young Shuo shouted as he leaped toward the rising saber-toothed Tiger King, plunging his dagger into its shoulder with a resounding crunch. The already fragile dagger pierced deep into the tiger's scapula, snapping under the force of young Shuo's might. The broken blade wedged within the Tiger King's bones. With a howl of agony, the saber-toothed Tiger King swatted young Shuo away, who, struck with tremendous force, found himself unable to rise. He struggled for a moment, his limbs trembling, but was unable to muster the strength to stand. Meanwhile, the black wolf lunged onto the Tiger King's back, sinking its teeth into its spine, unleashing all its pinned-up rage in that single moment. The Tiger King's anguished roar echoed throughout the dense forest. Roar. A crisp crack resonated amidst the roar of the tiger, as the spine of the saber-toothed Tiger King was shattered by the black wolf's relentless bite, rendering him utterly disabled. Yet, being the immensely powerful Tiger King, he swiftly turned, and with a colossal paw, struck the black wolf squarely on the head, sending it flying through the air. The black wolf was decisively knocked unconscious, its formidable constitution failing to withstand such force, illustrating the astonishing strength still possessed by the wounded saber-toothed king. Shuo and Ao had arrived, and with young Shuo and the black wolf launching desperate assaults, the saber-toothed Tiger King was now at the brink of his endurance. With a fierce roar, Ao thrust his blade into the Tiger King's neck, while Shuo delivered a spear thrust from the side, completely pinning the saber-toothed king to the ground. At that moment, the once mighty Tiger King was slain, his body contorted in an unnatural pose due to the iron spear's restraint. His hind legs twisted grotesquely from the black wolf's savage bites. Sister! Sister! At this juncture, Zhan and Wang also rushed over, having followed Ro closely. Upon reaching the battlefield, Ro immediately spotted the saber-toothed Tiger King still sprawled on the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. In an instant, she snatched the blade from Ao's grasp and charged towards the saber-toothed king, delivering a fierce slash that buried the blade deep into its flesh, producing a dull thud. Tears cascaded down Ro's cheeks as she silently swung the blade, plunging it into the Tiger King's neck time and again, blood splattering across her face and mingling with her tears as it fell. Crack, crack, crack. Finally, after an indeterminate number of strikes, Ro severed the saber-toothed king's neck, its massive head rolling away like a ball, tumbling before coming to rest upon the ground not far off. The Tiger King's eyes remained wide open, fixed on Ro, and even in death, a sense of recognition lingered in its gaze, as if it acknowledged this woman as the wife of the pitiful creature it had slain at that moment. Ro broke down in tears, the blade slipping from her grasp and clattering to the ground. Having exacted a vengeance that mirrored her suffering, the light slowly faded from the saber-toothed king's eyes. It remained uncertain until its final breath whether it regretted having slain the leader of this peculiar tribe. Ro's sobs echoed through the forest, while young Shuo, witnessing the head of the saber-toothed king soar through the air before losing consciousness, felt an overwhelming sense of closure. At last, it was over. Chapter 76. The Tower of Heroes. Cough, cough, cough. With a violent fit of coughing, Yang Shuo opened his eyes to find the figure of Chen Yunyun before him, her dark hair disheveled and cascading around her. At that moment, Chen Yunyun was asleep beside him, her hands tightly clasping Yang Shuo's, unwilling to let go even for an instant. Yang Shuo gently stroked her head, realizing that she had been vigilantly caring for him throughout his unconsciousness. As he attempted to withdraw his tightly held left hand to rise, a jolt of pain shot through his chest, causing him to grunt in discomfort and lie back down, prompting Chen Yunyun to lift her head in response. Shuo Gu, you're awake. Lie still. You're severely injured. Don't move around. I'll call for Ao. Chen Yunyun wiped her tear-streaked cheeks and dashed out of the bunker to summon Ao. While Yang Shuo remained pinned to the bed, assessing his injuries, he was swathed in bandages, resembling a tightly wrapped dumpling, all fashioned from boiled cow hair, securing every wound. Through the gaps in the fabric, he could see the ground beneath him strewn with crushed monkey grass. He had engaged in a fierce struggle alongside the black wolf against the saber-toothed Tiger King, with the black wolf serving as the primary force, absorbing most of the tiger's attacks while Yang Shuo supported with his iron spear, seizing opportunities to strike. However, as a top predator, the saber-toothed king had forced Yang Shuo to trade wounds to land any hits, and had it not been for the black wolf and Shuo's distraction, he would have perished long ago. The most severe injury was inflicted by the saber-toothed king's final blow, which had nearly shattered his chest. The 100 refined vine armor had played a crucial role, absorbing much of the force. Yet even so, the Tiger King's paw had left 4 deep claw marks on Yang Shuo's chest. In addition, his arms, thighs, and back bore bruises from the Tiger King's tail. Now a patchwork of purple and black, alongside various impact injuries, contusions, and lacerations. It was no wonder Chen Yunyun had tirelessly watched over him day and night. His survival was nothing short of miraculous. Shuo, how are you feeling? The cowhide curtain of the bunker was lifted, revealing Ao, who bore injuries of his own, bandages wrapped around him, though he appeared to be in stable condition. That I'm not dead yet. How is the tribe? Yang Shuo made another effort to sit up, only to find it impossible, so he surrendered to lying there. Gazing up at the yellowed ceiling, Ao fell silent, reluctant to divulge the situation. Aware of Yang Shuo's injuries, the atmosphere grew heavy until Chun Yunyun returned, carrying a ceramic basin, dipping a beast hide into hot water to cleanse Yang Shuo's body. Suddenly, Yang Shuo lifted his left hand, revealing a necklace made of beast teeth, a token given to him by Li at the end, representing the chieftain of the tribe, adorned with the emblems of both the Li tribe and Ao's tribe. Featuring 3 elongated wolf fangs. What has become of the tribe? Yang Shuo's sudden exclamation startled Chun Yunyun, shattering Ao's silence. Chun Yunyun feigned ignorance, quietly continuing her meticulous task of cleaning him, not overlooking a single spot. Ao, gazing at the familiar wolf fangs and then at Yang Shuo, opened his mouth 3 times before finally uttering, "Son is dead. Li is gravely injured and remains unconscious. Li's arms are crippled and will never recover. Zhao's injuries are similar to mine, while the others have sustained minor wounds." Ao's voice was calm yet somber, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth. 1 Death, 3 severe injuries. In an instant, Yang Shuo felt darkness engulf him, erupting into a fit of violent coughs that sent waves of pain coursing through his chest, causing cold sweat to pour down. Chun Yunyun hurriedly brought him a cup of water, gently lifting his neck to alleviate his suffering. "I understand, Ao. Please leave for now. I need a moment of solitude." Ao, observing Yang Shuo's anguish, chose not to speak further, quietly exiting the bunker, leaving Chun Yunyun and Yang Shuo alone in the room. "Shogo, please don't be disheartened. Without you, none of us might have survived. This is not your fault." Chun Yunyun gazed at Yang Shuo, who stared blankly at the ceiling, unable to contain her sorrow. Tears streamed from the corners of Yang Shuo's eyes, which Chun Yunyun gently wiped away. As he felt the warmth on his face, his once dazed eyes began to regain their spirit. Turning to look at Chun Yunyun, he noticed her weary appearance, striving to muster a smile. "You must be exhausted, Yunyun. I'll be fine. Once I recover, we shall erect a tower of heroes to honor all those who sacrificed their lives for the tribe, to celebrate their valor and ensure that future generations remember them." Yang Shuo's voice resonated with unwavering determination, and Chun Yunyun nodded through her tears, continuing her care. Once more lifting the beast hide, Yang Shuo, supported by Chun Yunyun, finally managed to rise, after a prolonged period of rest. His wounds had stabilized. Sun had awakened 2 days prior, his injuries severe but no longer life-threatening. Yang Shuo, Chun Yunyun, and Ao arrived at the clearing outside the tribe, where 2 stone mounds stood, dedicated to Li and Sun, who had sacrificed themselves for the tribe. Ao approached, placing the saber-toothed king's head before the mounds, then quietly stood behind Yang Shuo. Leaning against Chun Yunyun, Yang Shuo gazed at the 2 mounds, unable to calm his tumultuous emotions. "Brother son, I have avenged you. The tribe is in good hands with Ao and me. Rest assured, all will be well. You may journey onward in peace." As he spoke, tears flowed freely once more. Yang Shuo's vision blurred, while Chun Yunyun and Ao's eyes brimmed with tears, and Ro, hidden behind them, had already succumbed to a flood of sorrow. Under Yang Shuo's direction, the remaining tribe members began gathering stones from the riverside, stacking them meticulously, securing them with wood and rope, constructing a tall tower before the mounds, topped with a flag made of deer hide that fluttered in the winter breeze. The others were puzzled by Yang Shuo's actions. Yet with each small effort, they began to feel a peculiar emotion that connected them to the tower before them. As Yang Shuo watched the final flag atop the Tower of Heroes being completed, he sighed deeply and turned to the waiting crowd, proclaiming, "From this day forth, the tower behind me shall be known as the Tower of Heroes. The term hero may not be fully comprehended by you, so allow me to elucidate its significance, with the hope that you will eternally cherish the heroes of our tribe. If we were to liken the former tribe to a group of unfortunate souls huddling together for warmth in the primitive world, then the present tribe has evolved into a collective of individuals imbued with spirit and faith. For the first time, the members of the tribe take pride in being part of the Yang Shuo tribe, each heart harboring a glorious and sacred word. Hero, Beneath the towering edifice adorned with fluttering banners lie the valiant heroes of our tribe that as spring blossoms forth with the restoration of our bodies. The tribe has finally returned to its rightful course. Thanks to an abundant harvest of grass seeds, we have navigated the harshest trials of winter with surprising comfort. Just as young Shuo emerged once more from the abode of the Black Wolf, the first hints of green had already begun to sprout from the clearing before the bunker. However, it must be noted that one member of the tribe, the Black Wolf, bears grave injuries that end the climactic battle. The Black Wolf single-handedly endured much of the onslaught from the saber-toothed Tiger King, displaying nearly miraculous prowess for a marsupial. Perhaps driven by the vengeance of its kin, the Black Wolf remained resolute, unwilling to succumb until it witnessed the demise of the saber-toothed Tiger King. Consequently, the battle exacted a severe toll, leaving the Black Wolf with the loss of nearly half its life, despite the innate recuperative abilities of creatures from the primitive world. Even after young Shuo regained his mobility, the Black Wolf remained exceedingly frail, only recently able to move about. Once a magnificent creature, the Black Wolf has now undergone a transformation. 3 long, deep claw marks mar its head, having scabbed over but leaving enduring scars that will never regrow fur. Thus it has joined the ranks of the bald. Both of its hind legs exhibit slight deformities, a testament to the ferocity of the saber-toothed tiger's bite, which proved far from easy to treat. The injuries have rendered the Black Wolf's hind legs permanently disabled, not severely impactful, yet its gait has become peculiar, a fact young Shuo noticed while chasing after a young saber-toothed tiger. Nevertheless, the ability to stand is a fortunate outcome, and other concerns must be set aside. In addition to the hind leg impairment, the Black Wolf's belly, back, and flanks are riddled with claw marks left by the saber-toothed Tiger King. Each wound has scabbed over, yet akin to the injuries on its head, they have damaged the hair follicles, preventing any regrowth. The once splendid mutated Black Wolf has now transformed into a hairless creature, its gait becoming oddly contorted. However, this transformation does not diminish the affection the tribe holds for it, particularly from Ro. Ro has heard of the Black Wolf's valor, which was not solely for the vengeance of its own kind, but also to avenge Ro. Grateful for the Black Wolf's bravery, Ro has frequently surreptitiously shared her rations to nourish it, and remarkably, the Black Wolf has shown no aversion to her, allowing Ro to become the second person in the tribe permitted to approach it. As twilight descended, the air grew warm and humid, heralding the arrival of spring. Although the tribe missed the opportunity to hunt during the animal migrations, young Shuo and the others managed to capture a few wild horses using the traps they had previously excavated. The nearby herd, after several days of whinnying around the traps, ultimately departed, abandoning their trapped companions. Nevertheless, these wild horses injected a burst of vitality into the tribe, facilitating its revival as spring unfolded as darkness enveloped the land. Young Shuo gathered the tribe and commenced the planning for the year's endeavors. The past is behind us. We must persevere. The members sat around the central clearing of the bunker, roasting horse meat while sifting through the selected grass seeds. Young Shuo spoke amidst them. In a few days, once the grass is grown, we shall embark upon a new planting cycle. Before that, we must till the earth surrounding the bunker, apply fertilizers, and continue clearing the nearby woods. This year, we aim to expand our cultivation efforts. And you, Black Wolf, if you keep licking your wounds, you shall be left for less. Young Shuo playfully tapped the Black Wolf's head, cautioning it against further licking. Before continuing with his outline, we have recently endured the gravest losses in the history of our tribe, with 2 members departing from us forever. Yet, we cannot allow ourselves to succumb to despair. We must strive to strengthen the tribe, ensuring that their sacrifices do not go in vain, for they are the heroes of our community. Pausing briefly, he grasped the Black Wolf's large head, preventing it from licking its injuries. This calamity with the tigers serves as a reminder of our need to rebuild our fortifications, establishing a sanctuary for the tribe. Only then can we live in peace. Furthermore, we must initiate contact with other tribes scattered across this land, uniting all tribes to conquer this territory entirely. Young Shuo's voice grew increasingly fervent, igniting excitement among the tribe as they envisioned the future. He described, "One day, I shall ensure that our tribe thrives without the need for walls. That no one shall go hungry. That I believe that day is not far off." The aroma of roasted horse meat wafted through the tribe as members collected the sifted grass seeds and began their meal. Young Shuo tossed a piece of meat, bone included, to the black wolf, which finally abandoned its struggle against its wounds, crunching contentedly on the horse bone. The arrival of spring was subtle yet profound. Merely a day later, as young Shuo stepped outside again, the earth had transformed into a verdant expanse. Comrades, let us get to work. A multitude of individuals, armed with shovels and axes, ventured forth into the surrounding woodlands. The tribe's every endeavor was inextricably linked to the trees, and once again, the nearby forest suffered greatly. One by one, trees were felled and subsequently transported back to the tribe on carts, while others began the laborious task of uprooting tree stumps and cultivating the land. The tribe was divided into three factions. Some ascended the rear mountains to renovate the caves, and as spring breathed life into the earth, the streams of the mountains re-emerged, albeit with a modest flow. Meanwhile, others commenced the process of reworking the original plots, clearing away the recently sprouted weeds. After several days, the tribe's various facilities began to take shape. The first batch of bricks for spring had commenced production, and the adjacent charcoal was already in its second firing. Under the relentless efforts of Yang Shuo and his companions, the cultivated land had expanded to encompass the slopes, while robust logs piled high beside the tribe. With excess roots chopped for firewood, the first rays of sunlight graced the land today. The most crucial tasks commenced. Yang Shuo was gradually nurturing the skills of the tribe's members, believing it was time for him to step into the background. Aspiring to become a figure akin to a researcher, mastering cutting-edge technologies to be imparted to others for implementation and dissemination, Ao and his companions, wielding hoes and shovels, forged a modest trench in the soil, while several women followed closely behind, cradling pots filled with grass seeds. Heeding Yang Shuo's instructions, they scattered 3 seeds every foot's distance and carefully kicked the soil back over them to conceal the seeds. Further back, men with yokes bore the weight of manure, evenly distributing the compost that had fermented throughout the winter with clay spoons. Finally, 2 carts laden with nearly all the tribe's jars, brimming with water, brought up the rear, with a few individuals at the forefront responsible for the initial irrigation of the seeds. The entire process was well structured, with clear delineation of labor between men and women, evoking a modern agricultural ethos. Among all the laborers, one individual notably captured the attention of the crowd. In a bid to save Ao from peril, Li had sacrificed himself, plunging into a pit with a saber-toothed tiger clutched at his waist. Although he successfully vanquished the beast, Li's hands were grievously pierced by bamboo thorns, severing several tendons. Despite Qin Yunyun's meticulous care preventing widespread infection and other complications, his hands were rendered useless. Presently, Li was hauling a cart with a rope tied to his chest, drawing admiring glances from the women around him. This admiration stemmed from Yang Shuo's influence. In that fierce battle, every man in the tribe had emerged as a hero. Yang Shuo had instilled a sense of reverence and tribal spirit. And Li's hands, sacrificed for the tribe, deserved the utmost respect and veneration, akin to the fallen Li and Sunday. Moreover, Li was tirelessly contributing to the tribe, shouldering the burden of progress despite his incapacitated hands. Yang Shuo perceived the tribe being propelled forward by Li, inching towards the mountain's summit, and he felt an unexpected tranquility wash over him. With renewed vigor, he wielded his shovel with greater force, aspiring to carve out a future for the tribe. Chapter 78. It seems you are engaged in something quite new. Li took over Yang Shuo's duties within the tribe, assuming the role of a dedicated farmer. Unfortunately, Li's hands had not recovered well. He struggled to lift anything remotely heavy. Caring for livestock and tending to the fields suited him perfectly. An easy, leisurely existence, as Yang Shuo described it. He had effectively retired early. Though Li remained unaware of the meaning behind those words, as spring flourished, migratory animals gradually returned from the south, and herds began to gather on the grasslands below, exchanging genetic material and procreating. To Yang Shuo's surprise, numerous packs of thylacines accompanied the return. These primitive thylacines, much like modern hyenas, occupied the lowest tier of the food chain, tasked with scavenging carrion and bones, while occasionally hunting, yet predominantly serving as decomposers. Perhaps due to the massive size of the giant hyenas, it was uncertain how they evolved, but they ultimately faced extinction. With the absence of saber-toothed tigers, various predators reclaimed their former territories. However, the area surrounding Yang Shuo's tribe remained remarkably tranquil, with only the occasional giant hyena causing minor disturbances. merely scavenging the tribe's refuse without committing any offenses. Yang Shuo understood this was due to the presence of the Black Wolf, a solitary figure yet exuding the aura of a former wolf king. Instilling fear in the Thylacine packs, especially given that this tribe was capable of slaying tigers, Yang Shuo increasingly recognized the dynamics of the primitive world.